Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
The black beach was instantly vaporized, forming a massive glass pit. The 3 fourth-level puppets were left with not even a trace. Now is the time. In the explosive shockwave, Lin Fan, though dazed and bleeding from his nose, still seized this fleeting opportunity. Shea, everyone heal quickly. Accelerate. Pang. Charge in. Throw whoever from the first squad in front to block the blades. Charge. Seizing the chaos created by the clash of the 2 fifth-level powerhouses, Lin Fan led his already battered godly demolition team into the nearby entrance of the bone spire shimmering with red light. Thud. As the last student rolled in, the bone gate slammed shut, leaving only Augustine and Heichio outside glaring at each other through the light barrier. That kid. Heichio gazed at the empty entrance, his twisted smile only growing more pronounced. He actually used my puppets as bait. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Once I catch you, I will definitely take out your brain while you're still alive. Weightlessness. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized his ankle, flushed him down a toilet, and then spun him dry in a washing machine for 30 minutes. A violent dizziness churned Lin Fan's stomach, and the wound on his back, slashed by the 4-armed puppet, felt as if it were being torn apart, burning with pain. Bang! Without any cushioning, Lin Fan felt his face intimately embrace a cold, hard floor. Cough! Damn teleportation mechanism. No first-class cabin. Lin Fan lay on the ground, too lazy to even move. He felt as if his bones had been dismantled and reassembled, especially the blast wave that had thrown him in. If not for the stolen deep-sea mithril armor he wore, he might have turned into medium-rare steak. Ouch! My old back. Lin Fan groaned as he turned over, trying to stand up with a stylish kip-up. Yet reality was cruel. Due to the torn back muscles and brain hypoxia from divine word overuse, his kip-up became a dead fish flop. After flopping twice, he crashed heavily back to the ground. Cough. Tactical prone. Lin Fan said to himself without changing expression, casually wiping his nosebleed. This is to detect enemy movements through ground vibrations. However, the expected noise did not come. There was no Wang Pang Pang's iconic "Mom Save Me" cry, no Xia Yas Thunder You're asking for it scolding, and no sound of the heavy armor clashing from the labor team. Dead silence. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only his own heavy breathing echoing. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a stretch of ghastly white. This was nowhere near the entrance they were supposed to have tumbled into together. It was an excessively wide corridor. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all paved with a white, delicate material. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't jade, but bones. Countless huge, curved ribs were seamlessly joined together, forming this passageway leading into the depths. The air carried a faint scent, a mix of formaldehyde and sandalwood. The unique corpse fragrance of high-concentration divine factors sedimented over a millennium. Fatty. Xiaya. Lin Fan called out tentatively. His voice echoed through the bone corridor, traveling far and wide before transforming into a strange wailing-like reverberation. No one answered. Space turbulence. Or random teleportation. Lin Fan struggled to stand, leaning against the wall, activating his omniscient vision to scan the surroundings. Yet his vision was all static. The divine radiation here was too strong, interfering with his perception. Damn! What's with this horror movie opening? Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his hand instinctively reaching for the Tang saber at his waist. Just then he felt his shadow move. Not shifting with the light, but writhing as if alive, defying the laws of physics. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and his saber was half drawn in an instant, slashing backward at the shadow behind him. It's me! A cold, almost temperatureless voice sounded. The black shadow suddenly bulged, forming into a human shape. Yizi stood expressionlessly behind Lin Fan, her slender hand precisely pressing down on his wrist as he drew the saber. Yizi. Lin Fan sighed in relief, then asked with some confusion. Why are you here? Where are the others? Don't know. Yizi released her hand and said flatly. The explosion blast was too strong earlier. Everyone was scattered. I used shadow dodge at the last moment to attach myself to your shadow. After speaking, she looked Lin Fan up and down, her gaze lingering on his face covered in nosebleed and dust, and the paladin helmet that had been knocked askew from his dead fish flop. You look distinctive right now, Yizi commented calmly. Lin Fan straightened his helmet, forcing a save of face. This is called battle-worn style. You wouldn't get it. In this day and age, this is tough guy aesthetics. Yizi said nothing, silently handing him a tissue shed pulled from somewhere. Wipe it. Your nosebleed's dripping into your mouth. Lin Fan awkwardly took the tissue and wiped roughly. With Yizi around, he felt a bit more confident. Though this girl was usually sharp-tongued and aloof in this hellish environment, a top-tier stealth assassin was definitely the best teammate. Let's go. See if we can find the others. Lin Fan tightened his armor. Though the wound on his back still ached dully, this wasn't the time for sentimentality. The two walked one behind the other along the seemingly endless white bone corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was particularly piercing in the empty hallway. As they walked, Lin Fan noticed a strange phenomenon. The walls on both sides of this corridor weren't rough bone, but had been finely polished. Every 5 meters, a huge black obsidian was embedded. These obsidian slabs were 3 meters tall, their surfaces smooth, as mirrors shimmering with an eerie black luster reflecting their somewhat thin figures. Lin Fan looked at himself in the mirror. The youth in the ill-fitting armor with a crooked borii mask on his face looked both comical and pathetic. This mirror makes people look ugly, Lin Fan couldn't help complaining. No beauty filter. Bad review. Yi walked slightly behind, and to his side, her gaze always alertly scanning the surroundings, deaf to his nonsense. Suddenly Lin Fan stopped. What? Yi's dagger slid into her palm instantly. Something's off. Lin Fan frowned, leaning closer to the obsidian mirror. Yi, don't you think? The light in this mirror is a bit darker than outside. Basic physics. Obsidian has low reflectivity. Yi looked at him as if he were an idiot. No, that's not it. Lin Fan shook his head. Though his enhanced hearing was suppressed, his instincts remained. As he passed this mirror, head faintly heard a breathing sound. Not his nor Yi's, but from inside the wall. Lin Fan stared at himself in the mirror. The Lin Fan in the mirror stared back, wearing the same puzzled expression, his clear black and white eyes reflecting the corridor scene. Everything seemed normal. Lin Fan raised his right hand to tidy the sweaty strands of hair on his forehead. The Lin Fan in the mirror also raised his right hand to tidy his hair. Movements synchronized flawless. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Probably got knocked silly by that blast. Hallucinating. He turned around, ready to move on. The moment he turned, Yi walking behind him had her pupils contract to pinpricks. She saw that when Lin Fan turned his back to the mirror, the Lin Fan inside did not turn. That reflection still stood there, staring fixedly at the back of Lin Fan's head. Its originally puzzled expression slowly faded, and the corners of its mouth split open bit by bit, revealing an extremely exaggerated malicious grin. The grin split to its ears, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. Lin Fan, get down! Yi shouted sharply without any hesitation. Simultaneously, her dagger turned into a black streak of lightning, viciously stabbing toward the mirror. But it was too late. Crash! The seemingly hard obsidian surface suddenly rippled like water. A pale hand reached out from the mirror. The hand was identical to Lin Fan's, even the calluses on the tiger's mouth where he gripped his saber were exactly the same. That hand grabbed the collar of Lin Fan's armor from behind. What? Lin Fan felt a tremendous force pull him from behind. Before he could react, he was being dragged backward. Got you. A hoarse, icy yet achingly familiar voice whispered by his ear. It was unmistakably his own voice. Let go. Lin Fan reacted swiftly. Twisting his waist midair, he swung his tang saber, the pointer, backward in an upward arc. Clang! A sharp metallic ring. Lin Fan felt as if head struck a steel plate. His tiger's mouth went numb. Using the rebounding force, he rolled forward, awkwardly crashing heavily to the ground. Sigh! My wound! The wound on his back split open again, blood seeping out. But ignoring the pain, he immediately flipped over into a half-kneeling stance, saber held horizontally in front of him, glaring at the mirror. A figure stepped out of the mirror. First a foot in the same combat boots, then a leg, a body, and finally a head. A person identical to Lin Fan stood in the corridor. The same paladin armor, the same borii mask, even the same crooked angle, the same tang saber. The only difference was that this Lin Fan's eyes had no whites, only an abyssal blackness. Tisk tisk tsk. So this is the original. The Lin Fan cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp pops, his tone full of contempt. Slow reflexes, weak strength, and injured. What a waste. Who are you? Lin Fan squinted, his omniscient vision blaring alarms. Warning. Divine aberration detected. Target divine aberration, mirror demon, Lin Fan replica, energy level, early stage, 3 peak condition traits, perfectly replicates original skills, equipment, and memories. No pain sensation. Infinite stamina. Who am I? The mirror demon laughed, its shoulders shaking. I am you. The hypocritical, greedy, cowardly yet pretentious you. Pointed at Lin Fan. Admit it. When your legs went weak on that cliff, just now you really wanted to run, didn't you? Tripping during the charge. You felt like a clown, right? Hugging that ghost god squad assassin and screaming. You were scared out of your pants, weren't you? Each word was like a sharp knife, precisely piercing the most hidden corners of Lin Fan's heart. Shut up. Lin Fan's face turned cold. What? Hit a nerve. Mad with embarrassment. The mirror demon spun the saber in a flourish, the motion even more graceful and fluid than Lin Fan's. Since you're so useless, let me take your place. You'll use your body to obtain the god's blood to become a god. As for you, stay forever in the mirror as a reflection. Before the words faded, the mirror demon's figure vanished instantly. So fast. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. Omniscient vision activate. Yet before he could track its trajectory, a tremendous force slammed into his chest. Bang! Lin Fan flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing violently into the opposite bone wall. Too slow. The mirror demon appeared at the spot head, just occupied maintaining a punching posture, shaking its head. Is this all you've got? Can't even use your divine words in time. Cough. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and stood up, leaning against the wall. The gap was too vast. Though it was a replica, this thing was at full health and mana with no pain limit, and even using divine words had no side effects. And himself, severely injured, drained, low on health. This wasn't a fair fight, this was a one-sided slaughter. Yi Zi. Lin Fan looked to the side. However, Yi Zi was also locked in a bitter struggle. Opposite her stood another black-clad girl. That mirror demon Yi's dagger was sharper than the original's, every move lethal. The two had become blurry afterimages, clashing madly in the corridor. The clanging of metal rang out incessantly. Clearly Yi Zi was also tied up. No one can save you. The mirror demon Lin Fan approached step by step, its tang saber dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of sparks. Ready to die, original. Lin Fan leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Watching himself closing in, he suddenly smiled. It was his trademark smile, tinged with a bit of roguishness and helplessness. Hey fake. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his mouth. Since you copied my memories, you should know one thing. What? The mirror demon stopped, tilting its head. That is. Lin Fan's hand suddenly reached into his tattered armor pocket. I never fight fair. You want to use a hidden weapon? The mirror demon sneered. Save it. I know what you have better than you do. That divine grenade. If you dare use it, we all die. No. Lin Fan shook his head, pulling out a mirror from his pocket. It was a small round mirror he carried, looted from a paladin's belongings on a previous battlefield, originally intended for fixing his hair. You know what happens when a mirror faces a mirror? Lin Fan's smile turned eerie. Before the mirror demon could react, Lin Fan abruptly raised the small round mirror before the huge obsidian mirror, the mother from which the mirror demon had crawled. Infinite nesting dolls? Lin Fan roared, as the small mirror reflected the large mirror and the large mirror reflected the small mirror. Infinite light reflections instantly formed a visual paradox, an endless loop. The originally arrogant mirror demon's body began to tremble violently. Ah! The mirror demon clutched its head, letting out a pained shriek. Its body became unstable, flickering like a holographic projection with a bad signal. Because it was a logical entity born from the mirror. When two mirrors formed infinite reflections, its logic of existence fell into an infinite loop. Who am I? Where am I? Which layer of reflection am I? The massive data stream instantly overwhelmed the mirror demon's not-so-developed mind. Now! A sharp light burst from Lin Fan's eyes. Strike while the iron is hot. Ignoring the searing pain in his back, he poured the last bit of his mental energy into his throat. Divine command, shatter. This time his target wasn't the mirror demon but the obsidian mirror. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking. The incredibly hard obsidian surface, under the distortion of physical laws, developed a crack. Then the cracks spread like a spiderweb. Crash. The mirror surface shattered, countless black fragments scattering all over the ground. No. With the destruction of the mother, the mirror demon, still clutching its head and screaming, instantly burst apart like broken glass, dissolving into countless black specks of light that dissipated in the air. Huff! Huff! Lin Fan plopped down on the ground, gasping for air, feeling completely drained. This is the power of the holy sword of physics. He weakly made a V sign, though his fingers were still trembling. On the other side, the mirror demon Yi Zi, who had been locked in a fierce battle with Yi Zi, also froze the moment the mother shattered, then dissipated like smoke. Yi Zi sheathed her dagger and quickly walked to Lin Fan's side. She looked at the mirror fragments on the ground, then at Lin Fan, who was smugly holding up the small round mirror. For the first time, a hint of a look as if she'd seen an alien appeared in her usually emotionless eyes. You! Yi Zi opened her mouth as if to say something, but finally only managed to choke out two words. Awesome! It was the first time she'd ever complimented anyone, though her tone was still very cold. Just average, third best in the world. Lin Fan grinned, but as he tried to stand, he suddenly felt his vision go dark, his body went limp, and he collapsed directly onto Yi Zi. He was too overdrawn. Hey! Lin Fan! Yi Zi was uncharacteristically flustered, quickly catching him. Just then, a familiar wailing came from the depths of the corridor. Woo-woo! Don't come near. I don't taste good. Water-injected meat. It was Wang Pang Pang. And Xia Ya's screams, get lost. You ugly freaks. In the second before he passed out, Lin Fan fiercely grabbed Yi Zi's arm. Go! Save them. That's my wallet. With that, the guy's head lolled to the side and he completely fainted. Yi looked at the money-obsessed guy in her arms, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. She hoisted Lin Fan onto her back, picked up the Tang saber from the ground, and looked into the depths of the corridor. Don't worry. The wallet won't be lost. Darkness. Not the kind of darkness after turning off the lights, but a viscous nothingness that seemed to devour even light itself. The clamor of the outside world. Wang Pangpang's wails, Xia Ya's screams, Yi's steady heartbeat. All stretched infinitely away in that moment, then vanished entirely. Here again. Lin Fan's consciousness coalesced in the void as he slowly opened his eyes. Before him was no longer that eerie bone corridor nor those deadly obsidian mirrors. Beneath his feet lay warm wooden floorboards, above him a vaulted ceiling soaring into the clouds, and all around stretched endless rows of towering bookshelves. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and ink, so silent that only his own heartbeat could be heard. Spiritual library. This was the absolute safe zone Lin Fan had painstakingly constructed brick by brick with his spiritual power under the guidance of his master Emo Chun. On ordinary days it was immaculate and orderly. But now this magnificent library appeared somewhat dilapidated. Cough. Cough. Lin Fan clutched his chest, surveying his surroundings. Several of the once neatly aligned bookshelves had collapsed and countless books lay scattered on the floor, each one representing a memory or a skill note of his. The vaulted ceiling was covered in alarming cracks with gray fragments constantly peeling off as if it might cave in at any moment. Looks like I overextended myself this time. Lin Fan picked up a book at his feet titled Elementary Combat Techniques, brushing off the dust. The cover was wrinkled, a clear sign that the recent battle had damaged even his muscle memory. Better fix this up quick or I'll turn into an idiot before any monster gets me. Lin Fan sighed, just about to muster his remaining spiritual power to repair the dome. Thump, thump, thump. A dull pounding sound suddenly echoed from the underground of the library. The noise was faint yet carried a spine-chilling frequency. Each thud sent violent tremors through the entire library, sending books cascading from the shelves. Lin Fan's hand froze midair. His expression darkened, the roguish glint in his eyes turning instantly cold and sharp. That was the direction of the basement. There lay his greatest secret and his greatest curse, the entity of sequence 000, a nirvana. Hungry again, are you? You damn glutton. Lin Fan cursed, and instead of repairing the dome, he turned and walked toward the center of the library hall. There stood a heavy bronze door wrapped in thick black chains. The door led to the underground. Now the chains clanked loudly and the golden runes etched upon them. Seals left by Mo Chen flickered unsteadily. A wave of savage, oppressive energy enough to drive an ordinary person instantly mad seeped through the cracks in the door. Lin Fan stood before it, taking a deep breath. Stop knocking. You're disturbing the neighbors. The pounding from behind the door ceased abruptly. After a few seconds of dead silence, a low, hoarse voice, as if formed from the overlapping screams of countless people, exploded directly in Lin Fan's mind. I am hungry. The sound wasn't a language but more like an electric current acting directly on his nerves. Lin Fan felt a sharp pang in his brain, and 2 streams of illusory blood trickled from his nostrils. You just devoured over a dozen corpse puppets, and you're telling me you're hungry? Lin Fan sneered. Are you a straight pipe? Everything in, everything out. Trash. The voice was filled with disdain and greed. Those were just snacks. I want a real meal. Whoosh. A chill wind swept by. The chains on the bronze door snapped taut. A black mist surged from the gap, coalescing before Lin Fan into a vague humanoid shape. It had no facial features, its body composed of flowing black liquid, as if Lin Fan's own shadow had risen. But the all-devouring hunger radiating from it was 10,000 times more terrifying than the third-tier mirror demon they had just faced. This was nirvana, or rather the projection of a monster with the potential to destroy the world. Let me out. The black figure leaned close to Lin Fan. Though it had no face, Lin Fan could feel it staring at his neck, drooling. Outside, there are tasty things. Beneath that bone tower, there is true God's blood. Lin Fan stepped back, staring at it warily. Don't even think about it. If I let you out, there won't be even a bone left of me. Lin Fan knew full well that his relationship with this monster was that of jailer and prisoner, as well as host and parasite. Once it took full control of his body, the consciousness known as Lin Fan would be instantly erased, replaced by a world-ending beast driven solely by the urge to feed. Fool. The black figure let out a sneer. Do you think, in your current broken state, you can obtain that thing? It raised a hand formed of black mist, pointing at the cracked dome above. Your spiritual power is exhausted. Your body is on the verge of collapse. And outside there are 2 fifth-tier pests. And 1 monster that is incubating. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. Incubating. He seized on the keyword. Are you saying this place is an incubator? Isn't the god's coffin a tomb? A tomb? The black figure shook violently as if hearing the greatest joke. Humans. Always so presumptuous. Mistaking a god's slumber for death. This is no coffin. It's a womb. That drop of God's blood has been fertilized. It's devouring everything around it, including you, the snacks that delivered yourselves, to nurture its new body. A chill shot straight through Lin Fan's skull. If that was true, everything made sense now. Why the god's coffin had suddenly opened. Why there was that mirror maze that could replicate people's hearts. This wasn't a trial at all. It was a selection. It was selecting the strongest genes, the strongest desires as nourishment for its birth. How about it? The black figure drew close again, its voice dripping with temptation. Hand your body over to me. Only I can devour it. Only a god can oppose a god. Just open this door, and it'll help you gobble up all those pests outside. Lin Fan fell silent. He looked at the shadow radiating boundless power before him, then at his own dilapidated spiritual library. The current situation was indeed a dead end. Severely wounded, out of energy, separated from his teammates, with an impending divine fetus and fifth-tier enemies at the door. Handing his body over was indeed the simplest solution. With a single nod he could gain overwhelming power. But, slap! Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and slapped the black figure across the face. Though it only dispersed a puff of mist, the black figure was stunned. You! Save that devil's whisper routine for someone else. Lin Fan straightened a non-existent tie, a cocky grin spreading across his face. The kind that made everyone want to punch him. Want to possess me? Dream on. I'm your jailer, not your delivery boy. Lin Fan pointed at the bronze door. As long as I'm alive, you stay locked in that basement and work as my battery. As for that divine fetus outside. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Since it's a fertilized egg, that means it hasn't been born yet, right? If it's not born yet, it's just a lump of protein. And if it's protein, I can handle it. Lin Fan closed his eyes, forcibly mustering his spiritual power. Though his sea of consciousness was parched, he still had one forbidden technique taught by Mo-chan. Spiritual overdraft, final radiance. Even if it meant burning every book in this library, he would wake himself up. Madman. The black figure watched Lin Fan's body begin to fade, letting out a roar filled with both fury and helplessness. You'll die. You'll die horribly. Die. Lin Fan's figure gradually vanished from the spiritual space, leaving only a taunt echoing through the hall. Before I've drained all the money from that rich girl Xia, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take me. Wake up, Lin Fan. Wake up. Slap. Slap. A fiery pain stung his cheeks. The blows were heavy, with no mercy spared. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air, thick with the stench of decay, feeling like his jaw had been dislocated. The first thing he saw was Yizi's enlarged, still expressionless face. You're finally awake. Yizi withdrew her slapping hand, her voice cold. If you hadn't woken up, I was about to stab your thigh to stimulate your nerves with blood loss. Sis, are you trying to save me or kill me? Lin Fan sat up, holding his swollen face and wincing. If I didn't die from spiritual backlash, those 2 slaps would have given me a concussion. As long as you're not dead. Yizi stood up without any further nonsense, pointing straight ahead. And your creditor is about to kick the bucket. At those words, Lin Fan's complaining expression vanished instantly. Xia. He immediately propped himself up against the wall, ignoring the pain in his back, and forcibly activated his omniscient vision low-power mode. They were currently hiding at a corner of the bone corridor. 50 meters ahead lay a vast circular hall. At the center of the hall stood a 10-meter-tall obsidian mirror. And before the mirror, a one-sided massacre was unfolding. Wah! Don't hit my face. I make a living with my looks. Wang Pong Pong, clutching a dinosaur bone, was being beaten by 3 identical fat guys. Those mirror fat guys not only looked the same, but even cried with the same grating voice, wailing while landing ruthless blows. On the other side, Xia Ya's situation was even worse. She was surrounded by 5 Xia Yas. Those mirror copies didn't physically attack her, but each one screamed in an extremely shrill voice dripping with jealousy and venom. You hypocritical woman. You clearly like that idiot, but you still play hard to get. You're nothing but a useless waste who throws money around. Without your family, what are you? Siren sequence, mental shriek. This was a soul-piercing spiritual attack. The real Xia Ya knelt on the ground, covering her ears. Her face was ashen, blood trickled from her 7 orifices, and her eyes were beginning to glaze over. The mirror demon is evolving. Yizi crouched beside Lin Fan, her voice as cold as ice. It's no longer just copying combat power. It's targeting each person's psychological weaknesses. Xia Ya's mental defenses are about to collapse. Damn it. Lin Fan stared at the kneeling figure, and for some reason his heart gave a sharp, inexplicable pang. That haughty landlady who usually bossed him around and demanded rent was now as fragile as a porcelain doll. Nirvana was right. This is a breeding ground. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, piercing through the chaotic reflections to lock onto the depths of the giant mirror. There he saw a red glow. It wasn't a reflection. It was a pulsating red heart. Found it. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a cold sharp curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Yi, do me a favor. Name it. That big mirror is the core of this maze, and also the placenta of that divine fetus. Lin Fan pulled out the blood-seeking compass from his pocket, then produced the last divine grenade. Time to give it a section. What's your plan? Yi's eyelid twitched as she looked at the grenade in his hand. Cover me. Lin Fan gazed at the swaying figure in the distance, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. A look reserved only for when Xiaya was in danger. I'm going to charge in and shove this grenade down that mirror's throat. That's suicide. Yi stated flatly. If I don't, she'll die. Lin Fan turned to look at Yi. If you can tear open an opening for me, I'll handle the rest. Yi was silent for a second. She looked into Lin Fan's eyes, no longer joking or mischievous. She reversed her grip on the dagger, crouched slightly, and assumed a charging stance. This time, the girl's voice remained cool, but carried a new note of seriousness. I'm charging extra. 3, 2, 1, go. With Lin Fan's low growl, the two figures lurking at the corner of the bone corridor shot forward like arrows from a bow. It was less a charge and more a suicidal breakout. Yi moved like lightning, her entire form, seeming to dissolve into the air, leaving only trails of black afterimages. She was the blade's edge, tasked with cleaving through all physical obstacles. Lin Fan followed close behind, his steps unsteady, a side effect of his borrowed strength. Yet his tang saber was gripped with iron resolve, and in his left hand he clutched the divine grenade engraved with crimson runes. Someone's rushing the tower. Inside the core hall, the three Mirafatso clones besieging Wang Pangpang reacted instantly. They turned in unison, their faces, identical to Wang Pangpang's, twisting into ferocious grimaces. Stop them! The three multi-ton mecha replicas rumbled as they pivoted, raising their weapons. Some clutching bones, others broken stone pillars, forming a wall of flesh and steel to block the path. Too slow. Yi at the vanguard let out a cold snort. Facing the blockade of three heavy mechas, she didn't slow down. Instead, she closed her eyes. Sequence 044 Shadow Kill Ultimate Art Instant Prison Shadow Kill Array. Shink, shink, shink. 3 streaks of pitch-black blade light flashed through the air. In that instant, Yi's figure seemed to split into 3, slipping through the gaps beneath the mecha's crotches, under their arms, and between their neck joints. Zzng. A grating sound of metal being cut echoed. The 3 mirror mechas froze mid-motion, followed by the hiss of bursting hydraulic pipes. Their knee joints and power core transmission lines were severed with surgical precision. Boom! The 3 colossi collapsed like mountains, sending up clouds of bone dust. Awesome! Lin Fan squeezed through the gaps of the fallen mechas, giving Yi a thumbs up. That move is worth 5,000 points. Put it on my tab. Yi didn't look back, her face slightly pale. That burst of speed had taken its toll, but she didn't stop. The real trouble lay ahead. The 5 mirror Xiaya clones surrounding Xiaya, they had no physical attack capabilities, but their mind scream formed a visible wall of sound waves. Anyone who approached would be forcibly dragged into an abyss of mental collapse. Get lost, you ugly freaks. Xiaya knelt on the ground, clutching her bleeding ears, her voice hoarse. Her eyes were glazed, clearly on the verge of losing her mind to the venomous verbal assault. Xiaya! Lin Fan roared, trying to snap her out of it, but his shout only drew the attention of the 5 mirrors. They all turned, simultaneously fixing their gazes on the charging Lin Fan. Their faces lacked Xiaya's usual vivacious pride. Instead, they bore a rigid, venomous coldness. It's you! This useless piece of trash! The 5 voices merged into a single piercing spiritual arrow, stabbing straight into Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. You're nothing but a parasite living off her. You're exploiting her kindness. You're sucking her dry. You don't love her, you just love her money. You can't even find your own parents, how dare you think you can protect her? Boom! Lin Fan felt as if a flashbang had detonated inside his skull. The soul-crushing shame and guilt nearly forced him to his knees. These mirrors were voicing the deepest insecurities buried in his heart. Yes, he was a loser, a pauper, always leeching off those around him. Lin Fan. Yi moved to support him, but he shoved her away. Don't worry about me. Go cut the base of that big mirror. Lin Fan, eyes bloodshot and blood trickling from his lips, forced himself to stand tall. Staring at the 5 Xiayas hurling abuse at him, he suddenly laughed. It was a laugh of sheer arrogance and shamelessness. Are you done? Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, planted his tang saber into the ground, and put his hands on his hips. So what if I'm living off her? His roar was earth-shattering, utterly unapologetic. I earned this free ride fair and square. Why should I be ashamed? Xiaya wants to support me. What business is it of yours? You unwanted fakes jealous, I've got a sugar mama. As for whether I love her money. Lin Fan pointed at the giant mirror, his gaze turning razor-sharp. That's a different matter. Right now I'm taking that foolish woman home. Anyone in my way I'll tear apart. This utterly shameless bottom-feeder tirade left the 5 mirrors, designed to exploit psychological weaknesses, completely stumped. They were logical constructs tailored to attack human shame. But if a person had no shame left, what was the point of the attack? Logic faltered. The impenetrable wall of sound waves developed a crack. Now! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan drew his saber, pushed off the ground, and launched himself like a cannonball toward the giant obsidian mirror. Before the mirror, the real Xiaya lifted her head dazedly. Through tear-blurred eyes, she saw the blood-soaked youth, still shouting about loving his free ride, charging fearlessly toward death. You! Idiot! Tears streamed down Xiaya's face. At the same time, Yi had already ghosted around to the side of the giant mirror. Her dagger gleamed with cold light as she plunged it into the joint between the mirror and the ground. Break! Now! Crack! The mirror's base was severed and the 10-meter-tall obsidian colossus trembled slightly. Wah! From within the mirror came a piercing cry. It wasn't the cry of a human infant, but a high-frequency wave of hunger and savagery. With that cry, the mirror's surface rippled violently and countless pale hands reached out, clawing frantically at the charging Lin Fan. Struggling. Too late. Lin Fan didn't dodge. Thwack! Thwack! Several pale hands pierced his shoulders and thighs, but he didn't even flinch. This physical pain was nothing compared to the spiritual oppression of the Annihilation Head just endured. Using his momentum, he crashed into the swarm of arms, pressing himself almost flush against the mirror. Section commencing. Lin Fan grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. His left hand had already pulled the pin on the divine grenade. Golden red runes flickered wildly across the grenade's surface, a destructive aura building. Little brat, open wide and take your medicine. Lin Fan rammed the grenade into the center of the mirror, right where a pulsing red orb of light glowed, like a stone dropped into water. The grenade sank into the mirror and vanished. A second later, silence. Then, boom! A blinding golden red light exploded from within the mirror. The indestructible obsidian mirror began to disintegrate from the inside out. Countless black shards sprayed outward like a torrential rain. Fall back! In the instant before the blast, Lin Fan was hurled backward by the shockwave. He arced through the air, crashing heavily beside Xiaya. Lin Fan. Ignoring her own weakness, Xiaya scrambled over and clung to his blood-soaked form. Cough! Don't shake me. Lin Fan exhaled a puff of black smoke, feeling as though his organs had been rearranged. But he forced his eyes open, staring ahead. The giant mirror was utterly shattered, but amidst the debris a crimson mass was writhing. It was a fleshy sphere, about the size of a basketball, blood-red, its surface covered in veins and strange golden patterns. It throbbed violently like a heart, each beat echoing with a deafening thump-thump. On the sphere's surface was a deep crack, the work of the grenade. Through the fissure a curled-up form was visible, an infant with a single eye. It had no skin, its muscles were exposed to the air, and on its back grew 4 pairs of unopened bone wings. So this is what hatched from the god's blood. Yi retreated to their side, her dagger trembling slightly. The aura emanating from this thing, though still nascent, induced a primal shudder at the genetic level. Wah! The divine fetus cried out again. This time the sound pierced the dome of the bone spire, cut through the mist of the Godfall Gorge, and echoed across the entire world. Outside the tower, Augustine and Heichio, locked in a standoff, both froze simultaneously. They heard the cry. It was the call of a god. It's born. Augustine's hypocritically benevolent face twisted into a savage grin of ecstasy. The holy infant has arrived. It's the Lord's blessing. It's mine. Heichio was even more unhinged. The chakra threads behind him swelled, and he transformed into a streak of black light lunging at the tower's gate. For art. For evolution. Boom! Augustine, not to be outdone, ignited his scripture, turning into a blaze of holy fire as he followed suit. The 2 fifth-rank powerhouses, no longer concerned with checking each other, raced to seize the newborn divine fetus before the other. Inside the tower, Lin Fan listened to the rumbling from outside and the falling debris above, letting out a bitter laugh. Looks like the real trouble's just beginning. He looked at the writhing, crying divine fetus on the ground, then at his band of wounded comrades. A broken Xiaya, a spent fatty, his own depleted energy, and only Yi still fit to fight. Lin Fan, what do we do now? Xiaya gripped his hand, her voice trembling. Those 2 monsters outside are about to break in. Lin Fan took a deep breath and struggled to sit up. He picked up his tang saber, his eyes fixed on the divine fetus. What else can we do? Since we've already done the section. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Might as well kidnap this baby. Kidnap a god. Wang Pangpang raised his head in terror. That's right. Lin Fan pushed himself to his feet, staggering toward the divine fetus. Those two old monsters outside want it. Then they'll have to trade their lives for it. Lin Fan raised his blade, the tip aimed at the fetus' massive single eye. Shoo, quiet now. Cry again, and it'll turn you into sashimi. Boom. The heavy gate of the bone spire engraved with defensive runes melted like butter under a red-hot knife in that instant. Two auras so terrifying that they caused ripples in space surged into the hall like a tsunami. On the left, black chakra threads danced in the air, each strand dripping with bloodied human limbs. The remains of the unfortunate souls outside. This was the grim aesthetic of Kuroki the puppeteer. On the right, a searing holy light threatened to blind the eyes. Cardinal Augustine tread upon the void, his radiant wings, spanning 20 meters like a deity descending to judge sinners. The holy infant. The specimen. Two voices rang out simultaneously, dripping with the same greed and madness. The gazes of the two fifth-rank powerhouses swept past the trembling students of Class 1, the wrecked mecha of Wang Pongpong, and even Xiaya, who possessed rare psychic talent, before locking onto the center of the hall. Their Lin Fan knelt on one knee. In his hands, he held the blood-red slime-dripping flesh sphere that had just been blasted out of the mirror. Within the cracks on the sphere's surface, a massive single eye rolled in terror, while 4 pairs of undeveloped bone wings flapped weakly. That is the Lord's blessing. Mortal, set it down. Augustine roared, his voice like thunder that shook the hall's ceiling. That is the core of my 108th collection. Kuroki acted without hesitation, unleashing thousands of chakra threads that shot across 100 meters like venomous snakes, aiming straight for Lin Fan's wrist. It's over. Wang Pongpong, hiding in the distance, closed his eyes in despair. We're going to be minced meat. The speed of a 5th-rank powerhouse was beyond what a 3rd rank could react to. Yet just a second before the deadly threads could touch Lin Fan, a soft sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out clearly amidst the chaos. All threads froze midair. Augustine's steps halted abruptly. Kuroki's stitched face twisted with a perverse grin stiffened instantly. Lin Fan's black blade, the teaching cane, was now mercilessly embedded into the flesh of the divine fetus, cutting 3 inches deep. Wah! The divine fetus let out a heart-wrenching scream. Golden fluid oozed from its single eye, a clear sign of agony. Oops, my hand slipped. Lin Fan looked up, wearing an innocent smile that made one want to stomp on it. Though pale and blood-soaked, his grip on the blade was as steady as a rock. Seniors, no need to be so worked up. Lin Fan twisted his wrist, slightly stirring the blade inside the wound. Wah! The fetus wailed, even louder, a sound that sent chills down the spine. Stop! Bastard! Augustine and Kuroki roared in unison, their faces turning purple with rage. You damned heretic! You're harming a deity! Augustine's beard trembled with fury. You'll face divine retribution. My specimen. That's perfect texture. You've ruined it. Kuroki hopped in distress as if his own son had been cut. Step back. Lin Fan ignored their roars, simply uttering 2 words. To show sincerity, he pressed the blade another centimeter deeper. The divine fetus was in such pain it couldn't even cry, convulsing wildly. Back. Well, back off. Augustine dared not gamble, no matter how powerful he was. That relic was something the Pope had personally ordered to be retrieved. If he brought back a pile of shredded flesh, his career as a cardinal would be over. The 2 5th-rank powerhouses were actually forced back 10 meters by a mere 3rd-rank brat. The hall fell into dead silence. The laborers from Class 1 gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. What were they witnessing? Lin Fan had kidnapped a deity, and was bleeding it right in front of 2 5th-rank bosses. This wasn't just audacity. It was sheer insanity. Lunatic. Yi, standing behind Lin Fan with her dagger reversed, remained expressionless, though her eye twitched slightly. In her life she had killed many, but kidnapping a newborn deity was beyond her expertise. Lin Fanyu. Xiaya clutched her chest, staring at the figure, shielding her gaze complex. This guy, clearly so weak, he could barely stand, was still protecting everyone with such a dangerous gambit. All right, now we can talk. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcing down the metallic taste in his throat. He knew he was walking a tightrope where one misstep meant utter destruction. Clear the path over there. Lin Fan gestured with his chin toward the gate. Impossible, Kuroki sneered. Little mouse, you think you can leave here holding that flesh ball? Once you leave this hall, I have 1,000 ways to kill you and preserve that ball. Is that so? Lin Fan smiled. Suddenly he did something no one expected. From a pocket in his tattered armor, he pulled out a black, foul-smelling object. It was a piece of rotten flesh tainted by abomination venom picked up on a previous battlefield. He had kept it to disgust others, never thinking it would come in handy. Do you know what this is? Lin Fan waved the rotten flesh over the wound of the divine fetus. This is high-concentration abyssal corrosive poison. It wasn't Lin Fan was bluffing. If I shove this into the wound. His eyes were wild. This pure divine fetus will instantly be corrupted into a worthless lump of rot. Then what you take back won't be a deity but a ticking poison bomb. Don't believe me? We can try. As he spoke, he pretended to stuff it in. Stop! Hold it! The two powerhouses broke again. They weren't afraid of Lin Fan killing the fetus. Its vitality was immense and it could heal even if cut to pieces. But they feared corruption. To the church seeking pure divine blood, and to the demon god group craving perfect specimens, corruption was worse than destruction. Fine. You win. Augustine took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent, and forced a hypocritical, merciful smile. Lost child, the Lord is forgiving. Hand over the holy infant and I swear on the church's name to let you leave. I don't buy that. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. The oaths of you zealots are like a discount that never ends. Always one cut short. Then what do you want? Kuroki asked impatiently. Simple. Lin Fan licked his lips, flashing his signature sly merchant grin. First, everyone retreats 100 meters out of the bone spire. Second, release my classmates. He pointed to the Class 1 laborers and Wang Pangpang. Let them go first. Third. Lin Fan glanced at Xiaya and Yi Zi beside him, then at the trembling divine fetus in his hands. I want a ransom. Ransom. Augustine was stunned. Yes, for mental anguish, lost time, nutritional costs, and the wear and tear on my blade. Lin Fan said with a straight face. Nothing much. Just the most valuable things you have. This is extortion. Augustine nearly had a stroke. A cardinal being extorted by a student. Don't want to pay. Then he'll feed it shit. Lin Fan pretended to reach for something again. Fine, well pay. Augustine gritted his teeth and tossed a golden scroll. This is a sanctuary of holy light scroll. It can block a full power attack below the 5th rank. Take it. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, signaling Yi Zi to catch it. I'll give too. Kuroki, with a dark expression, threw a small bottle. Surrogate puppet liquid. Drink it and it saves your life from a fatal blow. Nice stuff. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Now can we go? Augustine's voice was as cold as ice. Of course. Lin Fan signaled to the group behind him. Fatty, take Xiaya and Yi Zi first. Class 1 carry the armor and follow. Anyone who lags gets thrown to these two old monsters. Bro Lin, what about you? Wang Pangpang asked, his voice choked with tears. I'll cover the rear. Lin Fan retreated slowly, holding the divine fetus. Don't worry, I've got this charm. They won't dare touch me. Move. No dawdling. Xiaya gave Lin Fan a deep look. She knew staying would only make her a burden. Lin Fan, if you dare die here. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I'll post your ugliest photos on the school forum as a sticky. With that, she let Yi Zi support her, leading the group as they sprinted toward the gate. The hall was left with only Lin Fan facing the two terrifying 5th-rank beings. The atmosphere was suffocating. Little mouse, your companions are gone. Kuroki's mechanical arm clanked, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Now hand over the thing. No rush. Lin Fan had backed to the edge of the hall where a corridor led deeper. The path where the mirror demon had appeared, his only escape route. He glanced at the divine fetus. The little thing had stopped crying, its single eye fixed on Lin Fan, with no hatred but rather a strange sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was because Lin Fan carried the scent of annihilation. Here you go. Lin Fan suddenly tossed the divine fetus high into the air. Not to either of them, but straight at the shattered mirror base in the center of the hall. Fight for it. With that shout, Lin Fan used his last ounce of strength to dive into the corridor behind him and fled. Damn! Bastard! Augustine and Kuroki ignored chasing Lin Fan, as the divine fetus was arcing gracefully toward the dangerous-looking energy vortex. Both figures lunged into the air simultaneously. Boom! In their struggle for the fetus, the two 5th-rank powerhouses collided violently midair. A terrifying shockwave swept through the hall. Deep in the corridor, Lin Fan felt the tremor behind him and curled his lips into a mad grin. Only the deity gets hurt. Mission accomplished. Next. He looked at the black blade still stained with divine blood, its surface revealing faint dark patterns. When he had stabbed the fetus, it seemed the annihilation in his mental library had taken a sneaky bite. Warning. High-purity divine sample detected. Annihilation sequence. Activity increased to 15. Temporary ability gained divine blood frenzy. All attributes boosted 200 duration, 5-minute side effect extreme hunger. A dark gleam spread rapidly in the depths of Lin Fan's pupils. Hungry. Lin Fan clutched his stomach leaning against the wall, his rationality slowly being consumed by primal instinct. So hungry. Before him in the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flickered to life. They were the guardians dwelling deep within the tower, awakened by the divine fetus cries. Lin Fan looked up, wiping the drool from his lips, his grin turning ferocious and greedy. Just said I was hungry and takeout arrives. Time to eat. Run. Don't look back. The howling sea breeze mixed with the fishy scent of divine radiation slammed into Xia Ya's lungs. She felt as if her lungs were about to burst and her legs were as heavy as lead. As a mental support, physical strength was never her forte, but at this moment she ran faster than anyone else. Behind her was Wang Pongpong carrying Yi Zi on his back. His mecha was completely wrecked, so he had to rely on his physical body, along with the group of classmates from Class 1 stumbling and helping each other. Boom! From within the massive white bone spire behind them came another dull, heavy roar. The entire Godfall Canyon seemed to tremble at that moment. It was the aftermath of a clash between two fifth-rank powerhouses. Even a mere wisp of residual energy sent waves dozens of meters high crashing against the black reefs, churning up foam. Thud! Xia Ya's legs gave way, and she collapsed heavily onto the safe zone grass atop the cliff. Cough! Ugh! She spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Internal injuries from overexerting her mental energy. But she didn't bother to wipe her mouth. She turned her head sharply, staring fixedly at the bone spire standing amidst the raging waves. The tower's gate had collapsed in the explosion, and thick smoke billowed within, obscuring everything. Only a red holy light and black chakra threads were wildly interweaving. Augustine and Kuroki were fighting desperately for the divine fetus. Lin Fan. Xia Ya's fingers dug deep into the soil, her nails breaking without her noticing. That idiot, that scoundrel, that bastard who only ever made her angry. He really hadn't come out. Woo-woo, brother Lin. Wang Pangpang sat slumped on the ground, staring at the apocalyptic scene in the distance, crying like a 200-pound child. He couldn't really have died covering our retreat, could he? Shut up. Xia whipped her head around. Her beautiful eyes, usually brimming with pride, were now bloodshot fierce as an enraged lioness. A scourge like him lives for 1,000 years. Would the king of hell dare take him? If he did, the underworld would go bankrupt. Though her words were harsh, her voice trembled violently, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. He still owes me 3 months' rent, and 5,000 credits in treatment fees, and he hasn't paid off his IOU yet. Xia wiped her tears messily and stood up to rush back. No, I have to go back. That money grubber must be lost in there. I'm going to drag him out to pay his debts. Are you crazy? An ice-cold hand grabbed her wrist. Yi Zi leaned against a rock, her face pale, her black tight suit covered in scratches, her dagger already sheathed. That's a 5th-rank battlefield. Yi Zi's voice remained calm, though her speech was slower than usual. Going back now would be nothing but suicide. And Yi Zi glanced at the bone spire, a flicker of respect in her eyes. That's the chance he bought with his life. So what? Xia shook off Yi Zi's hand, screaming hysterically. Even if it's suicide, I'm going. I'm his creditor. I can't just let my debtor disappear. A faint purple light flickered around her. Mental energy squeezed out by overdrawing her life force. Just as she was about to charge down the cliff, a graceful, gentle, magnetic male voice suddenly rang out from the mist behind them. What touching camaraderie among classmates. Pity the logic is a bit flawed. As a creditor, shouldn't you prioritize protecting your assets? Everyone froze. Click, click, click. The crisp, rhythmic sound of leather shoes on gravel echoed. The mist parted. A man in a well-tailored suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses holding a steaming cup of coffee walked out slowly. Behind him was an exquisite folding table and chair, as if he weren't here exploring a hellish place but vacationing at a scenic spot. Tiangong Academy agent, the Undertaker Li Gue, or rather the always smiling elective course teacher from Kunlun Academy, Teacher Li. Li, Teacher Li. The vice monitor of Class 1 scrambled over as if seeing a savior. Teacher. Help, there are monsters down there. Augustine and the Ghost God group have gone mad. They want to kill us all. Oh. Li Gue gently blew on the foam of his coffee, not even glancing at the vice monitor. Instead, his gaze passed over the crowd and landed on Xia, her face streaked with tears. More precisely, it landed on the trembling bone spire behind Xia. It seems the show below is quite spectacular. Li Gue took a sip of coffee, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But why don't I see that little fellow who always loves to surprise me? Xia stared at him warily. As the heiress of the Xia family, she had an instinctive fear of such smiling tigers. The aura of this man was even more suffocating than the 2 5th-rank powerhouses below. It was the coldness of one who treats lives as mere numbers. Lin Fan. Xia took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. He's down there. Oh, still down there. Li Gui nodded as if he had expected it. Then let me guess. Was he captured? Or is he doing something earth-shattering? He lured those two monsters away to save us. Xiaya gritted her teeth. Teacher, you're a 5th-rank powerhouse, right? Please. Save him. Save him. Li Gui set down his coffee cup and pulled a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing the corner of his mouth. Xiaya, I think you've misunderstood something. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a cold glint flashing behind the lenses. I'm here to collect the dead, not to save anyone. And he pointed at the bone spire. If that little fellow can survive under those two madmen's noses, and even let you deadweights escape unscathed. Li Gui's smile widened into a fanatical look as if beholding a priceless treasure. Then he doesn't need my help. On the contrary, if I intervened now, I'd ruin this perfect evolution ritual. Evolution? Xiaya was stunned. What do you mean? Li Gui didn't answer. He walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the tower. A faint silver light flickered in his pupils, the extrasensory perception of the 4th-rank peak. Though not as precise as Lin Fan's system vision, he could clearly sense the flow of energy and the essence of life. In that vision, he saw a chilling sight. Deep within the bone spire, the pure, dazzling red energy of the divine fetus was rapidly weakening. Replacing it was a pitch-black, voracious hunger like a black hole devouring everything. That aura made even him, the executioner code-named, the Undertaker, shudder to the depths of his soul. That little madman. Li Gui murmured to himself, his hand tightening slightly on the coffee cup. Could he be feeding? At that moment, rumble. The bone spire suddenly shook with unprecedented violence. This time it wasn't due to the 5th-rank powerhouses' clash. It was because of the tower itself. The once pure white spire began turning gray-black from the base. Like a drop of ink in clear water, black veins spread wildly, instantly crawling over the entire tower. Wah! A piercing deathbed wail echoed from within the tower. It was the voice of the divine fetus, but it was cut short by a bone-chilling sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch, though soft, everyone's mind conjured an image. A beast unleashed, tearing and devouring something in the darkness. This? Wang Pang fell to the ground in terror, his face pale. Is that Brother Lin's voice? Why does it sound like a monster? Xiaya's pupils contracted sharply. She remembered what Lin Fan had once told her. I have a disease of endless hunger. No, it can't be. Xiaya covered her mouth as tears welled up again. He promised me. He'd come back to pay his debts. Li Gui stood at the cliff's edge, watching the rapidly darkening tower, his smile growing deeper. It seems the outcome is decided. He turned to the terrified students and clapped his hands lightly. All right, everyone. Today's extracurricular activity is over. This place will soon become a true hell. If you don't want to die, get back to the transport plane now. I'm not leaving. Xiaya stood stubbornly, swaying from exhaustion. I'll wait for him to come out. Whether he's human or ghost, I'm taking him back. Foolish. Li Gui shook his head, his seemingly gentle eyes devoid of warmth. Staying here will only make you a burden. When he crawls out and sees your face, he might not have regained his sanity and could eat you as an appetizer. Xiaya trembled. Yi Zi. Li Gui suddenly addressed the silent girl in black. Present. Yi Zi instinctively straightened, muscles tense. Facing a monster of Li Gui's caliber, she knew the gap better than anyone. Take her away. That's an order. Li Gui pulled a gold card from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Zi. It has 10,000 credits. The password is 6/8. Get her back to the transport plane alive. Yi Zi caught the card and glanced at the amount. 10,000 credits. For an assassin used to poverty, it was a fortune. But she didn't move immediately, instead looking at the struggling Xiaya. By now Xiaya's mental energy was completely depleted, held together only by sheer will. If she stayed, she wouldn't help Lin Fan. She'd likely die in the aftershocks of the 5th-rank battle, or at the hands of the unpredictable madman Li Gui. The only real protection was to get her out. And Yi Zi pocketed the card, doing a quick mental calculation: save someone and earn extra cash. Even that profiteer Lin Fan would probably praise me, right? Sorry. Without hesitation, Yi Zi turned into a blur, appearing behind Xiaya. You. Xiaya tried to turn. Yi Zi's hand precisely struck the vagus nerve at the back of her neck. Sleep. When you wake up, you'll be home. Yi Zi's voice was soft, meant only for Xiaya's ears. Xiaya's vision went dark and she collapsed limply. Well done. Li Gui nodded in satisfaction, picking up his now cold coffee. Let's go. The real show is just beginning. Well, watch from the VIP seats. Meanwhile, deep within the bone spire, the corridor leading underground was already strewn with corpses. Not human corpses, but grotesque guardian aberrations. There were 3-headed hellhounds, winged skeletons, and stone figures oozing lava. All of them had been torn apart. At the end of the corridor, a figure shrouded in black mist sat atop a pile of remains. In his hand was half of a still pulsing red tentacle, a piece torn from the divine fetus. Burp. Lin Fan let out a belch, the light of reason slowly rekindling in his black eyes. This stuff is a bit tough. He wiped the blood or divine blood from his mouth, looking at his hands undergoing mutation. His nails had turned into black claws and his skin was covered in fine black scales. Warning. Annihilation Sequence Activity 25. Divine Blood Digesting. Gene Lock 3rd Stage. Loosening. New Skill Acquired Devouring Evolution Basic. Side Effect Monitoring Hunger Index 85 Dangerous. Is this power or a curse? Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying force within him, as if he could shatter anything. It was the reward fed back to the host by Sequence 000, and also the Devil's Bait. Though exhilarating, he could clearly sense an emotion called savagery, assaulting his cerebral cortex. That girl, Xiaya, should have left by now, right? Lin Fan leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to tear apart every living thing in sight. He pulled a crumpled IOU from his pocket and glanced at it in the faint phosphorescent light. It read Xiaya 3,000 yuan for rent interest calculated at loan shark rates. Looking at the elegant handwriting, he could almost hear that young lattice furious scolding. The black mist in Lin Fan's eyes slowly dissipated, and a trace of warmth belonging to Lin Fan returned to those wild beastly pupils. As long as I still owe money, I'm still human. Lin Fan carefully tucked away the IOU like a talisman, then stood up and looked deeper into the corridor. There a massive ancient bronze door stood. On the door was inscribed a line of ancient Daxia characters. 18th layer, the Silent Land. And before the door stood a skeleton clad in a century-old Daxia military uniform. The skeleton held a rusted long sword, its hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, silently watching Lin Fan. It exuded no killing intent, only a desolate, profound weight that spanned time. Hey! Lin Fan adjusted his tattered armor, suppressing the urge to dismantle the bones for soup, and waved at the skeleton with his signature infuriating grin. Ultimer, can I ask directions? Is this the back door to the divine realm? Asking for directions. The skeleton, clad in a century-old military uniform, remained motionless. Within its hollow eye sockets, the two ethereal blue flames flickered faintly like a pair of ancient eyes scrutinizing the young man before him. A youth radiating black miasma, his nails sharp as blades. After a long pause, a voice, as if squeezed from a throat whose vocal cords had long rotted, scraped through the dead silence of the corridor with a metallic rasp. Youngster, you're Mandarin. Sounds familiar. You're from Daxia. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had imagined the skeleton might draw its blade and strike or let out a monstrous roar, but never did he expect it to chat about his accent in a casual, homely tone. You can tell that from my accent. Subconsciously, Lin Fan dropped his insolent expression, straightened his posture, and tidied his tattered collar. Lin Fan, freshman from Kunlun Academy of Daxia. Salutations to the veteran. Though only bones remained, the epaulets on that uniform, though rusted and worn, still bore the faint insignia of Daxia's earliest Great Wall Guardians. They were the pioneers who a century ago first confronted the falling corpses of gods. Kunlun Academy. The ghostly flames in the skeleton's eyes trembled violently, as if recalling that distant name. Back then, it was still called Kunlun Shelter. The skeleton's long blade clanged against the ground as it leaned on it with a sigh. To see an academy student walk here in uniform, it seems Daxia still stands. It does. Lin Fan nodded, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Though times are tough on the border, gods are forbidden to pass. Good. Well said. Gods forbidden to pass. The skeleton let out a clattering laugh as if deeply gratified. But the next moment its tone turned icy cold, and it raised its blade, the tip aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. Since you're a soldier of Daxia, why did you consume that thing? Boom. A broken yet utterly pure killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Fan. It was the murderous aura of a professional soldier forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Your body reeks of that nauseating stench of divine blood. Your genes are collapsing, your rationality is being devoured by bestial instincts. The skeleton's voice grew stern. Tell me, are you still human? With its accusation, the hunger within Lin Fan surged wildly, as if provoked. Warning. Hostile stimulus detected. Annihilation sequence activity rising to 30. High calcium target detected. Skeletal. Consumption recommended. Consumption recommended. In Lin Fan's vision, the awe-inspiring veteran before him suddenly transformed into a bubbling milky white pot of bone broth. That rusted long blade now resembled a delicious straw. Gulp. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Black scales spread wildly up his neck, and his pupils had fully contracted into vertical slits. I'm asking you a question. the skeleton barked, thrusting its blade forward to prick the skin of Lin Fan's neck. Pain. That sharp sting like a bucket of cold water instantly extinguished the illusion of the bone broth in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan squeezed his eyes, shut his right hand, gripping his left wrist tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh, using pain to combat instinct. I am human. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Damn it. Of course I'm human. He snapped his eyes open, and within those black vertical pupils a golden flame ignited. The indomitable will of a human. I still have debts to repay, rich women to swindle, and a father to find. Lin Fan panted heavily, forcibly suppressing the monster that wanted to pounce and gnaw on bones. He looked up at the skeleton, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Veteran, your bones look a bit tough on the teeth. My teeth aren't great. I can't chew them. The skeleton gazed at him silently, the flames in its eyes slowly calming from their violent dance. After a long while it withdrew its blade. Impressive willpower. The skeleton leaned back on its sword, its tone softening. To suppress your appetite in a semi-divine state. It seems that little scoundrel Emo-chan taught a fine student. Emo-chan? Lin Fan was stunned. You know my mentor. A century ago it was his master and I who sealed this door together. The skeleton said flatly. Back then Emo-chan was still a snot-nosed brat in diapers. Lin Fan. Good grief, the seniority here was terrifying. He'd have to ask old Emo what he looked like in diapers when he got back. Senior, what exactly is this place? Lin Fan glanced at the bronze door behind the skeleton, inscribed with 18th layer Land of Silence. Those two 5th-rank monsters outside said it's a divine tomb, but that divine fetus I ate half of felt off. Divine fetus. The skeleton let out a scoff. You mean that little flesh ball hatched in the mirror? That's no god. The skeleton pointed its rusted blade at the bronze door. That's just a bit of residue that leaked through this door's cracks, mixed with the desires of you intruders. A parasite that grew out of it. Lin Fan's heart trembled violently. The divine blood that had two 5th-rank experts fighting to the death and nearly wiping out everyone was just residue. Then what's behind this door? Lin Fan's throat went dry. It's the first complete formed divine corpse that fell within Daxia's borders when the void tide began a century ago. The skeleton's voice grew immensely heavy. Back then, to prevent its radiation from contaminating the entire Southwest, an entire division, along with the first dean of the Heavenly Works Institute, lured it deep underground. We built this tower from its ribs, sealed it with our flesh and blood, and imprisoned it here. This bone spire is no divine coffin. The skeleton turned its head, its hollow sockets fixed on the runes of the bronze door. It's a prison. And I, Unit 001, am the last guard who hasn't completely rotted away. Lin Fan listened to this buried history, his scalp tingling. So this was the truth of the 4th restricted zone. All that talk of divine blood, revival, and opportunities for godhood was a lie. This was nothing but a massive nuclear reactor leak, while people outside gloated over grabbing a handful of irradiated dirt. Then, why is it stirring now? Lin Fan asked. Because the seal is weakening. The skeleton turned to face Lin Fan. A century has passed. Our bones are turning to dust. We can't hold it much longer. It extended its bony finger, pointing at the blood, still trickling from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. You need to go in. Me. Lin Fan pointed at himself. Old man, don't joke. I'm a fragile 3rd rank. Am I supposed to deliver takeout to that complete divine corpse? You consumed that parasite. The skeleton's tone was calm. Its genetic fragments are already inside you. You're the only one who won't be instantly melted by the radiation once you enter. And the ghostly flames in the skeleton's eyes suddenly grew deep and profound. You carry the scent of annihilation. Faint, but I can detect it. That is the only power that can truly kill a god. Youngster. The skeleton suddenly stepped aside, clearing the path to the bronze door. The thing inside is about to awaken. If it breaks out, not just Kunlun Academy, the entire Southwest will become a dead zone. Do you want to go back with that half-eaten tentacle and live as a mutant, or go in? The skeleton paused, a hint of pleading creeping into its voice. And help us old bones stand our final watch. Lin Fan fell silent. He stared at the sealed bronze door, his omniscient vision frantically flashing red extreme danger warnings. Entering meant a near-certain death. It went against his principle of staying alive at all costs. But if he didn't go in and this thing got out, what about Xiaya? What about Fatty? And that IOU, who would cash it? Sigh. Lin Fan sighed, pulling the IOU from his pocket for another look. I hate overtime the most. Lin Fan tucked the IOU back into his inner pocket, slapped his cheeks, and summoned the roguish grin of the God Demolition Task Force captain back onto his face. But to keep my creditor from going bankrupt. He approached the bronze door, pressing both hands against its cold surface. Black mist surged within him. the annihilation power reveling at the prospect of a main course. This deal I'll take it. Lin Fan glanced back at the skeleton. Senior, if old Mo asks, tell him I went to save the world. And tell him to have my scholarship ready. If a single cent is missing, I'll come back and pull his oxygen tube. Creak. The bronze door sealed for a century slowly cracked open under Lin Fan's push. An ancient decaying aura yet so grand it made one want to kneel surged from beyond the door. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Dinner served. Behind the door there was no sea of corpses or mountains of blood as imagined. There wasn't even a glimmer of light. Is this the 18th layer? Lin Fan stepped across the bronze threshold, the metallic echo of his footsteps reverberating beneath him. The omniscient vision's semi-damaged version flickered frantically in this absolute darkness, attempting to map out the surrounding terrain, but only garbled code was returned. Warning. Environmental radiation index extremely hazardous. Warning. Divine essence concentration too high, system analysis failed. Warning. Unknown life signs detected. Awakening in progress. Alright, stop the alarms, they're deafening. Lin Fan tapped his head, trying to disperse the red warning boxes flashing in his mind. His current state was peculiar. Reason told him this was a death trap. Every extra second caused more of his cells to necrotize. Yet instinct, or rather the monster named extinction within him, was rejoicing. It felt like a man starved for 3 days, suddenly walking into a Michelin-starred restaurant roasting a whole lamb. Every pore greedily breathed in the divine radiation that would melt an ordinary person. Huff! Lin Fan took a deep breath, extended his right hand, now covered in black scales, and snapped his fingers. Snap! A cluster of pale flames ignited on his fingertip. This was a wisp of ghost fire borrowed from the skeletal predecessor's long blade. He had casually touched it before leaving. The faint light dispelled the darkness. Then Lin Fan witnessed a sight that left him breathless. This was no palace nor a tomb. It was a colossal underground cavern, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. And at the center of the cavern, suspended in midair, was a heart. A dark red heart 10 stories tall, pulsing slowly. Yet this heart was not entirely made of flesh and blood. Countless thick, rusted brass pipes were embedded into its surface like veins, gears, and pistons grinding and churning within the flesh, emitting a grating, teeth-clenching sound. Steam erupted from the gaps in the pipes, carrying a heavy scent of sulfur. The divine corpse's core power furnace. Or rather, a semi-mechanized divine heart. Thump! The heart beat once. Lin Fan felt the entire space tremble for an instant, and his own heart skipped a beat in response. So this is the core of the complete divine corpse. Lin Fan swallowed hard. This time he was truly hungry. In his eyes, this colossal mechanical heart was no longer a terrifying monster, but a prime steak sizzling and exuding an irresistible aroma. If I devour it, I could. Lin Fan's gaze grew hazy, his black vertical pupils locked onto the heart, as his body involuntarily moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He reached the platform beneath the heart. It was covered in intricate runic arrays, now eroded and incomplete by the passage of time. Eat! Eat! Lin Fan extended his claws, trembling as he reached for a dangling vessel still dripping golden oil. The moment his fingertips touched the vessel, whoosh! A torrent of memories too vast to describe surged through his fingers and flooded into his brain without restraint. There was no pain, only the sound of rain. Pitter-patter. Cold rain lashed against his face, mingling with the scent of mud. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. The underground cavern vanished, the mechanical heart vanished. In their place was a gray sky like an old black and white film. Move it. Faster. Drive the rune stakes in. First company, hold the line. Don't let those derivatives break through. For Dacia. Hold the line to the death. Hoarse shouts and intensive gunfire filled his ears. Lin Fan looked around in bewilderment. He stood in a muddy trench. Surrounding him were countless soldiers in tattered gray uniforms, armed not with modern kinetic weapons, but with old-fashioned gunpowder rifles, even broadswords. This is 100 years ago. Lin Fan glanced down at himself. His perspective was ethereal, like a ghost floating over the battlefield. Not far away, a tall young officer with a broadsword strapped to his back stood on a vantage point in the trench, binoculars in hand, shouting at a radio man. Tell those bookworms at the Heavenly Works Institute. If the sealing formation doesn't activate now, my first company will be wiped out. Lin Fan froze. That face, though much younger, carried the same fierce killing aura. It was the Night Watcher 001 from outside the door. Company commander, the monsters are coming. Following the soldier's terrified gaze, Lin Fan saw an image he would never forget. Ahead of the trench, on the scorched earth ravaged by endless artillery, a terrifying black shadow 100 meters tall was slowly moving. That was the god that had fallen 100 years ago. It was not yet fully dead, nor had it become the mechanical heart of today. It resembled a mobile mountain of flesh covered in tentacles and eyes, the earth groaning with every step. And the soldiers of Dacia were using their flesh and blood to halt this mythical creature's advance. There was no high-tech weaponry, no genetic serums, no sequence abilities. Only bayonets, grenades, and their lives. Boom! A tentacle swept across. Half a platoon of soldiers turned into a mist of blood. Damn it! The young Night Watcher 001's eyes reddened. He drew the broadsword from his back, still sharp and gleaming. First Company, fix bayonets. Even if it's a god, it'll knock out a few of its teeth. Charge. Kill. Hundreds of soldiers leaped from the trench, charging fearlessly at the invincible monster, like ants charging an elephant. Brutal. Utterly brutal. Watching this, Lin Fan's soul trembled. He finally understood why the skeletal predecessor called this place a prison built from their very bones. This wasn't a war, it was a one-sided sacrifice. Just as the line was about to collapse, a white beam of light suddenly rose from the rear, piercing the sky. That is. Lin Fan turned his head. On a hill in the distance, he saw a middle-aged man in a white lab coat wearing round-rimmed glasses, looking scholarly, clutching a thick notebook. Around him, hundreds of researchers in similar lab coats were frantically drawing something on the ground. The first director of the Heavenly Works Institute. So this is matching gods with mortal flesh, Lin Fan murmured. The director closed his notebook, not shouting out a technique name like modern powerhouses. He calmly adjusted his glasses, then pulled out a vial of black liquid. It was the original sequence serum prototype. Also a deadly poison that could cause instant death. For the future of humanity, the director injected the serum into his own heart. The next second, countless golden chains burst forth from the deep earth. These chains were not energy but physical entities. Each chain was adorned with countless runes activated by the life force of every researcher present. The divine prohibition domain. Clatter. The chains instantly ensnared the colossal divine corpse. Roar. The god let out a defiant bellow, its tentacles flailing wildly. 001. Move. Sever its core power source. The director, blood streaming from every orifice, screamed into the communicator. On the battlefield, the young company commander, now drenched in blood, heard the order. Brothers, send it to hell. He led the remaining dozen soldiers, using the chains for cover, climbing onto the god's body. They used explosives, blades, even their teeth to tear a gash in the god's chest. That was the location of the mechanical heart Lin Fan now saw. The image began to blur. In the final scene, Lin Fan saw the young company commander wedge his own body into the wound's healing gap, buying a few more seconds for the subsequent seal. His flesh dissolved, leaving only a skeleton. Yet he still gripped his sword, firmly refusing to fall. Whoosh! Lin Fan jolted awake from the vision, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. He was still standing in that underground cavern. Before him was still the colossal mechanical heart. But now the greed in his eyes was gone, replaced by a reverence so heavy it bowed his shoulders. He looked down at his claw covered in black scales still pressed against the vessel. So, Lin Fan's voice was hoarse. This heart still beats not because the god lives, but because the heroic spirits sealed within it are still fighting it. 100 years. They're still inside, locking this beast down from within. Lin Fan felt his eyes sting. He had always thought of himself as a refined egoist, shameless for money, playing dead to survive. But gazing at this heart, feeling the tragic while spanning a century, something called passion within him seemed to ignite. Extinction. Lin Fan called softly in his mind. I'm hungry. The shadow in the mental library roared, eat it. Eat it and we'll be invincible. Shut up. Lin Fan's tone was unprecedentedly calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. This time it's not about eating. Lin Fan raised his head, his black vertical pupils blazing with golden flames. This time, it's about giving these ultimers a shift change. He plunged both hands into the thick vessel, not with cautious touch but with frenzied tearing. Devour. Now. Boom. Sequence 000, extinction activated at full power. Lin Fan's body instantly transformed into a black hole. He wasn't just devouring divine blood. He was consuming the divine residue and negative energy accumulated in this heart for 100 years. He was helping those heroic spirits clear the trash. Thump, thump, thump. The mechanical heart, sensing the threat, began to beat violently. Countless tentacles shot from the heart's surface, piercing deep into Lin Fan's body. Schluck. Blood sprayed. Lin Fan was pinned in place, 7 or 8 holes torn through him. But he didn't retreat. Instead, his grin grew more ferocious. Is that all you've got? Lin Fan licked the blood from his lips, his gaze wild. 100 years ago, they trapped you here with their lives. 100 years later, even if I burst from overeating, it'll cripple you completely. Divine prohibition. Those words weren't just for show. Warning. Divine essence intake exceeds critical threshold. Warning. Body collapse progress at 60. 70. Warning. Opportunity for sequence advancement detected. At this life or death juncture. Within Lin Fan's body, the long-stuck indestructible third genetic lock under the assault of the vast divine blood finally. Crack. It shattered. A new power belonging to the fourth rank erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Listen well, God. Lin Fan's pupils turned completely pure gold, his voice resonating like a great bell in the underground cavern. This is Dasha. Time to turn off the lights. Warning. Gene lock third stage. Shattered. Along with a crimson warning window exploding across his retina, Lin Fan heard a crisp, crack sound from within his body. The sound was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap instantly drowning out the roar of the mechanical heart in the underground cavern. Pain. If the previous pain was like being cut by a blade, then the current pain was as if every cell in his body was being detonated by a nuclear bomb. It was the tearing sensation of flesh unable to bear the weight of the soul during a leap in the hierarchy of life. Ugh! Lin Fan threw back his head and let out an inhuman roar. At this moment his appearance was utterly miserable. 7 or 8 thick mechanical tentacles pierced his chest, abdomen, and thighs, pinning him in midair like a specimen. Blood dripped down his black scales, evaporating into a mist of blood before it even hit the ground. Yet beneath that miserable exterior, a terrifying, suffocating aura was soaring madly. Fourth stage mountain moving realm. If the third stage was the limit of the physical body, then the fourth stage was the beginning of the spirit's interference with matter. The so-called mountain moving does not mean you truly move a mountain, but that your will is as heavy as a mountain peak. Boom! A storm of black gold energy erupted with Lin Fan at its center. It was the black of nirvana mixed with the gold of human will. Get the hell out of my way! Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. His originally vertical beast pupils had now reverted to round ones, but deep within them burned a black flame that seemed capable of incinerating all things. He did not bother pulling out the tentacles with his hands. He simply and brutally exploded the energy within his body. Crack, crack, crack. Those mechanical tentacles, hard as steel and capable of piercing, even deep-sea mithril, shattered inch by inch under the tremor of Lin Fan's muscles. Metal fragments scattered and flew like a rain of steel. Lin Fan fell from midair and landed on one knee. Huff, huff. He panted heavily, looking at the bloody holes on his body that were healing at a visible rate. The black scales were receding, replaced by skin as warm and smooth as white jade, yet terrifyingly tough. His once stooped figure, weakened by hunger, straightened again, every muscle brimming with explosive power. Hungry, still very hungry, but this hunger was no longer the bestial instinct that drove him mad. It was a domineering feeling of, this thing is mine. Lin Fan slowly stood up and looked up at the mechanical heart still pounding violently. Just moments ago, he thought it was an invincible divine relic. Now it seemed just a pile of scrap metal. Lin Fan reached out and gave a gentle squeeze into the void. Sequence advancement complete. Exclusive skill acquired, Decree Disintegration. Meanwhile, outside the Bone Spire Godfall Grand Canyon. Rumble. The earth of the entire canyon trembled. Black seawater boiled and cliffs crumbled. Augustine and Heichio, who were locked in a fierce battle in the sky over the false divine fetus, both froze simultaneously. They stopped fighting as if by tacit agreement, staring with shock and uncertainty at the bone spire below. This aura. For the first time, genuine terror appeared on Augustine's hypocritical old face. He sensed it. Deep within the tower, a new power was awakening. Its level was only 4th stage, but its quality was absurdly high. It was like a just-hatched dragon cub. Small in size, yet its draconic might made the surrounding mongrel's ordinary divine aberrations tremble. 4th stage. Someone broke through inside. Heichio's mechanical eye spun wildly as data streams flashed across the screen. Impossible. With this energy density, how could it be a just promoted 4th stage? Even a peak mountain moving realm expert is no match. Could it be that divine fetus has hatched? At this thought, they exchanged glances, seeing both greed and fear in each other's eyes. If it was a perfectly hatched deity, then the two of them, both 5th stage, would be nothing in comparison. They must strike while it was still weak from birth. Charge in. Once again reaching a tacit understanding, they transformed into streaks of light and shot toward the tower's gate. However, just as they were about to touch the gate, Li Gue, standing on a distant cliff, finally set down his coffee cup. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of an "I knew it" smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Too late, Li Gue said softly. As his words fell, hum. An invisible wave instantly swept across a radius of 10 li. No explosion, no firelight. But Augustine and Heichio, as if hitting an invisible wall of air, were sent flying backward by the sheer force. Next, the bone spire, which had stood for a century, suddenly fell silent. The irritating whispers that had always lingered around the tower vanished. The oppressive pressure of divine radiation disappeared. It was as if the world had been muted in that instant. Underground cavern. Lin Fan's hand was pressing toward the massive mechanical heart from a distance. So noisy. Lin Fan tilted his head, his eyes burning with black flames utterly devoid of any ripple. 100 years. You must be tired too, right? Since those Ultimers couldn't hold you down, let me help you. With demolition. Lin Fan's fingers suddenly clenched. His newly acquired fourth stage power channeled through his spiritual force turned into a domineering rule that directly acted upon the material structure of the mechanical heart. Decree disintegration, not hearing enhancement, not sound control. But a mute on the material level. Stopping the vibration of atoms, severing the bonds of molecules. Erasing the sound of material existence from the microscopic level. Crack. Crack. The mechanical heart, which had been frantically beating and trying to fight back, suddenly froze. The brass pipes on its surface began to rust and weather. The intricate gears stopped turning, covered in cracks. The originally bright red flesh rapidly turned ashen like a mummy deprived of moisture. Roar! From deep within the heart came a reluctant wail, the final struggle of the god's remnant will. Shoo! Lin Fan raised his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Quiet! Crash! With those two words spoken, the mechanical heart 10 stories high collapsed in an instant. It did not explode but turned into a sky full of gray dust. Like a sandcastle weathered for millennia, it returned to nothingness in a gentle breeze. Countless golden specks of light drifted out from the dust. They were the heroic souls imprisoned for 100 years. They wore tattered gray military uniforms, some missing limbs, some still in charging poses. They circled in the air, once then all turned to look at the youth standing in the center of the dust. Lin Fan stood straight, raised his right hand, and gave a not-so-standard but absolutely solemn military salute into the void. Comrades, your shift is over. The faces of those heroic souls seemed to reveal relieved smiles. The young company commander leading them, Night Watchman No. 001, nodded at Lin Fan, then turned and led his brothers, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated into the dark dome above. In that moment, a century of loneliness and perseverance finally came to an end. The dust settled. Lin Fan stood in the empty underground hall, a thick layer of ash beneath his feet. Congratulations. Successfully devoured divine core incomplete. Nirvana sequence. Activity 35 stable. Current realm 4th stage mountain moving realm early stage. Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. This feeling of strength was intoxicating, but he did not lose himself, for against his chest lay that crumpled IOU note. Huff! Lin Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his stomach growling again. Although he had consumed the core energy of the heart, the side effect known as greed still lingered. Now everything looked edible to him. He even thought the stones on the ground resembled chocolate. I need to get out quickly, or I'll really be eating dirt. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the path he had come from. The bronze door was already open, and outside the door the skeleton of Night Watchman No. 001 lay scattered on the ground. It had fulfilled its mission and found eternal rest. Lin Fan walked over, bent down, and picked up the rusted long blade. This blade is mine. Lin Fan slung the blade across his back. It was the legacy of the martyrs of Daxia, heavier than any deep-sea mithril. He looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick rock layers, spotting the 2 5th stage clowns still prancing about outside. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since I've leveled up, I might as well go wrap things up. After all, those 2 old bastards still have plenty of good treasures on them. On the cliff, Li Gui looked at the bone spire below, which was beginning to collapse, and finally finished his coffee. Teacher Li. Xiaya, knocked unconscious by Yi Zi, slowly came to. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the crumbling tower and let out a scream. Lin Fan. Stop shouting. Li Gui casually tossed the empty paper cup into a nearby trash bag. As an elegant agent, not littering was basic etiquette. He pointed at a figure slowly emerging from the ruins below. The smoke and dust cleared. A youth bearing a rusted blade on his back and dragging his weary body stepped back from hell, one step at a time. Though his armor was tattered like a beggar's clothes, though his face was covered in dust and blood, he was alive. And with every step he took, the surrounding air twisted slightly. The unique force field of the 4th stage mountain moving realm. This? Wang Pongpong, who had just gotten up, rubbed his eyes and yelled in disbelief. Holy shit! Brother Lin came back with a broken blade. Is that what the god's blood looks like? Xiaya covered her mouth, tears bursting forth once more. But this time they were tears of joy. That bastard! Li Gui's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration as he looked at the figure. Seems like this year's freshmen really have produced a monster. He straightened his suit and said calmly into the void behind him, Notify Tiangong Institute headquarters. Mission at the 4th Restricted Zone Divine Coffin is concluded. File level upgraded to S rank. Codename Nirvana. The dust settled. Lin Fan stood amidst the ruins, his feet upon shattered bones and scorched rocks. Leaning on his rusted long blade, his silhouette appeared frail under the oppressive auras of two terrifying fifth-order powerhouses, yet he stood as upright as the blade itself. Ha! Lin Fan exhaled, a turbid breath tinged with blood lifting his head. The sky was split in two. To his left was Augustine's suffocating holy light. To his right, Kuroki's cold chakra-laden black mist. The two mighty figures hovered midair, their four eyes locked onto Lin Fan like searchlights, and his empty hands. Where is it? Kuroki spoke first, his voice no longer playful but brimming with savage killing intent. His mechanical eye spun wildly, scanning Lin Fan's entire body for any trace of the divine fetus. It's gone. Lin Fan shrugged, his tone as flat as if he'd mentioned finishing his morning milk. Gone? Augustine laughed in fury, flipping open his tome. That was the offspring of a deity, an eternal, imperishable relic. You say it's gone just like that? It really is gone. Lin Fan pointed at the ruins below. This tower was a shoddy construction. It collapsed and smashed that thing to bits. If you don't believe me, come down and dig through the rubble. If you can piece together a corpse, it'll admit defeat. This was of course a blatant lie. The essence of the divine fetus had already been consumed by him, and the remaining dregs had been scattered by the energy storm from the mechanical heart's collapse. Lies. Kuroki lost patience. The tower's collapse was too suspicious, and Lin Fan's aura had undergone a qualitative change. He couldn't help but suspect that the brat had devoured the divine fetus alone. Since you won't talk, he'll cut you open and see what's in your stomach. With a sharp shi, Kuroki flicked his finger. Dozens of nearly invisible nanochakra threads, shrieking as they tore through the air, crossed 100 meters in an instant, aiming straight for Lin Fan's limbs and vital points. A fifth-order powerhouse's wrathful strike, even a casual probe, was enough to obliterate an ordinary third-order peak. On the distant cliffs, Yaya cried out, "Watch out!" Yet facing this lethal assault, Lin Fan did not dodge. He only slowly raised the rusted long blade in his hand. Within his omniscient vision, those lightning-fast threads became crystal clear. Having advanced to the fourth order, his brain's processing speed had multiplied several times, slowing the world's frame rate in his eyes. I used to think this attack was fast, Lin Fan murmured to himself as black and gold energy surged from within him into the blade. But now, it's nothing special. The rusted blade trembled. Lin Fan swung it casually through the void. There was no blade aura, no flashy light show. Only a low, majestic voice, as if decreeing reality itself, decree disintegration. Crack. The dozens of incredibly tough nanothreads capable of slicing through tank armor suddenly had their very foundation erased by some unseen rule as they touched the air a meter before the blade. They snapped, instantly falling as countless black iron filings. What? Kuroki's pupils contracted in shock. His prized puppet threads had been shattered. And by a brat who had just broken through to the fourth order. That power. Augustine narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. It's not ordinary physical attack. It's a rule. Or a concept-based ability. Lin Fan sheathed his blade and stood upright, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the two old monsters hesitating midair. Seniors, if you don't buy a ticket, this magic show comes with a fee. Though he said this, the hand gripping the blade trembled slightly. That single disintegration had nearly drained half of his newly recovered mental energy. Crossing tiers to counter a fifth-order attack consumed an astonishing amount of power. He was gambling that these two old foxes wouldn't dare go all in without understanding what they were up against. Interesting. Kuroki's greed deepened. I don't know what sorcery you used, but the secrets within you are worth more than that divine fetus. It'll turn you into a living specimen. Boom! The black mist behind Kuroki surged, and a mechanical demon hand the size of a house emerged, crashing down with world-destroying force. This time he was serious. Lin Fan smiled bitterly inwardly. Damn, head overplayed his hand. If that palm landed solidly, head be flattened into a meat patty. Teacher Lee. Lin Fan suddenly looked up and shouted toward the cliff at the top of his lungs, "If you don't come down now, I'll spill the beans about you stealing the dean's tea leaves." His voice, full of vigor, echoed through the canyon. Kuroki and Augustine froze midair. Teacher Lee. The next second, an elegant voice whispered in their ears like an old friend, "Oh, let's not bring up old stories like that, Lin Fan." As the voice faded, a figure in a suit appeared before Lin Fan without warning. He was even holding his folding coffee cup, his other hand gently raised. Slap! The terrifying mechanical demon hand stopped as if hitting an invisible barrier, hovering midair, unable to advance an inch. The air froze. Undertaker. Li Gui. Seeing that smiling face, Kuroki recoiled, as if seeing a ghost retreating dozens of meters in an instant. What are you doing here? Augustine's face also paled, his holy light dimming. An agent of the Heavenly Works Institute, codename Undertaker. This was a name that struck fear into all foreign forces within Daxia's borders. Wherever he appeared it often meant only corpses remained. Gentlemen, long time no see. Li Gui adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling warmly. Entering Daxia's territory without a visa, damaging the ecology of the 4th restricted zone, and attempting to harm an outstanding student of our academy. With each word his aura surged. When he reached the last sentence, a colossal phantom of a marionette woven from countless silver threads materialized in the void behind him. That oppressive pressure actually overpowered the 2 fifth-order experts. How do you plan to settle this account? Li Gui flicked his finger lightly. Bang! The mechanical demon hand hovering midair exploded into scrap metal. Kuroki grunted, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. 4th Order Extreme Realm, you're half a step away from that threshold. Kuroki gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fear. Likewise, Li Gui smiled. So still want to fight? I wouldn't mind picking out a good feng shui burial spot for you two here. After all, this place is already a graveyard, quite fitting. Kuroki and Augustine exchanged glances. Fight? If it were 2 against 1, they might have a chance. But this was Daxia's territory. Since Li Gui had appeared, reinforcements were surely on the way. If they delayed any longer, not only would they fail to capture Lin Fan, they might end up buried here themselves. Besides, the divine fetus was already gone. It wasn't worth risking everything for an unknown brat. Humph. The green hills remain and the streams flow ever on. Kuroki shot Lin Fan a venomous glare. Kid, I've memorized your scent. One day I'll skin you and break your bones myself. With that, he dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing swiftly toward the sea. Heretic, the Lord will judge you. Augustine left his parting words as holy light flashed, vanishing beyond the horizon. The 2 fifth-order powerhouses had retreated. Ha! Only then did Lin Fan let out a long sigh, his body going limp as he nearly collapsed. They just left like that? I thought there'd be a 300-round fight. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What? Not enough action. Li Gui turned, smiling at him. Want me to call them back for a sparring session? No. Teacher Li, you've worked hard. Lin Fan quickly waved his hands, putting on a fawning smile. Your hairstyle looks great today, and that suit is so sharp. You're our guardian angel. Save the flattery. Li Gui's gaze fell on the rusted blade at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly before a complex smile appeared. It seems you met someone interesting down there. Just got lucky and picked up a bargain. Lin Fan brushed it off, not wanting to discuss the 18th floor. Alright, let's wrap up. Li Gui didn't press further, only giving him a meaningful look. For this mission, I'll write your file myself. Srank. It's practically guaranteed. Just then, Lin Fan. A tearful roar came from the cliff. A petite figure charged down, recklessly slamming into Lin Fan's chest like a small cannonball. Lin Fan staggered back 2 steps, his wounds aching, nearly spitting out blood. Cough. Landlady, are you trying to kill me? Xiaya clung tightly to his waist, burying her face in his filthy blood and dust-stained armor, sobbing uncontrollably. You jerk. You liar. You scared me to death, you know that. Wah. I thought you were going to default on your debt? Feeling the trembling girl in his arms, and the familiar scent of sea salt mixed with tears, Lin Fan's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The savagery and loneliness brought by devouring divine blood dissipated in that instant. He raised his hand, still covered in a few unretracted black scales, hesitated for a moment, then gently placed it on Xiaya's head, ruffling her messy short hair. Silly girl. Lin Fan's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. How could I dare to die? I still owe you money. If I died, I'd become bad debt, wouldn't I? Not far away, Wang Pangpang ran over, carrying Yi Zi on his back. Brother Lin. That was epic. Wang Pangpang cried and gave a thumbs up at the same time. Even 5th Order big shots were scared off by you. From now on, you're my real brother. Yi Zi leaned against a nearby rock, watching the scene, a faint rare smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. She touched the 10000 point card in her pocket and looked at Lin Fan, who had returned alive. This haul. Totally worth it. The sun set in the west. The ravaged Godfall Canyon was bathed in blood-red light. A black transport aircraft bearing the Kunlun Academy emblem slowly broke through the clouds, landing beside the ruins. Let's go. Heading home. Lin Fan pushed Xiaya, who was still clinging to him, slung the heavy rusted blade over his back and waved to the others. Though this trip had nearly cost him his life, looking at the people around him, feeling the IOU in his pocket, and the powerful 4th Order heart beating within him, Lin Fan thought this world is still worth protecting. A black transport plane cut through the clouds, cruising steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Inside the cabin, the cramped space, originally meant for transporting tactical squads, was now packed with students who had narrowly escaped death. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. In the corner, Wang Pangpang hugged his T-600 helmet, now reduced to just a head, wiping his nose with his sleeve, while muttering heartbrokenly, 500,000 points. My marriage fund. Woo-woo. On the other side, the group of laborers from Class 1 huddled together, casting odd glances at the youth, sitting in the front row, not daring to breathe too loudly. At that moment, Lin Fan was eating. Crunch, crunch. It was the sound of compressed biscuits being bitten. In front of Lin Fan lay a mountain of military self-heating ration packages. Braised beef, curried chicken, and even those energy bars hard enough to kill a person. He didn't even glance at them, just tore open the packages and stuffed them into his mouth. Gulp! Swallowing a piece of compressed biscuit, Lin Fan felt the hunger that seemed to burn through his stomach finally ease a little. From starving ghost to hungry wolf. The 18th one. Yeezy, sitting across the aisle, reported expressionlessly, "At market price, you've just eaten an ordinary soldier's half-month ration." "Put it on my tab, put it on my tab," Lin Fan mumbled, indistinctly, casually downing a bottle of energy drink. "I'm in a growth spurt now, what's wrong with eating a bit?" But in truth, he was panicking inside. Ever since absorbing the energy of that mechanical heart at the tower's base, though he had advanced to the 4th stage, the side effects of annihilation had become increasingly apparent. His cells were like bottomless black holes, frantically demanding energy. If it weren't for these high-calorie rations, he feared he might have turned around and bitten into Wang Pangpang's thigh. The fat there looked really tempting. "Eat slowly, don't choke." A slender hand handed over a pristine white handkerchief. Li Gui sat opposite him, still holding that cup of coffee that seemed never to run out, actually freshly brewed by the co-pilot, a graceful smile on his face. Binge eating is a classic symptom of the awakening period. Li Gui adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice low enough for only Lin Fan to hear. "So did that heart taste good?" Lin Fan paused. He swallowed the food, wiped his mouth, and resumed his infuriating grin. "Teacher Li is joking. I just picked up some scraps. The real treasures were snatched by those two old monsters, weren't they?" "Is that so?" Li Gui didn't call him out, his gaze falling on the rusted knife strapped to Lin Fan's back. "You found this knife too?" "Ah, this one." Lin Fan unstrapped the rusted knife, placing it on his knee and stroking its rough blade. "I thought that skeleton senior looked lonely, so I decided to bring back his relic. A keepsake." Li Gui looked at the knife, a rare solemnity flashing in his eyes. "That's a standard-issue combat blade of the Night Watchman. 100 years ago, the first batch of lunatics from the Heavenly Workshop used such unenchanted common iron to block the gods at the gates and cut them down." Li Gui let out a soft sigh. "Take good care of it. This blade has slain more divine abominations than you've ever seen. Though it's rusted, its will remains." Lin Fan nodded solemnly and carefully wrapped the knife to his back. He could feel a warm pulse emanating from the blade as it touched his skin like the heartbeat of a comrade. Teacher Li." Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, steering the conversation back to reality and profit. "For this mission, will the school reimburse us? I mean, Fatty's mech is wrecked, Xia Ya's mental energy is depleted, and this armor of mine, though stolen, is also damaged, right? Reimbursement." Li Gui waved his hand grandly, extremely generous. "Not just reimbursement, but a reward too." He pulled a tablet from his suit pocket, tapped it a few times, and handed it to Lin Fan. "Take a look. This is the draft of the closing report I just uploaded to headquarters." Lin Fan took the tablet, glanced at it, and his pupils contracted. File number S0091, mission codename Divine Coffin, completed. Core Executor Lin Fan, Kunlun Academy Freshman Mission Evaluation. S-rank notes: student suspected of awakening, a special sequence codename, tentatively Gluttony Devour, possessing 4th stage mountain moving realm combat power. Excellent character, flexible. Dirty methods. Recommended for inclusion in the Seed Project core list. S-rank. Wang Pongpong, hearing this, forgot his headache and leaned in to look, his eyes nearly popping out. "Holy crap. Bro Lin, an S-rank mission evaluation? That's the top honor that can directly exchange for Crimson Potion or Heavenly Workshop custom martial arts." Even Xia, who had been meditating with eyes closed, opened them and looked at Lin Fan in surprise. S-rank was an honor typically earned only by top students in their junior or senior years, after completing extremely dangerous border missions. A freshman earning an S-rank was a rarity even in Kunlun Academy's history. "Teacher Li, this..." Lin Fan swallowed. "Isn't this too much?" "Too much? I don't think so." Li Gui took back the tablet, turned off the screen, and looked into Lin Fan's eyes. "You forced back 2 5th-stage cultivators, resolved a century-old lingering threat, and brought back a Night Watchman's blade. If I weren't afraid of making you complacent, I'd have applied for SS." Li Gui's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a hint of warning. "But Lin Fan, you need to understand one thing. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Once the S-rank file is archived, your name will appear on the watch lists of major powers. The Holy See, the Ghost God Group, and even some conservatives within our own ranks will be watching you. Especially that eating ability of yours." Li Gui pointed at Lin Fan's still growling stomach. "In some people's eyes, that's even more dangerous than divine blood. A taboo." Lin Fan fell silent. He knew Li Gui had seen through him. Sequence 000 Annihilation was at its core plunder. This ability was too domineering, too evil. If labeled as heretical, the Heavenly Workshop might be the first to destroy him. But don't worry. Li Gui patted Lin Fan's shoulder, a sly smile spreading across his face. I'm your guarantor. As long as you don't go crazy and start eating people, I'll have your back at the Heavenly Workshop. After all, I'm curious to see how far a monster who treats gods as food can grow. Lin Fan looked at this man, a smiling tiger, his heart a mix of emotions. Was this being kept by a big shot? Thank you, Teacher Li. Lin Fan grinned. Can I cash out the reward? I want to exchange it for money. Li Gui. The students. The heavy, solemn atmosphere was instantly shattered by this money grubber. No, Li Gui rolled his eyes in annoyance. Points can be exchanged for resources but not cash. That's the rule. TSH stingy. Lin Fan pouted. Just then the pilot's voice came over the cabin intercom. Attention passengers. We are about to enter Kunlun Academy airspace. Estimated landing in 5 minutes. Lin Fan turned his head and looked down through the porthole. Below the clouds, the majestic Kunlun Academy, built atop a mountain range, was clearly visible. The vast training grounds, the ancient teaching buildings, and the iconic sky-piercing tower all gleamed brilliantly under the setting sun. We're back. Lin Fan stretched, the scent of blood he had carried from the Forbidden Zone seeming to fade a little. He turned to look at Xiaya beside him. Xiaya happened to be looking at him too. Their eyes met in midair. What are you looking at? Xiaya's face flushed and she turned away haughtily. Don't think getting an S rank means you can welch on your debt. The IOU is still with me. I know, landlady. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat with a smile, his hand secretly pressing against the spot where the IOU was in his pocket. I doubt I'll have any peace when I get back. He thought of Class 1's class monitor Ji Changkong, who still owed him a beating, and the scheming academic director. But Lin Fan touched the rusted knife on his back, feeling the surging power of the 4th stage within him. I don't think I need to play the coward anymore. The plane roared as it descended. On the runway, a dense crowd had already gathered. There were anxious teachers waiting, students watching the excitement, and members of Class 1 who had gotten wind of the news and were ready to mock Class 9. Lin Fan straightened his tattered collar and waved at Wang Pangpang and Yi Zi. Ready? Ready for what? Wang Pangpang looked confused. Ready. Lin Fan's lips curled up, revealing that iconic, infuriatingly smug grin. To embrace our moment of glory. At Kunlun Academy's first air harbor, the setting sun painted the vast tarmac a solemn shade of gold and crimson. Hundreds of teachers and students had already gathered by the runway. Apart from the ground crew and mentors responsible for the reception, the crowd was mostly composed of elite students dressed in exquisite uniforms with Class 1 badges pinned to their chests. At the forefront stood a tall, handsome male student whose face was etched with grief. He was Ji Changkong, the monitor of Class 1. Everyone please maintain silence. Holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, Ji Changkong's voice was deep and magnetic, as if reciting a eulogy. Although Lin Fan from Class 9 usually acts erratically and is somewhat undisciplined, when facing the great matter of the Forbidden Zone of the gods, they still displayed the courage expected of Kunlun students. He paused, even forcing out a crocodile tear. According to reliable intelligence, a 5th-tier energy outbreak occurred in the 4th Forbidden Zone. Even experts of that caliber intervened. Class 9 being only 3rd tier is likely already. Ji Changkong shook his head and let out a long sigh. The surrounding Class 1 students immediately caught on and chimed in. How tragic, they probably couldn't even find the bodies. We told them not to go. How could rookies like us handle a place like that? What a pity for Goddess Xiaya ending up with a useless captain like Lin Fan. Some in the crowd had already discreetly pulled out their phones, ready to post on the campus forum a thread titled, Mourning the Fall of Class 9, the Price of Overestimating One's Abilities. Listening to the murmurs, Ji Changkong's lips curled into a faint smile hidden from view. As the strongest candidate for student council president, what he detested most was an uncertain factor, like Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan was dead, no one among the new students could threaten his position. They're here. Someone suddenly shouted, pointing at the horizon. The clouds parted. A heavy transport aircraft, pitch black and covered in scratches and burn marks, dove down with a deafening roar like a wounded yet still ferocious beast. Turbulence sent the chrysanthemum petals in Ji Changkong's hand flying. Still able to fly back? He frowned. Could there be survivors? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if they returned alive, facing a 5th-tier powerhouse, Class 9 must have fled in terror. The mission was surely a failure, perhaps even an act of desertion. If they were deserters, he had 100 ways to make Lin Fan's life at Kunlun Academy unbearable. With a piercing screech of landing gear against the runway, the transport slid for nearly a kilometer before coming to a steady halt before the crowd. The cabin door slowly opened. White nitrogen steam billowed out, shrouding the entrance in mist. A dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone craned their necks eager to see how many of the suicide squad remained. Ji Changkong straightened his tie, put on a sorrowful expression, and strode forward. Lin Fan, although the mission failed, just coming back alive is. His words caught in his throat. Emerging from the mist was not a stretcher or injured students supporting each other. It was a hand holding a torn-open package of military compressed biscuits. Then Lin Fan's slightly pale but spirited face appeared. Chewing on a biscuit, he was startled to see the crowd and Ji Changkong holding chrysanthemums. Ha! Such a grand welcome. Lin Fan swallowed the food, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and looked surprised. Old Ji, did you come to pay your respects at my grave? You. Ji Changkong stared at Lin Fan, who was unharmed aside from his damaged armor, his face a kaleidoscope of emotions. You're not dead. That's unlucky. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and stepped down the gangway. Behind him came Xia Yizi and Wang Pangpang, though all were disheveled. Wang Pangpang still lamenting his mecha, Xia Ya's face pale. They exuded an aura of those who had witnessed hell and crawled out of it. That killing intent made the Class 1 students accustomed only to shooting in simulation fields instinctively step back. Since you're alive, report on the mission. Ji Changkong took a deep breath, quickly composed himself, and assumed the air of a student leader. This mission was rated B. Even if you returned without valuable intelligence or samples, credits will be deducted per regulations. He glanced at Lin Fan's empty hands. It seems you returned empty-handed. A cold smirk curled on his lips. Understandable, given it was the 4th forbidden zone. Surviving and fleeing is a blessing. I don't blame you. However, as Captain Lin Fan, you must write a 30,000-word review deeply reflecting on your command errors. A review. Lin Fan laughed as if hearing a joke. He stuffed the last biscuit into his mouth and mumbled, Old Ji, you're good in many ways, but you're blind. What did you say? Ji Changkong fumed. I said you're blind. Lin Fan turned and pointed at the cabin door behind him. Who said we returned empty-handed? As his words faded, heavy rhythmic footsteps echoed from the cabin. Clang, clang, clang. It was the sound of metal boots on the ground. Then over a dozen students in Kunlun uniforms, each carrying a heavy suit of armor on their backs, filed out. The armor gleamed silver, etched with complex alchemical runes, and bore a prominent cross on the chest. It was deep-sea mithril armor, standard equipment of the Templar Knights. And not just one set, but over a dozen. This? Ji Changkong's eyes widened. He knew the value. A single set cost at least 3,000 credits on the black market. Over a dozen sets meant tens of thousands of credits. But what shocked him more than the armor were the people carrying it. They were unmistakably the elite squad, from Class 1 who had gone missing during an exercise. Vice Monitor, Ji Changkong exclaimed. You? Why are you on Class 9's plane, and carrying things for them? The Vice Monitor, once proud, had lost all his arrogance. Terrified by Lin Fan's methods in the God's Coffin and having witnessed the miracle of him driving off 2 fifth-tier experts, he now felt only deep fear and a strange reverence for Lin Fan. Hearing Ji Changkong's shout, he didn't rush over to complain. Instead, he instinctively glanced at Lin Fan. Seeing no objection, he carefully set down the armor and gave Ji Changkong a bitter smile. Monitor, don't say anything. Brother Lin saved our lives. Saved your lives? Ji Changkong was baffled. Yes, the Vice Monitor said, pointing at the armor. These are the spoils we helped Brother Lin carry back. Per our agreement, this is the labor fee for repaying the life-saving debt. The crowd erupted. Class 1's elites acting as coolies for Class 9, and willingly, this was a slap in the face to Class 1. Impossible. Ji Changkong's face reddened as he pointed at Lin Fan. You must have used some despicable means. Lin Fan will report you to the discipline office for embezzling public property and bullying classmates. Report. A gentle voice suddenly came from the cabin. Li Gui descended the gangway slowly, holding his ever-present cup of coffee. His suit was immaculate and his gold-rimmed glasses glinted coldly in the setting sun. Teacher Li. Seeing Li Gui, Ji Changkong's arrogance deflated. Though just an elective teacher, Li Gui held an exalted position at the academy, even the dean showing him respect. Ji Changkong, you can speak carelessly about food, but not about words. Li Gui walked over to Lin Fan and gently patted his shoulder. A gesture clearly protective. I witnessed the entire mission. Class 9 didn't flee. They delved into the heart of the Forbidden Zone, confronted 2 fifth-tier foreign forces, and successfully resolved a major threat left from a century ago. Li Gui's voice was low but carried clearly across the tarmac. As for that review, he pulled out a tablet from his pocket and tossed it to the stunned Ji Changkong. Take a look at this before deciding who should write a review. Ji Changkong fumbled to catch the tablet. On the screen was an electronic file stamped with the top-secret red seal of the Heavenly Workshop. File number S0091. Mission Evaluation S. Executor Lin Fan and his team. The Crimson S was like a resounding slap across Ji Changkong's face. S. Rank. Ji Changkong's hands trembled, nearly dropping the tablet. As Class 1 monitor, he knew exactly what rank meant. It was an honor that could be recorded in the Academy's history, a ticket to apply for the seed sequence. He had struggled for 3 years without even encountering an rank mission. And this Lin Fan, whom he deemed a waste, achieved rank on his first mission. The crowd erupted instantly. Holy crap. Rank. Seriously? Class 9 is that fierce? They took on a 5th tier. Weren't we just calling them deserters? This is a warrior's return. Lin Fan. Was he always playing the fool? The Class 1 students who had come to mock now hung their heads, wishing they could crawl into a hole. Those who had prepared posts silently deleted their drafts and began editing new headlines. Shocking. The true first among the newcomers. Lin Fan's epic battle. Those who had prepared posts silently deleted their drafts and began editing new headlines. Shocking. The true first among the newcomers. Lin Fan's epic battle. So old Ji. Lin Fan walked up to Ji Changkong, took the tablet, and casually stuffed the empty wrapper into Ji Changkong's expensive suit pocket. Do I still need to write that review? Ji Changkong's face turned pale. His lips moved, but no words came out. He had lost. Completely. Not only had he lost face, but Lin Fan had stripped him of every shred of dignity. By the way, Lin Fan said, as if remembering something, pointing at the now bald chrysanthemums in Ji Changkong's hand. The flowers are nice, but I don't like white. He leaned close to Ji Changkong's ear and whispered, next time you want to send me flowers, make sure they're red. Like the color of blood. With that, Lin Fan patted Ji Changkong's shoulder like an elder encouraging a junior, then turned and waved at the stunned crowd. Fatty, let's go. To the cafeteria. I'm hungry. Coming, brother Lin. Dinner's on me tonight. The most expensive. Wang Pang followed excitedly, practically strutting. Xia Ye and Yi Zi exchanged a glance and followed. Under the setting sun, the boy's silhouette stretched long. His battered armor in everyone's eyes outshone any fine garment. Only Ji Changkong stood alone, clutching the withered flowers garbage in his pocket, listening to the praise for Lin Fan, his nails digging deep into his palms. Lin Fan. A flicker of venom passed through Ji Changkong's eyes. Don't get too cocky. And rank is also a death warrant. At Kunlun Academy's first cafeteria, renowned as the best in the entire southwest region for its variety of high-energy ingredients, the private VIP room was piled high with empty plates. 10 more servings of Kobe dinosaur meat. 5 servings of deep-sea bluefin tuna sashimi. And that spiritual energy rice, bring a whole bucket. Seated at the head, Lin Fan was indulging in a feast. His eating was not crude but swift. Yet the speed of his consumption was like a bottomless pit. Brother Lin, slow down. Wang Pang gulped, looking at the stack of plates taller than himself. Treating so money's no issue, but eating like that, won't your stomach explode? No worries, I digest well. Lin Fan didn't look up, continuing to stuff meat into his mouth. The nirvana sequence within him still stirred. Though the divine blood had been digested, advancing to the 4th tier meant his Buddha's hunger for energy was constant. He had to stockpile enough energy just in case. By the way, Lin Fan, Xia Ye said, sitting nearby with a glass of juice, her expression worried. Teacher Li mentioned that an rank file will attract attention from many factions. Isn't being so flashy a problem? Flashy? Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Xia Ye, you need to understand something. His gaze turned profound. We stayed low-key before because we were weak and easy target for anyone. But now I've obtained the blade and passed through that gate. He touched the rusted blade beside him. If I keep playing the fool, it would dishonor this blade and those who fell below. Since they want to watch, let them watch their fill. The more valuable I appear, the stronger the protection from the heavenly workshop. That old fox Li Gui will also be more invested. It's called hiding in plain sight. Xia Ye paused, then nodded. She realized that after this mission, Lin Fan had truly changed. He had become more mature and more domineering. Just then, the door to the private room burst open. A middle-aged man in a discipline office uniform, his face dark, strode in. Behind him were 2 senior students wearing discipline committee armbands. Lin Fan, right? The man's cold gaze swept the room, finally settling on Lin Fan. Im Wang Gang, deputy director of the discipline office. We've received a formal report suspecting you of using banned substances during the mission and colluding with foreign forces. Come with us now for an investigation. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Wang Pang was so startled he dropped his chopsticks. Banned substances. Colluding with foreigners. That's nonsense. Xia Ye also stood up, glaring at the man. Director Wang, Lin Fan just received an rank evaluation personally guaranteed by Teacher Li. On what grounds are you arresting him? Li Gui is just an elective teacher. He doesn't represent the academy. Wang Gang sneered, pulling out an arrest warrant stamped with a black seal. This is signed by the vice principal himself. Take him away. The two discipline committee students stepped forward to grab Lin Fan's arm. But before they could touch him, a soft crack sounded. The chopsticks in Lin Fan's hand snapped. He remained seated, not even looking up at Director Wang. The vice principal. Lin Fan tossed the broken chopsticks onto the table with a sharp clatter. Interesting. The act I didn't finish in front of that waste from Class 1. He slowly raised his head, his dark eyes glinting with a faint golden light. Looks like I'll have to finish it on you. You want to arrest me? Then tell the vice principal to come himself. You are not worthy. In an instant, the pressure of a fourth-tier mountain mover erupted in the cramped room. All the plates on the table shattered. Director Wang and the two discipline committee students felt a terrifying weight bearing down on their shoulders. Their knees buckled and they fell to the ground on the spot. Crack! The floor tiles in the VIP room of the cafeteria shattered inch by inch under the terrifying gravitational pressure. Wang Gang, the deputy director of the teaching affairs office, was maintaining an extremely humiliating posture. Kneeling on the ground, hands propping himself up, his face flushed, a pig liver, red veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not lift his head. Behind him, the two discipline committee students who had been throwing their weight around were already trembling on the ground, petrified. F4th rank. Wang Gang forced out these two words, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't the intelligence saying this kid was just a third-rank support-type waste? How did a trip to the restricted zone turn him into a fourth-rank powerhouse with such terrifying pressure? This oppressive force was even stronger than some of the senior mentors at the academy. Director Wang, your knees don't seem to be in good shape. Lin Fan sat on the chair, leisurely picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it into his mouth, chewing with relish. How about I recommend an orthopedic doctor? Cho's skills are decent, though he likes fitting people with mechanical legs. Lin Fan. You're rebelling. Wang Gang roared in shame and fury, assaulting the discipline director, openly defying the law. You're finished. No one can save you. Rebelling. Lin Fan swallowed the braised pork, picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. I'm just eating. You were the ones who barged in and demanded I kneel. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy cold, and in that instant the air in the room seemed to solidify into a tangible mass. I have stiff knees. In the restricted zone facing two fifth-rank minions of the gods, I didn't kneel. What do you think? You are a deputy director who only bullies the weak. Boom. Before his words faded, the black and golden light on Lin Fan's body surged. Wang Gang let out a miserable scream, pressed flat to the ground, his cheek meeting the broken tiles in a close encounter, blood streaming. Stop! Xiaya panicked quickly, pulling Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. If this goes on, the situation will change. Although Wang Gang was a scoundrel, he represented the academy's administration. If he was killed on campus, even Lin Fan's level file couldn't save him. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lin Fan patted Xiaya's hand to reassure her. Just then, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the entire first cafeteria. The once noisy cafeteria fell into dead silence. All the students felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on their chests, making even breathing difficult. The ceiling of the VIP room groaned under the strain. Then the door sealed by Lin Fan's gravity field swung open on its own without a breeze. An elderly man in a black Mao suit with graying hair and sinister eyes walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. With each step, he took the gravity field Lin Fan had imposed on Wang Gang shattered further. When he reached the table, the pressure on Wang Gang vanished completely. The vice principal. Wang Gang, as if seeing a savior, scrambled behind the old man, pointing at Lin Fan and sobbing, Vice Principal Liu. This kid has lost his mind. He tried to kill me. He shows no respect for his elders. Shut up. You disgraceful fool. The old man addressed as Vice Principal Liu cast a cold glance at Wang Gang, then turned his gaze to Lin Fan, who was still sitting in his chair. Vice Principal of Kunlun Academy Liu Jinshan. 5th rank, early stage offensive type ability user. He was also the notorious leader of the conservative faction at the academy, always advocating for strict control or even elimination of students with unstable sequences. Lin Fan. Liu Zenshan's voice was calm but carried an irrefutable authority. Although you received an S-level evaluation, that is no excuse for assault. Now stand up, apologize, and go with Director Wang to the confinement room for investigation. If you are found innocent, I will release you myself. Though his words sounded procedural, they were steeped in arrogance. Apologize. Lin Fan laughed. He leaned back in his chair, fiddling with the broken chopsticks in his hand. Vice Principal Liu, have you misunderstood something? First, he struck first. Second, my S-level file is certified by the Tiangong Institute. If you want to investigate me, you'll need to consult teacher Li Gui first or directly contact Tiangong headquarters. And third, Lin Fan looked up, meeting Lu Zenshin's murky yet sharp eyes. I am eating. You are disturbing my appetite. Arrogant. A cold glint flashed in Lu Zenshin's eyes. As vice principal, he had wielded authority at Kunlun Academy for decades, and no student had ever dared speak to him like this. It seems Li Gui has spoiled you rotten. Since you don't understand respect for teachers, I'll teach you some manners on behalf of your mentor. Boom. The aura of a fifth-rank powerhouse erupted without restraint. This was no half-baked Wang Gang. This was true fifth-rank pressure. The walls of the room instantly cracked and all the plates on the table turned to dust. Wang Pangpang and Yi Zi were pressed flat against the table, their faces pale. Xiaya let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Fan, bearing the brunt of it, had his special alloy chair groaning in protest. Kneel! Lu Zenshan shouted, and a giant hand formed of energy slammed heavily onto Lin Fan's shoulder. Creak! Creak! Lin Fan's bones groaned. Fourth rank against fifth rank. The level suppression still held. But he did not kneel. Not only did he not kneel, he even slowly stood up. Teach me manners. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, straightening his spine inch by inch against the giant hand. The annihilation sequence within him roared, black scales appearing faintly. The rules of Kunlun Academy have never been about kneeling to power. This is my school, not your private hall. You seek death. Enraged Lu Zenshan increased his force, intending to cripple Lin Fan's legs outright. At that critical moment, Lin Fan suddenly reached out his right hand and grasped the rusted sword behind him, which had been wrapped in cloth. Old fool. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot like a raging beast. Since you want to see rules, let me show you what Kunlun's true rules are. Xing. The rusted sword was drawn. There was no earth-shattering sword light, no flashy effects. Only a hum. It was an extremely ancient, weathered metallic tremor, yet with a unique frequency. The moment that sound rang out, a sudden change occurred. Deep beneath the entire Kunlun Academy, something seemed to awaken. Rumble. The first cafeteria trembled, the teaching buildings trembled, and even the distant Skirich Tower trembled. But this was not an earthquake. It was a resonance. Outside the window on the sports field, the century-old statue of the first principal, symbolizing Kunlun Academy's spirit, suddenly emitted a faint glow. Then a second, a third. Hundreds of martyr statues across the campus lit up simultaneously. A vast majestic will filled with iron blood and sacrifice converged from all directions and surged into the VIP room of the first cafeteria. It was the lingering spirit of the Night Watchers who had established the Kunlun Sanctuary a century ago. The heroic souls that remained in this place. What is this? Lu Zenshin's face changed drastically. He felt the pressure he had exerted on Lin Fan being forcibly dispersed by this sudden will. Moreover, that will was locking onto him. In his perception, Lin Fan was no longer just a person. Behind Lin Fan, it seemed as if an army of thousands stood. Countless phantom figures in gray uniforms stared coldly at him. The leading phantom held a long blade identical to the one in Lin Fan's hand. Though its face was indistinct, the aura of death-defying killing intent made even Lu Zenshan, a fifth-rank powerhouse, feel his soul tremble. Kunlun Academy Protection Array Passive Activation Identified Target Holder of Night Watcher No. 001 Battle Blade. Authorization Level Highest Surpassing Principle. Current Status Hostile Attack Detected. Locking on Attacker. An impossible. Lu Zenshan stared at the rusted long blade in Lin Fan's hand and finally recognized what it was. It was the treasure recorded on the first page of the Academy's history displayed at the top of the honor hall. The Academy's ultimate relic. That's the first Night Watcher's blade. Lu Zenshin's voice trembled. How do you have this blade? Lin Fan gripped the rusted sword, feeling the response from the entire campus. The blood-deep connection made his blood boil. Looking at Lu Zenshin's pale face, a grim smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Vice Principal Lu. Lin Fan took a step forward. Thud. The entire cafeteria shook with the step. Lu Zenshan was forced to retreat half a step. You said earlier you wanted to teach me rules. Lin Fan raised the rusted sword, its tip pointing directly at Lu Zenshin's nose. This blade was left by the founders of this school. It was left by those who 100 years ago slashed the gods back blow by blow. It represents Kunlun's greatest rule, protection. And you? Lin Fan's voice thundered. As vice principal, instead of protecting students, you would kill the descendants of heroes for factional strife. Lu Zenshan. Are you worthy of talking about rules? Boom. With Lin Fan's roar, the phantom of the heroic souls behind him seemed to let out a cry as well. An invisible force slammed into Lu Zenshin's chest. Pft. The fifth-rank powerhouse, under the impact of that, will spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the wall of the room and leaving a human-shaped crater. Dead silence fell over the scene. Wang Gang and the 2 discipline committee students had wet themselves in terror. Wang Pangpang's jaw dropped and the chicken leg in his hand fell to the ground unnoticed. Xiaya stared at the youth holding the rusted sword like a war god, the light in her eyes dazzling. Cough! Lu Jinshan slid down from the rubble, his crown disheveled and utterly disgraced. Clutching his chest, he looked at Lin Fan in terror, no longer daring to mention the word kneel. He had lost, not to Lin Fan's strength but to the very roots of this school. Before this blade, before the will of these heroic souls, he the vice principal was nothing. Anyone else? Lin Fan swept his gaze around. Wherever his eyes fell, no one dared to meet them. He sheathed the sword. The oppressive feeling vanished instantly as if everything had been an illusion. Lin Fan turned around, picked up the only surviving piece of meat on the table, and stuffed it into his mouth. Fatty, pay the bill. This place is bad luck. Let's eat somewhere else. Late at night in room 901 of the men's dormitory at Kunlun Academy. The moonlight outside the window was as serene as water, yet this tranquil atmosphere had clearly failed to touch those within the room. SSS. Gently, gently, are you trying to commit murder? Murder of a debtor? Lin Fan lay face down on the bed, his bare upper body covered in bruises. The aftermath of stubbornly enduring Lu Zenshin's 5th-level gravitational pressure during the day. Though a 4th-level physique boasted astonishing recovery, the congealed blood still needed to be massaged away. Shut up. Xiaya sat by the bedside holding a bottle of green ointment that emitted a cool medicinal fragrance, a special jade dew ointment from the Heavenly Works Institute costing 500 points per bottle, and she was applying it mercilessly onto Lin Fan's back. Despite her harsh words, she controlled her strength with exquisite precision. The tips of her fingers carried a faint spiritual energy, seeping into Lin Fan's muscles bit by bit, dissolving the congealed blood. So you know what pain is? Xiaya scolded while biting her lip. Weren't you pretty cocky in the cafeteria today? Anyone else? Who dares make me kneel? Didn't you think about whether your bones might break back then? It's just. The atmosphere called for it. Lin Fan mumbled, his face buried in the pillow. Besides, if I had knelt, how could I help you collect rent in the future? That would have embarrassed your benefactor. Humph, smooth talker. Xiaya's hand paused briefly, then gently covered the deepest bruise. Lin Fan. Ha! Don't push yourself so hard anymore. Xiaya's voice dropped, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I don't care about rank or heroes. All I want is for you to live and pay me back. Lin Fan's heart trembled. He turned his head and met Xiaya's eyes, which seemed exceptionally bright in the moonlight. Gone was her usual tsundere and willfulness. Only deep, overwhelming worry remained. Don't worry, Lin Fan said with a grin, about to crack a joke to lighten the mood. Knock, knock, knock. The glass door to the balcony was suddenly rapped upon very politely. Though I hate to interrupt this heartwarming debt collection moment, Lin Fan, there are some matters that can't wait until tomorrow. Both of them were startled. Xiaya, like a frightened rabbit, yanked her hand back, her face instantly crimson to the tips of her ears. Li Lauscher, why are you using the window? On the balcony, Li Gue sat on the railing, still holding his ever-present cup of coffee, smiling amiably at the pair inside. An agent's habit using the front door makes it too easy to get caught on camera. Li Gue jumped into the room and straightened his suit. Xiaya, would you mind giving Lin Fan and me some privacy? There are some man-to-man topics to discuss. Though reluctant, Xiaya knew that Li Gui's late-night visit meant something serious. She stood up, shot Lin Fan a fierce glare, and said, Don't think you can use this as an excuse to skip out on your debt. The ointment costs 500, and the massage costs 1,000. Remember that? With that, she hurried out of the dormitory, her face still flushed, making sure to close the door behind her. Only Lin Fan and Li Gue remained in the room. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. How's your body? Li Gue pulled up a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's bruises. Can't die. Just hungry. Lin Fan grabbed an energy bar from the head of the bed and stuffed it into his mouth. Li Lauscher, what brings you here so late? Is it about the vice principal from today? Lu Jinshan is just the beginning. Li Gue adjusted his glasses, his expression turning cold and stern. You pulled out that rusty blade and awakened the resonance of the heroic spirits. That's a direct slap in the face to all the conservatives. They won't dare to move against you openly, but in the shadows. Their methods will be dirty. I'll deal with whatever comes. Lin Fan shrugged, clearly uninterested in such political intrigue. Besides, Lao Mo and I have been on the same boat for a while now. Speaking of Mo-chan, Li Gue set down his coffee cup and pulled a sealed craft paper file from his pocket, placing it on the table with a meaningful look. How much has Mo-chan told you about your father Lin Xiao? Lin Fan paused mid-chew of his energy bar. He recalled that night in Mo Chen's apartment, the sight of that disheveled man drinking and crying. He mentioned it. Lin Fan's voice grew low. Experiment no. 63. the God-making project. He was the lead and my parents were his assistants. When the experiment went out of control to prevent the divine remnant from reviving and devastating the city, my parents detonated the core manually in Missouri Chen's place. They sacrificed themselves. Lin Fan looked up, meeting Li Gui's eyes. Lao Mo might be a drunk, but he didn't lie to me. He's a survivor of that disaster, a man living with the burden of sin. Sacrifice. Survivor. Hearing these words, Li Gui couldn't help but laugh. The laughter held no mockery, only a kind of pity for the naive. Emo-chan is still Emo-chan, always trying to make things tender and sentimental. What do you mean? Lin Fan frowned, his fists clenching slightly. It means he only told you half the truth. Or rather, he only saw the half he chose to believe. Li Gui tapped the file with his finger. Open it and see. Suspiciously, Lin Fan picked up the file and broke the seal. Inside was only a single yellowed old photograph. The background of the photo was the massive, still operating mechanical heart on the 18th floor. And at the console before the heart, a man in a white lab coat, grinning maniacally, was holding an infant in swaddling clothes with one arm. There was no fear of death in the man's eyes, only a kind of almost insane excitement. It was Lin Xiao, and the infant was Lin Fan. In the lower right corner of the photo was the time it was taken. 45 minutes before the great explosion. If they really wanted to stop the divine remnant from reviving, why would they bring you a baby to the 18th floor irradiation center? Li Gui's voice slithered like a phantom. And if it was for sacrifice, why does Lin Xiao look like he's celebrating? Lin Fan's hands began to tremble. This? What is this? The truth is. Li Gui stood up and walked to the window, his back to Lin Fan. That explosion was never about destroying the core. It was about recharging it. Lin Xiao, that madman, never believed in sealing. He believed humanity's only path was evolution, was to steal the divine scepter. He used Emo Chen's guilt, used that disaster to create a massive energy surge, forcibly opening the bronze door deep within the 18th floor. Li Gui spun around, his eyes boring into Lin Fan. Emo Chen thought they died, that they were reduced to ashes. But, in reality, Lin Xiao just emigrated. He took your mother and passed through that door to a place even the gods fear. Lin Fan's mind buzzed, his entire worldview crumbling. Not dead. No, not dead. Li Gui pointed at Lin Fan's heart. And before he left, he implanted the most perfect experimental result. Sequence 000 annihilation. Inside your body. Emo-chan taught you to build the library to protect you as a human, to help lock away that monster. But Lin Xiao. Li Gui let out a cold laugh. He saw you as a vessel, as a key he left behind in this world. Lin Fan stared at the photo in his hands. On the back of the photo there was a line of hastily scribbled penmanship for Xiao Fan. If you ever see this photo, it means that stubborn old fool Emo-chan couldn't stop you. Don't blame your father for being heartless. This world is sick. Only the fiercest beasts survive. I'm waiting for you behind the door. Bring your appetite to find me. Lin Xiao. Behind the door. Lin Fan murmured. The door guarded by the skeletal night watcher 001. So it wasn't a prison gate, but a path to a new world. Lao Mo thought they were dead, so he lived in guilt, wanting me to be an ordinary person. And Dad was a madman who would sacrifice anything for evolution. Lin Fan, there are two paths before you now. Li Gui took a black metal badge from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Fan. Engraved on the badge was a sprouting seed. First, listen to Emo-chan. Be a local bully at Kunlun Academy, coast through life with its level file, and pray that the annihilation inside you never goes out of control. Second, take this. Next week, the Seed Project will launch in the capital. It's a concentration camp for all glass monsters in the country. Only there can you find clues leading to the other side of the door. Go or not. Lin Fan clenched the cold badge in his hand. He closed his eyes. In his mind flashed Emo-chen's dejected face, then Lin Xiao's wild laughter from the photo. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, grabbed the half-eaten energy bar from the table, and took a fierce bite. I'll go. A grim smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, and the golden flames in his eyes flickered in the darkness. Since he's not dead, I'll have to ask him face to face. When exactly he plans to pay off all these years of child support. And besides, Lin Fan touched the IOU from Xiaya in his chest pocket, his gaze growing resolute. Whether he's a madman or a hero, some debts need to be settled. Li Gui looked at the wild-spirited youth before him and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then start packing. We leave in 3 days. Oh, and one more thing. Li Gui reached the balcony and suddenly turned back, flashing a mischievous grin. Before you go, make sure to smooth things over with Xiaya. I saw murder in her eyes when she left. And don't forget to fix the window. The dorm matron is a more terrifying existence than Lu Jinshan. With that, Li Gui leaped into the night and vanished. Only Lin Fan remained sitting on the messy bed. He tucked the photo back into the file and placed it together with Xia Ya's IOU. This night was destined to be sleepless. The gear of the youth's fate at this moment finally aligned with the mad trajectory of his father's generation beginning to turn with a thunderous roar. 3 days later, at Kunlun Academy Dormitory 901 for male students. Wah! Ling, are you really leaving? What am I supposed to do if you go? Who will carry me through the rankings? Who will snatch the braised pork from the cafeteria for me? Who will listen to my midnight laments about my unrequited crush on the goddess? Wang Pangpang clung to Lin Fan's leg, crying like a 200 waterfall smearing snot, and tears all over Lin Fan's freshly changed casual pants. Let go, you fat bastard. Lin Fan struggled to free his leg, a look of disgust on his face as he patted his pants. I'm going to the capital for special training, not to the execution grounds. Besides, it's not like I'm never coming back. But I heard that Project Seed has a very high mortality rate. Wang Pangpang wiped his tears. What if you don't make it back? All my investments would be down the drain. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Don't worry. To keep you from going bankrupt, I'll crawl back even if I have to. He turned and looked at his desk. There lay a long object wrapped in layers of thick black canvas. It was the Night Watchman's rusted blade. Although this blade was the Academy's treasured artifact, Li Gui had specifically advised that keeping it at school was unsafe. Lu Jinshan, that old codger, would surely find a way to get his hands on it. Only by carrying it on his person would it be safest. Moreover, the blade seemed to possess a special suppressive power against divine beings, making it Lin Fan's greatest trump card for this journey. I'm off. Lin Fan shouldered the rusted blade and picked up his simple luggage, taking one last look at this doghouse head lived in for half a year. Fatty, watch the place for me. If I come back and find even one pack of my snacks missing. Lin Fan made a throat-slitting gesture. Wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Wang Pangpang quickly saluted. Safe travels, Ling. Come back victorious. At Kunlun Academy's private helipad, a modified Y-20 tactical transport plane bearing the emblem of the Dacia military sat quietly on the runway. Its engines were already warming up the exhaust, distorting the surrounding air. Standing before the boarding gate were two girls. Yizi, still clad in black, leaned against the hood of an off-road vehicle, twirling a dagger in her hand, her expression cold. Yet when she saw Lin Fan approaching, she gave a slight nod in greeting. In front of Yizi, Xia Ya wore a white trench coat, the sea breeze tousling her short hair. Her eyes were redrimmed clearly from crying, but she forced a stern expression. You're here, Xia Ya said coldly. I'm here. Lin Fan smiled and walked forward. Here. Xia Ya kicked a bulging tactical backpack over to Lin Fan. What's this? Lin Fan lifted it, weighing it in his hand. Damn, it was heavy. A bomb. Medicine. Xia Ya turned her head away, not looking at him. Inside are 30 bottles of high-grade recovery potions, 10 bottles of spiritual energy supplement, and 3 disposable Siren Song defense scrolls. Also, she paused, her voice softening. There's a card in the inner pocket. No spending limit. Things are expensive in the capital. Don't go hungry. Lin Fan was stunned. This bag of goodies was probably worth no less than 10 million credits. Especially that unlimited card. This wasn't just supplies, it was like she was keeping him as a kept man. Landlady. Lin Fan put down the bag, looking at Xia Ya's stubborn little face, his heart feeling as if it were filled with something. He suddenly stepped forward. You. What are you doing? Xia Ya was startled and instinctively stepped back, but Lin Fan gave her no chance to flee. He reached out and pulled this tsundere young lady into his arms. It was a firm embrace. No teasing, no goofy grin. Only the pleasant scent of the boy. A mix of sunshine and soap. Thank you, Lin Fan whispered softly in Xia Ya's ear. Xia Ya's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. She hesitated, then finally reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's waist. Lin Fan. Xia Ya buried her face in his shoulder, her voice choked with tears. You have to come back. If you dare die out there, I'll plaster your IOU notes all over the world. So even as a ghost you won't be able to hold your head up. As you command, my creditor. Lin Fan released her, tidied her wind-blown bangs, then turned to look at Yizi. Yizi, the home front is yours. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. If anyone dares bully her, double the pay. Yizi uttered 2 words flatly. Fine, put it on my tab. Lin Fan grinned. Deal. Yizi nodded, twirling her dagger in a graceful arc. As long as the money's right, even the king of hell has to wait in line. With that assurance, Lin Fan felt at ease. He shouldered the heavy sugar mama care package, and the rusted blade, then turned and strode toward the transport plane. This time he did not look back, for he knew that only by moving forward, by becoming stronger, could he protect the tenderness he left behind. Boom! The transport plane shot into the clouds, quickly becoming a black that vanished into the sky. Inside the cabin, Lin Fan found a corner seat and sat down. No sooner had he placed his backpack than he sensed something amiss. This plane was a military charter specifically for transporting Project Seed trainees. Logically, the space should have been spacious and empty, but at this moment the air in the cabin was as thick as glue. Two undisguised powerful auras were clashing violently in this confined space. Lin Fan looked up and scanned the cabin. Besides himself, there were two others. Sitting by the left window was a young man in a dark green military uniform with a buzz cut. He sat ramrod straight like a spear. The muscles on his exposed arms were knotted, his skin showing a metallic bronze luster. Omniscient sight analyzing. Target Xianglai affiliation Northern War Academy Realm 4th Stage Mountain Mover Mid-Sequence 019 Furnace Warbody. On the right sat a figure completely shrouded in a black robe. It was impossible to tell male or female, only a few strands of silver hair visible beneath the hood. The temperature around this person was terrifyingly low, even a thin layer of frost had formed on the armrest. Target by Ling affiliation Jiangnan Spiritual Energy Academy Realm 4th Stage Mountain Mover. Early Sequence 033 Wrath of Winter Good Grief. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Just as Li Gui had said, this Project Seed had gathered monsters from all over the country. 2 random encounters and both were at the 4th stage. Moreover, that military guy named Xianglai was even a minor step higher in realm than himself. Lin Fan initially wanted to keep a low profile and pulled out his earphones to listen to music and sleep. But clearly someone didn't want him to sleep. Hey! The military man Xianglai suddenly turned his head, his gaze like a torch staring intently at Lin Fan. You're from Kunlun Academy. His voice was gruff, carrying a seasoned gunpowder-laden edge. Lin Fan took off his earphones and nodded. Yeah. Something up. I heard your Kunlun produced in Shrank Rookie this year someone who used a broken blade to fend off 2 5th-stage fighters. Xianglai sized up Lin Fan, his gaze finally settling on the canvas-wrapped long object, a contemptuous smirk curling on his lips. That's you. You don't look like much. Skinny as a monkey. Think you can take one of my punches? This was a blatant provocation. The Northern War Academy was notorious for its fierce martial spirit, and had always been a rival to Kunlun Academy. It seemed this guy wanted to put Kunlun in its place before they even reached the capital. On the other side, the black-robed Bai Ling, though silent, tilted her head slightly, as if waiting for Lin Fan's reaction. Lin Fan sighed. He pulled a bag of chips from the sugar mama bag, and tore it open with a sharp shrip. Crunch, crunch. He munched while putting his earphones back on, reclining his seat to a comfortable position. Whether I can take it or not, you're welcome to try. Lin Fan said, eyes closed, his voice muffled. But I'd advise against starting a fight. This plane is public property. Break it and you'll have to pay for it. Kind of broke. You're asking for it. Xianglai, with his explosive temper, couldn't stand being ignored like this. He shot to his feet, a crimson light blazing around him, and a wave of scorching heat instantly swept through the cabin. Sit down. Just as Xianglai was about to make a move, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly cracked open a slit. Decree collapse microlock. Lin Fan didn't use his full strength. He merely applied the newly comprehended collapse rule to the screws of the seat beneath Xianglai. Crack. A crisp sound. Xianglai's body, just about to unleash its power, suddenly lurched, because all 4 corners of his chair had simultaneously crumbled to dust. Thud. The tough guy from Northern War Academy, still wearing that fierce expression, landed squarely on the floor with a heavy thump. The cabin fell into a deathly silence. Even the aloof black-robed Bai Ling's shoulders trembled slightly, as if suppressing a laugh. See? Lin Fan munched on his chips, looking innocently at Xianglai on the floor. I told you this plane was shoddy, didn't I? That's why I said not to move around so much. You! Xianglai's face flushed red. He scrambled to his feet, staring at Lin Fan in shock and uncertainty. In that instant just now, he hadn't felt any energy fluctuation at all. The chair had just broken. What kind of ability was that? Attention, all trainees. The pilot's voice came over the intercom, breaking the awkwardness. We are about to enter the capital's air defense identification zone. For your safety, please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from fighting in the cabin. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out directly. Xianglai shot Lin Fan, a venomous glare snorted coldly, moved to another seat and said nothing more. But the look in his eyes when he regarded Lin Fan had shifted from contempt to deep-seated wariness. Lin Fan ignored him and continued eating his chips. He turned his head to look out the window. Beneath the clouds, a magnificent, breathtakingly vast city was slowly unfolding before his eyes. It was no ordinary city. It was a steel fortress completely enveloped by a massive pale blue energy shield. Countless skyscrapers pierced the clouds, and at the very center of the city, a black tower that soared into the heavens stood like a sword piercing the firmament. The Daxia capital Jingcheng, also the headquarters of the Celestial Artificer Institute. Dad! Lin Fan looked at the city through the window, his hand instinctively touching the photo in his chest pocket. I'm here. As the roar of the engine gradually subsided, the Y-20 tactical transport plane touched down steadily on a secluded military airfield on the outskirts of the capital. The cabin door opened, letting in a blast of dry, biting wind. Finally here. Xiang Lai was the first to stand, his joints cracking audibly. He straightened his uniform, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I heard the instructors of the SEED project are all monsters who crawled out of piles of corpses. Let's see who dares to give me a hard time. He strode out of the cabin, adopting a defensive stance, as if ready for battle, as if hundreds of machine guns would open fire on him any second. However, what greeted him was not armed soldiers nor fierce instructors. It was only a row of smiling white-gloved butlers in tuxedos. Bionic androids. Welcome, esteemed trainees, to the capital. The lead bionic butler gave an elegant bow, his voice as gentle as a five-star hotel receptionist's. The convoy is ready. Please board and head to Hidden Dragon Manor to rest. Behind him were 3 extended black magnetic levitation luxury cars. The bodies were pitch black, and the emblem was a golden dragon's head, clearly exorbitant in cost. Xiang Lai stood frozen still in that defensive pose, like a statue that hadn't connected to the signal. What kind of tactic is this? Xiang Lai turned back to look at Bai Ling and Lin Fan, who had just emerged, utterly bewildered. Aren't we here for special training? Isn't it supposed to be Hell Week? This is a vacation. Bai Ling pulled her hood tighter, said nothing, and walked straight to the first car. Lin Fan, carrying his huge canvas bag containing the rusty blade and the rich lattice care package from Xia, sauntered out slowly. He glanced at the luxury cars, then at the intricate mechanical structure exposed on the bionic butler's wrist. Omniscient vision. Item 3rd generation service bionic android. Note, besides not being able to fight, it can fulfill all your living needs. Tisk big spenders. Lin Fan clicked his tongue, a greedy glint lighting up his eyes. Even the doorman costs 3 million. The headquarters of the Celestial Works Institute in the capital is indeed dripping with wealth. He walked up to the butler and suddenly asked, "Hey, are the drinks in the car free?" The butler smiled. "Young Master Lin, all services within the manor are complimentary for Shrank Seed trainees." "Free?" Lin Fan's grin stretched from ear to ear. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Then I won't hold back." He shoved his 2 bags into the butler's arms and dove into the car. Within 3 seconds, the sound of opening champagne came from the car window. Xiang Lai. Half an hour later, the convoy entered a private restricted zone in the western hills of the capital. The scenery was beautiful, shrouded in mist and clouds. Various uniquely styled villas were scattered tastefully among the forest and hills. Some were antique, some futuristic, and there was even an anti-gravity house floating directly in midair. Hidden Dragon Manor Seed Project Training Base. "We have arrived, everyone." The butler opened the car door. Lin Fan jumped out, still holding a half-finished bottle of vintage red wine. He looked around, his previously relaxed expression slightly tightening, because he realized this place was a bit off. Or rather, the people living here were not quite normal. On the lawn to the left, a youth in a Taoist robe was playing chess against the air. He held a piece, brow furrowed, as if facing an invisible opponent. Omniscient vision, psychic type, ability, chess soul. Currently playing against his own alter ego. By the fountain on the right, a little girl with pink short hair was crouching in the water, using a screwdriver to dismantle the core device at the fountain's base. She muttered while working, "Water pressure is off. Power output has lag. The craftsmen these days are no good." Omniscient vision, mechanical genius, violent disassembly. In the pavilion nearby, things were even more bizarre. A boy with thick-rimmed glasses was holding a scalpel, gesturing at a piece of flesh on his arm, as if studying how to cut it without pain. Omniscient vision, medical maniac, pain block. This? Xiang Lai swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his spine. Is this a genius concentration camp? It's clearly a mental hospital. What normal person would come here? Take things as they come. Lin Fan, however, adapted quickly. As someone with a freakish sequence like Nirvana, he found the talents here all spoke nicely and were super likable. "Please choose your villa to stay in." The butler smiled. "There are no plans tonight. You are free to move around, get familiar with the environment and your future classmates." With that, the butler and his bionic team withdrew. The vast manor square was left with only the 3 newbies, Lin Fan, Xiang Lai, and Bai Ling, being watched by a group of old patients. "So these are the new recruits." The pink-haired girl dismantling the fountain looked up, her face smeared with oil, her gaze critically sweeping over the trio. "A big brute, an ice queen, and one who looks like a starving ghost." Xiang Lai fumed. "Who are you calling a big brute, you little brat?" "I'm the top student of the Northern War Academy. TCH all brawn." The girl pouted and went back to dismantling the fountain. Xiang Lai was about to lose his temper when Bai Ling stopped him. "Don't act rashly." Her voice was ice cold. "The screwdriver in that girl's hand is a high-frequency oscillating cutting blade. It can cut through fifth-tier materials. Xiang Lai was startled. Looking closely, indeed, the tip of that unassuming screwdriver was vibrating with a buzz, distorting the air around it. This place was indeed full of monsters. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, Lin Fan moved. He didn't provoke anyone or show off his strength. He walked straight towards the closest luxurious European-style villa. "Hey, you starving ghost!" The pink-haired girl shouted. That villa was once occupied by the god of slaughter from the previous class. The defense systems inside haven't been disarmed yet. You'll get blown up if you go in. But Lin Fan paid no attention. He walked up to the villa's entrance, staring at the two gilded doors and the massive sapphire embedded in the doorknob. Hiss! Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze turning incredibly tender. This is too extravagant. Too wasteful. The next second, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Fan pulled out his rusty blade, sheathed, using it as a crowbar, and proceeded to pry fiercely at the gem-encrusted doorknob. Crack! The priceless alchemical doorknob was wrenched off by him. Hey, solid gold! Lin Fan bit it to test, nodded in satisfaction, and casually stuffed it into his bag. Next, he turned his attention to the pair of white marble lions at the entrance and the expensive-looking oil painting hanging in the foyer. Xiang Lai, don't just stand there. Lin Fan called back to the dumbfounded soldier. Come give me a hand. This carpet is velvet, roll it up and take it. And that vase, be careful, it's an antique. The entire square fell into dead silence. The chess-playing Taoist dropped his piece. The fountain-dismantling girl stopped her screwdriver. The glasses-wearing boy performing surgery on himself flinched and cut his skin. Everyone stared in shock at this newly arrived Srank trainee. They had expected the newbie to be arrogant, to show off, to fight. But they never expected the newbie to be from a demolition crew. You! What are you doing? Xiang Lai felt his brain short-circuiting. We're here for special training. You're committing burglary. What burglary? A scholar's deed isn't stealing. Lin Fan declared righteously, tucking the half-meter-tall vase under his arm. The butler just said all services here are free. So is this vase part of the service? Since it's given to me, what's the problem with taking it home? That logic somehow sounds right. Xiang Lai was actually confused. Stop wasting time, hurry up. Lin Fan kicked open the villa door like a dragon returning to its hoard. Since no one's in charge here, it's a buffet. Take as much as you can. We won't have time once those instructors change their minds. With that, he charged into the villa and began a whirlwind clearing operation. Watching his busy figure, the old patients in the square exchanged glances. This guy, what's his deal? The pink-haired girl murmured. Is he that desperate for money? Bai Ling, who had been silent, now curled the corner of her mouth into a playful smirk. Interesting, she said softly. Acting normal in a madhouse is suicide. But pretending to be a greedy fool might be the smartest disguise. However, she didn't know that Lin Fan wasn't pretending. He was genuinely poor, and ever since entering the capital, the nirvana within him had been conveying a craving. Everything here was imbued with high-density energy. To him, this wasn't a villa. It was a giant lunchbox filled with energy bars. Time to eat. Lin Fan's excited shout came from inside the villa. If only Fatty and the others were here, this place is paradise. Even the toilet seat is made of warm jade. Night fell. The luxurious villa of Qianlong Mountain Manor was brightly lit. Lin Fan was sitting cross-legged on the velvet carpet borrowed from the entrance, surrounded by today's spoils, gilded door handles, crystals from a chandelier, pure silver cutlery, and even half a piece of warm jade tile knocked off from the bathroom. I've struck gold, I've struck gold. Lin Fan counted as he stuffed these items into the space-folding backpack given by Xia Ye. Xiang Lai sat on the sofa, holding a can of beer, looking at Lin Fan with a bewildered expression. Hey, are you a Pichio? These items only add up to a few thousand points. Is it really worth it? A few thousand points? Lin Fan paused, looking sternly at Xiang Lai. Do you know how many compressed biscuits that can buy? How many bullets can that exchange for? In this capital city, every penny is a talisman for survival. Xiang Lai scoffed, vulgar. We are seeds, the future war gods, our vision should be. Before he could finish, the villa district, which had been as bright as day, suddenly plunged into a suffocating darkness. It was not just the lights that went out. The comfortable constant temperature field and the safety barrier that had always surrounded the manor also disappeared in that instant. In its place was a bone-chilling cold that surged from the soles of their feet up to the top of their heads. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Xiang Lai jumped up suddenly, his hand flashing red light as he tried to conjure flames for illumination. But he was horrified to discover that his fire ability had actually failed. Not just the flames, but he felt as though the spiritual energy within him was locked by some kind of rule operating extremely obscurely. Omniscient vision warning, high-level rule field detected. Field characteristics, magic prohibition, light prohibition. At this moment, a harsh electric sound came from the broadcast above the manor. Z. Then a hoarse voice altered by voice modulation, and sounding like nails on a chalkboard echoed in everyone's ears, "Good evening, Seeds. I am your chief instructor. I apologize for interrupting your vacation time. However, as the backbone of Dasha's future, I believe you should understand one principle: of free lunch is often the most expensive. Now let's begin the first lesson. Lesson title: Please survive tonight. The rules are as follows. 1. A rule type divine being codename Silencer has been deployed within the base. 2. It is invisible, intangible, but has extremely keen hearing. 3. Anyone making a sound exceeding 30 decibels will be deemed an invitation. 4. Elemental abilities cannot be used. 5. Survive until dawn or kill it. I wish you all a good night. Click. The broadcast was cut off. The entire Qianlong Mountain Manor fell into absolute silence. What the hell? Is this how it begins? Xiang Lai, known for his bad temper, although his abilities were suppressed, still had his muscular build. He cursed under his breath, "What Silencer? I refuse to believe in evil. If it has the capability, let it come out for a unknown." Though he had lowered his voice in this silent environment, it was still clearly audible. Lin Fan's expression changed. He just wanted to reach out and cover his mouth. Too late. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept in through the window. The once tightly closed floor-to-ceiling window silently melted away, creating a large hole. A translucent, featureless black shadow with only a massive gaping mouth appeared before Xiang Lai like a floating blob of ink. Glass divine being Silencer. It has no physical form, only rules. Rule triggered, noise source detected. Determination erase. The shadow did not attack her, it merely opened its mouth, which occupied 2/3 of its body, and took a breath towards Xiang Lai. Xiang Lai froze. He was horrified to find that he could not make a sound. Not just his vocal cords, but even the sounds of his heartbeat and blood flow were suddenly sucked away by that monster. Along with it went his vitality. His skin began to turn gray and his muscles started to atrophy. It was like a balloon that had been punctured, rapidly deflating. Xiang Lai struggled desperately, trying to throw a punch at the shadow. But his fist passed through the shadow's body, hitting only air. Physical attacks are ineffective. Elemental attacks are banned. This is the terrifying aspect of rule-type divine beings. Unless one breaks the rules, they are invincible. Just as this northern muscle man was about to become a dried corpse, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness. This hand did not reach out to save Xiang Lai, nor did it attack the shadow. Instead, it picked up a pure silver soup spoon that Lin Fan had not yet managed to put away from the table. Clang! Lin Fan struck the side of a nearby crystal goblet hard with the spoon. The crisp sound of the collision was particularly jarring in the silent villa. At least 80 decibels. The shadow that was engulfing Xiang Lai paused momentarily. Its mouth, which was originally facing Xiang Lai, instantly twisted 180 degrees, fixating its gaze on Lin Fan. Rule update: higher decibel noise source detected. Determination: prioritize erasure. The shadow dropped the half-dead Xiang Lai, and like a flash of lightning lunged towards Lin Fan. Its enormous mouth opened wide enough to swallow an adult, directly descending upon Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan. Although Xiang Lai could not make a sound, he desperately yelled in his heart. Has this guy gone insane? Is he committing suicide? Yet, facing the impending death, Lin Fan did not dodge or run. He stood his ground, watching the shadow, and surprisingly, opened his mouth. In his black eyes, the rune of desolation flickered wildly. Since you survive by consuming sound, Lin Fan silently recited in his heart. Then you must be quite nutritious, right? Just as the shadow's massive mouth was about to touch Lin Fan, a sudden burst of suction, more terrifying and greedy than the shadow itself, erupted from Lin Fan's mouth. If the shadow was a vacuum cleaner, then Lin Fan at this moment was a black hole. Sequence 000, the mouth of gluttony, rule suppression version, no fancy moves. Just the simple act of big fish eating small fish. Slurp. A bizarre sound reminiscent of slurping noodles rang out. The once invincible glass rule divine being emitted a sound akin to a scream in midair. Half of its body was directly sucked into Lin Fan's mouth. The taste was somewhat like iced jelly with a hint of mint flavor. The shadow was horrified. If it had emotions, it sensed a higher rule on this human plunder. It wanted to flee, but Lin Fan had already grasped it. Lin Fan's hands were covered in black scales, partial divine transformation, as he seized the shadow's tail that it had not managed to escape. Since you've come, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Fan mumbled with his mouth full. Because his mouth was stuffed, his voice was lower and did not trigger a rule backlash. Just now you took a bite of my roommate's yang energy, shouldn't you spit it out with interest? Crack. Lin Fan tore it apart with both hands, as if ripping apart a roasted chicken, pulling the remaining half of the shadow's body together and stuffing it into his mouth. Gulp. It was swallowed. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The villa fell silent once again, but this time the cold, oppressive feeling had vanished. In its place was a warm feeling of fullness rising from Lin Fan's stomach. Congratulations. Successfully devoured the glass divine being's core projection. Desolation sequence activity level 38, gained temporary ability silence field, can eliminate all sounds made by oneself lasting 30 minutes. Lin Fan let out a satisfied burp. Burp. This loud belch echoed in the quiet night, yet no more shadows emerged to punish him. Phew, I almost didn't eat enough. Lin Fan wiped his mouth and turned to look at Xiang Lai, who was sprawled on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Xiang Lai's vitality was slowly recovering, but his worldview had shattered into pieces. What did he just witness? That rule monster immune to physical attacks and blocking elemental abilities was devoured by this greedy guy. Swallowed whole? You? Xiang Lai pointed at Lin Fan, his finger trembling, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Are you even human? Of course. Lin Fan walked over, pulled Xiang Lai up from the ground, and casually brushed off the dust on him. If I weren't human, I should have devoured you, this piece of dried beef too. Lin Fan fished out a bottle of recovery potion, given by Xiaya from his backpack, and tossed it to Xiang Lai. Drink this quickly. It's high-grade stuff worth 500 points a bottle. Remember to transfer the money to me. Xiang Lai held the potion, looking at Lin Fan with a complex expression. At this moment, this seemingly frail and money-obsessed boy appeared enigmatic in his eyes. Eating divine beings. What kind of ability is that? Just then, the lights in the Villa district suddenly turned back on. The oppressive magic prohibition field instantly dissipated. The hoarse voice of the chief instructor came through the broadcast again, but this time it carried a hint of unmasked astonishment and a toothache. The first lesson is over. Congratulations to all for surviving. Additionally, there is an announcement. Due to a certain student's improper dietary behavior, teaching props have been damaged. That student will have 1,000 initial points deducted. Codename, Gluttony. The broadcast ended. Lin Fan was stunned. Points deducted? Lin Fan jumped up, pointing at the ceiling and cursing. Are you kidding me? I helped you deal with the trash and you still deduct points from me? That thing was eaten through my own ability. Why should I pay for it? I protest. I want to see a lawyer. I want to see Li Gue. Watching Lin Fan, who was raging over the 1,000 points, Xiang Lai quietly took a sip of the potion. He suddenly felt that compared to that flesh-eating divine being, this guy named Lin Fan might just be the most dangerous monster in this madhouse. The next morning at the Qianlong Villa on the western outskirts of the capital, after a night of silent cleansing, an odd tension hung in the air of the Villa district. Though most trainees had survived by their own means, after all, they were the nation's top-ranked talents, each with some hidden ace. Their faces bore traces of exhaustion and gravity. All except Lin Fan. He had slept until the sun was high, rising full of vigor, and with a ruddy complexion, having feasted on ensrank divine abomination the previous night. Bang! The door to the chief instructor's office was kicked open. Behind the desk, a burly middle-aged man with a full beard and a black eye patch over his left eye was staring at a surveillance screen. Startled by the noise, he nearly dropped his thermos. Lei Long, chief instructor of the Seed Project, mid-5th stage enhancement type known as the Great Xia's #1 meat shield. Which bastard dares to kick my door? Lei Long roared, slamming the table as he stood. Me! Lin Fan swaggered in, holding a copy of the trainee handbook, and slapped it onto Lei Long's desk. I'm Lin Fan, codename Glutton. Oh, it's you. Half of Lei Long's anger dissipated and his expression turned odd. He had watched the surveillance of last night's feast. In over 40 years, he had seen people kill divine abominations and seal them, but never had he seen anyone devour one raw. This kid was indeed a monster. What here to pay the fine? Lei Long sat back down, took a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos. 1,000 points, not a single one less. Let's set the fine aside for now. Lin Fan pulled over a chair, sat down uninvited, and even propped his feet on the desk, exuding arrogance. Instructor, I've carefully studied this trainee handbook. Article 18 states rank seed trainees, due to their special circumstances, have the right to apply for a dedicated logistics team of no more than 3 members to support their training. Lin Fan pointed at the fine print. That rule exists, Lei Long frowned. But it's usually for those pampered young masters who need nannies. And the costs are self-funded. Perfect. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, pulled 3 pre-filled application forms from his pocket, and slid them across the desk. I'm exercising this right. Reason. Lei Long picked up the forms. As you've seen, my ability is gluttony, Lin Fan said with a straight face, spinning a tail. I suffer from severe metabolic disorders and mental agitation. He pointed at the first form, applicant Wang Pangpang, Kunlun Academy. Position, personal nutritionist chef. Reason, only his cooking can control my appetite, otherwise I might end up eating the instructor. Lei Long was speechless. Eating the instructor? What kind of excuse is that? Lin Fan pointed at the second form, applicant Xia. Kunlun Academy. Position personal psychologist emotional soother. Reason my mental state is unstable and I'm prone to rampages. She's the only one who can calm me down, also my creditor. Lin Fan pointed at the third form applicant Yi Zi, freelancer mercenary. Position security advisor sparring partner. Reason I lack a sense of security and need someone to guard the door while I sleep. Nonsense. Lei Long slammed the forms on the table. This is a national level special training, not a vacation for you to bring your family. Apart from that Wang Pangpang who has some support abilities, the others are a spoiled heiress and an assassin. What can they do? Denied. Denied. Lin Fan seemed to have anticipated this. Unfazed, he slowly pulled out the black seed badge from his pocket and tossed it in his hand. Instructor Lei, I heard this badge was given to me by teacher Li Gue. He said if I had any trouble in the capital I could contact the organization. Lin Fan took out his phone and right in front of Lei Long dialed a number. Hello, teacher Li. Yes, it's me, Lin Fan. I'm at the base. Nothing major. I'm sick and need some people to treat me, but Instructor Lei says no. Oh, I know you're busy. How about this? I'll send that rusty blade back to you for safekeeping, since no one's taking care of me here if I faint from hunger one day and lose the blade. Lei Long coughed violently and grabbed Lin Fan's phone, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Lin Fan, why the rush? Let's talk this over. He wiped cold sweat from his forehead. This kid was too cunning. Not only was Li Gue a notoriously protective madman, but that rusty blade was a sacred relic that the Heavenly Works Institute had specifically ordered to be monitored. If it went missing at the base, the old scholars would tear him apart. Let's discuss this reasonably. Lei Long picked up the three forms and gave them a perfunctory glance. Considering your ability is indeed special, eating divine abominations, and for the base's safety to prevent you from eating anything indiscriminately, having a professional logistics team is reasonable. Lei Long took a red pen and signed the forms swiftly. Approved. But, he shifted his tone sternly. All costs are self-funded. Travel accommodation. The base covers nothing. Deal. Lin Fan, satisfied, put away his phone, which hadn't actually connected, only played a recording, and retrieved the forms. I'll tell them to buy tickets. No need for tickets, Lei Long said with a dismissive glare. Since it's an rank privilege, the Heavenly Works Institute will send a private jet. They'll arrive tomorrow afternoon. Thanks, Instructor Lei. Lin Fan stood up, gave a sloppy salute, and turned to leave. At the door he paused and looked back. Oh, by the way, Instructor, that divine abomination I ate yesterday, it was a bit bland. Next time could you add some spice? Get lost. Amid Lei Long's roar and a flying thermos, Lin Fan burst out laughing as he ran from the office. The next afternoon at the Qianlong Villa helipad, Lin Fan, wearing sunglasses, scavenged from the villa and chewing a toothpick, stood in the wind like a mob boss at a meet. Behind him, Xiang Lai and Bai Ling had also come. Hey, Lin Fan, Xiang Lai asked curiously. Why go through all this trouble to bring those people here? We're here to get stronger, not to babysit. Rumble. A luxurious business jet bearing the Heavenly Works Institute insignia descended slowly. The hatch opened. First out was a fat man in a custom chef's uniform carrying a huge black wok on his back. Bro, Lin. I missed you. Wang Pangpang charged down like a human cannonball. Is it true the capital has free ingredients? I brought my ancestral chef's knife. Next, a cold, stunning girl in a black tight combat suit, dual blades at her waist, stepped out. Her eyes swept the area like lightning. Then she gave Lin Fan a slight nod. That was Yi Zi. The last to emerge was Xia in a white high-end trench coat, large sunglasses radiating authority. Behind her followed two transport robots piled with expensive-looking cases. Is that? Xiang Lai stared wide-eyed. The heiress of the Xia consortium. Xia took off her sunglasses, ignored Xiang Lai completely, and walked straight to Lin Fan. Here. She slapped a black gold card against his chest. This quarter's rent advance. Also, she gestured to the cases behind her. I heard the food here is terrible, so I brought some local specialties from home. As the cases opened one by one, the dense spiritual energy fluctuations nearly blinded Xiang Lai. These weren't just specialties. They were all rank high-energy ingredients, each bite worth a fortune. Hot pot tonight. Lin Fan slung an arm around Fatty's shoulder and smiled at Xia and Yi Zi. Welcome to the madhouse. Xiang Lai stood in the wind watching this group, suddenly feeling like the real country bumpkin. When one attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, Xiang Lai muttered. But this isn't ascension. This is a band of bandits taking over the village. Qianlong Villa, S-Class Villa No. 1. Deep in the night at 2 o'clock. Creak, creak. The spine-chilling sound of twisting metal echoed through the living room like a ravenous beast gnawing on unyielding bones. Lin Fan, clad in his pajamas, crouched by the coffee table, his heart bleeding, as he stared at the rusted sentinel blade before him, which devoured like a starved ghost. 10 minutes ago this blade had not only shattered the living room's bulletproof glass, but also consumed the alloy dagger he kept in his backpack for self-defense. Now it even aimed its tip at the solid gold doorknob of the villa's main entrance. Let go. Let go, I say. Lin Fan gripped the hilt with all his might, his face flushed crimson, his voice trembling. That thing is pure gold. At today's gold price, it's worth 300,000. 300,000, you ancestor. But the blade clearly had no sense of finance. It only sensed hunger. Warning: bonded spirit weapon rusted blade is in a progressive hunger state. Hint: common metals contain too many impurities to satisfy needs. Requires feeding with high concentration divine metal. Countdown 10 minutes. If unmet, it will automatically drain the holder's blood and chi. A faint stinging sensation came from his palm. Lin Fan felt his blood flowing uncontrollably into the hilt, a weakness from the loss of life force surging through him. This blade. It's gone mad. Drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, Lin Fan shouted upstairs, "Fatty, wake up. Get down here and help. Do you have any divine metal? This damn blade wants to eat me." A commotion erupted from the second floor. Wong Pong Pong in pajamas printed with SpongeBob rushed down. Seeing the scene, his face turned green. Bro, Lin, divine metal is a controlled substance. Only the Celestial Works Institute and the military have it. It's not available on the open market. Where am I supposed to steal some at this hour? Then what do? I can't just let it drain me dry, can I? Lin Fan felt his palm going numb. Go to the black market. Xiaya, who had been silent, descended in a silk robe. She held a cold glowing black gold card, her expression aloof, as if the chaos before her was trivial. In the capital's underworld, there's nothing you can't buy. Fatty, get the car. Half an hour later. The entrance to the black market 3 levels beneath the capital. This was the capital's shadow, the sewer of desire. Massive holographic neon lights cast grotesque shadows over the grimy streets, the air thick, with a mix of machine oil, blood, and cheap cigarettes. Cough. What is that smell? Lin Fan carried the still vibrating rusted blade on his back. Even wrapped in 3 layers of special insulating cloth, the chilling cold pierced through to his spine. The smell of money. Wong Pong Pong, leading the way, lowered his voice. Bro, Lin, keep quiet once we're inside. The rules here are different from outside. How different? Outside it's all about money. Here it's about points. Wong Pang Pang pointed at a nearby stall. A vendor selling mutated beast hearts was shouting at a buyer holding a thick stack of cash. Get lost. I don't want money. These days cash is just paper. 5 points. No points, then trade your life. See that? Wong Pang Pang sighed. In the capital, money can make you comfortable, but only the contribution points issued by the Celestial Works Institute. The points can make you stronger. At the current black market rate, 1 point is worth about 15,000 in cash, and it's hard to come by. After all, for those living on the edge, points buy potions and gear, cash only buys coffins. Lin Fan patted his pocket. He had saved some points at school, and with this rank reward and what had swindled from Xianglian, he had about 8,000 points. He did the math. 8,000 times 15,000. That's 120 million. Damn, him that rich. Lin Fan straightened his back, instantly striding with newfound confidence. The black market's core area, the Red Gold Pavilion Auction House. This was the highest tier venue in the entire market, specializing in trafficking the most forbidden top-tier contraband. Inside a second-floor VIP booth, Lin Fan watched the circular auction stage below through one-way glass, his palms slick with sweat. The rusted blade on his back vibrated increasingly violently. He had to find something to feed it soon. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes tonight's grand finale. The auctioneer, a woman with a mechanical eye, lifted the red cloth from the tray. A wave of scorching heat swept through the entire venue. On the tray lay a fist-sized or fiery red like a flame. Its surface rippled with patterns like flowing magma, as if it were a still-beating heart. Omniscient vision instantly displayed information: Starcrash, Crimson Gold, High Purity Source, 4th Restricted Zone, Godfall Grounds, Divinity Content 65. The rusted blade behind Lin Fan let out a joyful shriek, its blood-draining intensity easing, and it even started rubbing against his back like a spoiled pet. That's it. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with greed. Starcrash Crimson Gold, the top-tier base material for forging a fire-type's glass divine weapon. The auctioneer's voice was seductive. Starting bid 5,000 points. 6,000. Someone immediately raised their paddle. 7,000. 8,000. The price skyrocketed rapidly. Lin Fan's previously straight back slumped. His entire fortune was only 8,000 points, and within 2 minutes he had lost the ability to bid. 12,000. A young man with dyed red hair and an arrogant expression raised his paddle from the front row, announcing loudly, "I am Zhao Tai of the Zhao family. I want this, or give me some face, everyone." The Zhao family. The nouveau riche who got rich doing contract work for the Celestial Works Institute. Whispers circulated, but the bidding indeed stopped. 12,000 points equivalent to nearly 200 million in cash and points were hard to accumulate. Offending the Zhao family over a rock wasn't worth it. 12,000 going once. Lin Fan scratched his head in desperation, turning to Pang Pang and Xiaya beside him. Can you lend me some? I'll pay you back double when I make it big. Pang Pang grimaced, turning his pockets inside out. Bro Lin, I've used all my points to buy ingredients. You know how expensive that divine-grade beef is. Just then, Xiaya, who had been sitting on the sofa sipping tea, set down her cup. She pressed the bidding controller, but instead of entering a number, she directly opened the microphone. 200 million. Her cool voice echoed throughout the venue. Dead silence. Even the auctioneer was stunned, her mechanical eye spinning several times. 200 million. Esteemed guest, we prioritize points transactions here. I know. Xiaya cut her off, her tone as flat as discussing dinner. At today's highest black market rate, 1 to 15,000. 200 million cash equivalent to 13,333 points. Is that enough? The entire venue erupted, paying with cash outright. 200 million in cash. Liquid assets were different from total wealth. Casually pulling out 200 million in liquidity to buy a rock. How vast must one's fortune be? The red-haired Zhao Tai's face darkened, and he stood up, gnashing his teeth. Where did this country bumpkin come from breaking the rules? I have points. I bid 14,000 points. Zhao Tai looked smugly at the second-floor booth. Rich are you? Here points are the real currency. Can you conjure up points if you're so rich? Xiaya didn't even raise an eyelid, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. 300 million. Equivalent to 20,000 points. Zhao Tai's smile froze. 400 million. Xiaya continued to raise the bid, her speech rate unwavering. 500 million. Before Zhao Tai could speak, Xiaya had already called out 500 million. Equivalent to 33,000 points. This was a crushing, a pure, irrational, overwhelming wealth-based annihilation. Zhao Tai was utterly broken. His total points were only 18,000. Was this woman insane? 500 million for a rock. Who exactly are you? Zhao Tai roared, pointing at the second-floor booth. Dare to state your name. Do you know who I am? The one-way glass of the booth slowly turned transparent. Xiaya sat on the sofa, removing her sunglasses, her cold eyes sweeping over Zhao Tai below. The Zhao family, right? Go back and ask your father if he still wants the production lines the Xia Consortium approved for you this year. The moment Zhao Tai saw her face, his legs gave way and he collapsed into his chair. Miss Xia? The entire audience gasped. The Xia Consortium, the Great Xia's premier arms dealer, a true behemoth. No wonder money meant nothing to her. Her family printed cash, no made weapons. Anyone else bidding? Xiaya looked around. No one dared meet her gaze. Swipe the card. She tossed her black gold card to the stunned server. Send the item over. Moments later, the scorching star crash crimson gold lay before Lin Fan. His hands trembled as he stared at this 500 million yuan rock. Rip. Before he could marvel, the rusted blade on his back tore through the canvas, impatiently lunging at it like a greedy viper. The unyielding crimson gold melted like chocolate before the rusted blade. Red liquid metal flowed along the blade, rapidly absorbed. The blade let out a satisfied hum. A large patch of rust fell off, revealing a section of crimson edge faintly etched with an ancient seal script character blaze. System prompt: bonded spirit weapon. Rusted blade has finished feeding. Unlocked trait: blood blaze attacks inflict unhealable burning damage. Lin Fan gripped the renewed hilt, feeling the surging power within. Excellent blade. He couldn't help but praise, then turned to Xiaya with a fawning expression. Landlady, does this blade now have a half stake from you too? Xiaya put her sunglasses back on, stood up, and walked out, her silhouette cool and ruthless. Put it on the tab. This 500 million counts as the down payment for you marrying into the Xia family. Lin Fan. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Sklas villa, spilling across the priceless Persian carpet. Lin Fan was holding a glass of warm milk, respectfully offering it to Xiaya. Landlady, please have your meal. Xiaya sat on the sofa, scrolling through financial news on her tablet, without even lifting her eyes. Temperature. 45 degrees constant temperature with half a spoon of sugar, just as you instructed last night. Lin Fan wore a standard professional fake smile. There was no helping it. He owed 500 million. Even though Xiaya had shouted that price herself to buy the Starfall Crimson Gold, as the beneficiary, Lin Fan couldn't exactly stand tall. Now Lin Fan was not only an Sklas student at Kunlun Academy, but also the unofficial employee of the eldest princess of the Xia Consortium. Beside him, Wang Pang Pang munched on a steamed bun, shaking his head as he watched. Bro Lin, where's your integrity? Where's the dignity of an Sklas powerhouse? Dignity? Lin Fan turned around, his face full of righteousness. Can dignity be eaten? Can dignity repay 500 million? Fat man, you know nothing of the power of capital. Yeezy, wiping her twin blades nearby, added coldly, 10 minutes to assembly. Today's lesson is combat simulation. Qianlong Manor, basement level 3 comprehensive training ground. It was a massive domed space, the floor paved with high-strength alloy armor plates. At the center of the arena, 20 silver-white mechs, each 5 meters tall, stood in neat rows. Streamlined armor particle thrusters mounted on their backs and spirit energy cannons gleaming with cold light on their arms. The Qishao 3, a neural link general-purpose mech, manufactured by Heavy Industries Division of the Xia Consortium. Wow! The students present burst into exclamations. For men, mechs were an irresistible romance. Head instructor Thunderdragon stood on the platform, still holding his thermos. Today's lesson is simple. Thunderdragon pointed at the mechs behind him. In this era, besides physical evolution, technology is also a crucial means to combat the gods. These are training mechs newly sponsored by the Xia Consortium. Through neural link technology, they can amplify your abilities tenfold when output through the mech. Mission pair up for live fire combat. The winner receives 100 points. Hearing, sponsored by the Xia Consortium, Lin Fan instinctively glanced at Xiaya beside him. Xiaya lifted her chin slightly, her expression indifferent, as if donating 20 mechs were as casual as donating a few packs of tissues. Alright, form your own pairs and board. With Thunder Dragon's command, the students excitedly rushed toward the mechs. Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan was about to approach a mech, a sarcastic voice sounded. Zhao Tai, who had been humiliated at yesterday's auction, stood not far away in a flashy red pilot suit. Behind him, a few lackeys looked at Lin Fan with derisive smirks. Instructor Lei said today's equipment maintenance and assignment are our logistics team's responsibility. Zhao Tai pointed at a mech in the corner. Although that mech was also a Qishao 3, its paint was mottled and black oil stains even seeped from the hydraulic tube on its left arm. Here, that one's yours. A malicious grin curled at the corner of Zhao Tai's mouth. You're in class, so an expert naturally uses special equipment. This one's been carefully tuned by me. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. The omniscient vision swept over the mech instantly, and the deep analysis result directly appeared before him. Target Qishao 3 number 014. Status abnormal. Fault 1 neural sync rate hardlocked at 10 like driving a tractor in a race car. Fault 2 cooling core replaced with inferior quality parts. A high load operation of 3 minutes would cause reactor overload and explosion. Was this murder? No, it was about fabricating a teaching accident in plain sight. If the mech exploded, Zhao Tai could blame it on Lin Fan's improper operation or pin it on the Xia Consortium's product quality. A double kill. Avenging last night's grudge while smearing the Xia family. Are you sure you want me to pilot this one? Lin Fan looked at Zhao Tai with a half-smile. What? Scared? Zhao Tai taunted. If you're scared, go back to Kunlun and drink milk. Fine. Lin Fan wasn't angry and walked straight toward the battered mech. As long as you don't regret it. Beep. Neural link initiated. Warning. Sync rate abnormal. Current sync rate 10. Warning. Cooling system failure. Core temperature rising. Inside the cockpit, the warning lights flashed red like a disco. Lin Fan sat in the pilot seat feeling as if he were driving a rusty hand tractor. Every movement of raising a hand or taking a step had a massive delay. Through the comm channel came Xia Ya's icy voice. Lin Fan, get out. This mech's data is off. The Zhao family tampered with it. I'm going to tear Zhao Tai apart. Don't rush, landlady. Lin Fan's fingers flew over the control panel, silencing all alarms, a playful smile spreading across his face. It would be rude not to accept a gift so carefully prepared. Besides, Lin Fan touched the night watchman's rusted blade at his back, which was beginning to warm up. I've been wanting to test this blade's new feature. Besides, Lin Fan touched the night watchman's rusted blade at his back, which was beginning to warm up. I've been wanting to test this blade's new feature. The match begins. As the broadcast sounded, boom. Across the arena, Zhao Tai piloted a fired high-performance mech, its engines roaring like a steel beast charging straight ahead. Die country bumpkin. Zhao Tai's voice cackled over the public channel. His mech sync rate was as high as 95. Its movements fluid and seamless. A heavy punch laced with flame jets smashed viciously toward Lin Fan's cockpit. This was no sparring. It was clearly aimed at killing Lin Fan. Outside the arena, Xiang Lai and Fatty broke out in a cold sweat. Facing this thunderous strike, Lin Fan's mech didn't move at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. He simply couldn't. The 10 sync rate left the mech still doing calisthenics on the spot. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Seeing this, Zhao Tai was ecstatic and increased the thruster power. Just as the massive steel fist was about to shatter Lin Fan's cockpit. Zzz. Inside the cockpit, Lin Fan suddenly drew the rusty blade from behind, but he didn't use it to block. Instead, he reversed the blade and stabbed it fiercely into his own mech's power core cooling vent. Has he gone mad? Even Thunder Dragon stood up at the sight. The power core was already unstable, and the only outcome of this stab was a nuclear explosion. Yet the expected explosion never came. Instead, the rusty blade embedded in the power core glowed with crimson patterns instantly. Ability activated Bloodburn Thermal Devouring. The heat from the overloaded power core on the verge of exploding surged into the rusty blade like floodwaters finding an outlet. That heat enough to melt steel became a delicious nourishment for the rusty blade. Burp! Lin Fan seemed to hear the blade let out a satisfied belch. Then gripping the hilt, Lin Fan twisted it sharply. Since you love playing with fire so much, let me show you what art really means. A golden light blazed in Lin Fan's eyes. Through the rusty blade, he channeled the devoured thermal energy into the mech's already ruined right arm hydraulic tube. At that moment, the sluggish right arm bearing the terrifying energy instantly turned red-hot and even began to melt. But in that instant, it broke through the 10-sync lock, unleashing a speed surpassing the limits of its class mech. A self-destruct style move. Flame Fist. Boom. Before Zhao Tai's fist could even touch Lin Fan's burning melting steel arm had already struck first, slamming violently into the chest of Zhao Tai's mech. No fancy techniques. Only pure compressed to the extreme. Explosion. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose at the center of the training ground. Zhao Tai's red mech flew like a kicked tin can, crashing dozens of meters away into the protective wall, its chest blown open into a huge smoking hole. As for Lin Fan's mech, the right arm was completely gone and the remaining half was charred black. The hatch opened. Lin Fan coughed as he jumped out of the black smoke, still holding the red-hot rusty blade. He looked at the terrified Zhao Tai in the distance. Though protected by the cockpit and not dead, he was dazed and shaken, and grinned, flashing 2 rows of white teeth. Instructor! Lin Fan raised his hand, shouting with an innocent look. I want to report. Zhao Tai's mech was too fragile. I hadn't even used force and it exploded. Also, Lin Fan pointed at his own smoking wreck. The Xia Consortium's product quality is indeed a bit problematic. The cooling system is too poor. This counts as a work injury, right? The entire arena fell into dead silence. Only Xia stood at the sidelines watching the youth emerging from the flames, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. She understood Lin Fan's words. Cooling system too poor. No, this was telling everyone. Someone had tampered with the Xia Consortium's mechs. The Zhao family. Xia took off her sunglasses, and for the first time, a killing intent befitting the true helm of a conglomerate gleamed in her beautiful eyes. To tamper with my goods, to kill my people. You've chosen a narrow path. The black smoke from the martial arts arena had yet to dissipate when an elongated hover car with the license plate Xiashi Heavy Industries drove out of the Qianlong Villa. Inside the car, the atmosphere was as cold as ice. Xia sat on a leather seat holding a glass of red wine, yet she hadn't taken a sip. With her other hand, she rapidly tapped on the holographic keyboard, each keystroke seeming like a death sentence for some family. Cut off all supply of raw materials to the Zhao family. Freeze Zhao's loans at the United Bank. Notify the legal department to sue the Zhao family for their illegal use of inferior cores in the Chixiao 3 mecha, suspected of intentional murder of an class student, demanding 100-fold compensation. Once a series of orders was issued, Xia closed her light brain and exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin Fan sat opposite her, cautiously holding the still warm rusty knife, tentatively asking, Master Landlord, where are we going? Aren't we going back to the dorm? Going back to what dorm? Xia shot him a cold glance. With such a big incident, someone must take responsibility. Zhao Tai is just a fool pushed out. The real one daring to touch the Xia family's products is the old thing behind him. We're going to the Xia family ancestral home. Xia instructed the driver. Take you to meet my grandfather. By the way, let's settle that mess. Lin Fan scratched his head, grinning. Isn't it a bit too soon to meet the parents? Half an hour later, the vehicle entered a military-restricted area in the northern suburbs of the capital. This place lacked the leisurely ambience of Qianlong Villa, replaced instead by a grim steel forest. Huge anti-aircraft artillery stood atop the hills and squads of soldiers in exoskeleton armor patrolled. Even at the entrance of the manor, Lin Fan spotted a 4th-generation heavy mecha undergoing mobility tests. This was the Xia family, the largest arms dealer in Daxia, truly controlling the lifeblood of war. The car stopped in front of a main building resembling a fortress. Young miss. The butler had been waiting at the door, looking somewhat anxious. The old man coughed up blood again, and he just threw a huge tantrum, breaking things in the study. Another cough. Xia Ya's expression changed as she hurried upstairs, ignoring Lin Fan. He quickly followed, activating his omniscient vision, curiously observing his surroundings. Every brick and every lamp here seemed to conceal a spiritual energy circuit. This was not a home. It was clearly a powder keg ready to explode. In the study on the 3rd floor before entering they heard a roar akin to a lion's. Waste. All of you are waste. That group of clowns from the Zhao family dared to tamper with my mecha. That's a slap in the face to the Xia family. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by violent coughing, a crisp sound of porcelain shattering echoed. Xiaya pushed the door open. The study was spacious with an extremely hardcore decor. Rather than paintings and calligraphy, various models of firearms and combat knives adorned the walls. Behind a massive rosewood desk sat an elderly man with a full head of white hair. He wore an old-style military uniform with broad shoulders. Despite his age, the aura of a man who fought his way out of a sea of corpses could make anyone's legs weak from afar. Xia Long, head of the Xia family, peak level 5, master craftsman. At this moment, this commanding elder was clutching his chest and gasping violently. A pool of shocking golden blood stained the handkerchief in his hand. Grandfather! Xiaya rushed over quickly, helping the old man to breathe. Where's the doctor? Haven't the medicine been sent yet? What use are those quacks? Xia Long tossed aside the handkerchief, his eyes wide open. This is fire poison left over from forging divine weapons in my youth. It's divine backlash. Unless you replace it with a divine heart, no one can cure it. After saying this, his gaze shifted past Xiaya and landed on Lin Fan, who had followed in. In that moment, Lin Fan felt as if he were being targeted by a rampaging dragon. Who is this kid? Xia Long squinted his eyes. Why did you bring an outsider in? Is he also one of those quacks? His name is Lin Fan. Xiaya introduced an class from this year's seed program and also a victim of the recent mecha accident. Oh! Xia Long scrutinized Lin Fan, his gaze lingering on the rusty knife behind Lin Fan, his expression slightly tightening. The Night Watchman's knife. Are you the one chosen by that lunatic Li Gue? Lin Fan smiled calmly. I suppose so. Good day, old man. Humph, slick-tongued. Xia Long snorted coldly. Since you're a victim, just say it. How much compensation do you want? As long as the Xia family can afford it, I want default on it. Lin Fan did not answer immediately. A subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes as he quietly activated his omniscient vision, scanning Xia Long's body. Target Xia Long. Condition: extremely dangerous divine metal poisoning, late stage. Cause: years ago, due to forcibly forging glass forbidden items, he inhaled high concentrations of divine metal dust that fused with his spiritual energy meridians. Consequence: spiritual energy circulation is obstructed, and with each use of power, a year of life is lost. Evaluation: a walking about to explode high-energy reactor. There's no rush on the compensation matter. Lin Fan suddenly stepped forward, staring at Xia Long's flushed face. Old man, your illness seems rather nourishing. What? Xia Long was taken aback, thinking he misheard. What I mean is, this isn't an illness at all. Lin Fan pointed at Xia Long's chest. You have a bunch of good stuff built up inside you, but it's just indigestion. You insolent brat. The butler was furious. How dare you speak to the old man like that? This is a stubborn ailment that has troubled him for 10 years, and even the chief medical officer of the Tiangong Academy is helpless against it. What do you know, you young fool? Xiaya tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, whispering, Lin Fan, don't speak recklessly. Grandpa's fire poison is a divine-level rule injury, not an ordinary poison. Rule injury. Lin Fan laughed. He unsheathed the rusty knife from his back and slammed it down on Xia Long's invaluable rosewood desk. In my hometown, there's an old saying, as long as it's energy, there's nothing you can't consume. Lin Fan looked at Xia Long, his eyes filled with greed. Like a hungry wolf eyeing a juicy piece of meat. Old man, let's make a deal. I'll help you extract this fire poison. In return, Lin Fan extended a finger. I want to take the first bite of that juicy piece of meat from the Zhao family. Furthermore, from now on, whenever I buy equipment from the Xia family, no matter the cost, it will all be free. The room fell silent. The butler looked at Lin Fan as if he were a madman. Extracting it? That's divine fire poison that even level 5 experts can't endure. If an ordinary person touched even a drop, they would be instantly turned to ashes. Xia Long stared at Lin Fan for a full 10 seconds. That peak level 5 pressure bore down on Lin Fan like Mount Tai. But Lin Fan stood tall, the smile on his face unwavering. Ha 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 ha. Xia Long suddenly laughed heartily, the sound shaking the glass in the study. Good. This is interesting. The one chosen by Li Gue is indeed someone not afraid of death. Xia Long suddenly ripped open his collar, revealing the lava-like crimson veins on his chest. Kid, since you want to seek death, I'll grant your wish. Come. As long as you can absorb it, don't mention free equipment. Oh, half of the Xia family's armory will be your wedding gift. Know your reward. Xia ya. Lin Fan chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Then I shall dig in. He didn't use any medical instruments. He merely extended a hand, a layer of fine black scales covering his palm, and pressed it directly against Xia Long's chest. Buzz. The sequence 000, the oblivion within him, was instantly activated. That long-lost, seemingly black hole-like devouring power surged along Lin Fan's palm, wildly drilling into Xia Long's body. For Xia Long, those divine metal dust particles were a toxic torment that had haunted him for 10 years. But for Lin Fan, or rather for Oblivion, this was a feast of high-energy barbecue sprinkled with chili powder. Hiss! Lin Fan inhaled sharply, his face instantly turning crimson, and white smoke even began to rise from his head. So spicy. This is intense. Bring on more. Gulp. In the terrified gazes of everyone, Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, and Xia Long's previously pained and distorted expression gradually relaxed as he swallowed. The burning sensation that had pressed down on his chest for 10 years was vanishing at an astonishing speed. How is this possible? The medicine bottle in the butler's hand fell to the ground, and Xia looked at the sweating yet utterly content young man, her expression becoming extraordinarily complex. What kind of monster is this guy? 10 minutes later. Hick! Lin Fan withdrew his hand and let out a thunderous belch. What came out this time was not gas but a wisp of faint golden flame. Omniscient vision popped up a prompt: successfully devoured, high-concentration fire-type divine residue. Oblivion sequence activation level 45. Temporary gain fire element resistance 50. Evaluation tastes a bit like aged liquor with a kick. Ha! Xia Long exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He felt as light as if he had become 20 years younger, the sensation of blocked power completely disappearing. Boom! A terrifying aura belonging to a peak level 5 expert erupted unreservedly from this old man. Good, good, good. Xia Long excitedly repeated the word good 3 times, slapping Lin Fan on the shoulder, nearly knocking the nauseated Lin Fan down. That felt great. I haven't felt this good in 10 years. Xia Long looked at Lin Fan, his eyes no longer holding the previous scrutiny, replaced instead with unabashed admiration. Kid, from today on you are the chief consultant of the Xia family. Anyone who dares to touch you is touching my lifeline. After saying this, Xia Long turned his gaze to the butler beside him, his smile instantly disappearing and morphing into a fierce killing intent. Notify all partners: anyone who dares to take Zhao family's orders is declaring war against the Xia family. Before 12 tonight. I want the Zhao family erased from the capital. The night was deep and the neon lights of the capital city shone brilliantly. But for the Zhao family, tonight was destined to be a long night without dawn. At the command of Xia Long, the massive military-industrial machine began to operate at full speed. 10 minutes later, the stock price of Zhao Precision Engineering plummeted by 40, triggering 3 circuit breakers in the following half hour. 20 minutes later, the United Bank announced the freezing of all credit accounts of the Zhao family. An hour later, the enforcement team from the Institute of Heavenly Crafts raided the Zhao family's factory, sealing off all production lines on the grounds of suspected use of illegal materials that endanger national security. The red-haired youth Zhao Tai, who had been arrogant at the auction, was now kneeling in the living room of the Zhao villa, trembling as he looked at his elders, who wore ashen expressions. He never expected that his attempt to humiliate the so-called Lin Fan would lead to a disaster. Meanwhile, at the Xia family's old residence. This is exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Xia Long, wearing a white vest that revealed his muscular physique, was swinging a heavy alloy war hammer on the training ground. The sound of the wind was like thunder, and each strike created visible ripples in the air. Grandpa, take it easy. Xia stood by the side, though she was advising caution. She couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Lin Fan said that although your health has improved after 10 years of depletion, you need to take it slow. Take it slow, my foot. I feel like I could punch a god to death right now. Xia Long threw the war hammer to the ground with a loud crash, shaking the ground 3 times. He strode up to Lin Fan, his fierce eyes blazing with intensity. Kid, the Zhao family is finished. Have you vented your anger yet? Lin Fan was sitting on a nearby chair, munching on a spirit fruit provided by the Xia family, and replied ambiguously, I have. But old man, what about my consultation fee? Haha, rest assured. I keep my word. Xia Long waved his hand. Steward, take this kid to the first treasure vault. As long as he can carry it, he can take whatever he wants. The Xia family's first treasure vault was located 300 meters underground in the old residence, equipped with a security system even more stringent than a bank vault. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and a mixed odor of machine oil and the chill of cold weapons wafted out. Hiss! Lin Fan stood at the doorway, activating his all-seeing perspective and nearly being blinded by the dazzling treasures inside. There were no gold and silver riches, only deadly weapons. On the left shelf were various class forbidden items: Fury of the Wind God, individual exoskeleton, Void Traveler phase, dagger, high-frequency vibration, molecular cutting blade. On the right shelves were rare raw materials: Deep Sea Secret Silver, Wanton Package Thunderstrike, with 1,000-year-old complete eye of a divine being freshly preserved. I've struck it rich. Lin Fan felt his mouth watering. This was not a warehouse. It was clearly a buffet. The rusty blade behind him seemed to sense the wealth around vibrating twice, as if asking, can we eat it all? Stop messing around. If we eat it all, I won't be able to walk out that door. Lin Fan pressed the rusty blade down and began to wander through the vault. He didn't take any of the finished weapons. For him who possessed the rusty blade, other weapons were merely scrap metal. He was searching for materials. Top-notch materials that could feed the rusty blade or enhance himself. Lin Fan. Xiaya followed behind him, watching him pick through a pile of priceless treasures. Are you sure you only want materials? That wind god exoskeleton over there is a limited edition from the Institute of Heavenly Crafts last year, worth 300 million points on the market. External items are ultimately just external items. Lin Fan continued searching in a corner without turning his head. Only what goes into my stomach is truly mine. Suddenly, Lin Fan's hand stopped. Deep in the vault, on a shelf covered with dust, he spotted an inconspicuous black file box. This box looked out of place among the high-tech equipment like an antique from decades ago. But what really caught Lin Fan's attention was the seal attached to the box. The seal was already yellowed and a line of text was written in pen. Project codename 000 Logistics Supply Agreement Signatories Lin Xiao Xiaolong. Date 2021. 05/20. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xiao. His father's name. What is this? Lin Fan pointed at the box, his voice a little dry. Xiaya walked over and, seeing the box, was also somewhat surprised. This is an old file preserved by Grandpa. Xiaya recalled, I heard from the steward that 20 years ago Grandpa had funded a very crazy scientist. That scientist claimed he wanted to create a god, and Grandpa, thinking he was bold, provided him with a lot of forbidden materials. That scientist was named Lin Xiao. Lin Fan turned his head and stared intently at Xiaya. I think that's the name. Xiaya nodded and then realized, wait, Lin Fan, your surname is Lin. Could it be? Lin Fan did not answer. He took a deep breath and tore open the seal. Click. The box opened. Inside there were no earth-shattering weapons or complex experimental data. Only a yellowed contract and a key. It was an ordinary brass key with a cartoon charm, a silly cute husky attached. On the cover of the contract was the name of a company, Deep Blue Psychological Consulting Agency, address 44, Yendai Shejia, Old District, Capital City. Lin Fan picked up the contract and turned to the last page. At the signature section for Party B was his father's calligraphy that he knew all too well, Lin Xiao. Next to the signature was a simple smiley drawing accompanied by a line of small text, Old Xia. If one day I mess things up, let this place be a dowry for my son. Lin Madman. Lin Fan looked at that line of text, his eyes suddenly feeling a bit warm. Even on such a confidential document, his irresponsible old man still couldn't be serious. But Lin Fan understood. This was not a consulting agency. This was the road sign Lin Xiao left for him. Looks like I need to take a trip to Yendai Shejia. Lin Fan tightly grasped the key with the husky keychain. Just then Xia Long's hearty laughter came from the doorway. Kid good eye. Xia Long strode and glanced at the box in Lin Fan's hand, and a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. That box has been here for nearly 20 years. Back then that rascal Lin Xiao bet with me that he would someday be able to trample a god underfoot. I laughed at him for being crazy, yet I still lent him 10 billion. Xia Long walked up to Lin Fan and patted his shoulder. Since you found it, it's yours now. But Xia Long's tone shifted to a serious one. That place, Yendai Shejia 44, has become a very strange location since Lin Xiao went missing. The Institute of Heavenly Crafts sent people to investigate but found nothing. However, every person who went in said there was nothing inside, just dust. Be careful for yourself. Lin Fan nodded, carefully storing the key and contract in his pocket. Thank you, old man. Thank you for what? Xia Long waved his hand. Oh, there's one more thing. The old man suddenly revealed a shrewd smile. Now everyone outside is saying that you are the, well, you know, the spoiled rich kid. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, the spoiled rich kid. After the Zhao family was destroyed, everyone said that Xia did it to avenge you. Now your name is even more famous than mine in the whole capital circle. I don't care. Lin Fan shrugged, looking calm. What's wrong with being the spoiled rich kid? Eating soft rice is also a skill. He glanced at Xiaya beside him, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Besides, the food from the Xia family is indeed quite delicious. I intend to enjoy this meal for a lifetime. Xiaya. Her ears instantly turned red as she turned her head away and kicked Lin Fan fiercely. Get lost. Half an hour later, Lin Fan left the Xia family's treasure vault satisfied. Besides the box, he also took away 3 tons of high-purity divine metal to feed the rusty blade and a lifetime no-charge gold card from the Xia consortium. On the way back to the base, Lin Fan looked out at the fleeting night scenery, unconsciously rubbing the key in his pocket. 44 Yendai Shejia. Deep Blue Psychological Consulting Agency. Dad, what exactly did you hide there? Is it a map to something behind the door? Or The truth about the artificial god project. Fatty. Lin Fan took out his phone and dialed Wang Pang's number. Help me check an address. I'm taking a day off from special training tomorrow. Let's go team building. Team building. Where to? To play a script murder game. In the old district of the capital Yendai Shiejia Alley, stood apart from the city center, which was shrouded by energy shields, preserving the blue bricks and gray tiles of a century past. Though patrol airships occasionally glided overhead, the ground still brimmed with the vibrant hustle and bustle of mortal life. An android selling candied hawthorns, a vendor roasting sweet potatoes over an old coal stove, and a throng of tourists wove a tapestry where cyberpunk and antiquity intertwined. Bro Lin, are you sure this is the place? Wang Pong, clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, clutched a costly compass. Actually a high-precision signal detector. His face a mask of utter disbelief. According to the coordinates old Xia gave, it's this street. Number 44. The plump man pointed ahead, where a dilapidated shop was wedged between two trendy milk tea stores. The storefront was tiny, its wooden sign decayed and blackened, with a few peeling painted characters barely visible, deep blue psychological counseling. The rest was illegible. Stranger still, despite the endless stream of tourists, some even queuing for milk tea, right outside, they all seemed oblivious to the shop, instinctively veering around it. A cognitive interference field. Yeezy stood behind Lin Fan, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade, her gaze vigilant. This place is laced with psychological suggestion. Ordinary people unconsciously ignore its existence. Interesting. Lin Fan stood before the dust-laden wooden door, pulling from his pocket the brass key adorned with a goofy husky keychain. Fatty, can you open it? Lin Fan asked. Wang Pang stepped forward, fiddling with the lock, using a set of sophisticated electronic tools. After a long while he looked up, sweating profusely. Damn it! This lock has no core, no electronic signal. It doesn't seem to be physically real. Then it's right. Lin Fan smiled. A door left by that madman Lin Xiao. If Fatty could pick it, that would be the real miracle. Step back. Lin Fan gripped the key, aimed it at the seemingly impenetrable keyhole, and gently inserted it. Click. A crisp sound of mechanical engagement rang out. Then the eyes of the husky keychain suddenly lit up with a faint blue glow. Woof! An electronic bark abruptly sounded. The old wooden door rippled like water, then slowly swung inward. A rich aroma of coffee mingled with the scent of old paper rushed out. Enter. Without hesitation, Lin Fan stepped inside. Fatty and Yeezy exchanged a glance before following. The moment all three crossed the threshold, the wooden door slammed shut behind them. The clamor of the outside world, hawkers, tourists, vanished, instantly replaced by a mellow jazz melody. This? Wang Pang's jaw dropped and his compass clattered to the floor. This was no shabby counseling room. It was an enormous, otherworldly space. Before them stretched a vast retro hall hundreds of meters across. A massive mechanical astrolabe hung from the vaulted ceiling. The walls were bookshelves of countless gears and brass pipes laden with thick leather-bound archives. At the hall's center sat a cluttered mahogany desk, a steaming cup of coffee on it, as if its owner had just stepped away. On the wall opposite the desk hung a huge blackboard scrawled with chalk in wild cursive. Welcome to Deep Blue. Today's script: The Vanished Deity. Players 3. Difficulty Hellish, SC. Script: Murder Mystery. Fatty picked up the compass, utterly bewildered. Bro Lin, did your dad run a board game cafe? I doubt it's that simple. Yeezy pointed upward. The massive mechanical astrolabe was slowly rotating its grinding gears, sounding like a countdown. Just then a crackle of static filled the air. A mechanical dog on the desk, identical to the one on the keychain, suddenly came to life. It shook its metallic fur, opened its mouth, and projected a hologram. Within it stood a man in a white coat, his hair disheveled, his back to the viewer, frantically writing formulas on a blackboard. Ahem. Testing. The man's voice came through, tinged with laziness and mockery. If you're hearing this, it means two things. First, my unlucky son has finally grown up and done well enough not to starve. Second, those old stubborn fools have made their move, forcing you to seek out the contingency your old man left behind. Lin Fan stared at the figure. Though had never seen him in person, a familiar pulse in his blood told him. This was Lin Xiao. Son, don't rush to claim my inheritance. In the recording, Lin Xiao turned, but his face was pixelated or masked, unreadable. What Lin Xiao left behind isn't for the useless. Want the core files? Want to know the secrets beyond the door? Then play a game with your old man. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Play what? Though it was a recording, Lin Xiao seemed to anticipate his reaction. He snapped his fingers. In this room I've sealed a historical projection from a century ago. It's the night the deities first descended upon Earth. You three will play the 3 key roles from that time. Clear condition: before the deities descend, find the betrayer. Game start. Whoosh. As Lin Xiao's voice faded, the surroundings warped. The bookshelves vanished, the desk dissolved. In their place was a pitch-black, rain-soaked night. Cold rain struck Lin Fan's face, accompanied by the wail of air raid sirens. System notice loading script. Player Lin Fan, Role Night Watchman Core 001 Squad Leader Temporary. Mission hold the line, find the mole. Player Wang Pang, Role Heavenly Works Institute Chief Logistics Officer. Mission secure supplies audit accounts. Player Yi Zi, Role Refugee Witness. Mission survive deliver intelligence. Boom! A violet lightning bolt tore across the sky. In its flash, Lin Fan saw his surroundings. He stood in a trench reeking of steel and gunpowder. Ahead, terrifying black silhouettes hundreds of meters tall descended slowly from the torn sky. They were deities. This is 100 years ago. Wang Pang's voice crackled through the earpiece on the verge of tears. Bro Lin, the script murder mystery is way too hard. It's a foolin' immersive holographic experience. My legs are shaking. No more crap. Lin Fan glanced down at the old military uniform he wore and the rust-free gleaming night watchman blade in his hand. A surge of timeless valor welled up within him. He didn't know why his father had arranged this script, but he knew that since he was here he had to clear it. Fatty, check the supplies. Yeezy, stay hidden and observe. Lin Fan gripped his blade, staring at the divine punishment about to fall from the sky, a golden light flickering in his eyes. Since we're looking for a mole, then let's first cut these annoying deities back to where they came from. In the new calendar year, on the night of divine descent, Kunlun Fortress, the first line of defense. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded near his ears, followed by the stench of soil being thrown into the air. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was not the bookshelf of the deep blue office, but a night sky scorched red by war. The cold torrential rain mixed with black ashes lashed against his face. Captain, wake up! A young soldier, his face smeared with blood, was shaking his shoulder vigorously, crying out. The defense line of Area A has been breached. Those monsters have broken in. Lin Fan instinctively reached behind him. What he grasped was a cold, heavy yet still incredibly sharp long knife. It was not that rusted piece of scrap iron. Instead, it was a brand new mirror-like cold glinting night watchman standard combat knife model 001. The moment he gripped the knife, an unprecedented, grand and tragic thought surged into Lin Fan's mind. It was not the greed of gluttony, but a resolve known as protection. This is what it was like when it was young. Lin Fan's heart shook. He stood up and looked out through the gaps in the trench. There, hundreds of meters away, several towering black shadows were rampaging. They had no specific shape, like flowing darkness crushing human tanks, and bunkers like toys wherever they passed. That was the first batch of divine projections that descended 100 years ago. Don't panic. Lin Fan slapped the young soldier's helmet, his voice cold and hard. As long as the shield is up, they can't enter the core area. Everyone follow my command. Load up. Counterattack. Though it was a scripted game, the overwhelming sense of pressure instantly put Lin Fan into action. He knew that his task was to find the traitor. And in this high-pressure environment, the traitor could only be one possibility, the person who could cause the defense line to collapse. Buzz. A panicked voice from Wang Pang came through the earpiece, accompanied by a harsh electric sound. Lin, brother Lin, can you hear me? It's me, Fatty. Speak. Lin Fan yelled while swinging his knife to cut down a small divine creature that lunged at him. I'm at the logistics command center. This script is off. Fatty's voice trembled. I just checked the energy logs. The energy shield of Area A was not broken by the divine beings at all. Then what happened? It was an overload. Someone manually modified the frequency of the shield in the background, causing it to resonate with the energy waves of the divine beings, resulting in self-destruction of the shield. It's man-made. The authorization code for that operation is Skywork 002. That was high-level authority from the Academy of Heavenly Works. 002. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. If Model 001 was the first director who sacrificed himself, then 002. Yeezy, where are you? Lin Fan called out on the channel. I'm in the ruins at the edge of the core area. Yeezy's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Lin Fan, I've seen the person you mentioned. Where is he? What does he look like? Right under the energy tower. Yeezy lowered her voice. He's wearing a white lab coat and has no guards around him. He is smiling. Keep an eye on him. I'm on my way. Lin Fan cleaved through the blazing fire before him and shouted to the soldiers beside him. Hold the position. Not a single step back. Having said that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the energy tower in the rear. Under the energy tower, the rain poured down. The massive energy tower emitted a burdensome, buzzing sound, and blue arcs of electricity danced wildly along its structure, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yeezy huddled behind a broken concrete slab, peering through the gap, fixated on the silhouette, standing in front of the control console. It was a slender man. He was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit unique to that era, covered by a blood-stained lab coat. At this moment, outside the defense line, there was a hellish slaughter with countless night watchmen dying in screams. Yet this man elegantly pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the raindrops off his glasses. Then he extended his hand and entered a complex string of codes on the control console. Beep. Area shield completely shut down. With this electronic voice, the light blue curtain in the sky completely dissipated. Why are you doing this? A weak voice echoed. Yeezy saw an old man covered in blood lying in the corner of the control console. He was the true energy officer. The man in the lab coat turned around, revealing a cultured, refined face, yet with eyes that were cold to the extreme. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a fervent curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Old Chun, don't you understand yet? Humanity is too weak. We cannot hold out for 100 years with this turtle shell. The man pointed at the divine beings descending from the sky. Only by letting them in, only by capturing them, dissecting them, can we gain the power of the gods. This is a necessary sacrifice. Madman, you madman. The energy officer spat out a mouthful of blood. No, I am an evolutionist. The man smiled, drawing a gun from his pocket, aiming it at the energy officer's forehead. Remember my name. In the new world to come I will be the creator. Bang! The gunshot rang out. At that moment Lin Fan finally arrived. Soaked to the skin, the blood still dripping from the battle knife in his hand. He just caught sight of the man shooting the energy officer, then turning to face the incoming divine army, opening his arms as if welcoming the truth. Lightning split, the night sky illuminating the man's profile. Lin Fan's steps suddenly halted. He recognized that face. Not from history books nor from photographs. But on the day he entered the capital, at the square of the Academy of Heavenly Works headquarters, next to the statue of the first director representing the supreme wisdom of the Academy of Heavenly Works. That was the current chief of the Elder Council of the Academy of Heavenly Works, Gu Chongshan, the young version from 100 years ago. The legendary figure hailed as the father of modern divine technology, still alive in textbooks. So it turns out, the catastrophe 100 years ago was not because humanity couldn't hold on, but because this so-called hero personally shut the door to capture the divine beings for experiments, letting the wolves in sacrificing an entire defense line of night watchmen. Found you, traitor. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the knife, the anger in his eyes nearly evaporating the torrential rain. System prompt: main mission. Find the traitor completed. Truth assessments level. Traitor's Identity Academy of Heavenly Works 002 Gu Chongshan. Who? Gu Chongshan seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head towards Lin Fan's direction. The eyes of the two collided in the rainy night. One was a madman who sacrificed his comrades for ambition 100 years ago. The other was a boy bearing the fate of an experiment 100 years later. Interesting. Gu Chongshan looked at the knife in Lin Fan's hand, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The knife of the first night watchman. Didn't expect such a fine item to exist at this time. Give it to me and I can make you a new human. Gu Chongshan extended his hand as if beckoning a dog. Go to hell with your new humans. Lin Fan roared, his feet shattering the ground as he charged forward like a cannonball. This knife is for those fallen brothers. Swish. The long knife cut through the air, slashing fiercely towards Gu Chongshan's head. However, just as the knife's edge was about to touch Gu Chongshan, the surrounding world suddenly froze. Raindrops hovered in midair, and the explosion's flames solidified into a painting. Gu Chongshan's astonished face also paused at that moment. The script concluded. Exiting the memory corridor. Who? Lin Fan suddenly sprang up from his chair, gasping heavily, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. Around him was still the retro hall of the deep blue office. Fatty was sprawled on the ground, dry, heaving severely dizzy from 3D, while Yeezy gripped her twin knives, pale-faced, her eyes still reflecting the terror of that rainy night. Lin. Brother Lin. Wang Pang looked up, his expression one of horror. Was that white coat just now? Gu. Shut up. Lin Fan interrupted him. He walked over to the desk, gazing at the mechanical dog that had stopped playing the holographic projection. With the script cleared, the mechanical dog's mouth opened again, spitting out a black memory card. That was the true legacy left by Lin Xiao. Also the original sin of that artificial god project. Gu Chongshan. Lin Fan tightly clutched the memory card, his knuckles turning white. No wonder the conservatives wanted to kill me. No wonder Dad had to hide behind the door. No wonder the Academy of Heavenly Works was so rotten. Because at its core this organization had already been sold out. The current powers were precisely the traitor, who rose to power over the corpses of his comrades back then. Lin Fan. Yeezy approached her, voice low. if that person is still alive. He must be at least 120 years old now. And he is the chief of the Elder Council. I know. Lin Fan tucked the memory card close, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A 120-year-old old bastard, his skin must be tough. But it doesn't matter. Lin Fan stroked the long knife that had already returned to its rusty appearance on his back. My knife is just missing the hardest whetstone. Since he is the creator, then I shall be the one to send him off. The early morning at Qianlong Manor was devoid of its usual tranquility. A chilling aura of murderous intent permeated the air, silencing even the chattering birds. All SRANK trainees assembled in the square within 3 minutes. Even the most unruly troublemakers stood in orderly formation, subdued by the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Fan stood at the rear of the line, still yawning. How was your sleep last night? A cold, clear voice came from beside him. Lin Fan turned his head and was immediately captivated. Xiaya stood beside him. Unlike the other trainees in their standard-issue uniforms, she wore a sleek silver-gray suit of fluid armor. It was no ordinary bulletproof vest. It was the latest nanofluid mecha from the Xia Consortium. The cost of its thin faceplate alone could purchase half of Kunlun City. Not bad, just had a nightmare. Lin Fan rubbed his neck and lowered his voice. Speaking of which, landlady, why didn't you come to Fatty's team-building murder mystery game last night? You missed a real spectacle. No time. Xiaya was adjusting the holographic tactical panel on her arm without looking up. Grandfather issued a kill order yesterday. I had to handle the Zhao family's asset liquidation overnight. To prevent them from transferring funds, I monitored their overseas accounts until 4 in the morning. She lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes were tinged with faint bloodshot lines, yet they radiated an aura of absolute control. Thanks to you, the Zhao family is finished. As a token of gratitude, I've reserved a test version of this mecha for you. You'll need it when we descend into the abyss. A warmth filled Lin Fan's heart. Just as he was about to say something appreciative, a thunderous crash echoed from the high platform at the center of the square. Boom! Everyone fell silent instantly. Today's chief instructor, Lei Long, was different. He wasn't holding his signature thermos. Instead, he carried a black greatsword as wide as a door panel on his back. His instructor uniform was replaced by a heavy exoskeleton suit, covered in claw marks, exuding a suffocating aura of bloodshed. Good. It seems these days of comfort haven't turned you all into weaklings. Lei Long's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice low like thunder. A notification. The first phase of the seed project, the adaptation period, is over. From now on we enter the second phase, survival. Dead silence fell over the assembly. Lei Long pointed at the ground beneath his feet, his expression turning grave. Many believe Beijing is safe because of the so-called absolute defense energy shield above. Wrong. Beijing's safety is due to what lies 5 kilometers beneath our feet, a place known as Zero Restricted Zone. There the first divine corpse that fell during the Godfall night is sealed. It is also the most dangerous abyss in all of Daxia. Today is your midterm assessment, an exploration of the Zero Restricted Zone's periphery. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Zero Restricted Zone. That was a classified area that only commanders of the Daxia Night Watchmen or those of equivalent strength were permitted to enter. Even for SRANK trainees, going in now was practically suicide. Lin Fan's heart pounded. In the recording left by his father last night, there was a vague mention of that place. It wasn't just the crash site of the divine corpse. It was also the stronghold of that madman Gu Chongshan. Don't get excited yet. Lei Long coldly cut off the discussion. Given the danger of this mission, the Council of Elders has specially assigned a transfer student to join your team. Come out. As Lei Long's words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the villa district. It was a youth in a cyan Taoist robe and cloth shoes. He appeared young, perhaps 16 or 17. His frame was so thin that a gust of wind could knock him over, and his skin bore a sickly pallor from years without sunlight. What drew the most attention were his eyes, covered by a strip of black cloth. He was blind. Yet he walked without a cane, instead toying with 2 black and white ghost stones between his fingers. With each step, the stones clacked together with a crisp sound. Clack, clack. Hello, everyone. The youth's voice was soft and gentle, yet carried an eerie quality. This humble Taoist is Bai Zhe. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He gave a slight bow, a standard, utterly cold smile on his lips. The crowd was stunned. Wasn't this the Taoist who had been playing chess against the air on the lawn the other day? So he wasn't a trainee here. He was only joining today. Beep. At that moment, Xia Ya's voice came through Lin Fan's tactical earpiece. Lin Fan, be careful of this person. Xia Ya's tone was grave. My tactical visor shows his body temperature is absolute 0. His heart rate is also 0. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. Either he's a dead man, Xia Ya said coldly, or he's not human at all. In that instant sequence, 000 Nirvana, within Lin Fan, suddenly stirred. It felt like an apex predator encountering another of its kind, or rather encountering a shoddy imitation. Omniscient vision. Lin Fan instinctively activated his probing ability. Whoever this was, he needed to know their true nature. But the feedback made his pupils contract. Analyzing. Warning. Target possesses high-level cognitive shielding. Forcibly breaking through. Boom. An invisible flood of data crashed into Lin Fan's mind, causing a sharp pain. But amid the brief garbled code lines of blood red text emerged target by Z code 002. Affiliation Tiangong Institute 5th Research Facility, directly under Council of Elders. Rank 4th Order. Undefinable. Sequence Artificial Divine, Sequence Omniscient 1 Substitute. Note he is a false god created by Gu Chongshan using divine blood and residual genetic data. He possesses near-divine intellect but lacks the core data of a soul. He craves completeness. A substitute. Number 002. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Lin Fan's mind. Just yesterday, in a historical projection, he had seen Gu Chongshan sacrifice an entire defense line to create gods. Today his creation stood before him. Although he didn't know who number 001 was, this number 002 was clearly a product of that madman's plan. No wonder he always played chess alone. In his eyes, perhaps everyone else was merely a pawn, a mortal. As if sensing Lin Fan's gaze, Bai Zhe, who had been blindfolded, suddenly stopped. He tilted his head slightly, his porcelain-like face precisely aligning with Lin Fan's direction. Though blocked by the black cloth, Lin Fan could clearly feel a chilling greed burning in those unseen eyes. It was like a starving man beholding the most lavish feast. Senior brother. Bai Zhe's voice abruptly echoed in Lin Fan's ears, not transmitted through the air but directly bypassing his eardrums, reverberating deep within his mind. I've finally found you. My other half. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically. He let out a muffled groan and stumbled back half a step. Other half? What the hell? Though he didn't understand the riddle, Lin Fan instinctively sensed a colossal threat. This Bai Zhe was definitely targeting him. What's wrong? Xia noticed Lin Fan's distress and grabbed his arm while warily eyeing Bai Zhe, the micromissile pod on her arm slightly deployed. I'm fine. Lin Fan waved his hand, wiping a cold sweat from his brow. He stared fixedly at the still smiling blind youth, his gaze colder than ever before. Fatty Yi Zi Xia. Lin Fan lowered his voice in the comm channel. Stay away from that blind man when we go down. He's not human. He's a monster in human skin. Enough talk. Lei Long, clearly unaware of the silent clash between the two monsters, waved his hand to break the strange atmosphere. Everyone gear up and board the vehicles. Target 5 kilometers beneath Beijing. The Abyss Gate. With the heavy roar of machinery, the ground at the center of the square slowly split open, revealing a massive black elevator platform. A chilling breath from the depths of the earth rushed forth like the exhalation of a giant beast. It was a mixture of sulfur rust and the scent of high-concentration radiation. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. Since you're Gu Chongshan's creation, since you're the so-called number 002, then let me show you. Whether your false god is more formidable or this starving ghost who devours gods has sharper teeth. Let's go. Lin Fan slung his rusted blade onto his back and fell in with the team. The colossal black elevator platform groaned with a teeth-grinding screech of metal. As a wave of weightlessness washed over them, the 100-softened steel cage plunged with this batch of young seeds deep into the earth's bowels. The sunlight above rapidly shrank into a white speck, then vanished entirely. Replacing it were red warning lights installed every 100 meters along the shaft walls. They streaked past, blurring into trails of blood-colored ribbons, casting a grotesque glow on everyone's faces. Current depth 1000 meters underground. External air pressure normal. Radiation levels low. The mechanical female voice continued broadcasting from the cabin speakers. The atmosphere was still relatively relaxed. A few trainees on their first underground mission were even pressed against the reinforced glass, curiously gazing at the pitch-black rock layers outside. But as the numbers on the depth gauge jumped, the mood began to shift. 3000 meters underground. Warning: high concentrations of residual divine particles detected. Radiation levels medium. Please activate your spiritual energy shields. The air seemed to thicken. An indescribable sense of oppression, like a soaked cotton blanket, smothered everyone's mouths and noses. Cough, cough. In the group, Xiang Lai, usually as robust as an ox, suddenly doubled over, coughing violently. A trickle of bright red blood dripped from his nostril onto the alloy floor. He wasn't the only one. Most of the surrounding Srank trainees showed varying degrees of reaction. Some turned pale, others covered their ears, claiming they heard screams, and one female psychic trainee's gaze grew vacant as she muttered, "Don't come near me." This was divine altitude sickness, the physiological rejection of mortals approaching a deity's domain. Did you all skip breakfast? Straighten your backs. Lei Long stood at the front, letting the crimson radioactive dust fall onto his battle armor, producing a corrosive sizzle. He hadn't even activated his spiritual energy shield, relying purely on his physical body to withstand it. Can't handle this little pressure. Down below, you'll just be delivering yourselves as takeout for the divine aberrations. Lin Fan stood in a corner, watching his disoriented classmates with a peculiar expression. He wasn't uncomfortable. Quite the opposite. He felt a little exhilarated. As those dark red divine particles seeped into his pores, the annihilation sequence within him pulsed joyfully like a stray dog catching the scent of a meat bun. His once stagnant blood began to flow faster, bringing him an unprecedented rush of excitement. If he had to describe this feeling, gurgle, Lin Fan's stomach let out a thunderous roar in the deathly silent cabin. Hungry. So hungry. He wanted to eat. The other trainees struggling against the agonizing radiation cast incredulous glances his way. What kind of occasion was this? Everyone was teetering on the edge of life and death, and he got hungry. Lin Fan, your body structure truly is abnormal. Xia Ya's voice came from beside him. Lin Fan turned his head and was momentarily speechless. This young lady was leaning against the handrail, calmly watching stock trends on a holographic projection. Her shimmering nanoarmor was fully sealed, and a stream of pale blue data constantly refreshed on her visor, completely isolating the external radiation and pressure. Monetary power is a form of strength too. As if sensing Lin Fan's silent complaint, Xia, your extended a finger wrapped in armor, pointing at the readings on her helmet. This is an Abyss Walker prototype that Xia Industries originally planned to release next year. It's equipped with 3 layers of divine filtration nets. Cost 80 million credits. How about it? Want me to get you one? They'll give you a 10% discount. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. No thanks, I've got a tough body. I can take it. The real reason was that he was broke. He rubbed his still protesting stomach, his gaze passing over the crowd to settle on the figure at the very front. Bai Zhe. That blind youth was currently sitting cross-legged on the floor. In such a high concentration of divine radiation, he neither bled like ordinary people, relied on equipment like Xia Ya, nor felt ravenously hungry like Lin Fan. He was enjoying it. A healthy flush even appeared on his pale face like an infant in its mother's arms. He reached out as if grasping something in the void, and 2 black and white go pieces danced nimbly between his fingertips. Beep! Xia Ya tilted her tactical panel for Lin Fan to see the data. Take a look at this. Lin Fan looked down. Target Bai Zhe. Vital signs abnormal. Radiation absorption rate 100. Evaluation, he is breathing this radiation. Not just absorbing. Xia Ya's voice turned cold. My sensors show that the divine particles around him are actively converging toward him. As if he is commanding this energy. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the sword hilt at his back. This guy was indeed a complete monster. 5000 meters underground. Arriving at destination. Welcome to Restricted Zone 0. Boom! As the broadcast ended, the intense weightlessness abruptly ceased. The cabin shuddered to a violent halt. The thick alloy doors slid open slowly. A gale mixed with the stench of blood decay, and the ancient dust of eons howled in. Everyone snap out of it. Lei Long drew the heavy sword from his back and was the first to step out. Lin Fan followed closely. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, the sight before him stole his breath. This was no longer the world as humanity knew it. There was no sky, only an inverted ceiling of colossal rock strata thousands of meters overhead. Countless glowing purple mosses like blood vessels crawled over the rock walls, providing a faint, eerie light. And straight ahead lay a vast, boundless black wasteland. Towering upon the wasteland were hundreds of white stone pillars, each 100 meters high. No, they weren't stone pillars. Lin Fan activated his omniscient vision and instantly saw their true nature. They were bones. Fossilized ribs left behind after some colossal creature's death. So this is where the gods fell. As the group was stunned by this grand vista of death, a hoarse, aged voice like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together emerged from the shadows nearby. Turn off the lights. Startled, everyone turned their heads. There, in an inconspicuous corner, squatted an old man in a tattered military coat. He looked 60 or 70 with messy graying hair and a face full of wrinkles. His left eye was blind, covered by a black eye patch, while his remaining right eye was cloudy. In his hand, he carried a rusted bronze oil lamp. The flame within the wick was no larger than a bean, dim and flickering, as if it might go out at any moment. The abyss has no need for bright lights. The old man coughed twice, his single eye coldly scanning the well-equipped youths. Too much light will attract those big things. Hearing this, a few trainees holding high-powered searchlights quickly switched them off. Lei Long, upon seeing the old man, instantly shed his usual arrogance, and even saluted with a hint of respect. Elder Zhang, this batch of seeds is in your care. The old man ignored Lei Long. He picked up his lamp and slowly stood his gaze sweeping over the trainees one by one, as if picking out vegetables at a market. When his eyes fell on Bai Zhe, the flame in the bronze lamp suddenly flickered, turning an eerie ghostly green. Old Zhang took a long hard look at the blindfolded youth, a meaningful cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. An artificial ghost. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Fan, who was still rubbing his stomach. The lamp flame flickered again, this time turning a fiery red. A starved ghost. Old Zhang shook his head, turned, and walked into the deep darkness with his lamp. Has the Heavenly Works Institute run out of people? Sending not madmen who want to become gods, but starving ghosts who want to eat them. Keep close. Where my lamp shines is the realm of the living. Where it doesn't. Old Zhang's voice echoed across the desolate bone wasteland, carrying a chill that seeped into one's marrow. That is their dining table. Old Zhang, carrying a bronze oil lamp, led the way. The tiny bean-sized flame flickered in the vast black space, as if it might be swallowed at any moment by the thick darkness surrounding it. Lin Fan walked in the middle of the group. The sensation beneath his feet was strange. It felt less like stepping on rock and more like treading on long-weathered bone dust, producing a soft sandy rustle. This place was 5 kilometers underground. The physical laws here seemed distorted by the corpse of a deity. Lin Fan looked up. Above him was not a rock layer, but an inverted range of black mountains. Countless glowing purple mosses like blood vessels crawled over those inverted peaks, providing the only light source here, and directly ahead of them stretched an endless white stone forest. Only upon approaching did they see clearly that it was no stone forest but colossal ribs, each 100 meters high. They stood like white arches arrayed across the wasteland, extending to the horizon. This was the deity's chest cavity. Listen up, Old Zhang's hoarse voice rang out jarringly sharp in the deathly stillness. Once you enter this forest of ribs, you've entered its belly. There are many things here that we the living should neither see nor hear. Old Zhang halted, his one cloudy eye swiveling back to fix on the young people. The first law of the abyss: no matter what sound you hear, no matter who calls your name, never ever look back. With that, Old Zhang turned and continued forward, lamp in hand. Never look back. It sounded like a cliché from a great horror flick. But somehow, coming from this old gatekeeper's mouth, it sent a chill crawling up from the base of their spines. The group pressed on. The silence was terrifying, broken only by the breathing and footsteps of a few dozen people. Xiaya, clad in her shimmering mech suit, walked beside Lin Fan, the data streams on her visor still refreshing frantically. Sonar shows high-frequency energy fluctuations nearby. Xiaya's voice came through the comm channel laced with gravity. But that's not scientific. Airflow is 0. Where are these sound waves coming from? Lin Fan did not answer, because his stomach growled again. The hunger was hitting harder and harder. The divine particles floating in the surrounding air were like breadcrumbs, constantly stimulating his appetite. The rusty blade on his back also hummed faintly like a child waiting for a meal. Just then a wind blew. Xiang Lai. A faint voice suddenly sounded to the left of the group. Xiang Lai, walking on the flank, stiffened abruptly. This usually boisterous muscular man now stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Xiang Lai. Save me. The voice grew clearer, filled with pain, despair, and a wheezing hiss like air leaking from lungs. It was the most familiar voice to him, his squad leader from 3 years ago during border service. To cover the recruit's retreat, the squad leader had half his body torn apart by a second-class divine abomination. Before dying, the squad leader had used that same leaking voice to tell him to run. Squad leader. Xiang Lai's eyes instantly reddened. His reason told him it was impossible. The squad leader was long dead, his ashes in the martyrs' cemetery. But the voice was too real. So real that it made him instantly forget Old Zhang's warning. Don't look back. Lin Fan sensed the danger and barked. But it was too late. Xiang Lai's neck turned like a rusted gear, slowly twisting to the left and rear. His eyes were dazed, his face twisted with a mix of fear and hope. The moment he turned, the shadow behind him suddenly seethed. A shapeless mass of gray mist burst forth. Within the mist emerged a twisted human face, exactly as Xiang Lai remembered his squad leader. But this squad leader had no lower body, only a mouth split ear to ear, letting out a shriek as it lunged for Xiang Lai's throat. A mimic beast, the most common low-tier divine creature in the abyss. They had no physical form and fed on human guilt and fear. Watch out! Several nearby trainees cried out, but it was too late to save him. The gaping maw was about to tear into Xiang Lai's neck. Tap! A crisp snap of fingers rang out abruptly. Bai Zhe, at the very front of the group, had stopped. Without even turning, he simply snapped his right fingers. Noisy! Those two faint words were like a decree that commanded reality. An invisible ripple spread from Bai Zhe. It was not a psychic shockwave, but something higher, an erasure at the level of rules. The mimic beast, lunging at Xiang Lai like snow under a scorching sun, disintegrated into countless specks of light, without even a scream, vanishing completely. Elegant. composed, utterly effortless. Zhe lowered his hand and resumed playing with a chess piece, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The surrounding trainees were stunned. This was the transfer student from the Council of Elders. That move was simply divine. Xiang Lai collapsed to the ground gasping for breath, cold sweat drenching his back. But the crisis was not over. Though the mimic beast that attacked Xiang Lai was dead, its shriek seemed to be a signal. In the surrounding darkness, countless pairs of scarlet eyes flickered on. Dense gray mist surged from the gaps in the skeletal stone forest. Hundreds of mimic beasts mimicking all kinds of sounds. Cries, laughter, pleas for help, curses instantly surrounded the team. Damn, it's a monster surge. Lei Long's expression shifted as he slammed his heavy sword into the ground, sending a ring of air. Form up. Protect the psychic trainees. Chaos erupted instantly. These monsters had no physical form, ordinary physical attacks were nearly useless. Only attacks imbued with psychic energy could barely drive them back, but there were far too many. Zhe stood still, blindfolded, as if waiting for something. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Lin Fan with his sightless eyes. He was waiting. He was waiting for his other half to make a move. He wanted to see what this escaped prototype could really do. Lin Fan stood amidst the chaos, watching the ingredients swirling in the air. Yes, ingredients. To others, this was a terrifying monster surge. But to Lin Fan, it was a buffet. A large mimic beast spotted Lin Fan. It lunged from the side, taking the form of a woman, shrieking, "Give me back my life." Annoying, Lin Fan frowned. He did not snap his fingers elegantly like Zhe. He simply reached out and grabbed the neck of the gray mist. The mimic beast panicked, finding its ethereal body firmly caught by this human. Moreover, from that palm came a suction force more terrifying than the abyss itself. Hungry, Lin Fan muttered. The next second, the rusty blade strapped to his back let out an excited hum. Lin Fan drew it in reverse, his movements as brutal as a butcher hacking at bone. The rusty blade plunged directly into the mimic beast's body. There were no flashy light effects, no rule fluctuations. Only the most primitive savage plunder. A slurping sound like drinking jelly through a straw. The 2-meter-tall mimic beast couldn't last a second before the rusted blade being sucked into a shriveled husk, then vanishing completely. A warm current flowed through the blade's hilt into Lin Fan's body, slightly easing the fire of hunger in his belly. But it was not enough. More. Lin Fan hefted the blade, his once clear eyes now faintly glowing green. He looked at the rampaging mimic beasts around him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He charged into the swarm. Slashing left, cleaving right, striking upward, smashing downward. Every swing of the blade was accompanied by a spine-chilling sound of devouring. Other trainees were desperately fighting the monsters. But Lin Fan was chasing the monsters to bite them. Don't run. You, the pig-faced one, don't run. And you, the one crying the loudest, come here and wet my throat. In just half a minute, a 10-meter radius around Lin Fan became a vacuum zone. The once ferocious mimic beasts now scattered and fled like frightened sheep, screaming, as if the human wielding the rusty blade was the true abyssal demon. The battle ended quickly. Or rather, the one-sided feeding ended. Lin Fan stood amidst the mess, licking his lips with some lingering relish, then casually sheathed the rusty blade on his back. A dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone stared at these two like they were monsters. On the left, Zhe, immaculate, elegant as a god, annihilating foes with a flick of his fingers. On the right, Lin Fan, drenched in bloodlust, brutal as a demon, chasing down divine abominations with his blade. One like a god, one like a starving ghost. Old Zhang, the lampkeeper, stood in the distance watching. The flame in his bronze lamp danced wildly between ghostly green and blood red. Interesting, Old Zhang rasped with a laugh, revealing yellowed teeth. The abyss hasn't seen this much excitement in a long time. Let's go. The camp is ahead. Old Zhang turned and continued forward, lamp in hand, muttering something under his breath that no one could hear. The gods don't want to die, and the hungry ghosts want to be reborn. These are chaotic times. After 2 hours of trudging through the darkness, the team finally caught sight of a glimmer of light. It wasn't a lamp, but a massive white object stretching across the horizon. As they approached, they realized it was a divine rib bone several kilometers long, resembling a natural arch bridge spanning between two underground rivers. In the middle section of the rib, a few simple alloy tents and flickering signal towers were faintly visible. This was the Abyss Outpost. Here was the only safe zone on the outskirts of the No. 0 restricted area, and it had been the home of the keeper Old Zhang for decades. We've arrived. Old Zhang extinguished the bronze oil lamp in his hand. As the tiny flame went out, the previously restless darkness seemed to quiet down considerably. We'll rest here for the night. Old Zhang pointed to the tents. There's a divine energy field left by the first director. Those filthy things can't get in. But remember, don't leave the range of the rib. If you fall, no one will be able to save you. The students, relieved from their burdens, collapsed onto the ground. The fright from their earlier journey, combined with the high-pressure environment of the abyss, had completely drained their energy. Only Lin Fan stood at the edge of the rib, peering curiously into the darkness below. "What are you looking at?" Xiaya took off her helmet, revealing her long hair damp with sweat, and walked over to him. "I was thinking this rib is so massive." Lin Fan swallowed hard. How much meat did this thing have? If it were braised, Xiaya. She silently put her helmet back on, deciding to keep her distance from this madman. Just then, the communication tower deep within the outpost suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. A series of urgent alarm sounds shattered the tranquility of the camp. What's going on? Lei Long unsheathed his heavy sword in an instant. Old Zhang narrowed his single eye, gazing deeper into the abyss. There, the once calm darkness was violently surging, as if some massive creature was awakening. "It's a riot in the second-tier area." Old Zhang's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Those old fellows are restless again. Instructor Lei, you need to come with me. I can't handle this alone with my old bones." Lei Long frowned tightly, "But I need to keep an eye on these students." "This is a safe zone," Old Zhang interrupted him. "Moreover, if the seal in the second tier breaks, none of these students will survive." Lei Long hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Everyone hold your positions. Rest in place. No one is allowed to leave the camp." After shouting this order, Lei Long grabbed his heavy sword and leapt after Old Zhang, vanishing into the vast darkness. Watching the two elders depart, the atmosphere in the camp became somewhat relaxed. After all, they were in a safe zone. As long as they stayed within the circle, they should be all right. However, Lin Fan frowned. His ears twitched slightly. In his all-knowing auditory domain, he confirmed that the footsteps of Lei Long and Old Zhang were indeed receding. But beyond the sounds of the wind, the flowing dark river, and the snoring of the students, he also heard 3 heartbeats that did not belong here. The heartbeat was extremely faint, only 10 beats per minute. It resembled some cold-blooded creature in hibernation. Moreover, these 3 heartbeats were rapidly approaching the camp. A diversion. Lin Fan stroked his chin, his gaze becoming somewhat playful. He turned to look towards the distant Bai Zhe. The blind Taoist was sitting cross-legged on a rock facing the abyss, seemingly meditating. Yet one of his hands was quietly placing a black piece on the ground. "It seems someone wants a late-night snack tonight." Lin Fan curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. He did not make a sound, but turned and slipped into his tent. Night fell. There was no moon in the abyss, only bioluminescent moss providing a dim green light. The camp was eerily quiet. Only a few students on night watch were dozing off with their guns in hand. Just then, at the edge of the camp, the air suddenly twisted. Like ripples on water, 3 figures dressed in tight black combat suits appeared out of nowhere. They made no sound, their feet seemingly equipped with some anti-gravity device hovering 3 inches above the ground. Each person's face was hidden behind a pitch-black tactical mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. They were the Cleanser Squad, the top assassin organization of the Tiangong Institute's Dark Department, responsible for handling troublesome matters that cannot see the light. Target confirmed. The leader of the assassins spoke softly under the mask. His gaze locked onto a tent in the corner of the camp. That was Lin Fan's location. Mission level rank. Orders: capture sample 001 alive. If there is resistance, severing limbs is permitted, but the brain and gene sequence must remain intact. Act. At the command, the 3 shadows dispersed like phantoms. One on the left held a metallic disc and gently tossed it. Buzz. An invisible soundproof barrier instantly expanded, enveloping Lin Fan's tent. Within this barrier, even if a nuclear bomb went off inside, those outside would not hear a sound. The one on the right pulled out a large metallic net glowing with blue light. It was a gene suppression net, a hunting tool developed by the Tiangong Institute specifically for high-level divine beings. Once ensnared, the divine genes within the target would instantly become chaotic, rendering them unable to move even a finger. Go! The captain in the middle suddenly waved his hand. 3 figures sprang into action, their high-frequency, vibrating daggers easily slicing through the alloy fabric of the tent. Swish, swish, swish. 3 blades sealed off the upper, middle, and lower paths. The gene suppression net fell directly onto Lin Fan's sleeping bag, tightly wrapping it up. This series of moves flowed seamlessly, perfectly coordinated. Let alone a 3rd-tier student, even a peak 4th-tier powerhouse would meet their demise in their sleep. However, at the moment the dagger pierced the sleeping bag, the movements of the 3 assassins froze simultaneously. The feel was wrong. There was no blood splattering, no screams. The dagger seemed to have pierced through air, feeling weightless. The captain ripped away the priceless suppression net and tore open the sleeping bag. It was empty. Inside there were only 2 bulging pillows. And on top of the pillows lay a note torn from a notebook. The captain turned on his tactical flashlight and shone it on the note. It read in crooked handwriting: to the unexpected guests, the food in this camp is too poor, all compressed biscuits, not even fit for a dog. I went to the nearby forest to find a late-night snack and take a stroll. If you are here to deliver takeout, feel free to find me. If you are not, Then don't blame me for treating you as takeout. Lin Fan starving. Silence. The three battle-hardened assassins looked at the note filled with provocation and mockery, their faces turning green beneath the masks. This was an insult. This was a blatant humiliation. The target not only discovered them long ago but even issued a challenge back at them. Captain. The left assassin's voice was somewhat hoarse. What should we do? The captain crushed the note tightly in his hand, a flicker of brutal killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Activate thermal imaging tracking. The target is in the fungal forest 2 kilometers ahead. Chase. I want to tear his bones apart one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shadows surged out of the camp, racing into the depths of the dark fungal forest. At this moment, 2 kilometers away in a massive fungal forest emitting a ghostly blue glow, Lin Fan was sitting atop a mushroom as big as a house, holding a freshly roasted sizzling tentacle. Though it was hard to eat, it was better than nothing. He looked at the 3 heat sources rapidly approaching in the distance, chewing loudly. Only 3 peak 4th tiers. Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment, casually tossing the leftover tentacle into the abyss below. That old thing Gu Zhongshan is too stingy. This little bit of weight. Lin Fan slowly stood up, drawing out the rusted knife from his back. The rusted knife let out a thirsty low moan in the darkness, its crimson patterns lighting up instantly. Not even enough to get stuck between my teeth. Boom! Lin Fan leaped forward like a hunting eagle, rushing straight towards the 3 assassins. The identities of hunter and prey completely reversed in that moment. The bioluminescent fungal forest. This is a dreamlike realm within the abyss, yet also a deadly trap. Giant mushroom caps spread like opened umbrellas, emanating a ghostly blue glow. The air is thick with a multitude of spores resembling a snowfall of blue. These spores are not only highly toxic, but also capable of disrupting spiritual energy perception. Swish, swish, swish. 3 dark figures dart swiftly between the mushroom caps like sharks prowling in the deep sea. Thermal imaging is obstructed. Sonar is obstructed. Target lost. The leader of the scavenger team halted atop a giant mushroom, peering through his tactical visor at a flurry of static, his tone grim. The environment here is excessively harsh, practically a natural barrier designed for counter-surveillance. Switch to backup frequency, initiate spiritual energy tracking. The captain ordered. Just then, a buzzing sound. The tactical visors of the 3 suddenly flickered simultaneously. What once displayed terrain data instantly turned into a mass of garbled text. Then an icon resembling a pixelated yellow SpongeBob appeared, giving them an exaggerated middle finger. A bold red text scrolled across the screen. Construction ahead, please detour. Your enthusiastic neighbor from Chaoyang District, Wang Pangpang, a hacker. The assassin on the left froze for a moment. That fat guy. Isn't he just a useless logistics guy? Idiot. He is the heir of the Wang family. The best hackers in the world work for the Wang family. The captain cursed, angrily yanking off his tactical visor and throwing it to the ground. He's trying to obstruct our vision. The target must be nearby. Stop using electronic devices. Look with your eyes. The 3 dispersed, searching in a triangular formation. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly came from above them. Are you looking for me? The 3 looked up sharply. There atop a mushroom capped dozens of meters high, Lin Fan sat at the edge, swinging his legs. He held a tattered rusty knife in his hand, looking disdainfully at the 3 below. 3 peak stage 4 just to catch a single student. Lin Fan shook his head. Does the Institute of Heavenly Craft have so much funding to spare? With that money, they could at least buy 2 pounds of divine pork from the black market. Target detected. Engage. The captain didn't waste words, pushing off the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. The other 2 followed closely behind. In midair, the gene suppression net glowing with blue light unfurled, once more enveloping Lin Fan. This time Lin Fan did not evade. Or rather, he seemed stunned, sitting frozen in place. Crash. The net accurately covered Lin Fan. Zzz. The blue current surged through his body in an instant. Ugh. Lin Fan let out a muffled groan, crashing down from the mushroom cap, landing heavily on the ground. The sensation was strange. It didn't feel like an electric shock. Rather, it was as if something within him had been forcibly locked down. The once active and boiling blood instantly cooled, and his heartbeat was suppressed to its limit. That sense of weakness originating from deep within his genes made it difficult for him to even move a finger. Is this the gene suppression net? Lin Fan lay on the ground, and although his body was immobile, his mind raced. Strange. Isn't this thing specifically designed for divine beings? The manual states it's ineffective against ordinary human superhumans. Why do I feel so miserable? Before he could ponder further, the 3 assassins landed beside him. Got him. The captain coldly regarded Lin Fan on the ground, pressing his high-frequency, vibrating dagger against Lin Fan's throat. Sample 001 is nothing special. Still too tender. The assassin on the left pulled out a pair of specially made handcuffs about to restrain Lin Fan's limbs. Old Gu was right, a dangerous experimental subjects should not be left unchecked outside. Experimental subject. Lin Fan lay on the ground and suddenly laughed. Though his face was pressed into the dirt, his laughter carried an inexplicable eeriness. So, I'm an experimental subject, huh? Do you know there's an unwritten rule in this laboratory? The captain frowned. What? Lin Fan suddenly raised his head. In his eyes, which were originally clearly black and white, a deep eerie green had now completely taken over. It was the color of gluttony, the madness of being starved to the extreme. The rule is, never stick your hand into the cage during feeding time. Crack! Lin Fan's wrist suddenly exerted force, and the blue electric net that had locked his jeans emitted a sound of strain. In the next second, the rusty knife on his back suddenly glowed with a crimson light. Feature activated, blood burning. A surge of violent heat instantly enveloped his body, forcefully breaking through the blockade of the gene suppression net. What? The three assassins were taken aback. This is impossible. The suppression net is already at maximum power. How could his genes still be agitated? Want to know why? Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Because I'm hungry. Boom. Lin Fan slammed his hand on the ground. The previously flat ground suddenly caved in. This is the core zone of the fungal forest, the area surrounding the No.0 forbidden zone with the most chaotic gravity. This is a tenfold gravity zone. Just now Lin Fan had been using spiritual energy to maintain the balance of the ground, and now he had withdrawn that force. Buzz! Terrifying gravity descended in an instant. The three unprepared assassins felt their bodies sink, as if a great mountain had suddenly pressed down upon them. Their knees made a cracking sound, collapsing to the ground with a thud, making it incredibly difficult to even lift a finger. Gravity. Trap? The captain gritted his teeth, desperately trying to stand, but his organs had already begun to bleed under the crushing pressure. And before them Lin Fan slowly stood up. His movements were also somewhat slow, yet he stood as steady as a mountain. Why? Because the rusty knife on his back weighed 1,000 pounds. Ever since he obtained this companion spirit weapon, he carried it with him day and night, eating with it, sleeping with it, even using the restroom with it. This kind of weight training had long allowed his muscles to adapt to high-pressure environments. At this moment, under this tenfold gravity, the assassins had become lambs to the slaughter. And Lin Fan had merely removed the sandbags of his usual burden, returning to a normal state. Now who is the prey? Lin Fan brandished the rusty knife, stepping closer to the captain. You monster! The captain looked in terror at the knife that was dripping blood or perhaps drooling. Monster! Lin Fan tilted his head. No, I am a gourmet. Who? The rusty knife fell. Without any resistance, it plunged directly into the captain's thigh. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the fungal forest. But what was even more terrifying came next. The rusty knife did not withdraw. Instead, like a greedy straw, it began to voraciously devour the captain's spiritual energy and the essence of his flesh and blood. Did Gu Zhongshan send you? Lin Fan crouched down, looking at the captain, whose complexion was rapidly fading to gray, his voice soft. Go back and tell him. This takeaway is too old, too tough. It's not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Have him clean up that sample 002 and wait. I will personally go. Eat him. As the words fell, Lin Fan twisted his wrist. Zzz. The three once mighty peak stage for assassins in this eerie fungal forest turned into three withered skeletons. Burp. Lin Fan pulled out the rusty knife and let out a satisfied burp. A small piece of rust fell off the knife, revealing a chilling black pattern. Barely half full. Lin Fan wiped his mouth disdainfully, then seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up at the tallest mushroom in the distance. There a figure dressed in a green Taoist robe stood quietly. Bai Zhe. He was blindfolded, his clothes rustling in the spore-filled wind, yet remained spotless. He had been watching all along. From Lin Fan being ensnared to the counterattack to the feeding. He acted like an emotionless observer, recording every detail. At this moment, the gazes of the two met in the air. Bai Zhe's lips curled upward slightly, as he raised his hand, gesturing for Lin Fan to proceed. That was the signal for the game to begin. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, gripping the knife handle tightly. Blind man watching a show requires a ticket. In the glowing mycological forest, within a region of tenfold gravity, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, quickly absorbed by the surrounding ravenous vegetation. The three desiccated skeletons lay quietly on the luminous moss, appearing particularly forlorn. Lin Fan shook the rusted knife, which bore no traces of blood. Burp! He let out a belch. This time he felt the restless hunger within him finally subside a little. It was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days finally drinking a bowl of hot congee. Although he was not full, at least he no longer felt anxious. He lifted his head to gaze at the enormous purple mushroom several dozen meters away. There stood a figure. Bai Zhe. He still wore the immaculate blue robe blindfolded with his hands clasped behind his back. The toxic spores swirling around him would automatically part 3 inches away from his body, as if even the bacteria feared this presence. Impressive. Baiz's voice came through devoid of any emotional fluctuation, akin to an AI reciting a predefined script. According to my calculation model, facing 3 4th-tier peak cleaners wielding gene suppression nets your mortality rate is 94.7. The injury rate is 5.2. Baize tilted his head slightly, his unseen eyes seemingly reflecting a hint of confusion. Yet you emerged unscathed and even accomplished. Reverse predation. The remaining 0.1 variable, could it be this knife? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, gripping the rusted knife tightly. This blind man felt 100 times more dangerous than the 3 assassins combined. It was a pure aloof indifference regarding all things as mere data. Fortune teller, your calculations are off. Also, watching a show requires a ticket. The performance just now cost 100 million points. Credit or cash? Baize ignored Lin Fan's banter. He gently lifted his foot and took a step forward. Buzz! The air suddenly distorted. The distance that was originally several dozen meters was instantly reduced to 0 with that step. Shrinking space. No. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Although the omniscient vision couldn't decipher Baize's data, he could see the surrounding environment changing. Not that Baize had become faster, but that the space in between was being folded. In the next second, Baize's pale, exquisite face was already before Lin Fan, less than 5 centimeters from his nose. I wish to take a sample, Baize said softly, extending an excessively long finger and gently pointing at Lin Fan's brow. Divine technique, spatial folding. Crack. Lin Fan felt the world around him collapse in an instant. The space in all 6 directions, up, down, left, right, front, back, was like a crumpled piece of paper madly compressing towards the center. The originally open forest vanished, replaced by a visibly rapidly shrinking transparent cube. Lin Fan was trapped within this cube. A terrifying compressive force descended instantly. This was not merely gravity. It was the very space rejecting his existence. His bones creaked and beads of blood emerged on the surface of his skin. Is this the power of a god? Lin Fan gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on the nearby Baize. In the face of this power, even a 4th-tier peak body felt as fragile as tofu. Do not struggle, Baize's voice remained gentle. I merely wish to see where the critical point of genetic collapse lies within you as the prototype. Rest assured, I will preserve your consciousness as part of my collection. Prototype. This term again. The assassin had uttered it just before dying. A surge of green light erupted in Lin Fan's eyes. To hell with your prototype. I'm a human. Boom. The blood within Lin Fan boiled in an instant. He did not attempt to resist the spatial compression with his physical body. That would be suicidal. He raised the rusted knife. Are you hungry? Lin Fan roared at the rusted knife. Dinner time. Buzz, The rusted knife emitted an unprecedented sharp shriek. It was not merely a vibration. It resembled a roar driven by a desire to consume. Since space is compressing me, then I shall devour this space. Crack. Lin Fan fiercely bit down on the air. No more accurately, he used the rusted knife, as if it were a tooth violently stabbing into the wall of the rapidly shrinking transparent cube. Zzz. The sound of agonizing friction filled the air. For the first time, a ripple of disturbance appeared on Baize's previously calm face. He saw that the absolute spatial cage he had constructed with his divine nature was actually being gnawed at by that broken knife, creating a gap. Like a mouse gnawing through cheese, the knife was wildly consuming fragments of spatial rules. What? Baize instinctively wanted to retreat. But it was too late. Give me an opening. Lin Fan roared, gripping the knife with both hands and violently tore along the gap. Ryup! Like tearing fabric, the space cube capable of crushing tanks was ruthlessly ripped open, creating a massive gap. Furious spatial turbulence erupted from within, instantly shredding the surrounding glowing mushrooms into pieces. Amidst the flying wood chips, Lin Fan emerged bloodied and gripping his knife. Blind man, leave me some interest. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan swung the knife backhandedly, aiming straight for Baize's face. This strike carried the scorching heat of burned blood, the greed of gluttony, and even a hint of the lingering resonance of the spatial rules he had just consumed. Fast, accurate, fierce. Baize's brows furrowed slightly. He did not expect this prototype to break the situation in such a barbaric manner. He raised his hand, a black chess piece materializing in his palm, intending to block. But at that moment, a dull thud, as if from the depths of the earth, suddenly erupted beneath their feet. The ground trembled violently. The surface of the tenfold gravity zone cracked instantly, with countless massive fissures spreading outward. The glowing fungi extinguished in an instant. Darkness descended. Immediately after, a presence more terrifying than Baize's, and more greedy than the rusted knife surged from the depths of the earth. It was the true overlord of the abyss. Roar. An indescribable roar mixed with a divine pressure that made souls tremble swept across the entire perimeter of Zone 0. Puff. Both Lin Fan and Bai Zhe groaned in unison, being pushed back several meters by the shockwave. Lin Fan felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, nearly expelling the energy he had just consumed. The black cloth on Bai Zhe's face was also blown away at one corner, revealing an eye. Without a pupil, only a ball of burning golden flame. 7th tier. Bai Zhe's expression darkened as he clutched his chest, looking towards the depths of the abyss. That thing underground has awakened. Old Zhang couldn't contain it. He turned to Lin Fan, the greed in his eyes rapidly fading, replaced by absolute rationality. It seems today's sampling must come to an end. Prototype, do your best to survive. Being consumed by such a thing would be a waste. After saying this, Bai Zhe's figure became blurry. The space folded again. He vanished like an illusion, leaving behind a lingering phrase in the air. We shall meet in the depths. Damn. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, cursing in the direction Bai Zhe had disappeared. Yet he did not pursue, because the tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly violent, and from the fissures in the ground countless barbed tentacles began to emerge. I can't stay here. Lin Fan glanced around. The path back to the camp was blocked by fallen rocks. The only exit was in the direction of the underground river he had just encountered. Though it led deeper into the abyss, it was at least better than being a meal for the tentacles. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, grasped the rusted knife, and plunged into the dark underground river. And in his embrace, the memory card he had taken from the murder mystery shop was slightly warm, seemingly guiding him in a certain direction. Cold. A bone-piercing chill like countless fine steel needles burrowing through every pore into the marrow. Lin Fan had no idea how long he had drifted in the dark underground river. He only remembered clutching a massive rock that had fallen from above, only to be swept into a turbulent vortex more terrifying than any gravity trap. A violent cough shattered the dead silence. Lin Fan jolted awake on a shallow bank, spitting out a mouthful of black rank river water. He tried to turn over, but the slightest movement sent a searing pain through his chest. An internal injury from Bai Zhe's spatial compression. At least 3 ribs were broken. He lay helplessly on the cold, jagged gravel, gasping for air. Before him sprawled a bizarre, surreal world. There was no sunlight here, yet darkness did not reign. On the rocky walls lining the underground river, giant mushrooms and vines emitting a faint ethereal blue glow thrived. Those weak blue lights reflected on the black water like a forgotten deep blue starry sky. Silence. An eerily unnatural silence. Lin Fan activated his omniscient vision and auditory domain to probe the surroundings. Yet aside from the gurgling flow of the underground river, there was no sign of life. No whispers of mimic beasts, no roars of divine creatures. Not even a single insect. This stillness was more hair-raising than the onslaught of the monster tide. Lin Fan quickly understood why. This stretch of water was likely the territory of the 7th-tier abyssal worm. Under the aura of an apex predator, no low-tier creature dared approach this forbidden zone. He was now like a stray cat that had blundered into a tiger's den, at any moment a mere snack between its fangs. He had to leave, and fast. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan used his rusted blade as a crutch and staggered to his feet. Every step he took, his broken ribs ground together, sending cold sweat streaming down his face. Just then he felt a strange warmth against his chest. Startled, Lin Fan reached into his pocket. The source of heat wasn't his wound. It was the black memory card he kept close to his body. The very evidence he had brought from his father's murder mystery store. Now this fingernail-sized memory card was vibrating faintly, its surface chip blinking red like a receiver catching a signal. Lin Fan looked up toward the dark river ahead. Was the memory card guiding him? This was a death zone 5 kilometers underground, the lair of a 7th-tier divine abomination. How could there possibly be a signal base station capable of activating an encrypted memory card from the Celestial Works Institute? Unless this place was originally built by humans. Lin Fan gripped his rusted blade tighter and limped deeper along the faintly glowing riverbank. The further he went, the more evident the traces of human intervention became. At first there were only neat cuts on the rock walls. Later the gravel bank gradually gave way to rusted alloy flooring. After about half an hour, Lin Fan stopped. He stared blankly at a sight that belonged only in sci-fi movies, momentarily forgetting the pain racking his body. Right before him, at the end of the underground river, yawned a colossal cavern. At its center stood a massive steel ruin steeped in an old-era steampunk aesthetic. Countless thick, rusted brass pipes crisscrossed like giant serpents crawling over the rock walls. Gears over 10 meters in diameter hung in midair, draped with waterweed and luminous moss. This was unmistakably a large underground factory. Abandoned for who knows how many years, the air was thick with the heavy stench of rust and decay. Lin Fan approached the factory entrance. There lay a collapsed blast door. Though heavily corroded, a massive embossed emblem on it was still clearly visible. It depicted a gear enveloping an eye, the insignia of the Celestial Works Institute. Below it, a line of old-style Chinese characters was engraved. 5th Research Institute, Deep Blue Base. Deep Blue. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. His father's murder mystery store had once been called Deep Blue Psychological Counseling. This was no coincidence. Gu Chongshan, his father, the Abyss, the Artificial Gods. All threads seemed to converge in this forgotten ruin. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Fan stepped over the fallen door and entered the silent iron behemoth. Inside the factory, it was even more frigid. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. Guided by the heat of the memory card, he made his way toward the core area of the factory. Along the way, he saw many strange things: rusted dissection tables, scattered glass test tubes, and incomprehensible genetic maps on the walls. But what unsettled him most was the feeling of being watched. Not by a monster, but by the factory itself. It was as if every gear, every pipe was silently observing him, the intruder. At last the corridor ended. A relatively intact airlock door appeared before Lin Fan. The memory card's vibration peaked here, as if it might leap from his palm. The door was unlocked. Perhaps its lock had failed decades ago. Lin Fan reached out and pushed open the heavy airlock. Beyond the door lay a body of water even larger than the underground river, a submerged central tank. Yet when Lin Fan saw what was inside, his rusted blade clattered to the ground. An unprecedented chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his crown, plunging him into an icy abyss. In the tank floated tens of thousands of corpses. The rusted blade clattered against the corroded metal grid floor, its crisp echo reverberating through the dead underground space. Yet it could not drown out Lin Fan's heart, which pounded like a frantic drum. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as he stared intently at the scene beyond the airlock door. It was an underground artificial lake larger than a football field. The water was not clear, but a murky preservative fluid, emitting a faint phosphorescence. Within this vast liquid reservoir, thousands of cylindrical glass cultivation pods stood densely erected. They were suspended midair by massive mechanical arms, or half submerged in the water, resembling a steel forest growing in the abyssal depths. Yet the fruit borne by this forest was human. Inside each glass pod, a curled-up body was immersed. Forgetting the excruciating pain of his fractured ribs, Lin Fan felt drawn by an invisible force, step by step, approaching the nearest cultivation pod. The air was thick with the pungent stench of high concentration formaldehyde mixed with decaying flesh, churning his stomach. He arrived before a pod half submerged in the water. The glass surface was covered with thick layers of green algae and dust. A faint red warning light flickered atop the pod, illuminating the blurred old-era inscription. At its base, sample sequence 000072, status genetic collapse defective. Lin Fan extended a trembling hand and wiped the grime from the glass with his sleeve. As the view cleared, the interior of the pod was fully revealed. Inside floated an infant roughly 2 or 3 years old. It had no breath, its skin a deathly pale gray. Several black tubes extended from its back, directly connected to the nutrient supply port at the pod's top. Yet this was not the most horrifying part. The most terrifying was the severe deformity, a third unopened eye on its forehead, and a withered tentacle sprouting from its left shoulder. This was a monstrous embryo corrupted by some malevolent force. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Fan slowly raised his gaze to the monster's face. The next moment he felt as if struck by lightning. His legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to his knees. That face, even with an extra eye, even with skin bloated from prolonged immersion, Lin Fan recognized it in an instant. It was his own face. When he was 6, his father, drunk, had once pulled out a dusty photo album. Inside was a photo of Lin Fan at age 2. The child in that picture, and the deformed monster floating in the preservative fluid, shared identical facial features and bone structure. Lin Fan opened his mouth to breathe, but it felt as if all the air around him had been sucked away. How could this be? He staggered backward, colliding with another cultivation pod. Sample sequence 000854, status psychic rampage defective. He frantically wiped the glass of this pod. Inside was another infant. This time no extra eye, but its body was twisted into a bizarre spherical shape, and the face, contorted in pain, was still Lin Fan's own. Sample sequence 001322, status organ failure defective. Sample sequence 009998, status divine rejection defective. Lin Fan, like a madman, sprinted through the rusted corridors. He wiped the glass of dozens of pods in succession, his nails bleeding from scraping against the surface. There was no exception. All the pods held deformed infants, and every infant bore the same face. Ha! Ha ha! Leaning against a massive gear, Lin Fan let out a laugh more grating than a sob. Overwhelming fear and absurdity flooded over him like a tidal wave. He gazed at the boundless underground water tank. There were at least tens of thousands of pods here. This place buried tens of thousands of Lin Fans. No wonder it was called Deep Blue. No wonder his father's script kill shop was named Deep Blue Psychological Counseling Room. This was no lair of divine aberrations. It was a cloning factory manufacturing hell. It was the experimental base where Gu Chongshan, that madman, had mass-produced gods decades ago. Suddenly a flash of lightning struck Lin Fan's mind. He recalled the blindfolded young Taoist in the plaza of Qianlong Manor hours earlier. Bai Zhe. Apart from being paler, Bai Zhe's facial contours bore a striking resemblance to his own. Lin Fan had always thought it a coincidence. Now he understood everything. I found you. My other half. Bai Zhe's words whispered into his mind, then now echoed like a nightmare. Bai Zhe was not some new deity created by Gu Chongshan. Bai Zhe was the only clone to survive from these tens of thousands of defective products. He was a counterfeit of himself. The so-called 002 meant he was merely a secondary replica of 001. Lin Fan lowered his head, staring at his own hands. If these pods held cloned rejects, then what was he? Was he the so-called 001, the true original? Or was he the most perfect creation among this heap of scrap? If he was man-made, then what about his father? What did 18 years of father-son bond mean? Just as Lin Fan's sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, a beep sounded. A scorching warmth emanated from his chest again. He mechanically lifted his head. He saw on the opposite shore of the water tank a dim yellow light flicker to life inside the fully sealed central control room suspended in midair. The light was faint, yet in this dead underground graveyard it shone like a lighthouse. There was a signal there. There was truth there. Lin Fan took a deep breath, the confusion in his eyes gradually replaced by a fierce resolve. No matter what he was, he would go there and demand answers. Leading from the edge of the water tank to the central control room was a rusted iron railway bridge suspended in midair. Lin Fan could not recall how he had traversed this path. With every step, he took the iron mesh beneath his feet, let out a grating screech that set his teeth on edge, accompanied by the icy wind from the abyss below that made his entire body shiver. It was a cold that seeped from the very marrow of his bones. Through the iron mesh underfoot, he could clearly see the murky preservative fluid below, and the thousands upon thousands of malformed stillborn infants floating within it, each bearing a face identical to his own. Those unclosed extra eyes seemed to be staring fixedly at him, the intruder suspended above. The excruciating pain from his fractured ribs still tormented his nerves, but he had grown completely numb. The agony of the flesh was far outweighed by the terror of a collapsing soul. His mind was now consumed by a single thought: who am I? If all those below were defective products manufactured by Gu Chongshan, then what was he? Was he also a monster cultivated in some test tube by that madman? Were the memories of sunlight of school of his father Lin Xiao drunkenly hugging him and weeping all nothing but implanted programs? This annihilation of self-identity could drive even a 4th or 5th-tier powerhouse instantly insane. Beep, beep, beep. The black memory card on his chest vibrated with increasing intensity, emitting an extreme heat that burned through his combat suit and pressed against his skin. It was a kind of urgent summons. Lin Fan took a deep breath, dragging his heavy steps until he finally reached the end of the iron bridge. Before him was a thick titanium alloy door devoid of any handle, with only an old-fashioned slot. With trembling hands, Lin Fan slowly inserted the scorching black memory card into the slot. Click! A crisp mechanical lock sounded, echoing through the underground abyss that had been silent for decades. Then the indicator light on the door shifted from a glaring red to a gentle green. With a hiss of released air, the heavy titanium door slid open to both sides. A wave of stale, dry air carrying the musty scent of decaying paper rushed forth. The control room was not large, roughly 100 square meters. It was surrounded by a ring of large monitoring instruments that had long gone dark. At the center of the room stood a wide office desk. The desk was covered in a thick layer of dust, with a picture frame lying face down on it and a long-dried coffee cup. The only light in the room came from an emergency wall lamp directly above the desk. The dim yellow light barely illuminated this forgotten corner. Lin Fan walked step by step to the desk. He reached out a hand stained with blood and gently righted the fallen picture frame. Wiping the dust from the glass, a photograph emerged. It was a group photo. In it, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a fanatical smile was pointing proudly at the massive water tank behind him. Beside him stood a man with disheveled hair wearing a white lab coat, his brows tightly furrowed. In the arms of that frowning man was a newborn baby fast asleep. Tears instantly streamed down Lin Fan's face. The man with disheveled hair was his only family in this world, his father Lin Xiao. And the fanatical young man was none other than Gu Chongshan, the current chief of the Council of Elders, whom Lin Fan had recently seen in a historical projection. Just then, a faint sound of gears turning came from beneath the desk. The center of the desktop slowly split open, revealing a hidden compartment secured by a biometric lock. The compartment contained 2 items. One was a sealed test tube emitting a heart-stopping aura holding a viscous substance like liquid gold. The moment Lin Fan's sequence sensed this object, it trembled with a kind of reverence. It was energy purer than any high-tier abomination. Beside the test tube lay a thick notebook bound in black leather. On the cover, embossed in gold lettering from the old era, were the words Top Secret Heavenly Works Institute God-Making Project Observation and Dissection Log for Subject 001. At the sight of the word dissection, Lin Fan's pupils sharply contracted. His hands shaking violently, he opened this archive that had been sealed for 18 years. The first page bore wild cursive script filled with extreme shock and joy. New Era 82, October 5th. Rain. A miracle. This is a miracle in human genetic history. My son was born. During a routine genetic screening, I discovered his gene sequence completely defies any known pattern. His cell walls can perfectly integrate divine particles with a rejection rate of 0. This means he doesn't need to endure the agony and madness of unlocking like us mortals. He was born to bear divine power. Gu Chongshan saw the report and went insane. He labeled this infant as Perfect Sample 001. We have finally found the key to the path to heaven. Lin Fan's breath caught in his throat. Perfect Sample 001. So that's it. I am 001. I'm not a monster grown in a petri dish. I am my father's biological son. I am the unique miracle of this world. This discovery allowed a thread of Lin Fan's nearly shattered sanity to reform. He eagerly turned the page. The handwriting on the second page became hasty, even showing the fury of the pen tip tearing through the paper. October 15th. That madman Gu Chongshan. He is a complete devil. He actually proposed to remove the infant's frontal lobe and erase his self-awareness before his brain fully develops. He said gods don't need human emotions, that emotions are an evolutionary burden that hinders absolute rational judgment. He wants to turn my son into an artificial weapon that only follows orders. He's even started preparing the operating table in the Abyss incubation grounds. How could I agree? That's my flesh and blood. That's a child who smiles at me. The third page was stained with long-dried blackened blood. November 1st. Underground water tank base. Gu Chongshan has completely seized power. He sealed all exits and placed me under house arrest in the control room. He started the 002 backup plan behind my back. He extracted the umbilical cord blood and partial gene map from when Fan was born, trying to mass-produce 001 through cloning. It's too cruel. The embryos in those test tubes had faces identical to my son's, but they exploded into bloody pulp within 3 minutes of birth due to genetic collapse. The entire tank is filled with the corpses of my grandchildren. This isn't a lab, it's hell. Gu Chongshan says that if we fail 99,000 times, one clone will eventually withstand that power. He says even a soulless monster is better than a mortal with feelings. Bullshit. What has no feelings is a rock. The spare part. Reading this, the final piece of the puzzle in Lin Fan's mind clicked perfectly into place. The corpses in the underground river and the blindfolded by Zay. The truth was laid bare. He was the genuine 001, the naturally perfect miracle. And by Zay was merely the 002 defective product cobbled together by Gu Chongshan from his discarded umbilical cord blood after tens of thousands of clone deaths. No wonder Bai Zay spoke of seeking his other half, because he was a counterfeit without a soul, instinctively craving to devour the original to become a complete person. No wonder Bai Zay seemed so close to a god, because he was originally a machine stripped of human emotion. Lin Fan continued flipping through the notebook. The final pages of the notebook bore extremely heavy handwriting, each stroke carved into the paper. November 30th. Time is running out. Gu Chongshan plans to perform brain surgery on my son tonight. I must take Fan away. But I know Gu Chongshan's gene radar can scan the unique divine fluctuations emitted by 001. No matter where we flee, we'll be caught. The only way is to shut down that signal source. I've developed a gene-locking agent. Once injected, Fan's perfect annihilation divinity will be completely sealed. He will lose the qualification to become a god. In this life, he can at most awaken a trivial perception-type ability. He will become weak, ordinary, even bullied and ridiculed. In watching him, he's lying in his cradle smiling at me, completely unaware that his father is about to strip him of his invincible talent. I'm sorry, son, but your father would rather you be a despised waste your whole life scrabbling in the mud like a dog than allow you to become that soulless, fleshless monster on Gu Chongshan's operating table. I won't create a god. I just want you to be human. Tonight I will blow up the lab, burn all the core data, and take you back to the capital. The city is the best place to hide. Fan, if you ever read this diary, it means the seal is broken and those madmen have found you. Don't be afraid. Your father left a final safeguard in the hidden compartment. It's the primordial marrow saved from when your body was created. Take it and reclaim what is yours. Remember, no matter what you become, you will always be your father's pride. The diary ended abruptly. Lin Fan stared blankly at the last page. There were wrinkles on it, traces of tears that had dried long ago. Drip. Another tear fell on the same spot. It was Lin Fan's tear. In the quiet control room, a heavily suppressed sob suddenly broke out. Then the sob turned into a heart-wrenching wail. Dad! Lin Fan clutched the worn diary tightly to his chest, kneeling before the dusty desk, crying like a helpless child. The pain was unbearable. But this pain was utterly different from the terror of cognitive collapse. It was the shock of a soul pierced by profound paternal love. Those 18 years of mediocrity. Those countless days and nights mocked by classmates as the gatekeeper. That time his father got drunk, held him, and wailed, muttering him sorry. Lin Fan hadn't understood before. He had countless times cursed the injustice of fate, asking why he was only given a hearing enhancement. Now he understood it all. It wasn't a curse. It was a father's strongest shield, forged by staking his own future, his life, and even betraying the path of human evolution. Those 18 years of ridicule were the deepest love in the world. Lin Fan was not a monster from a test tube. He was a human being born with expectation, raised under desperate protection with flesh, blood, and dignity. After crying for an unknown time, Lin Fan slowly stood up. He carefully wiped the tears and blood from his face. When he raised his head again, his once confused eyes no longer held any fear or despair. In their place was an unprecedented resolve and a fury that seemed capable of burning through the abyss. It was the wrath of a human being. He solemnly tucked the child-rearing diary into his inner pocket, placing it closest to his heart. Then his gaze fell upon the test tube, containing the golden liquid in the hidden compartment. The primordial marrow. It was the core energy source for God-making that Gu Chongshan desperately craved. Lin Fan reached out and grasped the test tube. At the mere touch, he could feel a world-destroying power roaring within it. Gu Chongshan. Lin Fan stared at the test tube, his voice hoarse yet dripping with icy killing intent. You want to devour me? You want to use my blood to create an obedient false god? Very well. Lin Fan drew the rusty blade from his back. Sensing its master's resolve, the blade emitted an unprecedented high-pitched hum. The rust on the blade's surface began to crack and fall away, revealing a dark blade as deep as the night sky beneath. Lin Fan turned and looked out at the massive observation window of the control room. Above the water tank where countless cloned bodies floated, the space was warping violently. A figure in a Saiyan Taoist robe was slowly emerging from the void. His clothes were somewhat tattered, but on his face, covered by a black cloth, still hung that aloof, expressionless coldness. Bai Zhe had arrived. That 002, who had crawled up on the corpses of tens of thousands of failures, had finally come knocking. Lin Fan looked at the monster that shared his face but lacked any trace of humanity. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Then let's see if this motherless fake has sharper teeth, or if this genuine article's blade cuts deeper. The test tube in the hidden compartment emitted an indescribable golden glow. The light was not blinding but rather gentle, like the afterglow of a setting sun. Yet this seemingly harmless liquid caused a visible distortion in the surrounding air. Lin Fan could hear it. The moment his omniscient hearing domain touched the liquid, it was forcibly shut down. It was an absolute barrier from high-dimensional energy, like a mortal's ears unable to hear a god's whisper. This was the primordial marrow. 18 years ago, Gu Chongshan extracted it from the first divine corpse to create Subject 001, the purest core energy source. It had never been contaminated by any impurities, nor diluted by modern technology. It was both poison and key. The rusty blade on Lin Fan's back began to tremble violently. Its craving was 100 times stronger than when it encountered the mimicry beast. Rust flakes fell from the blade, revealing a pitch-black surface, as deep as a black hole, as if it could not wait to devour the test tube and its contents. Lin Fan did not immediately feed it to the rusty blade. He knew this was more than just power. This was the final safeguard left by his father. A man with messy hair. A Kamingafage gift spanning 18 years delivered to his son. Lin Fan carefully folded the parenting diary that recorded his origins. He tucked it into the innermost pocket of his combat suit, pressed against his chest. That spot was close to his heart. Even through a layer of ballistic fiber, he could feel the thickness of the paper. This thickness miraculously steadied Lin Fan's body, which had been wavering from blood loss and excruciating pain. He was no longer lost or afraid. The 18 years of mediocrity finally had a perfect explanation. He was not an unnoticed weed, but a seedling sheltered under a towering tree. Now the tree had fallen. It was the seedling's turn to face the raging blizzard. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the primordial marrow, slowly turned, and looked toward the control room door. Just moments ago, the black memory card on his chest, which had guided him here, stopped vibrating. Its green indicator light went out completely, as if the tracker had completed its mission and self-destructed. At the same time, the temperature in the control room plummeted below freezing. A layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of a dried-up coffee cup on the desk. The air was thick with the smell of decaying paper, but now an incongruous pure cold fragrance like mountain snow emerged. It was the harbinger of a high-order divine being's arrival. 3 meters in front of Lin Fan, the space suddenly rippled like water disturbed by a stone forming transparent circles. The ripples grew larger, eventually tearing a pitch-black rift in midair. A foot clad in a cloth shoe stepped out from the rift. Then the figure in a green Taoist robe, whom Lin Fan had seen in the fungus forest, slowly emerged from the void. Bai Zhe. He still wore the black cloth over his eyes, but compared to his composed elegance above, Bai Zhe now appeared somewhat disheveled. His previously immaculate robe bore several charred hole scars from the chaotic currents of the abyss depths. Even his meticulously combed long hair was slightly disarrayed. Tracking Lin Fan precisely through the territory of a seventh-order abomination had cost him even for him. But Bai Zhe paid no heed to his wounds. After stepping out of the spatial rift, he hovered 3 inches above the ground, refusing to touch the dusty old-era floor. His pale, delicate face remained expressionless. No fatigue, no anger, no murderous intent. Only a lofty absolute rationality like observing ants moving their nest. Bai Zhe tilted his head slightly. His eyes, covered by the black cloth, did not look at Lin Fan, but at the large floor-to-ceiling window of the control room. Beyond it lay the massive tank floating thousands of cloned, malformed stillborns. The emergency lights in the control room illuminated the twisted, grotesque faces in the water. Some had 3 hands, others had fused torsos, but all bore the same facial features as Lin Fan and Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe stood silently before the glass. Lin Fan watched him in silence. A deathly stillness filled the control room, broken only by the faint sound of the underground river flowing outside the titanium alloy door. Disgusting. Bai Zhe finally spoke. His voice echoed in the empty room, laced with genuine visceral revulsion. He extended a slender finger, pointing through the glass at the bodies floating in the preservative fluid. Gene chain collapse rate 99. 9. Skeletal deformity rate 100. Spiritual energy circuit completely severed. Are these the industrial waste produced to create me? Bai Zhe shook his head, his tone dripping with deep disdain. The existence of this trash is a desecration of the word perfection. If those foolish mortals out there knew this was the product of their sacred artificial god project, Gu Chongshan's statue would likely be shattered by tomorrow. Listening to Bai Zhe's icy evaluation of those who shared the same origin, the veins on Lin Fan's hand gripping the rusty blade bulged. These malformed infants were lives lost to Gu Chongshan's mad ambition. They never even had a chance to see the sun before being blasted into pulp in endless agony. Yet in Bai Zhe's eyes they were just data garbage, industrial waste. You don't even spare your own kind. Lin Fan spoke coldly, his voice raspy as if filled with gravel. Seems Dad's diary was right. You're just a soulless monster pieced together from spare parts. Bai Zhe turned to face Lin Fan. He seemed unoffended by the term monster, even curling his lips into a faint smile. Kind? You mean those rejects outside? Bai Zhe pointed to his own heart. I have no heartbeat. I don't need to sustain life through oxidized blood like you. I breathe divine particles. I see the flow of rules. I am the final form of the new humanity. They are mere stepping stones to my throne. Bai Zhe floated a step forward. As he approached, a crushing pressure of the fourth order peak instantly enveloped the entire control room. The surrounding instrument screens groaned under the strain, cracking with fine fissures. Lin Fan grunted, his broken ribs aching under the pressure. But he did not retreat a single step, nor did his knees bend. You are Subject 001. Bai Zhe's voice resonated directly in Lin Fan's mind. It was pure telepathic transmission carrying an undeniable allure. I am Subject 002. We are one and the same. That old fool Gu Chongshan thought he could control me. He was wrong. He's just an obsolete old human who doesn't understand what a true god is. Bai Zhe spread his arms as if embracing the world. Give me your body. Give me your original genes. By devouring you, I can complete the final missing soul data. We will fuse into a true perfect life form, surpassing the fourth order, even transcending the seventh order abominations. Then no one in this world can harm us. We will become the new creators. A hint of fervor crept into Bai Zhe's voice for the first time. It was a desperate longing for completeness, an instinctual impulse etched into the genetic core. His demand sounded so natural, like claiming what was rightfully his from nature. Lin Fan looked at this deranged false god and suddenly laughed. It was a sneer of utter contempt and irony. He even laughed aloud, aggravating his wounds and coughing up a mouthful of bloody spittle. What are you laughing at? Bai Zhe's brow furrowed slightly. I'm laughing at your pitifulness. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, his eyes brighter and sharper than ever. You've been babbling on talking about perfection and creators, but you don't even know what you are. You think you're a god. Lin Fan pointed a finger at Bai Zhe's pale face. You're nothing but a discarded umbilical cord Dad cut from me 18 years ago, mixed with some foot wash, soaked in a gutter to become a defective product. In short, you're just a mutated piece of dead skin that fell off me, and a piece of dead skin wants to be the master. The smile vanished from Baize's face. Lin Fan's words, like the sharpest scalpel, precisely pierced the arrogance cloaked in reason and divinity, striking his deepest taboo. It was the shame of being Subject 002. He was a secondary substitute, a factory setting no amount of evolution could erase. The air in the control room instantly solidified. The temperature dropped further. Even Lin Fan's exhaled breath turned into ice crystals falling to the ground. Ignorant mortal. Baize's voice was frigid, carrying a murderous intent that could freeze the soul. Since you refuse to return willingly, I will personally chew your flesh to pieces, extract your soul, and devour you bit by bit. Boom! The massive floor-to-ceiling window behind Baize shattered. The underground river water did not flood and held back by a terrifying psychic field. Baize slowly removed the black cloth covering his eyes. Beneath it were not ordinary eyeballs but two hollow sockets. Deep within those sockets burned two blazing flames of divine fire like liquid gold. The absolute rational spiritual fire forged from the lives of tens of thousands of clones. The moment those flames looked at Lin Fan, a deafening roar erupted in his mind. It felt like tens of thousands of steel needles piercing his cerebral cortex, trying to forcibly alter his memories and annihilate his will. This was fourth-order peak mental suppression. Physical defense was useless against this force. Blood streamed from Lin Fan's nostrils and the corners of his eyes. But he did not retreat. He clenched his teeth, feeling the warmth of the diary against his chest. The warmth of his father. Devour me! Lin Fan raised his broken blade against the psychic storm that could cause instant brain death. The rusty blade sensed its master's resolve. The last flake of rust fell from the blade, revealing an absolute blackness. Rings of dark red patterns emerged on the surface, faintly echoing with the sound of clashing chains within the edge. Lin Fan looked at the lofty false god before him, his eyes burning brighter than Baize's divine fire. I'd rather be a mortal with sickness, death, joy, and sorrow, than be a fake without a mother. Subject 002, your daddy here will teach you today what it means to be human. Silence. A deathly silence. When Baize removed the blindfold, revealing his eyes ablaze with golden divine fire, all physical sounds in the control room, be it the buzzing of instruments or the flowing water of the dark river outside, vanished in an instant. In its place was a roar that erupted deep within Lin Fan's mind. Boom! Lin Fan felt as if his brain had been thrust into a meat grinder running at full speed. It was not physical pain but an extreme chill of the soul being forcibly pulled and torn apart. This was the mental field at the peak of the fourth stage. It was a spiritual storm formed from the resentments of tens of thousands of cloned scrap products compressed with the absolute rationality of the omniscient sequence. Ugh! A painful groan escaped Lin Fan's throat as his knees buckled, crashing heavily onto the dust-covered floor. His vision began to blur. Baize before him was no longer a distinct human figure, but had twisted into a massive golden silhouette radiating blinding light. That silhouette loomed like a deity looking down upon the myriad beings below like mere ants. Give up, Subject 001. Baize's voice was no longer cold. It had transformed into a resounding chorus of countless overlapping voices. Voices of men, women, the elderly, and even those of infants submerged in water converged into this single statement. The human body is too fragile. Your pain receptors will instill fear in you, your adrenaline will strip you of reason, and your emotions will render you weak. For 18 years you have endured the ridicule and scorn of those around you, suffered the pain that comes from being weak. Was it worth it? If you release your consciousness and let me consume you, all that pain will vanish completely. We will become one. We will become the only deity in this world. These voices seemed alive, crazily drilling into Lin Fan's mind through his ears, nostrils, and even pores. This was an extremely advanced form of cognitive alteration. Baize was utilizing immense computational power to forcibly rewrite Lin Fan's memory cortex. He aimed to erase Lin Fan's self-perception as a human, making him feel that he was merely a subject, and returning to Baize's body was his destined fate. Get out! Get out of my head! Lin Fan clutched his head tightly, with both hands, his fingers digging into his scalp, from the strained blood flowing down into his eyes. But no matter how he struggled, those voices grew louder. He could even feel his memories peeling away like weathered pages. The memory of sitting on his father's shoulders watching fireworks faded. The anger of being mocked as the gatekeeper on the first day of school dimmed. The embarrassment of encountering Wang Pongpong the chatterbox and being forced by Xiaya to sign a contract was rapidly vanishing. No! No way! Lin Fan trembled violently. He would rather be sliced into pieces than lose these memories. If all these memories were gone, would he still be Lin Fan? What significance would the ordinary person his father fought to protect have? Still resisting. Bai Zhe floated in midair, looking down at Lin Fan, who was kneeling and bleeding from all 7 orifices. In those eyes ablaze with divine fire, there was not a shred of compassion. Your so-called humanity is as flimsy as paper before the absolute rules of divinity. Buzz. The pressure of the spiritual storm doubled again. Crack, crack. Dense cracks appeared on the walls of the control room, and the desk displaying old photos instantaneously turned to dust. Lin Fan spat out blood with a gasp, his entire body pinned to the ground, unable to move even a finger. His consciousness was on the brink of collapse. Like a flickering candle in the wind, it was about to extinguish. However, just as his consciousness was about to sink into darkness, a sudden slight sting pierced his chest. It was the parenting diary kept in his close pocket. Pressed beneath him, the heavy leather cover jabbed into his fractured ribs. This sharp pain struck like lightning, cutting through the chaotic fog in Lin Fan's mind. Dad! Lin Fan's hollow eyes suddenly opened wide, the bloodshot pupils reigniting with fervent light. His hand struggled to reach for his pocket, pressing tightly against the diary through his clothes. That familiar texture of paper acted like an anchor, instantly locking in his crumbling reason. Bai Zhe! Lin Fan's face pressed against the cold floor, his voice so weak, it was barely audible, yet it carried a ferocity akin to a dying beast retaliating. You are right. The human body is indeed fragile. It feels pain, bleeds, and can die. As Lin Fan spoke, he struggled to shift his right hand. His right hand was now gripping the sealed test tube he had retrieved from the hidden compartment. Inside was the original divine essence that Gu Zhongshan had longed for in his dreams. But there is something about humanity that you, a counterfeit without a mother, will never learn. Crack. Lin Fan forcefully pried open the seal of the test tube with his thumb. A rich, intense golden light so potent it seemed capable of warping space erupted from the test tube. It was pure, undiluted divine energy. That is, I would rather drink this as poison than let you have a sip. In the astonished gaze of Bai Zhe, Lin Fan tilted his head back, forcefully pouring the boiling liquid gold down his throat. Gulp. The test tube was emptied. You are insane. The once emotionless Bai Zhe finally let out a pitchy scream. That was original divine essence. It was the core energy essence of a mature divine corpse. Even a peak 4th stage body would not dare to swallow it directly. It was akin to a mortal swallowing a miniature sun undergoing fusion. Boom! The next second, a dull roar emanated from within Lin Fan's body. His skin turned crimson in an instant, even becoming somewhat translucent. Through his skin one could clearly see the magma-like blood boiling within him, along with bones that were crazily cracking and reconfiguring. Ah! Lin Fan let out a shrill roar that was inhuman. Pain. This pain surpassed the torment of the spiritual storm, reaching the absolute limit that a being can endure. The massive divine energy surged like a frenzied beast within him, attempting to completely burst this fragile human shell. His pores began to spout blood, mist, muscles tearing, and even the newly formed cells instantaneously carbonized under the extreme heat. If not guided in no more than 5 seconds, Lin Fan would explode into a shower of blood and flesh. At this critical moment, buzz! The rusted knife that Lin Fan had been carrying on his back suddenly emitted a high-pitched cry. That was the spirit weapon of Sequence 000A Annihilation. It was a part of Lin Fan's body, the only existence in the world capable of bearing gluttony and destruction. At this moment, sensing its master's impending doom, the rusted knife finally awakened completely. The last layer of rust on the blade disintegrated, instantly turning into black powder that dissipated into the air. In its place was a matte black blade as deep as a black hole. An insatiable, domineering force erupted from the hilt. The violent divine essence rampaging within Lin Fan, on the verge of bursting his body, found an outlet for release, rushing into the rusted knife like rivers returning to the sea. Lin Fan's body became a temporary energy conduit. After absorbing this vast amount of higher dimensional energy, the rusted knife evolved. On its previously ancient blade, a series of dark red mysterious runes began to glow sequentially. These runes coiled around the blade like living chains, producing crisp sounds of metal clashing. Soul-binding chains. This was a lethal ability born to counter those higher dimensional beings that relied on mental fields and the power of rules. It ignored all physical defenses. It only severed souls. Huff, huff. The divine essence energy was shared by the rusted knife, allowing the ruptured cells within Lin Fan to rapidly reorganize and strengthen under the residual divine essence. Broken ribs reconnected in an instant. Bleeding orifices sealed automatically. Lin Fan, swaying, stood up again from the crushed floor. As he rose, the overwhelming golden spiritual storm around him was forcibly pushed aside by the black-red aura emanating from him. How is this possible? Bai Zhe, hovering in midair, his eyes ablaze with divine fire, trembled violently. His mental field was actually physically isolated. Lin Fan stood at the center of the storm, slightly lowering his head. His clothes were soaked with blood, appearing extremely disheveled. But his back was straight like a monument that would never topple. He slowly raised his head, looking at Bai Zhe in midair. In those eyes that once had a clear distinction between black and white, there was now no trace of whites. Pure black, an extreme black that seemed capable of swallowing all light akin to an abyss. Lin Fan extended his right hand, gripping the hilt behind him. At that moment time seemed to freeze. Subject 002. Lin Fan's voice was no longer hoarse but carried an extreme calmness. It was a resolve that saw through life and death, betting everything on this one strike. You just said that gods do not need emotions. But my father's diary wrote otherwise. What lacks emotion is just a stone. Clang. The long knife was unsheathed. A black-red blade light like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky suddenly illuminated the dead silence of the control room. Within that blade light one could faintly hear the sound of chains breaking along with countless angry shouts. Among those shouts were 18 years of pent-up anger from being mocked as useless, the desperate apologies from his father Lin Xiao, and Lin Fan's own disdainful mockery towards the deities above. Today I will take my father's place. I will smash your cold, lifeless stone to pieces. Boom! Lin Fan stomped the ground with force, transforming into a black whirlwind charging towards the sky amidst the golden spiritual storm. The blade pointed directly at the false god. This was a strike that defied the laws of physics. There was no earth-shattering explosion nor a shockwave that shattered glass. The moment that blackish-red blade light flared, the golden psychic storm within the control room seemed to hit a pause button. The countless voices screaming in Lin Fan's mind, attempting to tamper with his memories, were abruptly silenced, as if someone had gripped their throats. The strike was incredibly fast, so fast that even Bai Zhe, a peak fourth-tier being, could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Divine Art Spatial Fold. An intense sense of mortal peril caused Bai Zhe's normally hyperlogical mind to stutter for the first time. He instinctively raised his hands, channeling all his divinity, to construct 7 layers of invisible spatial barriers before him. Even a heavy bunker-busting missile would be instantly shredded into iron filings by these 7 layers of folded space. This was the defense of a deity. Absolutely safe. However, that blackish-red blade light simply ignored the 7 layers of space that could bend light itself. There was no collision, no friction. The rusty blade passed through those spatial folds like a breeze through a screen, unhindered, straight towards Bai Zhe's face. What? Bai Zhe's eyes, burning with divine fire, contracted sharply. Impossible. What was this thing? It completely defied the operational rules of abyssal energy. Even the breath of a 7th-tier abomination had to obey the iron law of physical collision. But time did not permit him to ponder. The rings of dark red runes coiled around the black blade began to tremble violently. That was the soul-chaining shackles. It was the glimpse of true form of Sequence 000 Annihilation that Lin Fan's rusty broken blade had finally revealed after gorging itself on the primordial marrow. Its edge was not meant for cutting flesh. It was meant to sever souls. Break! Now? Lin Fan's eyes were pure black veins bulging on his forehead as he poured all his strength into this horizontal slash. Swish! The black blade light plunged directly into Bai Zhe's body. No wound appeared. Not even his tattered green Taoist robe was torn in the slightest. The blade light pierced through his chest, striking the void behind him. The control room fell into absolute silence. It was as if that world-destroying strike had been a mere absurd illusion. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bai Zhe still hovered in midair. He looked down at his perfectly intact chest, and a flicker of bewilderment and relief crossed his rigid face. A bluff. Your blade didn't harm my core? Bai Zhe attempted to reconjure his psychic storm. But he suddenly realized he couldn't move. His brain, comparable to a supercomputer, had abruptly lost all control over his body. Then, crack! It was an extremely faint sound like glass shattering emanating from deep within Bai Zhe's mind. It was the psychic link between him and the tens of thousands of defective clones in the tanks which maintained his immense computational power. In that instant, that psychic bond linking tens of thousands of vengeful spirits snapped. Aha! A scream 100 times more miserable than Lin Fan's when he swallowed the marrow erupted from Bai Zhe's mouth. This was not the pain of a physical wound. This was the agony of a soul being torn asunder, a torture 100 times crueler than 1,000 cuts. With this scream, the 2 haughty golden divine flames in Bai Zhe's eye sockets were instantly extinguished with a puff as if doused with ice water. Deprived of psychic energy, his body, which had been suspended in air, could no longer maintain its imposing stance. It fell heavily from midair like a kite with a broken string. Thud! Bai Zhe crashed onto the dusty old-era floor, rolling several times before stopping. A strange, pale golden blood began to gush from his 7 orifices. His body convulsed violently. He clawed at his hair with both hands, his once immaculate topknot completely undone, making him look like a madman wallowing in a mud pit. The lofty false god had finally fallen from grace. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Lin Fan, carrying the rusty blade still dripping with black mist, walked step by step to Bai Zhe. He looked at number 002 writhing in pain on the ground. The blackness in his eyes had receded somewhat, but the savage killing intent remained undiminished. Lin Fan raised his foot and stomped heavily on Bai Zhe's face, pinning his head firmly to the cold floor. "What did you call me just now?" Lin Fan looked down at him, his voice icy cold. "Number 001. Experiment." Lin Fan slowly raised the rusty blade, its tip pressing against Bai Zhe's pale brow. The soul-severing chill made Bai Zhe tremble uncontrollably. "Look clearly now. My name is Lin Fan. Fan meaning ordinary. No matter what label that old dog Gu Chongshan stuck on me, I am first and foremost a living, breathing human being with a father who protects me." Lin Fan pressed down with his foot, nearly crushing Bai Zhe's nasal bone. "What artificial god nonsense? What path of evolution? Do you think devouring tens of thousands of dead infants can erase the fact that you're a defective product? Remember, you're just a piece of dead skin that fell off me, a monster cloned in this underground gutter." Lin Fan's gaze held an extreme contempt. "In front of the original, call me daddy." Bai Zhe stared fixedly at Lin Fan. From his hollow eye sockets pale golden tears of blood flowed, born of extreme humiliation and fear. His worldview was shattered. His vaunted rationality was torn to shreds by Lin Fan's strike, saturated with fatherly love and madness. "No! Impossible!" Bai Zhe's lips quivered. "Human emotions are a burden. You can't defeat me. Enough talk." Lin Fan had no interest in debating him. He could feel the energy of the primordial marrow receding within him. That last strike had nearly drained all his strength. Strike while the iron was hot. Without hesitation, Lin Fan gripped the blade with both hands and drove it viciously towards Bai Zhe's brow. "Go to hell." Boom. However, just as the blade tip was about to pierce Bai Zhe's brain, the entire underground base suddenly shook violently. This was not the aftermath of a fourth-tier battle. It was the sky falling. The control room floor instantly fractured into countless crevices several meters wide. The alarms on the walls emitted an ear-splittingly shrill shriek. Then a deep resonant breath, as if from the very core of the earth, drowned out all other sounds. Inhale. Exhale. The breath was so immense that its mere shockwaves shattered the control room's thick titanium alloy doors into dust. Lin Fan's blade stopped midair. His body froze. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike, but the sequence 000, annihilation within him along with the newly fused primordial marrow, simultaneously trembled with extreme terror. It was the instinctual reaction of a lower life form encountering an apex predator. Genes screamed. Cells quaked. Lin Fan stiffly turned his head to look at the massive clone tanks outside the window. This single glance became a nightmare he could never erase. The murky preservative fluid covering an area the size of several football fields was now boiling violently. Countless jets of scalding steam surged skyward, obscuring his vision. And within that thick steam, a dark red fleshy tentacle over 100 meters in diameter and covered in barbs and massive suckers slowly broke through the water from the depths below. Crash! The thousands of glass incubation pods suspended in midair were crushed like paper before this tentacle. The cloned infants inside didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized into bloody mist by the extreme heat radiating from the tentacle. A seventh-tier abomination, the abyssal worm, the true underground tyrant of the entire No.0 restricted zone. The fierce battle between Lin Fan and Bai Zhe, especially the aura of that vial of primordial marrow. It was the core essence of a high-tier deity. To this monster, which had slumbered underground for countless years, it was the most delicious alarm clock in the world. It had awakened, and it was ravenously hungry. Roar! An indescribable roar directly pierced Lin Fan's eardrums. He was instantly deafened, and the world before him began to spin. In the face of this cataclysmic power, a peak fourth-tier being, it was no different from a speck of dust. "What monster is that?" Lin Fan coughed up blood profusely. His previously mended ribs shattered again under the terrifying gravitational pressure. In that critical moment between life and death, Bai Zhe, who had been pinned under Lin Fan's foot, suddenly exploded with his last vestiges of strength. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he never would. Bai Zhe stared intently at Lin Fan, his hollow eye sockets filled with resentment and venom. "Lin Fan, I'll remember that name. I will take back what belongs to me. All of it." A blinding white light suddenly erupted around Bai Zhe's body. It was the ultimate application of spatial folding, spatial leap. This was Gu Chongshan's final trump card left for him to escape with his life. Even severely wounded, even risking being torn apart by the chaotic energy currents of the seventh-tier abomination, he had to flee. Because he didn't want to die. Trying to run? Lin Fan roared, mustering the last trace of his strength, and slashed his blade at the cluster of white light. Slash. The blade grazed by Ze's arm, hacking off a large chunk of flesh dripping with pale golden blood. But it was too late. Bai Ze's body, distorted by the white light, vanished from the spot instantly. He had escaped. Only Lin Fan remained in the control room. And at that moment, the terrifying tentacle was already crashing down towards the control room with the force of an avalanche. The shadow blotted out everything. There was no escape. Lin Fan stared at the colossal object bearing down on him, his mind a blank. But the next second the floor beneath him completely collapsed. Boom! The control room along with the rock layer beneath it instantly disintegrated under this irresistible force. Lin Fan, like a leaf in a hurricane mixed with countless rocks, and steel, plummeted directly into the rapidly expanding underground river vortex below. The icy river water instantly flooded his mouth and nose. Boundless darkness swept over him. Just before losing consciousness completely, Lin Fan clutched tightly to the blood-stained child-rearing diary in his arms. Dad! No matter what. This round. I won. The current swept him away, carrying him into the unknown abyss. Darkness. An absolute blackness. The moment Lin Fan plunged into the underground dark river, the sounds of the entire world were swallowed by the frigid waters. A tremendous centrifugal force felt like an invisible giant hand, violently pulling him into the depths of the water. Surrounding him were massive rocks and steel ruins that had fallen due to the collapsed base. Every sound of debris crashing into the water resembled a deep-water bomb explosion, violently shaking Lin Fan's insides. But he couldn't afford to pay attention to that. In his last glance before being engulfed by the whirlpool, Lin Fan witnessed a true natural disaster. It was a gaping abyssal maw that occupied his entire field of vision. The dark red flesh tendril, more than 100 meters in diameter, was merely a minuscule part of the body of the 7-stage divine abomination, the abyss worm. When it finally emerged from the water's surface, the massive tank filled with thousands of cloned stillborns resembled an overturned basin, instantly evaporated. There was no room for resistance. Before the weight of the 7-stage divine might, both the indestructible titanium alloy walls and the heavy machinery abandoned for decades were crushed into the finest powder in an instant. A deep, muffled hum resonated from the depths of the water. It was not a sound wave but a resonance of water molecules triggered by infrasound. Lin Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in the water. The resonance directly ignored the flow of water, striking precisely at his internal organs. If he had not just fused part of the original divine essence, elevating his physical strength to the 4th stage limit, this blow would have turned him into mush. The 7-stage divine abomination. This was a monster close to the limits of human comprehension. Not to mention Lin Fan now, even someone of the 5th stage pinnacle like Lei Long would merely be a dish before it. Even a dish that wasn't enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Escape. He must escape. Lin Fan clenched his teeth tightly against the turbulent dark currents. His left hand clutched his chest, protectively holding onto the parenting diary that contained his father's love. His right hand firmly gripped the black-red rusted knife that had just completed its 2nd transformation. The knife felt extraordinarily heavy at this moment, and the pattern of the soul-binding chain on the blade emitted a faint red glow in the water, helping him counteract the surrounding water pressure. Boom! The river behind him was wildly collapsing. The 7-stage behemoth clearly was not yet satisfied. After destroying the cloning factory, its massive body began to drill outward along the underground river, causing rock layers to shatter and the ground to tremble. Lin Fan felt like a rat in the sewer, while behind him a giant shield machine was advancing at full speed. Cough, cough. The oxygen in his lungs had run out. The intense feeling of asphyxiation made Lin Fan's consciousness begin to blur. Large patches of black spots appeared on his retina. He was too exhausted. First his ribs were crushed by spatial compression, then he endured the inhuman torment of swallowing the divine essence as his genes ruptured and recombined, and finally he executed the soul cleaver attack that drained all his strength. Now even the red glow on the rusted knife was beginning to dim. Am I going to die here? Lin Fan's eyelids grew heavier. The surging dark river seemed to have no end, leading into an unfathomable abyss. Just as his consciousness was about to completely sink into the dark sea, a powerful upward dark current suddenly surged from below. The underground river was rerouted. Due to the destruction caused by the 7-stage divine abomination, the previously sealed underground water system was completely opened, creating immense water pressure that formed a giant fountain, violently propelling Lin Fan and the surrounding floating debris upward. Qianlong Villa Back Mountain. Morning. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the gray clouds, spilling onto the shimmering falling star lake. On the open ground by the lake, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Dig, keep digging. A voice filled with sorrow echoed by the lake. Wang Pangpang was covered in mud and tears, operating a heavy engineering mech bearing the insignia of the Artisan Institute, which he had somehow procured. The massive mechanical shovel was frantically digging for the entrance to the underground cave. Due to the upheaval underground, several concealed entrances on the back mountain of the villa had collapsed. Fatty, calm down. This mech is for geological drilling. If you dig like this, it will cause a secondary collapse. Yeezy stood nearby, her eyes red, desperately pulling on the mech's track. The dual blades in her hands were even trembling. It had already been 4 hours since the underground abyss erupted. Lei Long and Old Zhang went to suppress the riot, and they still hadn't returned. And Lin Fan was completely missing. Calm down, my ass. Brother Lin is still down there. Wang Pangpang cried as he frantically manipulated the controls. There's a 7-stage divine abomination down there. Can't you hear the commotion just now? Half of Qianlong Villa is shaking. If Brother Lin is gone, I am going to smash this damn school. His plump face, usually filled with cowardice and shrewdness, was now only in extreme anger and sorrow. He truly regarded Lin Fan as a brother for life and death. Not far behind them, Xia Ya stood quietly on a large rock. The 8 million worth Abyss Walker nano armor was now tattered, covered in claw marks and traces of corrosive acid from the divine abomination. Those were the injuries she sustained when she forcefully broke into the collapse zone to search for Lin Fan. Her mask had already been removed, revealing her beautiful face pale as paper. She looked at the tactical tablet in her hand that had completely lost signal, her knuckles turning white from excessive force. Lin Fan. Xia Ya's voice was soft but carried a barely perceptible tremble. As the daughter of a conglomerate, she had been taught to maintain absolute rationality since childhood. But at some point, that tenant who always shouted about reducing rent and yet stood in front during dangerous moments had become an unpredictable variable she could not calculate. Warning. High-energy water pressure reaction detected. The underground reservoir is about to erupt. Please evacuate immediately. Suddenly, Xia Ya's tactical armor emitted a piercing red alarm. The next second, boom! The water in the center of Falling Star Lake erupted violently. A water column over 10 meters in diameter shot up into the sky like a white dragon emerging from the water. The violent shockwave even stirred up a miniature tsunami on the lake's surface, drenching Wang Pangpang and Yi to the bone. Look up, look up. Yi pointed at the top of the soaring water column, screaming. Among the splashes and debris, a black figure clutching a broken piece of floating wood fell from dozens of meters in the air like a bird with a broken wing. Bang! The figure crashed into the lake and was gradually pushed to the shore by the rolling waves. Silence fell over the area. Wang Pangpang even forgot to turn off the mech's engine. Xia Ya was the first to react. She leaped off the several-meter high rock without activating her energy shield, frantically rushing towards the lakeside. Lin Fan. The one who rushed ashore was indeed Lin Fan. His combat suit had turned into tattered rags. His entire body was covered in wounds from the dark currents and debris, with hardly a patch of good skin. The black rusted knife was embedded in the soil beside him, still emanating a faint aura of killing intent. Lin Fan lay on his back on the grass. Cough, cough. He coughed up a mouthful of silt-laden lake water. He was not dead. The warm morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappled on his face. It was no longer the cold, rotten smell of formaldehyde from the underground abyss. It was the fragrance of soil, a hint of the dampness of fresh grass. That was the scent of the human world. Lin Fan, how are you? Can you hear me? A familiar voice rang in his ear. Lin Fan struggled to open his eyes. What met his gaze was Xia Ya's face, filled with anxiety and tears. She was half kneeling in the mud, trembling as she reached to check Lin Fan's carotid artery. It was the first time he saw such a panicked expression on the proud face of this heiress from a wealthy family. Brother Lin, my dear lord. A wail like that of a slaughtered pig echoed from behind. Wang Pangpang rolled and crawled down from the mech, so agitated that he slipped 10 meters in the mud and crashed into a tree beside Lin Fan. Then he disregarded everything and leaped over, hugging Lin Fan's thigh and crying out loud with snot and tears. Woo-woo. Brother Lin, you didn't die. It's so good that you didn't die. Did you know I was about to buy you a coffin? I even picked a good feng shui spot. Woo-woo. Yi ran over as well, though not as exaggerated as fatty tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, feeling the weight of fatty on his thigh, Lin Fan gazed at the azure sky and suddenly smiled. Though he had no strength to lift even a finger, though his whole body ached as if it were falling apart, he was genuinely happier than ever. He did not push away Fatty's greasy face, nor did he wipe away Xia Ya's tears that fell on his face. He simply quietly felt this warmth. In the underground abyss there were lofty deities, cold and iron-like clones, and rules that regarded life as worthless. But none of those compared to the ray of sunlight that shone upon him at this moment. None could compare to these friends who would cry foolishly for his life and death. This was the meaning of being human. This was the reason his father fought so hard to keep him in this world. Don't cry. Lin Fan croaked, forcing a smile. Your brother Lin is tough. With the last bit of strength he touched the pocket close to him. Fortunately, The parenting diary, though soaked, was intact thanks to its special waterproof material. His father was still there. Humanity's bottom line was still there. Just then a deep rumble suddenly echoed from the sky. Two powerful beams of light shot in from the distance, landing heavily by the lake. They were Chief Instructor Lei Long and Guardian Old Zhang. Both of them were in terrible shape. Lei Long's exoskeleton armor was nearly completely wrecked and the heavy sword was full of dents. Old Zhang had half of his tattered military coat torn away, and the bronze oil lamp in his hand flickered dimly. Clearly they had paid an extremely heavy price to suppress the 7-stage abyss worm. The seal is secure. Lei Long spat out a mouthful of blood, glancing at the surviving students around him, letting out a long breath. Notify the entire academy. Survival assessment. Concluded. This year's seed program second phase, pass rate 65. Hearing this, all the exhausted students around collapsed to the ground, letting out cheers of survival. Lei Long walked over to Lin Fan, looking at this severely injured yet brightest-eyed young man, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Could you have quite the luck? The underground detector showed that the 7-stage divine abomination burst out from the core area of the abandoned 5th Research Institute. Have you been there? Lin Fan looked calmly at Lei Long without speaking. Old Zhang approached, holding the dim oil lamp. His murky single eye lingered for a moment on Lin Fan, and the black-red rusted knife stuck in the ground. A trace of shock flickered in his eyes but quickly faded. All right, Instructor Lei, Old Zhang rasped, the matters below are not for these kids to know. Just surviving is already impressive. Old Zhang looked at Lin Fan and added meaningfully, some sparks, even if they fall into the abyss, cannot be extinguished. Lin Fan nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at Old Zhang. He knew that Old Zhang had seen through him. He had noticed the knife's transformation and the changes in him. He might even have guessed the whereabouts of the missing transfer student Bai Zhe. But that no longer mattered. With Xia Ya's support, Lin Fan slowly stood up. He did not look back at the deep pit that led 5,000 meters underground. Bai Zhe was not dead. That pseudo-god, fused with the resentment of tens of thousands of clones, would not simply give up. And the colossal creature in the abyss was merely sleeping, not dead. Gu Zhongshan, the Elder Council, the artificial god program. A storm sweeping across the entire Great Xia, even the entire boundary defense, had just begun to reveal its iceberg. But Lin Fan was not afraid. He grasped Xia Ya's hand, looking at the rising sun that had completely leapt out from the clouds. Let's go. Lin Fan smiled. Take me to eat something good. I'm damn near starving. Soft. That was Lin Fan's first sensation upon regaining consciousness. This suppleness was nothing like the rigid, unforgiving single bed at Qianlong Manor. It felt more like a weightlessness of being completely enveloped by millions of miniature air pockets. The scent lingering at the tip of his nose was no longer the foul stench of formalin and rust, but a refined, disinfectant aroma mingled with a faint hint of white tea. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the stark white ceiling of a hospital, but a holographic dome projection formed by flowing streams of pale blue light. Vital signs are stabilizing. Damaged ribs have undergone nanoscale bonding, or bone density increased by 35%. No residual high-order divine radiation detected. Continue injection of sequence repair fluid, a mechanical female voice softly announced beside his ear. Only then did Lin Fan realize he was lying inside a translucent medical hibernation pod. The pod was filled with a pale green liquid, and his body was connected to various unknown transparent tubes. Stop the injection, stop it. This is nothing short of burning money. A heart-wrenching wail came from outside the pod. Wang Pangpang's large face was pressed against the pod's glass, his features twisted like a squeezed bun. He held a holographic bill, his fingers trembling wildly. Bro Lin, do you have any idea what this green bathwater you're soaking in is? The fatty shouted, slapping the glass. This is the Apocalypse Tear Cell Repair Fluid specially supplied by the Xia conglomerate. 20,000 credits per milliliter. There's at least 100 liters in this tank. That's... The fatty started counting on his fingers, then his face turned pale, and he nearly fainted on the spot. 200 million. Bro Lin, you're soaking in 200 million. Shut up. The pod door slowly opened. Xia, clad in a sharp business suit, strode over and slapped the back of the fatty's head, pushing the useless fellow aside. Problems that money can solve are not problems. Xia looked at Lin Fan as he sat up from the nutrient fluid. Though her tone remained cool, the tension that had gripped her beautiful eyes for days finally completely eased. Awake. How do you feel? Xia handed Lin Fan a dry, temperature-regulated towel. Lin Fan wiped the green liquid from his body. He rolled his neck. Crack. Not only was there no pain, but an unprecedented sense of power surged through his limbs and bones. This was the change brought by that vial of primal marrow. His physical strength had been forcibly elevated to the limit of the 4th order, even faintly touching the threshold of the 5th order. Feeling great. Lin Fan put on the patient gown. Xia handed him glanced at the fatty, who was still calculating, and twitched his mouth. To be honest, when he heard 200 million, his heart, that of a poor soul raised in the slums, did give a violent lurch. Landlord, Lin Fan asked tentatively. This counts as a work injury, right? I don't have to pay for it, do I? Xia rolled her eyes elegantly. You still owe the Xia family a debt of gratitude. This medical expense is directly charged to your Shrank trainee privilege account. You were lucky this time. The Shrank clearance saved your life. Xia pointed around. Only then did Lin Fan realize this was no ordinary hospital room, but a mobile medical base with a cyberpunk aesthetic. This was a battlefield medical vehicle that the Xia family had specially parked in the mountain's rear for this training. Only Shrank trainees and instructors had access. Thank you. Lin Fan dropped his joking demeanor and spoke to Xia with utmost sincerity. He knew this was far from something mere trainee privileges could secure. Apocalypse tier repair fluid was a strategic resource not available on the open market. This woman must have used her core family authority, spending a fortune to drag him back from the jaws of death. This debt of gratitude was heavy. Enough, don't get all mushy. Xia seemed uncomfortable with this warm atmosphere, turning away to pull up medical data, though the tips of her ears flushed slightly red. Tell me what exactly happened down there. At these words, the fatty, who was still counting zeros, and Yi Zi, who had been silently wiping her blade in the corner, both looked up. A seventh-order abyssal fiend had rampaged and the abyss had collapsed. Faced with a catastrophe of that magnitude, a fourth-order esper didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. How had Lin Fan survived? Looking at three pairs of eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Fan cleared his throat. As a transmigrator determined to walk the path of a mysterious big shot, though he always failed, this moment of universal attention had to be used well. He absolutely couldn't say he was saved by the cheat his father left behind. Too cheap. Ahem, it's actually very simple. Lin Fan lifted his chin slightly, his gaze deep, staring at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, speaking in a magnetic voice. At that moment, facing the absolute crushing force of a seventh-order abyssal fiend, I didn't panic. I utilized Bernoulli's principle from fluid dynamics combined with the Karman vortex street effect formed by the underground water pressure. At the instant the underground river collapsed, I precisely calculated the sheer stress of the water flow, finding the singular point where gravitational acceleration and buoyancy opposed each other. As he spoke, Lin Fan gestured with his hands, as if he had truly transformed into the god of physics in the abyss. Wang Pang listened, utterly bewildered, almost drooling with admiration. Awesome, bro, Lin. So this is knowledge changing fate. Xia also frowned slightly, wondering if she had truly underestimated this kid's computational ability. However, just as Lin Fan reached his most impassioned point, ready to make a perfect concluding gesture. Plop! A drop of warm liquid fell onto his pristine white patient gown. Then two streams of bright red nosebleed gushed from his nostrils without warning. Lin Fan's vision went dark. The brainpower he had forcibly mobilized to show off had once again overloaded his nerves, which were already impacted by the marrow's energy. He fell straight backward. Lin Fan. Xia was startled and rushed over to support him. From the corner, Yi Zi walked over expressionlessly, picked up a ball of medical cotton, and deftly stuffed it into both of Lin Fan's nostrils. Physics. Yi Zi pushed up her glasses, looking at Lin Fan, his face covered in blood, and his image utterly ruined, delivering the ultimate finishing blow. Can't cure a concussion. Lin Fan. His attempt to act cool had failed. Somewhat embarrassed, Lin Fan covered his nose and decided to temporarily abandon his big shot persona. I just got lucky and was washed out by the current. Lin Fan brushed it off with vague words. The secrets of the cloning factory by Zay and his father's diary were burdens he alone could bear. Knowing the truth would only mean certain death for these rookies. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Works Institute headquarters in the capital, the highest confidential tower of the Elder Council, this was a pitch-black chamber where even light could not penetrate. The room had no modern lighting fixtures, only countless holographic projections of gene helices floating in midair, emitting a faint blue glow. At the far end of the room stood a massive bronze table. Seated at the table's head was a man. He wore an old-style gray Mao suit, his features refined and scholarly, with a pair of rimless glasses on his nose. He looked like an ordinary university professor, but one glance at his unfathomable eyes made it feel as if even one's soul would be drawn in. The chief of the Heavenly Works Institute Elder Council, Gu Chongshan. At that moment he was holding a cup of steaming clear tea, quietly studying a top-secret report floating on the table. Sender Qianlong Manor Special Training Base Head Instructor Thunder Dragon Top-Secret File Assessment of the Outer Perimeter Uprising in Zone 0 Report Massive Collapse in Sector 57 of the Underground Abyss. Preliminary survey indicates that the abandoned 5th Research Institute Deep Blue Base has suffered catastrophic damage. No signs of life remain. Gu Chongshan read very slowly. His expression remained unchanged, still carrying that refined smile that made one feel like a spring breeze. Even though the report detailed the clone god-making factory he had spent 20 years and countless resources to build. Tens of thousands of clone embryos were all destroyed. Even his most perfect masterpiece, No. 002 by Zay, who was about to step into the peak of the Fourth Order, showed a critically endangered status on his vital signs monitor undergoing emergency recovery. Interesting. Gu Chongshan blew on the hot tea and took a gentle sip. That brute Thunder Dragon actually took this as an ordinary abyssal uprising. He extended his right hand adorned with a green jade thumb ring and made a light swipe in the air. Thunder Dragon's report instantly dissolved into data fragments. Replacing it was another piece of battlefield holographic footage sent back by the Heavenly Works Institute's covert division, the Street Sweepers. It was the last segment of memory data remaining on No. 002 by Zay's retina at the time of his recovery. The holographic image was somewhat blurry and accompanied by violent shaking. The scene showed a dilapidated underground control room. A blood-soaked youth, his eyes pure black, holding a black longsword wrapped in dark red chains. He was trampling the once arrogant by Zay underfoot with an absolutely dominant posture. The youth's voice, restored through audio, echoed in the silent chamber. No matter what label that old dog Gu Chongshan has stuck on me. My name is Lin Fan. Fan as in ordinary. Gu Chongshan looked at the youth in the footage, his gaze lingering on the black longsword and the youth's pitch-black eyes. At this moment his breathing actually paused for half a second. Not from anger, but from extreme excitement. Sequence 000. The primordial fluctuation of annihilation. Gu Chongshan slowly stood up, walked over to the holographic image, and gazed at Lin Fan in the scene with obsession. Like a collector finally laying eyes on a rare treasure he had lost for 18 years. Lin Xiao. You went to great lengths, placed a genetic lock on him, made him a waste for 18 years, hiding him in a corner of this world. But you still lost. What belongs to the god shall ultimately return to the throne. Gu Chongshan extended his finger, caressing Lin Fan's cheek in the image across the distance. No. 001. Welcome home. Gu Chongshan adjusted his glasses, a flash of fanatical cold light gleaming off the lenses. He pressed a red button on the corner of the table. Issue the order. Elevate the ranking of the capital's Heavenly Works Cup tournament. All SRANK trainees must enter the capital to participate. Furthermore, Gu Chongshan looked at the several cultivation pods connected to No. 002 by Zay in the corner, his tone as cold as if he were handling a pile of mechanical parts. Inject No. 002 with Abyss Activator. Equip him with a mechanical divine arm. This flawed blade can still be sharpened a little more. Their first grand feast is about to begin. Jingcheng, the 13th underground district, the Ghost Market. Unlike the neon-bathed sleepless city above, famed as the heart of Daxia, the air here always reeked of moldy machine oil and the sour sting of cheap spirits. This was the sole blind spot of the Tiangong Institute's Shenyang system. It was also the filthiest hub for black market commerce in all of Daxia. Smuggled divine aberration materials, illicit genetic serums, and every kind of shameful assassination contract circulated through these damp, shadowed tunnels. Drip. A rusting condensation bead fell from the maze of pipes above. Lin Fan wore a black baseball cap, hands shoved in his pockets, standing before a flickering sign that read Augmentation Repair Shop. The once expensive patient gown he had worn had been replaced by a faded, threadbare jacket. Although his aura only registered as early fourth rank, the mercenaries and black traders with savage faces instinctively gave him a wide berth as they passed. It was because Lin Fan exuded a perilous, blood-soaked ferocity, a psychological pressure born of having faced a 7th rank divine aberration. Brother Lin, are we really going in? Wang Pongpong, wrapped in layers of gear like a stuffed dumpling, swallowed nervously beside him. His signature custom suit had been replaced by scavenged workwear, and he clutched an exceptionally heavy black briefcase. This place is a sanctuary for black crime. If shut up. Lin Fan pulled his cap low and pushed open the creaking iron door of the shop. Inside the shop, the light was dim, discarded mechanical limbs and foul-smelling bioculture tanks were piled everywhere. At the far end, a grease-stained workbench dominated the space. A man in a trench coat, hair tangled and beard unkempt, idly pried at a mechanical eyeball with a screwdriver. Hearing footsteps, the man stopped and turned. It was a face Lin Fan knew well. The signature deadfish eyes and the perpetual narcotic pallor of someone who could never quite wake. He was Mo Chun, chief instructor of the Jiangnan training camp and a 5th-rank psychic. Instructor Mo. Pang Pang gaped in astonishment. What are you doing here? Aren't you training recruits down in Jiangnan? There was a reassignment. They told me the Qianlong Manor special training had a major incident, so I had to come to Jingcheng to report and see whether you lot had been ruined. Mo Chun tossed the screwdriver onto the bench and yawned. As his lazy gaze passed over Lin Fan and touched the lingering blackness beneath Lin Fan's eyes, it faltered for a fraction. As one of the few who truly knew Lin Fan's background, Emo-chan recognized the change. It was not merely a leap in physical strength but a metamorphosis of temperament. The boy who had once only wanted to drift through life had finally found the resolve to face a brutal world. Seems the view at the bottom of the abyss is fine. Emo-chan said, you not only survived, you put on 2 jeans. He gestured to 2 legless chairs. Sit. Lin Fan pulled out a chair and sat, getting straight to the point. Gu Zhongshan didn't hold us accountable. Hold you accountable? Why would he? Emo-chan sneered. That idiot Leilong's report of a natural cavian was suppressed by the Elders' Council. The official line is a gas explosion in the underground tunnels. Tens of thousands of clones gone. A 7th-rank divine aberration nearly broke free, and he calls it a gas explosion. Pang stared incredulous. Because Gu Zhongshan doesn't care. Emo-chan lit a poor cigarette and inhaled deeply. In that madman's eyes, apart from those 2 perfect samples, everything else is dispensable numbers. He exhaled a ring of smoke, his expression sharpened. Lin Fan, he has identified you. You are no longer a wanted criminal to him. You are the supreme trophy. Lin Fan was silent for a moment. He already knew Gu Zhongshan had recognized him. He had prepared for exposure the instant Bai Zhe fled. I want to know where Bai Zhe is. Lin Fan looked up, his gaze terrifyingly calm. That shameless imposter didn't die. He escaped back to Jingcheng. I want to know where he is. Only by finishing Bai Zhe off while he was weakened could Lin Fan sever Gu Zhongshan's god-making dream and settle his father's grudge once and for all. That's why I brought you all to the ghost market today. Emo-chan stubbed out his cigarette and began tapping at the keyboard on the bench. Gu Zhongshan's highest laboratory, the Shunji Wenchuang, possesses the Tiangong Institute's most impenetrable firewall. Some parts even run live neuronal arrays. Ordinary hackers can't touch the outer defenses. Emo-chan glanced at the black briefcase in Wang Pongpong's hands. Fortunately, there is one thing in this world more powerful than a god's computing power. That would be the power of money. Pang perked up at once. He set the briefcase on the bench and entered retinal and fingerprint codes. Click. The briefcase opened to reveal an extraordinarily precise micro-quantum server cluster. Instructor Mo, you couldn't have found a better man. Pang thumped his chest, his jowls wobbling. This is the highest privilege terminal from my family's Wang Network Security Center. I already contacted my family's hacker alliance in Jingcheng on the way here. 50 top-tier hackers, each with annual pay in the tens of millions. They are all online and standing by. No matter how strong Gu Zhongshan's firewall is, we'll buy our way through it. Emo-chan nodded approvingly at the flashy server. Good. Pong, you provide the computational channel cover. Leave the rest to me. Emo-chan's fingers flew over the keyboard in a furious cascade. A former core researcher at the Tiangong Institute, Emo-chan had secretly planted an extraordinarily covert backdoor deep in the institute's low-level code before he was exiled to Jiangnan. It was a ghost channel, known only to him and Lin Xiao. The shop's holographic projector flared to life as countless streams of data poured down like a waterfall. Under the cover of Wang's Hacker Alliance's furious DDoS assault, Emo-chan's backdoor slipped through the Tiangong Institute's defenses like a slick eel. 3 minutes later, we're in, Emo-chan muttered. The hologram shifted, and they successfully cut into Gu Zhongshan's private surveillance network. Lin Fan sprang to his feet. On the screen stood a vast cylindrical incubation tank filled with pale golden fluid. A placard above it proclaimed 4 large characters: Shunji Wenchuang. Floating within that golden liquid was a naked youth threaded with black conduits. Bai Zhe. Lin Fan saw that Bai Zhe's wounds were grave. A deep cut marred his brow. A sole wound left by the second-shift rust blade Zhanhuan. His right shoulder was a hollow stump. The wound bore a terrifyingly carbonized aspect. It was the price Bai Zhe paid when Lin Fan tore the arm from him. Yet what made Lin Fan nauseous were the mechanical arms busying themselves around the tank. They were not healing Bai Zhe. They were transforming him. Sessus. A laser cutter sliced flesh along Bai Zhe's scapula. A pitch-black mechanical right arm etched with uncanny divine runes was being forced into his body. The arm retained the clawed form of some divine aberration. As neuronal interfaces joined the unconscious, Bai Zhe convulsed in agony, and the golden preservative fluid stained red. Abyss activator, mechanical divine arm. Emo-chan's face darkened as he read the data. That old madman hasn't given up on Bai Zhe. He's injecting banned drugs to forcibly raise his genetic tolerance. He's turning Subject 002 into a pure killing machine. Lin Fan, he's preparing this as your companion. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the grotesque arm. He recognized its composition, the Shirshan, the Godslayer alloy used by Gu Zhongshan to grievously wound a 3rd-rank divine aberration in Jiangnan. Now this metal was being grafted onto a cloned body that possessed divine instincts. When does Gu Zhongshan plan to unleash him? Lin Fan asked coolly. Emo-chan pulled up the lab schedule. Next Friday. The Tiangong Cup, Jingcheng Ranking Tournament Opening Ceremony. Emo-chan pointed to the bold red entry on the schedule. Gu Zhongshan has sent invitations to every noble house and the media in Jingcheng. He even demanded that this year's special training camp's rank students all participate. Lin Fan understood. This was an open ploy. Gu Zhongshan intended beneath the gaze of all daxia, and atop the highest stage to have 002 publicly devour 001. If Lin Fan died, Gu Zhongshan would obtain complete divinity, and every crime would be packaged as a tournament accident. Brother Lin, we can't go. Pang Pang panicked. This is obviously a trap. That blind man now has a mechanical arm. He's like a Terminator. How do we fight that? Lin Fan said nothing. He only traced the rust blade at his back. A trap. He rather wanted to see who would swallow whom. Just as Emo-chan prepared to dig deeper into Gu Zhongshan's other deployments, alarms blared. Warning. Abnormal data intrusion detected. Warning. Defensive network suffering unknown psychic interference. Wang's server screamed. Not good. Gu Zhongshan's defenses reacted. Pang Pang shrieked. Not Gu Zhongshan. Emo-chan's fingers blurred across the keys, his brow furrowing. This data stream is not from inside the Tiangong Institute. It's an external forced breach. Emo-chan traced the anomalous data to its source, a security checkpoint surveillance clip outside Jingcheng. The footage showed that late last night a truck bearing Tiangong Institute logistics credentials had passed the strictest genetic screening and entered Jingcheng. But when Emo-chan scanned the truck with thermal imaging, the driver's seat was empty. The steering wheel turned on its own. The accelerator depressed itself, as if a ghost were at the wheel. In the cargo hold hundreds of skinned dolls hung in dense rows. Their eyes were all open and even slightly moving. Puppetry Gene Shields. Emo-chan's cigarette fell from his hand to the floor as a rare shock crossed his dead fish eyes. Lin Fan felt a familiar nauseating stench. The rot of Shunhong. Instructor Emo, what are those things? Pang Pang cowered behind Lin Fan. This is big trouble. Emo-chan yanked the server's power and stomped the computer to pieces to prevent reverse tracing. He turned to Lin Fan with an unprecedentedly grave tone. The Guatian unit, a 5th-rank Apex puppeteer codename Hyo. He's infiltrated Jingcheng. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. Hyo, the madman who had created a tide of corpses in Jiangnan and nearly wiped out the entire training camp. Hadn't he fled after being gravely wounded? How could he appear inside the most heavily guarded city? Gu Zhongshan by Zhe the Tiangong Cup, and now a puppeteer who could control the dead. The waters of Jingcheng had been thoroughly muddied. It seems Gu Zhongshan is not the only one fascinated by divinity. Lin Fan glanced at the ruined screen as the blackness beneath his eyes writhed anew. The extreme hollowness, the gnawing hunger brought on by fusing with divine marrow, surged, stoked by the storm that was about to break. Get ready to move, Pang Pang. Lin Fan straightened his cap and pushed open the iron door of the basement. Jingcheng is about to get very lively. The night in the capital was never short of news, but tonight's news was written in blood. Just late last night, the Zhao family, which had dominated the capital's business circles for decades and controlled 30% of the divine calamity material circulation, was erased from the map overnight. There were no fierce street battles or large-scale divine arts confrontations. It was said that the old patriarch of the Xia family, one of the 9 pillars of the Great Xia, a peak 5th-rank powerhouse named Xiaolong, personally visited the Zhao family's ancestral home to have a cup of tea. 10 minutes later, the Zhao family head declared bankruptcy and liquidation, and the entire clan relocated out of the capital, vowing never to set foot in Great Xia again. Such was the thunderous might of top-tier financial magnates. Touch me and you might survive, but touch my heir. You will be uprooted entirely. In the capital, at the Pangu Grand Hotel in the top-floor banquet hall, a massive crystal chandelier cast golden light, and the air was thick with the scent of costly agarwood. Tonight, the most elite second-generation aristocrats and scions of noble families in the capital gathered here. Ostensibly, this was a charity banquet to warm up for the Heavenly Works Cup ranking tournament. In reality, it was a stage for the Xia family to proclaim their sovereignty to the entire capital circle. This bow tie, it's choking me. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Lin Fan tugged at the 6-figure handcrafted bow tie around his neck, his face a picture of utter despair. He wore a well-tailored black designer suit. His usually messy hair had been carefully styled by a hairdresser, revealing a sharply defined face. If he kept his mouth shut, he looked like a standard melancholic nobleman. Of course, that was only if he wasn't drooling over the meat on the passing waiters' trays. Hold it in. Xiaya stood beside him. Tonight she wore a deep purple backless evening gown. Her cascading hair was casually pinned up, revealing her slender swan-like neck. She wore no expensive jewelry, but instead a tactical wristband full of mechanical aesthetics. This starkly contrasting style made her stand out boldly in the banquet hall, thick with powder and perfume. Tonight you're my date. Xiaya reached out and straightened Lin Fan's collar, her movements as natural as if they were an old married couple. The Zhao family is gone, but there are still many eyes on us in the capital. Especially that old fox Gu Zhongshan. He's definitely sent his spies tonight. Xiaya lowered her voice. Once we're inside, talk less. Eat more. Maintain your Srank expert aura. At the mention of eating, Lin Fan's previously dull eyes lit up instantly. Don't worry. Lin Fan licked his lips, a faint elusive green glint flashing in his eyes. As long as I'm fed, I'm mute. Ever since swallowing that tube of divine marrow, the hunger deep in his genes had never stopped. Ordinary meals went down like water, doing nothing to satisfy his craving. He urgently needed high-energy biological flesh and blood to fill the void. Let's go. Xiaya took Lin Fan's arm and the doors slowly swung open. Whoosh! The clamor in the banquet hall came to a brief halt. Hundreds of gazes shot over simultaneously. Some were stunning, some envious, some probing, but most were filled with a mocking anticipation of a good show. Was that poor boy in the suit the legendary kept man of Miss Xia? He was also rumored to be in Srank, who awakened a useless sequence. So that's Lin Fan. He looks decent enough, I guess. I heard he got lucky and survived at Qianlong Villa. Srank. I think he's just a mascot the Xia family propped up. The Zhao family was unlucky to mess with that madman Xia. Whispers spread through the crowd. Lin Fan paid them no heed. His eyes scanned the buffet area like a radar. Sashimi of third-rank fire lizard liver. Collagen jelly from a fourth-rank deep-sea demon whale. And that was that soup made from scraps of a fifth-rank divine calamity. Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling the gluttonous demons in his stomach roaring with hunger. That's the second young master of the Lu family that's a collateral of the Wang family. Xiaya kept a perfect smile while whispering introductions of the factions present into Lin Fan's ear. But Lin Fan didn't hear a word. He led Xiaya straight to the buffet, grabbed a plate, and began piling it high with meat as if shoveling dirt. Mr. Lin, you have quite an appetite. Just as Lin Fan was about to pop a piece of succulent fire, lizard liver into his mouth, a sarcastic voice interrupted him. A young man in a white suit holding a glass of red wine blocked Lin Fan's path. He was handsome, but his eyes held a hollowness drained by wine and women. I am Zhao Tianxi. The Zhao family may have withdrawn, but I, a distant relative, am still here. The young man swirled his glass, his gaze dark and venomous as he looked at Lin Fan. I heard Mr. Lin is the Srank top scorer of this year's special training camp. Not only are you skilled, but your talent for living off a woman is also unmatched. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Everyone put down their glasses and watched the scene with keen interest. Zhao Tianxi was a distant cousin of the Zhao family, known for his arrogance and bullying. It was clear someone had put him up to testing Lin Fan's mettle. Xia Ya's face turned cold and she was about to speak, but Lin Fan stopped her. Without even glancing at Zhao Tianxi, he stared at the plate of demon whale jelly. The man was blocking, his brow slightly furrowed. You're blocking my light, Lin Fan said flatly. You? Zhao Tianxi hadn't expected this poor boy to dare ignore him, and his embarrassment quickly turned to rage. Stop pretending. Zhao Tianxi sneered, suddenly thrusting his glass forward. Since Mr. Lin is so hungry, why not have a drink to wet your throat first? This is specially prepared for you. The red wine wasn't aimed at Lin Fan's face but at Xia Ya's dress. It was a despicable act of humiliation. However, the moment the red liquid left the rim of the glass Lin Fan still didn't look up. He simply tapped his porcelain plate lightly with the fork in his right hand. An extremely faint yet piercingly sharp hum suddenly exploded in the air. It was the vibrational rule derived from sequence 000A annihilation. Though faint at this close range, it was enough to alter the local physical environment. Stillness. The splashed red wine defied gravity, suspended eerily in midair. Every drop of wine trembled violently, as if locked in place by an invisible force field. This? Zhao Tianxi's eyes bulged as if he'd seen a ghost. Physics class is now in session. Lin Fan finally looked up. In his clear black and white eyes, a black vortex seemed to slowly rotate deep within his pupils. When a liquid is subjected to high-frequency sound waves at a specific frequency, it forms a standing wave and levitates. This phenomenon is called acoustic levitation. Lin Fan smiled slightly, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Also, your glass has a resonant frequency of about 440 hertz. Ding! Lin Fan's fork tapped the plate again lightly. This time the sound was crisper. Crack! Zhao Tianxi's wine glass shattered without warning. Countless tiny shards of glass mixed with red wine exploded back like scattered petals, all blasting into Zhao Tianxi's own handsome face. Ah! My eyes! My face! Zhao Tianxi screamed, clutching his face, as blood mixed with wine streamed down, making him look like a clown just fished out of a dye vat. As for Lin Fan and Xiaya, an invisible wall of air seemed to exist an inch in front of Lin Fan. All the glass shards and wine were perfectly blocked outside, not a single drop splashing on them. The entire hall was dead silent. The aristocratic scions who had come to watch the fun were now pale, their wine glasses trembling slightly in their hands. What kind of technique was this? No spiritual energy, no divine art. Just a tap on a plate. Was this really the legendary useless sequence? This is resonance. Lin Fan elegantly forked a piece of demon whale, jelly, put it in his mouth, and mumbled while chewing. Not only do glasses have a resonant frequency, human bones do too. Lin Fan swallowed the food, his dark green eyes sweeping across the room. Anyone else want to discuss physics? No one dared to speak. The pressure that had burst forth in that instant, though fleeting, made them feel as if they were being targeted by an abyssal divine calamity wearing human skin. It was a primal fear rooted in the hierarchy of life itself. Good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and resumed his assault on the delicacies on the table as if nothing had happened. Xiaya watched the man beside her, whose cheeks were now stuffed full, and a breathtaking smile curled at the corner of her lips. She tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arm and addressed the still stunned guests in a calm voice. The Xia family declines any form of non-physical communication. If you disagree. Xiaya glanced at Zhao Tianxi, who was writhing on the floor. This is the consequence. In a corner, a waiter in a black tailcoat toying with a black chess piece silently watched everything. He observed Lin Fan's astonishing appetite and the seemingly casual yet exquisitely precise control of sound waves. Early 4th rank. No, his physical strength is nearing the 5th rank. And that is the seed of a rule. The waiter spoke quietly into the miniature microphone at his collar. Target confirmed. Sample 001. Evolution rate exceeds expectations. The risk assessment level for the Divine Descent plan release needs adjustment. Through the earpiece came Gu Zhongshan's warm yet icy voice. No matter. The more he eats, the stronger he grows. The final feast will be all the more sumptuous. The applause in the banquet hall struck Ji Changkong's face like a barrage of slaps. Standing in the shadow of a colossal Roman column, the wine glass in his hand had already developed cracks. Just a few dozen meters away, Lin Fan, the man he once dismissed as a good for nothing, unworthy even of polishing his shoes, now stood bathed in the spotlight. Beside him was Xiaya, the eldest daughter of the capital's foremost financial magnate, and at his feet knelt the eldest son of the Zhao family, begging for mercy. Physics. Ji Changkong watched Lin Fan's nonchalant expression, grinding his teeth in fury. Why, in terms of lineage, he was the closed-door disciple of the Daxia sword saint with the purest sword lineage flowing through his veins. In terms of effort, he swung his sword 10,000 times daily and hadn't slept soundly since he was 3. In terms of belief, he firmly upheld order and revered the strong. But why? Why was he beaten like a dog by that blind man Bai Zhe at Qianlong Manor, utterly unable to fight back? Why, upon arriving in the capital, did all the glory and attention belong to this trash, who only knew how to live off a woman, and whose sequence was merely enhanced hearing? This world is broken. Changkong stopped watching. A similarly dejected voice sounded. It was Xiang Lai. This once arrogant Srank body enhancement expert now also wore a look of defeat. We have to admit, some people are just born lucky. Xiang Lai patted Ji Changkong on the shoulder side and turned to get a drink. Born lucky. Ji Changkong repeated the 2 words under his breath. In the past, he would have drawn his sword to cut down such cowardly talk. But now, looking at Lin Fan's radiant face under the lights, the sword of order in Ji Changkong's heart let out a crack, forming an irreparable fissure. He turned around, tossing the expensive crystal goblet into the trash bin. Then, without looking back, he walked out of the golden door that symbolized the pinnacle of Daxia's power. In the deep autumn of the capital, the night wind was biting. Outside the Pangu Hotel lay a bustling commercial street. The neon lights were grotesque and dazzling, dyeing the puddled streets a blood-like red. Ji Changkong wandered aimlessly down the street. He tore off his tie and unbuttoned his formal attire, which felt suffocating. The cold wind poured into his chest, but it couldn't quell the venomous fire of jealousy and resentment burning within him. Take a look, folks. Fine marionettes here. They can act, they can kill, and they can fulfill your dreams. A hoarse, eerie voice rang out abruptly from a dim alley entrance. Ji Changkong paused mid-step. Subconsciously, he turned his head. In the shadow of the alley, a man in a black hoodie and hood was squatting. Before him was a small stall, but there were no puppets, only a solitary black box. In the man's hand, however, were several transparent strings connected to a dead rat dancing on the ground. The rat was half-rotten, its innards spilling out, yet under the pull of the strings it performed an absurdly comical waltz. Get lost. Ji Changkong, in a foul mood, spat out the 2 words, coldly letting a faint trace of his 4th stage initial sword intent leak out. An ordinary person would have been terrified by such killing intent. But the strange man not only didn't flee but looked up. Beneath the hood was a face obscured by a ghastly white smiling mask. What fine sword intent, the man said. He manipulated the dead rat to bow to Ji Changkong. Pity, the sword heart is shattered. Now you're nothing but a rusty piece of scrap metal. Whoosh! A sharp sword aura instantly sliced through the air aimed at the man's throat. A soft sword had materialized in Ji Changkong's hand, its tip stopping an inch from the man's throat. Are you asking for death? Ji Changkong's eyes were icy. Did I say anything wrong? The man remained squatting, his smiling mask looking particularly eerie under the neon lights. The air of the Daxia sword saint and shrank prodigy Ji Changkong. And what happened? In the training camp you couldn't even withstand a single move from that blind man. At the banquet you were completely upstaged by a good for nothing who lives off a woman. The man let out a grating, sneering laugh. Do you know why? Because you're too bound by rules. You believe in hard work and order. But those so-called geniuses, that Lin Fan, that Bai Zhe, which one of them rose through hard work? Lin Fan relies on luck and a woman's money. Bai Zhe relies on plunder and modification. In this world honest men are only fit to be background props. Ji Changkong's hand gripping the sword trembled. Every word struck precisely at his deepest wounds. What are you trying to say? He asked through gritted teeth. I'm saying, since order has abandoned you, why not embrace chaos? The man released the strings in his hand. The dancing dead rat fell to the ground with a plop and lay still. He reached out and opened the black box before him. Hiss! A chill emanated from the box. The box was lined with black velvet, and lying quietly in the center was a syringe. The liquid inside was not the golden color of divine blood, but a chaotic swirling vortex of purple-black. Looking at the potion, every cell in Ji Changkong's body screamed danger, yet his soul felt an irresistible attraction. What is this? Ghost God, no. For the man said softly, his tone like that of a serpent tempting Eve to eat the apple. It's an evolutionary potion refined from the bone marrow of hundreds of high-ranking psychics, mixed with the ghostly energy from the depths of the abyss in the Far East. No side effects. Ji Changkong sneered. Such contraband. Once injected, it'll be wanted by the night watchman. Side effects. The man stood up. Though barely over 5 feet tall, his shadow under the streetlight stretched infinitely, as if it would devour the entire street. That's an excuse for the weak. Injected with this, your sword will no longer be bound by any rules. You'll possess power greater than Lin Fan's, a body more terrifying than Bai Zhe's. As for being wanted, the man slipped the syringe into Ji Changkong's pocket and patted his chest. When you stand upon the divine throne, who would dare to put a god on their wanted list? Ji Changkong stood frozen. His hand in his pocket tightly gripped the cold syringe. Throw it away, his reason told him. This was the abyss bait. But then Lin Fan's nonchalant face from the banquet surfaced in his mind again. Acoustic levitation. Physics. The humiliation of being trampled by an ant once again drowned out his reason. Who are you? Ji Changkong's voice was hoarse. The man stepped back, his figure gradually melting into the dark alley. You can call me Black Autumn, or your new mentor. Looking forward to seeing your performance at the Tiangong Cup. My Oni warrior. The man vanished. Only the rotting rat carcass lay silently in the rain. Ji Changkong stood in the cold wind, silent for a long time. In the end, he did not throw away the potion. He turned and walked into the depths of the darkness. Behind him, the brilliant lights of the Pangu Hotel gradually became a distant, unreachable point. The sword heart that once symbolized integrity and glory shattered completely on this rainy night. Late at night, at the top floor of the Pangu Grand Hotel in the capital city, inside the presidential suite, outside the window the city's dazzling myriad lights shimmered, while beneath his feet lay the center of power that countless people dreamed of. But for Lin Fan at this moment none of that mattered. Only one thing was important: eating. Crunch. Crunch. In the spacious living room, Lin Fan sat on the carpet, squeezing a toothpaste-like tube into his mouth. It was a military-grade, high-energy compression bar. The caloric content of one bar was enough to sustain an adult Special Forces soldier for 3 days of high-intensity combat in the wilderness. But for Lin Fan, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Around him lay at least 50 empty tubes scattered about. The coffee table was piled high with tomahawk steaks, deep-sea caviar looted from the hotel's kitchen, and even raw 5th-tier Abomination jerky. Hungry, Lin Fan swallowed the last of the compression bar, but the burning emptiness in his stomach didn't ease. Instead, it seemed to mock his helplessness, growing even more intense. It wasn't his stomach that was hungry. It was every cell in his body, the primordial marrow that had just fused within him and the rusty blade on his back. All roaring in unison. They demanded energy. They demanded high-tier power sources that could match the life level of a god. Ordinary carbohydrates and proteins, the moment they entered Lin Fan's stomach, were instantly broken down into nothingness by his tyrannical digestive system. The energy produced wasn't even enough to sustain his current heartbeat. Dad, what the hell did you leave me with back then? Lin Fan clutched his stomach in pain, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could feel his sanity slipping away as the hunger intensified. The world before his eyes began to change color. That leather sofa no longer looked like furniture but a lump of fiber-rich energy block. That crystal chandelier was no longer a decoration but a shiny candy. Even the concrete and steel city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows appeared to him as a giant buffet. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded violently, the sound as loud as beating drums. Lin Fan rushed into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and shoved his head under the freezing stream of water. Water gushed down. The icy water was bone-chilling, but it couldn't suppress the violent urge to devour everything. In the mirror, Lin Fan lifted his head. His eyes, originally clear with distinct black and white now, had pupils dilating infinitely until they consumed the entire eye socket. Pure black. It was the same state as when he had struck that earth-shattering slash in the abyss. Eat. Devour. A low, hoarse voice, as if from an ancient wasteland, echoed deep within his mind. Lin Fan gripped the marble edge of the sink tightly. Crack. The hard marble crumbled in his grip like tofu. Can't go out. Lin Fan bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to force a moment of clarity. He knew that if he rushed onto the streets in his current state, it would be a disaster. He would become a monster more terrifying than an abomination. He would eat people. Beep. Warning. Warning. Spiritual energy fluctuations in the suite are spiking abnormally. Unknown rule interference detected. Microcracks appearing in the spatial structure. Just then, the suite's intelligent security system emitted a piercing red alert. Bang! The suite's door was violently pushed open. Xiaya, wearing a white silk nightgown and holding a tactical pistol that was still charging, rushed in barefoot. Lin Fan? She immediately spotted the figure curled up in the corner of the bathroom, radiating terrifying black aura. That aura was too dreadful. Even Xiaya, the daughter of a fifth-tier powerhouse, felt a shudder at the soul level. It wasn't the pressure of strength disparity. It was the gaze of the apex predator upon the lower rungs of the food chain. Don't come closer. Lin Fan had his back to her, his voice hoarse like two rusty iron plates grinding together. Get out. Lock the door. I might eat you. Xiaya was stunned for a moment. She looked at the mess of food wrappers on the floor, then at Lin Fan's continuously rising spiritual energy index. As the heiress of the Xia consortium, she immediately recognized the core issue. This wasn't ordinary hunger. This was post-advancement syndrome. Just like those powerhouses who had injected high-purity divine blood, when breaking through major realms their bodies would fall into gene famine due to the urgent need for restructuring energy. Without timely replenishment of high-tier energy, an evolver would either die from energy depletion, or due to loss of control become an abomination driven only by the instinct to devour. But Lin Fan had swallowed primordial marrow. His deficit was astronomical. Eat me, huh? Xiaya took a deep breath. Instead of retreating, she casually tossed the gun onto the sofa and strode into the bathroom. Quite the appetite you have. She walked behind Lin Fan, grabbed his shoulder, and tried to turn him around. Roar. Lin Fan spun his head around abruptly. Those pitch-black eyes held no emotion, only boundless greed. His hand instinctively clamped onto Xia Ya's slender neck. With just a little more force, the heiress of the capital's #1 financial conglomerate would meet her end. Xiaya didn't dodge. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly into Lin Fan's terrifying black eyes, showing no fear. Look clearly at who I am. Xia Ya's voice was cold, but carried an unyielding firmness. I am your creditor. Your life was bought back with my money. Without my permission, dare to turn into a monster. At the same time, the mechanical bracelet on Xia Ya's wrist suddenly lit up. A faint blue spiritual ripple instantly spread, enveloping them both. This wasn't an attack skill. It was a secret technique exclusive to the core members of the Xia family. Spiritual resonance anchor point. It was typically used to soothe fifth-tier powerhouses who had gone berserk from excessive killing on the battlefield. Through high-frequency mental synchronization, it could forcibly pull the consciousness of the out-of-control individual back to reality. Lin Fan, look at me. Xiaya reached out with both hands and cupped Lin Fan's burning cheeks. That cool, stable spiritual force carrying a faint scent of white tea flowed continuously through the contact of their skin into Lin Fan's chaotic mind. It was like a rainstorm falling upon parched, cracked earth. That black desire to devour everything upon encountering this steadfast spiritual torrent miraculously stalled for a moment. Ugh! Lin Fan's hand, which was choking Xiaya, slowly loosened, but he was still in great pain. That hunger was physiological, mental soothing, was a temporary fix, not a cure. Hungry. Still hungry. Lin Fan leaned against the wall, panting heavily. The black in his eyes had receded by half, but he still resembled a trapped beast. Xiaya looked at him like this, gritted her teeth. I really owe you. She released one hand and fished an exquisite platinum box out of her nightgown pocket. It was a strategic resource she had originally prepared to use for her own breakthrough to the 4th tier. Click. The box opened. Inside lay 3 irregular crystals radiating a brilliant starlight. 5th tier star core crystal. This was high-purity energy extracted from the fragments of a god's corpse that had fallen from outer space. Each one was worth over 50 million credits. And they were priceless, unavailable on the open market. Open your mouth. Xiaya picked up a star core and stuffed it directly into Lin Fan's mouth. Crunch. The star core, as hard as diamond, was crushed like a candy bean under Lin Fan's monstrous teeth. A vast and pure energy instantly exploded in his mouth. Comfortable, Lin Fan felt his shriveled cells finally receive a hint of moisture. More. Lin Fan instinctively looked at the box in Xiaya's hand. Xiaya's heart bled, but she still stuffed the remaining 2 into his mouth. Eat, eat, eat. Hope you choke. 3 fifth-tier star cores down. The deadly hunger was finally suppressed. Though not completely full, at least the urge to devour living people had disappeared. The black in Lin Fan's eyes completely faded, restoring their clear black and white. He slid down weakly, sitting on the floor, leaning against the bathtub, drenched in sweat. Alive. I'm alive. Lin Fan let out a long breath. He looked up and saw Xiaya looking down at him from above. Because of their earlier struggle, her nightgown was somewhat disheveled, revealing a few red finger marks on her collarbone. Left by Lin Fan when he lost control. Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he lowered his head with some guilt. Sorry. Earlier Shut up. Xiaya adjusted her collar, covering the marks. She resumed her usual aloof heiress demeanor, though her face was slightly pale. The spiritual resonance had drained a lot of her energy. 3 fifth-tier star cores, 150 million credits. Xiaya extended her hand and said coldly, plus the previous medical expenses, you now owe me 350 million. Interest calculated at the highest rate of the capital's underground banks. Lin Fan, you won't be able to turn your life around. Lin Fan looked at the slender yet strong hand stretched out before him. He suddenly didn't want to welch on the debt. He reached out, took her hand, and used it to stand up. All right. Lin Fan looked into Xiaya's eyes and said with utmost seriousness, for this life I'm sold to you. Xiaya was taken aback. She had only intended to tease him, never expecting this usually shameless guy to say something so heavy. Their eyes met in the cramped bathroom. The atmosphere suddenly became subtly charged. Just then, grumble. Lin Fan's stomach most inopportunely let out a loud roar. Though not as frantic as before, it was clear that 3 candy beans were far from enough to fill that bottomless pit. Xiaya! Lin Fan! Are you a pig? Xiaya finally lost her composure, grabbing a towel and smacking it into Lin Fan's face. That was 150 million. Even a 5th-tier abomination would be stuffed. Can I help it? Lin Fan took the towel pitifully. I'm growing. And just eating pure energy like this won't work. Lin Fan touched the rusted blade on his back. He could sense that the blade's craving wasn't just for energy but for a specific substance. Like a pregnant woman craving to eat plaster due to calcium deficiency. Right now the rusted blade and Lin Fan lacked iron. They lacked a special metal capable of bearing divine rules. I think I know where to go for a meal. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Ordinary food wouldn't do, and even ordinary star cores were just a drop in the bucket. To truly satiate this second transformed soul severance blade, he had to go to that place. Where? Xiaya asked with exasperation. The ghost market. Lin Fan licked his lips, revealing a wolfish grin. There's a lot of shady, forbidden metals there. And some takeout that comes right to your door and doesn't cost a cent. In the underground of the capital city, District 13. If the surface city is a glamorous future metropolis, then this place is merely the sewage system where the giant beast expels its waste. There is no sunlight, no law, and even the air circulation system is broken. The humid steam mixes with the scent of inferior machine oil, rotting synthetic meat, and high-concentration alcohol, fermenting in the narrow and intricate alleyways to form a layer of light green miasma. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this place? Wang Pong Pong, wrapped in a bulky gray protective suit, wearing a gas mask, held a portable air purifier that was spraying air frantically in front of him. The PM2.5 index here has skyrocketed. And I think I just saw a rat with mechanical legs run by. Ugh. The fat man was retching as he walked, his voice muffled by the mask. Lin Go, do we really have to come here to stock up? And why isn't Sister Xia here? Shouldn't this kind of dirty work be done by her bodyguards, those 5th-tier experts? Shut up. Lin Fan, walking ahead, lowered the brim of his cap. He was dressed simply in a second-hand black work jacket and tactical pants stained with oil. Sister Xia used a family secret technique to suppress my earlier outburst, draining her mental energy, and she's still lying in the hotel now. Lin Fan's voice was a bit hoarse. Recalling how that proud young lady had turned pale while stuffing him with star cores to save him in the bathroom, he tightened his grip on the knife handle. Let her rest well. What's coming next is too bloody and not suitable for her to see. At that moment, Lin Fan's state was clearly unusual. The eyes hidden beneath the cap's brim had pupils that were uncontrollably contracting and expanding. Hungry. So hungry. The hunger from the depths of his genes felt like a fire burning in his stomach. The 3 star cores given by Xia were merely a drop in the bucket, temporarily suppressing his rational collapse, but the body's craving for substance grew stronger. The rusted knife on his back trembled slightly akin to a beast sensing the scent of blood. It craved those high-level metals refined through spiritual energy and tainted with divine rules. According to the remote intel sent by Xia, a left turn ahead leads to the core trading area of the ghost market. Yi Zi, bringing up the rear, adjusted her tactical goggles. She held a device that looked like a calculator and was pressing buttons rapidly. Although the creditor isn't here, she just authorized my account with unlimited credit. Lin Fan, considering you still owe the young lady 3.5 billion, I suggest you try to buy the expensive ones when we stock up. After all, a lot of lice don't worry about the risk. The 3 of them walked through an alley adorned with neon signs. Suddenly the scene opened up. Before them appeared a vast underground plaza. The level of hustle and bustle here was simply astonishing. Countless makeshift metal shanties were stacked upon each other, reaching up to several dozen meters high. Everywhere were the sounds of vendors shouting, "Freshly made third-tier divine heart. Although it's not fresh anymore, it makes a great stew. Second-hand mechanical limbs. Original 10,000-year-old factory, rejects only 100,000 points. High-purity hallucinogens. Experience the feeling of becoming a god." Most of the vendors had bizarre appearances. Some had half their faces replaced with metal, while others had grown forearms. And those lingering at the stalls included both desperate outlaws and cloaked figures of significant stature. This is the ghost market, a shadowy place where the laws of the Great Xia cannot reach. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Amidst the chaotic and noisy scents, his omniscient sense detected a hint of a peculiar fragrance. It was the cold scent of metal mixed with the fluctuations of some high-level rules. Over there. Lin Fan licked his cracked lips, his eyes suddenly sharpening. He ignored the expensive divine materials at the roadside stalls and headed straight to the deepest corner of the plaza. There stood a dilapidated shop with a sign reading Old Guest Scrap Recycling Station. The shop's entrance was piled high with rusty gears and discarded power armor resembling a junkyard. However, the rusted knife on Lin Fan's back trembled even more violently. "This is it. Welcome. For repairs or selling scrap." Inside the shop, an old man in a greasy vest with a red electronic eye for a right eye was polishing a serrated knife while lounging back. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others enter, Old Go lifted his eyelids and glanced over his tone lazy. "Buying something." Lin Fan walked to the counter, his gaze fixed tightly on the closed iron door at the back of the shop. The enticing fragrance was emanating from inside there. "I want all the metal in there." Lin Fan pointed at the iron door, his voice hoarse. "All of it." Old Gu was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed and put down the serrated knife. "Kid, what's inside are still undismantled contraband. Alloy knives mixed with secret silver breech cones inscribed with divine inscriptions and several pieces of memory metal smuggled in from the Free Federation." Old G's electronic eye rotated, sizing up Lin Fan's shabby attire. "Those aren't sold by weight. Just one piece would be enough to buy your entire outfit 100 times over. If you have no money, get lost. I don't have time to play house with kids." Snap! A black card was heavily slapped on the greasy counter. Wang Pang squeezed out from behind Lin Fan. He removed his gas mask, revealing a face reddened from holding his breath, then in an extremely ostentatious manner pushed the card forward. "This is a black gold subcard from the Xia Corporation." The fat man raised his chin, nostrils flaring. "This was just specially approved by young lady Xia, and the overdraft limit is about 100 million. Open that door. I'll take all the scrap metal in this shop today." Old Go looked at the shimmering black gold card, his electronic eye nearly popping out of its socket. Having mingled in the ghost market for decades, he naturally recognized this top-tier financial magnate's supreme card. This was no child. It was like the god of wealth coming down to earth. "Oh, this? How could this be?" Old Guest's wrinkled face instantly blossomed into a grin, and he hurriedly stood up to wipe his hands. "Please come in, esteemed guests. I'll open the door for you right now." He was just about to go get the key. Dingling. The wind chime at the shop's entrance suddenly emitted an extremely piercing sound. Immediately after, a cold wind blew in, extinguishing the candles on the counter. The once lively shop fell silent in an instant. Old Guest's hand reaching for the key froze in midair. His electronic eye flickered wildly with red light, as if it had detected some extreme danger signal. "No, something's not right." Old Guest's face turned deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He suddenly withdrew his hand, pushing the black gold card back, his voice trembling. "I'm not selling anymore. I'm not selling anymore. Esteemed guests, please hurry and leave. I'm not doing this business anymore." "Why?" The fat man was dumbfounded. "Not earning money. Are you crazy?" Old Go dared not explain, only frantically waving his hands to shoo them away, his eyes filled with fear as he looked towards the shadows outside the shop. Because this place already belongs to us. A cold, emotionless voice came from the entrance. Lin Fan slowly turned around. Standing at the entrance backlit were 5 figures whose appearances were obscured by the dark red trench coats they wore with their hoods pulled down low, making their faces unrecognizable. But on their chests each bore an embroidered eerie blood-dripping cherry blossom pattern. The leader held an exaggeratedly styled katana. The blade was not made of ordinary steel. It emitted a strange purple glow, and its surface was etched with dense, intricate, ghostly runes. Lin Fan's nose twitched. So fragrant. The scent emanating from that blade was more enticing than all the junk in the scrap yard combined. That was the scent of the rules of slaughter. Blood Cherry Society. Yeezy whispered behind Lin Fan, her voice tinged with tension. An elite assassination team under the ghostly deity organization. All members are peak 3rd tier, that leader. Might be 4th tier. Lin Fan, this is a trap. They are targeting you. The fat man's legs turned to jelly at the mention of the ghostly deity organization, instinctively wanting to crawl under the counter. However, Lin Fan did not retreat. He looked at the red-cloaked leader at the katana glowing with an eerie purple light. Instead of fear, he extended his tongue to lick his lips. In his pure black eyes, the hungry green light was nearly bursting forth. I just wanted to have a buffet. Lin Fan's hand slowly reached behind him, grasping the hilt of the rusted knife. Didn't expect. They would deliver a Michelin 3-star main dish. Lin Fan smiled. That smile was fierce and greedy, like a wolf that had been starving for 3 days and nights, finally spotting a fat sheep. Boss, no need to open the door anymore. Lin Fan drew the rusted knife, its black blade, exuding a more terrifying aura than the ones across from him in the dim light. My takeaway has arrived. Inside the scrapyard, the atmosphere was so thick it could almost drip. 5 figures in dark red trench coats stood blocking the entrance like tombstones. The chilling aura they exuded isolated the noisy ghost market, forming an independent killing field. Old Gu closed the door. The leader in red slowly raised his head. Beneath the hood was a face masked with a Hanya mask, its fangs looking particularly ferocious under the purple blade's glow. Ghost Squad business. If you want to live, pretend you're blind. Old Gu trembled all over, his electronic eye spinning wildly. Without a word, he pressed the emergency button under the counter. Clang. The heavy blast-proof rolling door of the scrapyard slammed down. But this wasn't to protect Lin Fan. It completely sealed the place off. Old Gu knew well that resisting the blood cherry blossom meant certain death. He could only cower under the counter, praying these killers would finish their job and leave quickly. In the sealed space, only the flickering emergency lights remained. Sclass trainee Lin Fan. The voice behind the Hanya mask, altered by a voice changer, sounded like the hiss of a reptile. Someone paid 2 vials of 5th-tier divine blood for your limbs. And someone else is very interested in your brain. The red-clad man raised his purple katana slightly, the tip pointing at Lin Fan's brow. Will you do it yourself, or shall we help you disassemble? Lin Fan didn't answer. He just lowered his head slightly, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the blade. So fragrant. The closer he got, the stronger the scent became. It wasn't an ordinary metallic smell. It was rule alloy laced with high-purity mithril, tempered in thousands of vengeful souls. For Lin Fan now, it was like a man dying of thirst in a desert spotting an ice-cold cola. Gulp. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed loudly. The sound was jarringly loud in the silent warehouse. The red-clad man was stunned. He had carried out countless assassinations, seen people begging for mercy, fighting to the death, even wetting themselves in fear. But drooling at his blade. This was a first. Courting death. Feeling insulted, the red-clad man's alloy floor beneath him shattered. Whoosh. He turned into a red blur, crossing 10 meters in an instant. Too fast. This was the Ghost Squad's famed ghost step. Using special techniques and drug stimulation, it burst forth with speed beyond physical limits in a short time. Bro Lin, watch out. Wong Pong Pong, though weak-kneed, had his survival instincts kick in faster than his mind in that critical moment. Absolute reflection. A golden spherical shield instantly spread around the fatty. Without thinking, like a giant bouncing ball, he charged with closed eyes towards Lin Fan. However, the red-clad man ignored the fatty. His figure folded oddly midair, defying inertia, bypassing Pang Pang to appear before Yi Zi on the flank. A diversion. As an assassin, taking out the target support and strategist first was basic instinct. Die! The purple blade, like a viper's tongue, thrust straight at Yi Zi's throat. Yi Zi's pupils contracted. Her dynamic vision caught the strike, but her body couldn't match a 4th-tier speed. In that hairbreadth moment, a hand emerged from the darkness without warning. It wore no protection, the skin a sickly pale. But in the palm lay a black film, barely visible, like a miniature black hole. Slap. That hand caught the purple katana, capable of slicing through tank armor firmly. Not by the hilt, but by the sharp blade itself. Sizzle. A piercing screech of metal echoed. Sparks flew. The red-clad man's figure halted midair. He stared wide-eyed at the youth who caught the blade barehanded. Ow! This demon cutter contained 30 mithril and was enchanted with high-frequency vibration rules. Even a fifth-tier powerhouse's flesh wouldn't dare catch it barehanded. Caught! Caught! Old Gu, watching via the monitor from under the counter, nearly short-circuited his electronic eye. Lin Fan's palm wasn't severed. The black film, the extension of the rust blade's power, bit tightly into the edge. Lin Fan leaned into the blade, sniffing twice his face, showing ecstasy. Smells minty. Should have a nice crunch. Before the red-clad man could process this, the next second, he witnessed the most horrifying sight of his life. Lin Fan opened his mouth. His teeth turned stark white in that moment, each coated with a layer of black rule force. Crunch! Lin Fan bit into the purple katana's blade. The crisp sound echoed through the warehouse. That priceless high-grade enchanted weapon sharp enough to cut metal was bitten off like a soda cracker, leaving a gap in the blade. The red-clad man was utterly bewildered. Crunch! Crunch! A teeth-grinding chewing sound came from Lin Fan's mouth. The hard mithril alloy was crushed in his mouth, purple divine radiance spilling from the corners, only to be swallowed by the black mist rising from his throat. A bit tough on the teeth. Lin Fan swallowed a mouthful of metal shards, his pitch-black eyes lighting up, his aura visibly surging. But so chewy. Boom! A glimmer of satisfaction eased the hunger within Lin Fan, replaced by a surge of wild power. He gripped the blade and twisted. Crack! The famed demon cutter was snapped barehanded. My sword! The red-clad man let out a heart-wrenching scream. That was his life-bound weapon bestowed by the organization nurtured with his blood essence for 3 years. Don't shout. Lin Fan stuffed the remaining half of the broken blade into his mouth, mumbling. Got more. This isn't enough. Monster. You're a monster. The red-clad man finally felt fear. It wasn't from a power gap but from the unknown. Eating mithril weapons raw. That wasn't within human digestive capability. This was a divine abomination in human skin. Retreat. Retreat now. Intel was wrong. The red-clad man acted instantly, leaping back to create distance. The other 4 Blood Cherry Blossom members reacted, pulling out smoke bombs and gas canisters to cause chaos and flee. Since you're here, don't leave. Lin Fan swallowed the last metal piece, wiping the purple light dust from his lips. He pulled the rust blade from behind his back. The rust blade, after Lin Fan devoured the demon cutter, seemed to have received a small charge. The black on the blade deepened and the faint soul-calming chain patterns began to rotate slowly. That was just an appetizer. Lin Fan looked at the 5 fleeing figures, revealing an extremely kind smile. Now for the main course. Whoosh! Lin Fan's figure vanished. This time it wasn't ghost step but pure physical explosive force. The ground cratered beneath him. Fatty! Lock the door and beat the dog. Lin Fan's voice boomed. On it! Wong Pong Pong, seeing Lin Fan's ferocity, straightened his spine. Hey Redcoat, don't run. Was it you who scared your fatty master earlier? The fatty roared, his golden shield expanding, blocking the only exit. The rolling door. Road closed. Damn! The red-clad man's eyes flashed with viciousness at the blocked escape. Since we can't run, we fight. Formation. Blood Cherry Blossom killing array. The 5 members instantly positioned themselves, drawing 5 backup short blades, tips touching as a thick bloodlust filled the warehouse. They were about to use forbidden arts. But before the absolute gluttony rule, all flashy formations were just better presented sashimi platters. Lin Fan, rust blade in hand, stepped into the blood-red killing array. He looked at the gleaming weapons like a glutton entering a buffet. Don't rush. One by one. Everyone gets a share. From deep within the warehouse came the sound of shattering weapons and bone-chilling chewing. Crunch. Crackle. The teeth-grinding sound of chewing echoed through the sealed junkyard. The floor was a mess. The once arrogant elite squad of the ghost gods, known as the Blood Cherry Blossom crowd, now cowered in the corner, trembling. Their high-tier enchanted weapons, be they longswords, short daggers, or shurikens, had been reduced to a heap of mangled scrap metal on the ground. Their captain, the man in red, stared blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat on the counter holding half of a ghost cutter blade. Only the hilt remained. He chewed the last piece of mithril-infused steel like sugarcane and swallowed it. Burp! A belch escaped Lin Fan's lips. A wisp of purple divine radiance sprayed from his nostrils. With the last bite of high-grade metal down his throat, the rusty blade behind him, once pitch-black like ink, flashed with a layer of dark golden luster. The maddening hunger that had tormented him relentlessly finally receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The rusty blade felt heavier, its internal runic patterns more intricate and dense. Thanks for the meal. Lin Fan hopped off the counter, wiped the metallic shavings from his mouth, and flashed a brilliant smile at the 5 figures in the corner. Your ghost god service is top-notch. Delivery right to my door. The man in red shuddered. He looked at Lin Fan as if facing a demon in human skin. This monster had devoured their bonded weapons entirely. Those were strategic resources worth a whole street. Let's go. Lin Fan patted the still-dazed fatty. Full stomach time to head back and sleep. Yet just as Lin Fan turned to pull up the rolling shutter, his omniscient auditory sense caught a faint heartbeat. Extremely subtle yet brimming with destructive intent. The sound didn't come from within the warehouse. It came from above. From the rusty clock tower atop the ghost market. The clock tower's summit, the high ground. The view from there was excellent. Through the gaps in the scrapyard's exhaust fan, every corner inside was clearly visible. A figure wrapped entirely in bandages with only one murky eye exposed lay sprawled on a steel beam covered in bird droppings. In his hands, he held an exaggerated, heavy sniper cannon. The muzzle wasn't aimed at Lin Fan's head, but at a pile of discarded Divine Wrath reactors in the corner of the scrapyard. Extremely unstable high-energy cores. If pierced, the resulting detonation would instantly vaporize all life within a 500-meter radius. Mission failed. Initiating elimination protocol. A mechanical synthesized voice rasped from the bandaged man's throat. He was a high-tier puppet created by Black Autumn. Feeling no pain, no fear, only the program to execute orders. Since the Blood Cherry Blossom crowd couldn't capture Lin Fan alive, they would bury Lin Fan and the entire ghost market together. Let this shrank prodigy die in a gas explosion. The bandaged man's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. The sniper cannon's charge indicator shifted from red to green. 3, 2, 1. Just as the trigger was about to bottom out, a slender dry hand with neatly trimmed nails gently rested on the icy sniper barrel. Oh dear! A gentle, slightly helpless, middle-aged voice sounded behind the bandaged man. That won't do. That child is a perfect specimen I've waited so long for. He hasn't matured yet. How could I let a pest like you ruin him? The bandaged man spun around. His electronic eye hadn't even registered any thermal image. Standing behind him was a middle-aged man in a worn gardener's vest holding a large pair of pruning shears. He looked ordinary, like any worker trimming plants in a park. Except for his eyes. Eyes utterly devoid of emotion, as if looking at dead things. Who are you? The bandaged man roared, reaching for the self-destruct bomb inside his body. Snap! A crisp sound of shears closing. The bandaged man froze. He felt no pain, but his vision grew strange. He saw his own body still lying on the steel beam, still gripping the sniper cannon. His head was already flying through the air. That seemingly ordinary gardener's shears had not only severed his neck, they had also cut the spiritual thread connecting him to his master Black Autumn. More than that, they had severed the causality of this entire area. No blood sprayed. The wound was as smooth as a mirror. Weeds must be pruned in time. The middle-aged man, Li Gui, the most enigmatic guardian of the celestial workshop. He pulled out a pristine handkerchief and gently wiped the shears, though no dust was there. That puppeteer Black Autumn has overreached. Li Gui walked to the edge of the rooftop and glanced down at Lin Fan, who had just pulled open the rolling shutter and stepped out. His gaze lingered on the rusty blade behind Lin Fan, a flicker of fanatical obsession in his eyes. Devouring rules. What a perfect growth path. Lin Fan, grow quickly. The moment you bloom into the most splendid flower. Li Gui tucked away his shears, a morbid smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I will pluck you with my own hands. Whoosh! The night wind blew. The clock tower summit was empty. Only a headless puppet corpse and the unfired sniper cannon remained, slowly turning to ash in the wind. At the entrance of the scrap yard, Lin Fan's step faltered as he crossed the threshold. He abruptly looked up at the dark clock tower summit. There was nothing there, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. For an instant, a terrifying sense of certain death had enveloped him. Yet after just 0.1 seconds, that crisis vanished into thin air. As if someone had casually snuffed out a cigarette, but above his head. Brother Lin, what's up? Staring at what? Wang Pongpong, clutching his helmet, came over and followed Lin Fan's gaze. That's the ghost market's old clock tower. Oh, hasn't worked in ages. Nothing. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, fingers lightly stroking the rusty sword's hilt. Someone was helping him, and it was an extremely terrifying expert. Their strength might even rival that of Chief Instructor Thunder Dragon. An ally, or another hunter eyeing him as prey. Lin Fan didn't know, but he knew the waters of the capital ran deeper than the abyss. Let's go. Lin Fan tightened the sword on his back and strode into the bustling crowd of the ghost market. Back to the hotel. The Celestial Cup is in 3 days. Since they want to play. Lin Fan glanced back at the Blood Cherry Blossom crowd, scurrying away like stray dogs. Then he'll play big with them. Meanwhile, in a dark basement somewhere in the capital. Pfft. Black Autumn, sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The puppet representing the sniper before him had its head fall off without warning, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Li Gui. Black Autumn wiped the blood from his lips. His pale face showed no anger but instead a gleeful, sinister grin. Even that perverted gardener has stepped in. It seems this Lin Fan holds secrets far greater than I imagined. Black Autumn pulled out the dark purple ghost god No. For potion from his pocket, watching its ominous glow in the darkness. But no matter how fast the shears, they can't cut the demon in one's heart. Ji Changkong's seed has already sprouted. The celestial cup? He he he. The cold laughter echoed through the basement, accompanied by the creaking of countless puppet joints like 100 demons parading at night. The rain in the capital city fell with a certain desolation. This was the last torrential downpour before winter, cold and piercing. Raindrops pelted against the towering steel facade of the skyscraper, merging into a black stream that silently sliced through the city's facade of prosperity. Location: Tiangong Institute Class 7 Contact Laboratory. The air here was kept at a constant temperature and humidity permeated with a faint scent of ozone. Beneath the massive shadowless lamp, Gu Zhongshan held a warm cup of tea calmly, gazing at an electronic waiver agreement in front of him. Opposite him sat a group of stern-faced elders projected in holograms, the highest authority of the Tiangong Institute, the Elder Council. Gu Zhongshan, the loss at the deep blue base has reached 300 billion points. An elder's voice was cold, carrying a hint of accusatory anger. Test subject 001 Lin Fan went out of control, and the cloning factory was completely destroyed. What you promised with the god-making project has now turned into a pile of scrap metal. We need an explanation. If the explanation does not satisfy us, it's time for a change at your position as chief. Faced with these powerful figures who controlled the technological lifeline of the great Xia, Gu Zhongshan gently blew on the tea foam, a cultured smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No explanation is needed. In 3 days at the Tiangong Cup, I will present you with a perfect product. He pressed the red button on the table. Buzz. The enormous metallic curtain in the center of the laboratory slowly opened. All the elder projections held their breath. Inside the cylindrical incubation chamber filled with golden high-grade nutrient solution, a figure floated silently. That was the host of Sequence 002, Omniscient, Bai Zhe. But he was no longer that delicate young man. The right half of his body below the scapula had been completely removed, replaced by a pitch-black mechanical arm radiating terrifying divine fluctuations. That arm was enormous, exposed with a myriad of hydraulic tubes and glowing blue energy circuits. At the elbow, 3 sharp white bone spurs jutted outwards, taken from the spine of a 5th-tier divine aberration. This is the prototype of Godslayer, an elder knowledgeable of the matter exclaimed. Gu Zhongshan stood up, his eyes filled with fervor. Bai Zhe's omniscient sequence granted him an unparalleled computing power in his brain, making him the only human capable of wielding this divine arm. I have severed all of his pain nerves and implanted a tactical dominance chip. He is now a precision instrument born for slaughter. But that is not enough. Gu Zhongshan pushed up his glasses, a glint of cold light flashing across the lenses. This machine still needs to be validated. Lin Fan. That monster disguised as Sequence 998 is the best litmus test. This Tiangong Cup is not a competition. It is a feast for the gods. Location: southern suburbs of the capital city, abandoned air raid shelter. Unlike the glamorous Tiangong Institute, this place was filled with the smell of mold. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. A heart-wrenching coughing fit erupted. Once a proud prodigy, the student council's preparatory chairman, Ji Changkong now knelt in the mud like a stray dog. His Dao heart had shattered. Ever since he was publicly humiliated by Lin Fan at the banquet, seeing that universally recognized loser standing in the spotlight, a venomous snake named jealousy had gnawed at his heart day and night. What he found even harder to accept was that his prideful Sequence 018, a gravity throne, had trembled instinctively when facing Lin Fan. Do you want to win? From the darkness, the sound of a rolling wheelchair approached. A man wearing a smiling mask slowly glided out of the shadows. That was the leader of the Ghost God organization infiltrating the capital city, Hachio. He casually threw an injector filled with purple-black liquid into the mud. This is Ghost God No. For Hachio's voice was filled with temptation. Ji Changkong, I know what you're thinking. You believe you are a prodigy, a king among the top 20 in sequences. You think that the previous idiot named Chu Tianque tarnished the reputation of the gravity system, don't you? Upon hearing the name Chu Tianque, Ji Changkong's eyes flashed with disdain. That waste. Ji Changkong gritted his teeth. His Sequence 078, air pressure control, is merely a counterfeit that simulates gravity using air density. I am the true master of gravity. That's right, you are indeed real. But because you are real, you cannot afford to lose. Hachio sneered. That freak Lin Fan can even kill divine aberrations. Can you crush him with just that little bit of orthodox gravity? Inject it. Let your gravity collapse into a black hole. Let your gravitational field no longer maintain order but devour everything. The cost is that you will feel great pain and perhaps become a half-human half-demon monster. Ji Chong Kong stared at the vial of medicine. As a benchmark for the student council in the past, he would have unhesitatingly slain this heretic with a single sword. But now, in his mind, Lin Fan's face, always wearing a mocking smile, resurfaced. To win. Ji Chong Kong's voice was hoarse, filled with endless resentment. I want to win, no matter what I become. He trembled as he picked up the vial from the mud. PFF. The needle pierced his carotid artery. The purple-black liquid was instantly pushed into his veins. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air raid shelter. The clothing on Ji Chong Kong's back instantly exploded. For barbed bone spurs burst from his spine, supporting his body like spider legs. His pupils transformed into vertical slits, and the golden gravitational field, once representing justice and order at this moment, completely fell into a purple-black devouring field. The surrounding mud no longer flowed downwards but defied the laws of gravity, floating into the air, only to be instantaneously compressed into dry powder. Sequence 018 to Gravity Throne Fallen State was born. Location Pangu Grand Hotel Presidential Suite. Outside thunder and lightning roared while inside the warmth of heating was ample. 80,000. Bang. I'm out. Pay up, pay up. Wang Pang slammed a mahjong tile on the table, excitedly shouting. At the mahjong table, Lin Fan, Xia and Yi Zi were passing the time with this chubby guy. Lin Fan casually tossed a chip, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds nearby, cracking them absent-mindedly. Fatty, your sequence 066 may have an output of 0, but your luck has been consistently scrayed. Lin Fan teased. TCH, that's because the old fogies at the Tiangong Institute don't know how to appreciate it. Wang Pang muttered while counting his chips. They insist on looking for destructive power and damage per second. What I have is called absolute defense. As long as I'm alive, I can bounce them to death. Lin Fan smiled, not arguing. Indeed, although Wang Pang's sequence ranked high 066, it was a passive skill that required heavy investment in high-tier resources to strengthen his body for the rebound, leading to him being regarded as an expensive punching bag in the combat-focused evaluations of the Tiangong Institute. Lin Fan spat out a sunflower seed shell, his gaze slightly sharpening. His sequence 000 Annihilation, disguised as sequence 998, had been running on full power mode. The auditory field covered a radius of 5 kilometers. He heard the increasingly dense sound of police sirens on the street, the commotion from grade students checking into the hotel in various battle zones. Suddenly his ears twitched slightly. He heard in the next room an old acquaintance from the training camp. Sequence 019 Lava Giant Xiang Lai was on the phone with his family. Dad, I won't do it. I won't commit such immoral acts. Xiang Lai's voice was low but filled with anger. Lin Fan is my classmate. He saved our lives in the abyss. I know that honorary title is tempting, but if I Xiang Lai stab my brother for money, what kind of martial way would I be cultivating? If you force me again, I will withdraw from the competition. Lin Fan's sunflower seed cracking motion paused slightly. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Xiang Lai, although straightforward and hot-tempered, had a strong backbone. What's wrong? Xia keenly noticed Lin Fan's change in emotion. It's nothing. Lin Fan shook his head. Just feel that although this world is rotten to the core, it hasn't completely fallen apart. Just then, the television screen suddenly lit up. All channels forcibly switched. An emergency news broadcast commenced. Gu Zhongshan's gentle, approachable face appeared on the screen, with the Grand Bird's Nest Arena in the background. Fellow citizens of the Great Xia, in light of the quality of this year's grade students exceeding past years, to simulate the most authentic abyss battlefield, the Tiangong Institute has decided to change the rules of the Tiangong Cup competition. The screen displayed bold characters, the bloody special effects making people shiver. Tiangong Cup holographic hunting mode, map City of Sin, abyss simulation. Following that, a large photo of Lin Fan was highlighted in red, enlarged at the center of the screen. The note beneath the photo was glaringly bright. Sequence 998, Lin Fan. Special bounty mission: eliminate unstable factors, target Lin Fan, kill, reward, grant the Tiangong Institute lifetime honorary elder title, full set of 5th tier custom equipment, gene lock, free upgrade to 5th tier. Crash. The mahjong tiles in Fatty's hand fell to the ground. Wah, what the hell? Fatty jumped up from his chair, his flesh trembling. Lifetime elder. 5th tier equipment. Has Gu Zhongshan gone mad? This is offering the entire resources of the Tiangong Institute for your life. Yi's face turned pale. Instantly, it's over now. Such a reward is enough to turn fathers against sons. Lin Fan, you are now a moving vault. Those participants will go insane. Xia suddenly stood up, her eyes blazing with fury. Gu Zhongshan. He is openly hiring a killer. I will mobilize the private army of the Xia family right now. No need. Lin Fan reached out to hold Xia's wrist. He looked at the screen displaying his red-marked photo and then glanced out the window. He could feel countless greedy gazes piercing through the rain curtain fixated on this room. In those gazes, there was no reverence for the scrayed top scorer, only a primal thirst for money and power. After all, in their eyes, Lin Fan was just a lucky sequence 998 loser. Killing him would lead to instant success. Lin Fan did not panic. Instead, he slowly peeled a sunflower seed, putting it in his mouth and crunching it. Pretty good. Lin Fan clapped off the bits of shell from his hands, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He touched the rusty knife behind him, which was vibrating with excitement. That knife seemed to sense the impending scent of blood, emitting a hum that only Lin Fan could hear. Since they want to play a hunting game, then I will let them know who is the hunter and who is the prey. Lin Fan turned around, looking at the worried trio, grinning widely. Fatty, get ready to enter the arena. Remember to bring that scrap collector sign. This buffet has a lot of people. The rain has finally stopped, yet the dark clouds above the capital have descended even lower, and the damp cold air is thick with an unsettling restlessness and the scent of blood that no downpour can wash away. In the Bird's Nest Arena, every one of the 100,000 seats is filled. This is an event worthy of being recorded in the annals of the Great Xia, a meticulously packaged execution scene by capital and power. In the center of the colossal circular arena, the originally flat alloy stage has vanished. In its place stands a towering ruined city, generated by cutting-edge holographic projection technology, reaching a height of 100 meters. Broken overpasses, bullet-ridden skyscrapers, rusting flickering neon signs. Even the steam rising from the sewers is depicted with striking realism. This is the stage prepared by Gu Zhongshan for this slaughter feast, simulating the abyss city of sin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tiangong Cup. The host's voice booms through hundreds of surround sound speakers, bombarding the eardrums of the 100,000 spectators like a heavy hammer. In this age where gods walk the weak are only worthy of gazing at the stars from the sewers, only the strongest genes can lead humanity to survive. Now let us welcome the future gods of the Great Xia with the loudest cheers. Let them enter. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of blinding spotlight beams simultaneously shine towards the 4 enormous entrance passages. First to enter are the glass seed contestants from various war zones. The ground trembles. From the west passage, a giant over 2.5 meters tall with muscles as solid as granite steps forward. With each step, he takes a deep footprint is left in the ground, as if he is carrying a mountain on his back. Meanwhile, his data lights up on the massive holographic screen. Codename Wang Lei Western War Zone. Sequence 028, Immovable King. Comment: as long as he stands on the earth with both feet, he is an insurmountable wall of size. Next, a gust of azure whirlwind sweeps through the southern passage. A fleeting shadow darts across the arena and finally stabilizes atop a streetlight in Ruin City. It is a girl with twin ponytails, her gaze sharp as an eagle playing with 2 poisoned daggers in her hands. Codename Su Xiaoman Southern War Zone. Sequence 033, Godspeed Guardian. Comment: when the wind stops, your throat will already be cut. Then from the Eastern War Zone, sequence 044. The Corpse Master Injo appears with 3 foul-smelling puppets. 96 top geniuses have gathered. The terrifying psychic fluctuations intertwine, making the air feel tense and distorted. Yet among the crowd, only one red-haired man exuding sparks from his body. Sequence 019, Lava Giant Xiang Lai. Looks complex. He gazes at the greedy companions around him, clenches his fist, and ultimately chooses to silently stand in the corner. Although the atmosphere is lively, everyone is waiting. Waiting for the 2 true protagonists. Next, the host's voice suddenly rises by 8 degrees, carrying an almost fanatical tremor, as if believers are welcoming a miracle. Introducing the highest masterpiece of the Tiangong Institute, the endpoint of evolution. Sequence 002, All-Knowing. ZZZZZZZ. The steel doors of the left passage melt into molten iron from some invisible high temperature. Bai Zhe steps out. He is bare-chested, and his fierce black mechanical arm glimmers coldly under the lights. His red mechanical eye rotates, scanning the entire arena, as if assessing a herd of livestock waiting for slaughter. On the screen, a series of red data representing the realm of gods flashes wildly. Codename Bai Zhe. Sequence 002, All-Knowing. Status: peak level 4, Godslaying armament equipped. The crowd erupts into cheers like a tsunami. This is the perfect product of technology and divine blood combined. But it's not over yet. From the right passage, a teeth-grinding creaking sound suddenly emerges. It's not footsteps. It's the wail of space being forcibly compressed by gravity. Sequence 018, Gravity Throne. Boom. A purple-black force field bursts out of the passage, surrounding stone's dust, and even light, all defying the laws of physics, forced down to the ground or eerily suspended in midair before instantly crumbling to dust. Ji Chongkong steps out. He is not holding a sword, because at this moment he no longer needs a sword. At this time his back muscles have exploded, and for bone-like tentacles as white as ivory pierce into the ground like spider legs, supporting his body that seems to be slightly hunched under excessive gravity. With each step, he takes the specialized alloy floor beneath him collapses, instantly forming a 2-meter diameter pit. His eyes are a chaotic purple-black resembling 2 miniature black holes. Codename Ji Chongkong. Sequence 018 Gravity Thrown Fallen State. Status Mid-Level 4 Gravitational Singularity. Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong. Even though he currently looks like a monster, the overwhelming sense of oppression still drives the audience into a frenzy. One represents extreme precision in computational power, while the other represents the ultimate laws of physics. In everyone's eyes, this is the god of the night. Until the lights of the last passage illuminate. There is no gravitational distortion, no mechanical rumble, only a casual sound of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Fan walks out slowly, his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat, chewing on half a finished energy bar. Behind him, Wang Pangpang struggles under a backpack larger than himself, panting. Yi Zi, on the other hand, has a cold expression as she carries a tactical medical box. The scene does not resemble an entrance for a life-and-death battle. Instead, it feels like a spring outing at a ruined site. On the big screen, his data is displayed with utmost negligence, creating a stark contrast to the grandeur of the first two, codename Lin Fan. Sequence 998. Hearing Enhancement Weak. Status Early Level 4 Doubtful. Comment: although he is in class top scorer, a sequence ranked third from the bottom, what else could he do besides eavesdropping? Wang Pangpang's data is also displayed, codename Wang Pongpong. Sequence 066 Absolute Rebound, with the comment: an expensive punching bag good for nothing but taking hits. Who? The crowd erupts in deafening boos. Get off. How can sequence 998 even stand with the gravity thrown? He would be crushed into meat paste. Look, that fool is still eating. Kill him. He's a walking certificate of nobility. Faced with this overwhelming malice, Lin Fan stops in his tracks. He stands at the entrance of the holographic city. To the left is the precise mechanical deity, and to the right is the violent gravitational black hole. Ahead are 96 greedy glass hunters, and he, marked with a mocking 998 number, is like an ant that has wandered into a battlefield of gods and demons. At this moment, atop the fully enclosed bulletproof VIP platform, Gu Zhongshan holds a teacup, looking down at Lin Fan from a great height. His voice echoes through the arena, laced with a hint of hypocritical mockery. Lin Fan, my dear student, facing so many gods stronger than you as this year's class top scorer, do you have anything to say to everyone? This is a guise for a kill, a final humiliation. He waits for Lin Fan to crumble to reveal a face of fear. The arena falls silent, 100,000 pairs of eyes fixed on the boy. Lin Fan crunches down on his energy bar and swallows it with a gulp. He slowly raises his head, his clearly defined black and white eyes reflecting the distorted gravitational field beside Ji Chongkong, as well as by Ze's cold mechanical arm. He does not reach for the microphone offered by the host. He simply pulls his hand from his pocket. Then, under the gaze of 100,000 people in front of the live cameras across the Great Xia, he slowly raises a middle finger. Silence. The bird's nest filled with 90,000 people instantly falls silent. The smile on Gu Zhongshan's face freezes. But it's not over yet. Lin Fan's finger twitches, slightly pointing at the fat man behind him. The fat man understands, and although his legs tremble, he grits his teeth and pulls out a pre-prepared LED sign from his enormous backpack, raising it high. Ding! The sign lights up, flashing multicolored gaudy neon lights with 2 lines of extremely arrogant text: professional waste collection, high price for secondhand divine weapons, mechanical limbs, and corpses of divine beasts. Support on-site consumption, payment upon delivery. Lin Fan grins, revealing his pearly white teeth. He mouths 3 words to everyone, including the arrogant gravity throne. Dinner is served. Boom! At that moment, the entire arena exploded. Bai Ze's mechanical arm emitted an angry hum, and the indicator lights flashed red frantically. Ji Changkong's gravitational field instantly went berserk, crushing the ground beneath him to powder, and his 4 bone spikes trembled violently in anger. Collecting waste. He treats us, the pride of heaven and the highest masterpiece of the Tiangong Institute, as waste. Very well. Gu Zhongshan takes a deep breath, crushing the porcelain teacup in his hand. The scalding tea flows over his palm, yet he feels nothing. Since you want to die so badly, I declare the match begins. With that command, the neon lights of the holographic city instantly turn a bloody crimson. The 96 glass geniuses, along with the mechanical Bai Ze and gravitational Ji Chongkong, surge forward like unleashed demons filled with divine light and murderous intent, charging towards the boy who raised a middle finger. D. With a piercing electronic buzz, the countdown above the holographic metropolis reached 0. The Sin City, once flickering with neon colors, was instantly shrouded in a crimson alarm glow. The humid steam simulated in the air mingled with the stench of sewers, and the sudden surge of spiritual energy fluctuations was suffocating. Kill! No probing, no idle words. 96 strength prodigies from various war zones like a pack of wolves catching the scent of blood lunged from all directions toward the abandoned crossroads. Their target was only one Lin Fan, or more precisely the invaluable title of Lifetime Honorary Elder. Get lost. He's mine. Who dares to steal my 5th-tier divine gear? Flames, frost, lightning, telekinesis. A dazzling array of high-tier spiritual energies illuminated the dim street in an instant. At the epicenter of this chaotic storm of killing intent, Lin Fan still stood there, the signboard reading, high-price scrap recycling, held aloft by the fat man looking both absurd and ironic before the charge of a group of Srank powerhouses. Lin go. The fat man watching those reedied monsters charging over his teeth chattering, and his flesh quivering with the ground's tremors stammered. Isn't this buffet a bit too savage? Don't rush. Lin Fan spat out the last remnants of an energy bar. He didn't draw his blade. He didn't even take his hands out of his coat pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly, and a faint glimmer flashed from the black earring on his lobe. Sequence 998 Fake Hearing Enhancement Full Power Activated. In an instant, the world in his ears became a cacophony yet eerily clear. It was the sound of 96 hearts pounding violently. It was the faint tearing sound of muscle fibers tensing. It was the crackling of spiritual energy particles as they collided with the air. Amid this myriad of chaotic sounds, one was the fastest, the most urgent, like a sharp whistle slicing through the air resistance. Too slow. Lin Fan closed his eyes. Holographic metropolis left side of crossroads. A cyan afterimage within 0.01 seconds of the match starting had already broken away from the main group. That was sequence 033, Swift God Su Xiaoman. This twin-tailed girl from the Southern War Zone wore a confident smirk on her face. A bunch of fools trying to steal the kill from extreme speed. Her body had fully phased using the rules of wind elements to weave through gaps with the least air resistance. In her eyes, the sluggish competitors around her were like slow-motion slides. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. That guy in the black coat named Lin Fan was right before her. His eyes were closed as if paralyzed by fear. Sorry, Srank champion. Su Xiaoman's 2 daggers gleamed with a ghostly blue light. They were high-grade alloy blades infused with 30 mithril, coated with a potent neurotoxin called God's Intoxication. Even a scratch would instantly paralyze a 4th-tier beast. First blood is mine. Su Xiaoman's form appeared beside Lin Fan in an instant, her dagger striking like a viper's tongue aimed at the carotid artery in his neck. Fast. Too fast. Even the ultra-high-speed cameras at the arena's edge could only capture a blur of cyan smoke. Yet, just as her dagger was 0.5 centimeters from Lin Fan's skin, Lin Fan moved. No, he didn't even shift his feet. He casually, as if shooing a fly, dipped the rusty scabbard head and holding slightly downward to the left. That spot seemed like empty space. But 0.1 seconds later, Su Xiaoman's swiftly moving right foot with pinpoint precision tripped over that scabbard. Bang! It was like a Ferrari speeding at 300 miles per hour, suddenly having a steel pipe jammed into its wheel. The immense inertia instantly shattered Su Xiaoman's balance. Her pupils contracted sharply, the world spinning wildly before her eyes. Her proud extreme speed had become the weapon that would kill her. Like an out-of-control cannonball, she slammed face first into the hard holographic alloy ground. Boom! The ground was plowed into a 10-meter-long furrow by her face. Dust billowed. The entire arena fell into dead silence. The Srank prodigies, still charging, frantically stumbled, nearly crashing into each other. What happened? The speed king of the Southern War Zone, the one called The Wind Can't Catch Up, Su Xiaoman, had just prostrated herself in a grand kowtow at the start. Cough! Cough! Amid the rubble, Su Xiaoman lifted her head in disgrace. Her face was covered in blood, her twin tails, undone, her once pristine combat suit tattered. Shame. An unprecedented wave of humiliation left her mind blank. You cheated. How could you see me? Su Xiaoman shrieked and raged with humiliation. Without even adjusting her posture, she swung her other mithril dagger from the ground, viciously stabbing at Lin Fan's calf. This strike carried all her fury and killing intent. Break! Clang! A crisp sound. There was no blood. Su Xiaoman froze. She felt as if her dagger had struck a mountain unmoving. She looked up. Lin Fan had somehow crouched down. He didn't use any defensive skill, nor did he block with his blade. He caught the mithril dagger's edge with his teeth. Su Xiaoman's eyes nearly popped out. This was mithril, the alloy that could slice through tank armor. He caught it with his teeth. Crouching Lin Fan's clear black and white eyes calmly regarded the terrified Su Xiaoman. His teeth, illuminated by the dagger's cold gleam, appeared eerily white. The rusty blade behind him, still sheathed, transmitted a thrill of delight named gluttony through his body. Crack! Lin Fan exerted a little force. That Srank divine weapon worth tens of thousands of points and sharp enough to cut through iron let out a mournful whine. Then like a damp soda cracker it snapped cleanly. Lin Fan chewed the half-blade in his mouth, producing a bone-chilling crunch-crunch. The sharp metal fragments were ground to dust in his mouth, not cutting his oral cavity, but turning into specks of black flowing light that he swallowed into his stomach. Too brittle. Lin Fan swallowed the last of the metal, disdainfully spitting out a piece of the copper-rich hilt residue. This is the top-tier gear of the Southern War Zone. Tastes like cheap chips. Thumbs down. Su Xiaoman trembled all over the broken half of the dagger, clattering to the ground. Fear. A primal terror as if facing a natural predator instantly drowned her reason. Was this an Srank champion? This was clearly a monster in human skin. Scram! Lin Fan stood up, not even bothering to look at her again, and kicked Su Xiaoman in the stomach. Bang! Su Xiaoman's body arced through the air, flew straight out of the holographic metropolis boundary, and crashed heavily into the elimination zone outside, knocked unconscious. System announcement sequence 033 Su Xiaoman eliminated. Time 3 seconds. The vast arena with 100,000 spectators fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Even Gu Chongshan on the VIP platform trembled slightly, the teacup in his hand shaking. In the center of the arena, Lin Fan dusted off his pants, looked up at the remaining 95 Srank prodigies frozen in place. He licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a very nuclear-friendly smile. Don't stop. I've only had an appetizer. I'm not full yet. Who's next? The holographic simulation of the Sin City fell into a deathly silence. Only the distant creaking of a sewer exhaust fan and the lingering dust from Su Xiaoman's landing drifted slowly through the air. The colorful LED sign, Professional Junk Collection High-Price Recycling of Divine Weapons, was still held high above Wang Pangpang's head. Under the blood-red ambient light, those words appeared both absurd and like a mocking talisman from the depths of hell. Gulp! Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. The sound was clearly audible on the dead street. 95 Srank prodigies from various war zones stood frozen like ducks with their necks wrung, maintaining their charging postures but rooted to the spot. They stared at the youth still crouched on the ground, chewing on fragments of mithril, and a bone-chilling cold crept up their spines straight to their crowns. That was Su Xiaoman, the speed king of the Southern War Zone. In his hand was an Srank custom dagger mixed with 30 mithril, and he just tripped, and then got eaten. Crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding sound of chewing continued. Lin Fan munched as if eating an expired bag of chips, even using his pinky to pick his ear. A bit bland. Lin Fan finally stood up, casually spitting out an alloy hilt that was too hard to digest. The hilt clattered to the ground, striking everyone's hearts. This is what they call an Srank divine weapon. Lin Fan shook his head, his black and white eyes, scanning the trembling hunters before him, a hint of regret curling at his lips. I hope there's something harder to chew, or otherwise this meal is unsatisfying. Insult. Naked insult. Yet within it lay an incomprehensible terror. Monster. An elemental mage from the Northern War Zone trembled, his staff shaking. He's not sequence 998. How can enhanced hearing eat mithril? The intel is wrong. This has to be wrong. Fear spread like a plague through the crowd. The blood that had boiled for the lifetime elder title was instantly half-quenched by this cold bucket of water. Yet under heavy rewards there are always brave souls. Especially with 95 Sranks present. What's the panic? A roar like a thunderclap exploded across the street. Thud. The ground trembled violently. The crowd parted automatically, and a giant 2.5 meters tall with muscles like carved rock stepped forward. He carried a heavy tower shield as tall as a man each step, leaving a deep dent in the earth. Wang Lei, the immovable wisdom king of sequence 028, a seated contestant from the Western War Zone. His rugged face was etched with gravity, but his gaze was resolute. He's just one man. Wang Lei's voice was deep, shaking the surrounding glass. Su Xiaoman lost because he underestimated the enemy. That kid must have used some trick or banned tooth enhancement drugs. Don't forget, it's the lifetime honorary elder. That's a 5th-tier divine armor. Wang Lei raised his tower shield and slammed it heavily into the ground. Boom! A pale golden wave radiated outward from the shield. I'm Wang Lei from the Western War Zone. All defense and melee fighters stand behind me. Ranged and control units lay down, covering fire. As long as we restrict his movements, even if his teeth are made of iron, it'll shatter them. It had to be said, Srank elites were indeed elites. After a brief panic, Wang Lei's command instantly gave the scattered group a backbone. Right? Wang Lei's immovable Wisdom King is a rule-based defense. Even a 4th-tier aberration can't break through. Form teams. Position according to dungeon strategy. Kill him. Split the bounty. The initial fear was once again replaced by greed. Swish, swish, swish. Over 90 Srank powerhouses quickly reformed their formation. A dozen heavy armored warriors led by Wang Lei formed the front line, creating an iron wall. Behind them were dozens of elemental mages and gunners, their staffs and gun barrels glowing with lethal light. In the shadows on both sides, assassins and controllers sought their opportunities. Was this even a competition? It was clearly a large-scale dungeon raid against a boss. And that boss was just a youth in an old trench coat chewing on half an energy bar. TCH. Lin Fan looked at the scene, not afraid but smiling even brighter. He tilted his head slightly and said to the fat guy behind him, "Fatty, see that? These folks are pretty particular. They know how to plate a buffet." The fat guy was hiding behind a concrete pillar, his hand holding the sign, still trembling, but his mouth was tough. "Bro, Lin, that big guy's shield looks pretty thick. Can our teeth handle it? Let's find out." Lin Fan rolled his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. He didn't draw the rusty blade from his back. Instead, empty-handed, he walked toward the waiting iron wall with a stride like he was out for an after-dinner stroll. Looking for death. Wang Lei's eyes flashed with anger as Lin Fan charged Hedon. Immovable wisdom, king, wall of size. Boom. Wang Lei's muscles instantly swelled and golden Sanskrit characters emerged on his skin. He thrust his heavy tower shield into the ground and a rule-based force as heavy as a mountain erupted. In that moment, he was no longer a man but a mountain. As long as his feet stood on the earth, unless the planet itself was destroyed, no one could move him. That was the dominance of Sequence 028. Open fire. At Wang Lei's command, dozens of mages in the back row released their skills simultaneously. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind, blades, lightning. A torrent of spiritual attacks poured down like a storm, instantly engulfing Lin Fan's figure. Boom, rumble. The violent explosions echoed through the entire holographic city. Smoke and dust billowed, even shaking the holographic skyscrapers precariously. We hit him. With that dense firepower, even a real fourth-tier powerhouse would be flayed. Ha ha ha. The title is mine. Many wore ecstatic expressions. However, Wang Lei's face grew darker. As the frontline tank he felt most directly, the aura ahead hadn't vanished. On the contrary, that aura was becoming hungrier. Whoosh. A strange wind blew away the dust. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. There, at the center of the explosion, Lin Fan still stood. His coat had a few holes, looking a bit tattered, but he was completely unharmed. In his hand, a blade had appeared from nowhere. A pitch-black rusty blade that looked like it could break at any moment. At that moment, the blade vibrated wildly, with black vortexes forming on its surface like greedy little mouths. All those fireballs, ice spikes, lightning bolts had been sucked into the blade. Burp. Lin Fan belched, exhaling a puff of black smoke with sparks. He wiped his mouth with some distaste. A bit spicy. That fireball thrower, did you eat too much chili? Next time add some cumin. How is this possible? The mages in the back row had a mental breakdown. Spiritual attacks. Eaten by a broken blade. What kind of freak sequence was this? Was this really enhanced hearing? Alright, the appetizer is over. Lin Fan lifted the rusty blade, his gaze falling on Wang Lei at the front, or rather on the massive tower shield in Wang Lei's hand. His eyes were like those of someone staring at a freshly baked, fragrant giant compressed biscuit. Now for the main course. Swish. Lin Fan's figure vanished instantly. No fancy footwork, only pure, extreme physical explosive power. The ground cracked. The next second, Lin Fan appeared right in front of Wang Lei, less than half a meter apart. Wang Lei could even see the wildly expanding blackness in Lin Fan's pupils. You won't get through. Wang Lei roared like a beast, channeling all his spiritual power into the tower shield, the golden Sanskrit characters blazing. Immovable wisdom, king, impervious to all laws. This was a top-tier defensive divine weapon mixed with deep-sea silver and gravity stone, reinforced by Sequence 028's rule, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from even a fifth-tier powerhouse. Impervious to all laws. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't slash with the blade. Instead, he gently pressed the tip of the rusty sword against the golden, glowing shield. In my eyes, it's just a slightly harder biscuit. Sequence 000, gluttony concept devouring. Buzz. A strange spine-tingling sound came. It wasn't the clash of metal. It was the sound of rules being forcibly chewed and torn apart. Under Wang Lei's horrified gaze, his indestructible tower shield began to melt upon contact with the rusty blade. No, not melt. It was vanishing. A black vortex appeared at the contact point, madly devouring the shield's metal, the Sanskrit characters, even the concept of hardness itself. Crunch. Crunch. The hard deep-sea silver, like a crispy wafer, was bitten into a large hole by the black vortex, mouthful by mouthful. This can't be. Wang Lei felt his connection to the shield being severed. The rule of immovable as a mountain was being replaced by a more domineering, more unreasonable hunger. Not bad, Lin Fan commented. A bit stuck in the teeth though. In just 2 seconds, the man-sized giant tower shield had been eaten down to a single handle left lonely in Wang Lei's hand. Wang Lei was dumbfounded. He stared at the handle in his hand, his mind blank. Where was my shield? Where did my huge shield go? Without the shield, the so-called immovable Wisdom King was just a fat man standing there to be beaten. Full time to exercise. Lin Fan withdrew the rusty blade and clenched his left fist. This punch used no spiritual power, only pure marrow-strengthened physical force. Go. Boom. One punch. It slammed fiercely into Wang Lei's unprotected chest muscles. A visible shockwave exploded behind Wang Lei. This 2.5 meter giant known as the Western region's top tank didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like a cannonball. He knocked over 3 heavy armored warriors behind him, then crashed into a group of mages, and like a skipping stone bounced off the wall of a holographic building twice before sliding down limply. System announcement sequence 028 Wang Lei incapacitated, eliminated. The entire arena fell silent again, even more silent than when Su Xiaoman was eliminated. If Su Xiaoman was taken down by underestimating his opponent, then Wang Lei was beaten, Hedon thoroughly crushed, man and shield consumed completely. Monster. Finally someone broke down. This isn't sequence 998. This is a high-tier aberration in human skin. Run. The once tight formation instantly collapsed. Facing a monster that could devour divine weapons and one-punch tanks who would dare die for an illusory title. Don't run. Lin Fan stood still, shaking the rusty blade in his hand. After devouring the tower shield, some rust seemed to have fallen off, revealing dark golden patterns beneath. Who was shooting at me earlier? That sniper rifle looked pretty good. Let me have a taste. Lin Fan's figure flickered and he charged into the crowd. This was a one-sided massacre. No, a one-sided buffet. My flowing light sword. Don't bite. That's a family heirloom. Help. He ate my mechanical prosthetic. That's my leg. Don't hit the face. They'll surrender my gear. They'll surrender, okay. For a time the ruined city was in chaos. Lin Fan was like a hungry wolf that had strayed into a flock of sheep, leaving nothing behind in his wake. Whether it was swords, spears, halberds, or axes, as long as it was made of metal and carried a bit of spiritual energy fluctuation, it was all confiscated. Even an unlucky summoner summoned an iron-armored rhinoceros. Lin Fan rushed up, bit the rhino's thigh, and scared the beast into immediately canceling the summon, crying as it fled back to another dimension. In just 3 minutes, the ground was littered with Shrank geniuses stripped down to their underwear. They weren't badly injured, but their eyes were empty, as if they had experienced the worst nightmare of their lives. Their gear was gone. Their dignity was gone. Lin Fan burped, feeling the hunger inside finally recede. The emotion from the rusty blade shifted from frenzy to satisfied laziness. Almost done. Lin Fan stopped, about to regroup with the fat guy. Just then his ears twitched sharply. Omniscient auditory domain, danger warning. An extremely faint but deadly sound of air being cut came from a blind spot behind him. It wasn't an ordinary attack. It was a pellet of air condensed entirely from formless energy. No metal reaction, no spiritual energy fluctuation. Pure physical compressed air. It perfectly evaded the rusty blade's gluttony perception, as the blade was only interested in metal and energy. The attacker was a Sequence 078 air pressure controller, who had been hiding in the shadows without making a move. Chu Tianquo's junior disciple. Die, monster. From the dark corner, the attacker revealed a sinister grin. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for Lin Fan to let his guard down, waiting for the instant Lin Fan thought himself invincible. This air pellet was aimed at the back of Lin Fan's head, at the brainstem. Too close. Too fast. Lin Fan heard it, but a moment of relaxation had caused a slight delay in his muscles. Even a 0.1 second delay could be fatal in a life-or-death battle. Can't dodge. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly, preparing to tank the hit. Though it would injure him, the marrow strengthening meant it wouldn't be lethal. Suddenly, a fiery red figure accompanied by a roar charged out from the side without warning. Watch out. Boom. Without any hesitation, the figure used his own back to shield Lin Fan. The air pellet, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, slammed solidly into his back. Blood splattered. Hot blood sprayed onto Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan spun around. A burly man covered in sparks of molten rock stood unsteadily behind him. His back had a bullseyed bloody hole, revealing the magma-like bones burning inside. But he acted as if nothing was wrong, grinning at Lin Fan with a smile uglier than crying. Cough. Lin Fan, what the hell are you spacing out for? Daydreaming on the battlefield. Want to die? It was Xiang Lai, the big fool from the Western War Zone with Sequence 019, a lava giant known in the training camp as the Eternal Third Place. Lin Fan was stunned. He looked at the wound on Xiang Lai's back, then at the attacker in the distance, whose face was full of terror at the failed ambush. Why? Lin Fan's voice was low. In this arena where everyone wanted to kill him for the title, in this vortex of interests where even blood brothers could turn against each other, someone had taken a bullet for him. Xiang Lai wiped the blood from his mouth, his body swaying, but he forced himself to stand straight. He looked at the greedy, fearful, twisted faces around them, then turned to Lin Fan, his eyes clear as a fool's. There's no why. Xiang Lai spat out a bloodied gob, his voice low but jarring in Lin Fan's ears. The old man taught me. In life you can be poor, you can be powerless. But you can't be spineless. You're my brother. If someone wants to stab my brother in the back. Xiang Lai raised his head and roared at the attacker like an erupting volcano, then they have to step over my dead body first. Boom! With his roar, the magma flames on his body flared up again. Though unsteady, he stood like an active volcano about to erupt, shielding Lin Fan steadfastly. Lin Fan looked at the broad back of this big fool. In his eyes, those black and white irises that had always been cold, mocking and viewing all life as ingredients. For the first time, a genuine ripple appeared. He reached out and gently patted Xiang Lai's shoulder. Thanks. Lin Fan's voice was soft, light as the wind. But in the next second, a suffocating hundredfold more terrifying aura of killing intent erupted from Lin Fan. This time it wasn't from hunger. It was from rage. Lin Fan walked around Xiang Lai step by step toward the attacker. The rusty blade in his hand was no longer vibrating but had gone still. Still and terrifying. Since you don't want to hand over your gear gracefully. Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes seeming to burn with the fires of hell. Then don't blame me for flipping the table. Sequence 078's core lethal technique. Absolute vacuum domain. This was not merely asphyxiation. The instantaneous disappearance of air pressure meant the pressure differential between the inside and outside of the human body reached a terrifying magnitude. Ugh! In the distance, Wang Pang instantly clutched his throat, his face turning a livid purple as he writhed in agony on the ground. The severely injured Xiang Lai had his wounds burst open, blood gushing forth. Yet Lin Fan, who stood at the epicenter of the storm, merely furrowed his brow slightly. He did not suffer from burst blood vessels or bulging eyeballs, as Chu Tianque had anticipated. The Fort Hoarder mountain-shifting stage physique had long undergone a complete transformation. His skin was as tough as an alloy, his bone density 50 times that of an ordinary person, and his internal organs were strong enough to breathe freely 1,000 meters beneath the deep sea. This level of negative pressure, it was too weak even for a cupping therapy. However, Lin Fan did not reveal this. He was supposed to be a second-order waste with enhanced hearing. He needed to act. Only by showing weakness would the prey expose its neck. Lin Fan cooperatively clutched his throat, putting on a convincing display of agonizing suffocation, even forcing out a few physiological tears. Die! Chu Tianque sneered upon seeing this, his grin widening. Within my domain, sound cannot travel. You are nothing but a deaf man. A blind man. The sniper from the heights pulled the trigger. On the left, a burly man covered in a rock armor. A third-order initial stage power-type awakener. Charged forward like a bulldozer. A hopeless situation. No. In Lin Fan's perception, this was nothing but a clumsy farce. Within this silent, soundless world, Lin Fan closed his eyes. Who said sound could only travel through air? Mortal ears hear the vibrations of the air. But sequence 998 hears the frequencies of all things. Thump, thump, thump. The sound transmitted through bone conduction was dull yet powerful. Lin Fan heard Chu Tianquo's heartbeat. 120 beats per minute, erratic and impatient. He heard the faint hum of the gunpowder burning inside the sniper bullet as it cut through the edge of the vacuum. He heard the agonized groan of the steel-reinforced concrete deep within the ground as the rock giant stomped the earth. And then, a slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. He heard the low dragon-like hum of the thick main power cable surging with high-voltage current 10 meters beneath his feet. And the hissing wail of the nearby high-pressure steam pipe leaking from years of disrepair. Found it. In the second before his suffocation performance was about to end, Lin Fan moved. He did not dodge the inevitable sniper round, because the bullet would at most leave a white mark on his body. But to save his clothes, he still tilted his head slightly. The bullet whizzed past his ear, shattering a stone statue behind him. Then he crouched down abruptly. The shard of the tower shield. He had just devoured its edges as sharp as a blade was driven with all the monstrous force of his fourth-order physique deep into the ground beneath him. That force was not for digging. It was like cutting through tofu, penetrating 10 meters of concrete layer. What is he doing? Committing suicide. Chu Tianque was stunned for a moment. The next second, that tower shield shard precisely severed an inconspicuous rusted water pipe buried underground. And beneath the water pipe lay the damaged, exposed high-voltage cable. Water conducts electricity, especially this kind of heavy metal-contaminated underground wastewater. Zzz. A blindingly bright blue-white electric arc erupted from the ground. It was as if the gates of hell had swung open. Tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage current surged up the gushing column of water, instantly ionizing the air, tearing through the ruins, and lashing fiercely at Chu Tianque, who was suspended in midair. Ah! Chu Tianque let out a miserable scream. His proud vacuum domain under the instant high-temperature expansion imploded violently like a punctured balloon. But this was not the end. Boom! The electric current detonated the adjacent steam pipe. Terrifying high-temperature steam mixed with the current formed an unstoppable white storm instantly filling the vacuum zone. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring vision. Damn it! Damn it! Chu Tianque tumbled from the air, scrambling up with a soot-streaked face bellowing in fury. Where is he? Find him! However, the center of the ruins was already deserted. All that remained was a massive blasted open black hole on the ground leading deep underground. That black hole was like a gaping mouth emitting a cold, damp, and rotting stench. He ran. The rock giant beside him rubbing his arm numbed by the electric shock cursed. Is he a rat? So good at burrowing. Chu Tianque stared at the black hole, his eyes venomous. Run. In a fully enclosed environment like the bird's nest, where can he run to? He straightened his scorched collar, resuming his lofty demeanor. Tank, go down and chase him. That kid is injured. He can't have gotten far. Hawkeye, seal the entrance. Since he enjoys being a sewer rat. Chu Tianque sneered coldly. Then let's play a game of cat and mouse. The underground drainage system of the bird's nest arena. It was the intestines of this holographic ruined city. Dark, damp, filled with the stench of rot and mildew. Cough, cough, cough. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My butt. Wang Pang Pang wailed as he clambered up from a pile of mud, his LED sign broken in two with only the half-reading high-price recycling still flickering an eerie green light. Shut up. Lin Fan's cold voice came from the darkness. Wang Pang Pang was so frightened he immediately covered his mouth. At that moment Lin Fan was leaning against the wall. In this pitch-black darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face, his eyes did not glow yet, they seemed to see through everything. His clothes were tattered, deliberately torn by the blast wave to conceal his physical defense. There was not even a scratch on his skin. He bent down to check on the unconscious Xiang Lai. He won't die, Lin Fan said flatly. Fatty, watch him. Lin, go. Are we safe? Wang Pang Pang asked timidly. Safe. Lin Fan looked up, a chilling coldness in his eyes. He raised his finger and pointed upwards. From there came the sound of messy footsteps and the splash of a heavy object falling into water. Listen, Lin Fan said softly. That big guy is coming down. Third order, initial stage, hardened skin. He's wading through the water at the corner 200 meters ahead. His heart is racing, oh he's scared. Wang Pang Pang felt his scalp tingle. Lin Guyu. You can hear that clearly. Lin Fan did not answer. He pulled out the rust-covered long saber from his waist. In this dark, damp sewer, the rusted blade seemed to become unusually excited. The rust on the blade quivered slightly, as if it could smell the scent of blood and slaughter. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. It was the instinctual hunger of gluttony sequence 000 awakening. Above ground, he was the physics teacher who needed to disguise himself as a waste. But in this sunless gutter, he was the apex predator at the top of the food chain. Fatty, hide well. Lin Fan's figure vanished into the darkness in an instant without making a sound. Only a faint whisper echoed through the empty pipe. I'm going to get a midnight snack. Beneath the bird's nest, within the drainage system, this was the hidden underbelly of the holographic metropolis. There were no neon lights, no cheers, only the sound of murky sewage flowing and the suffocating stench of decay that permeated the air. Splash! Splash! Heavy footsteps echoed through the empty pipeline. The burly man covered in a rock-like armor, code-name Tank, was trudging through the filthy water, cursing under his breath. As a third-stage initial lamplighting realm power-type awakener, he had absolute confidence in his defense. His skin had long since turned to stone, as hard as granite. Ordinary bullets left not even a scratch on him. Yet for some reason, walking through this pitch-black tunnel, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. Damn, it is that kid part rat, running so fast. Tank carried a heavy alloy mace each step, sending huge splashes through the sewage. He tried to drown out the unease inside him with the noise. It was too dark. The darkness here felt alive, devouring most of the light from his tactical flashlight. Buzz! Suddenly his earpiece crackled and Chu Tianque's impatient voice came through. Tank found him yet. Stop dawdling. Flush those two rats out. Quit your nagging. Tank replied irritably. This place is a maze. Wait. He stopped dead in his tracks. Because he heard it. From the darkness about 10 meters ahead there came a faint, chewing sound. Crunch. Crunch. It was the sound of bones being crushed. Tank tightened his grip on the mace, swallowed hard, and forced himself to be brave. Who's there? Show yourself. There was no response. Only that spine-chilling chewing continued. Tank took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging, and his rocky skin took on a grayish-white luster as his defense reached its peak. He raised his flashlight and the beam swept toward the source of the sound. At the end of the light, a figure in a tattered trench coat was crouched on a pile of discarded pipes. He had his back to Tank, clutching something in his hands and gnawing on it. At his feet lay several twisted metal fragments. Alloy valves he had just ripped from the walls. Seeming to sense the light, the figure slowly turned his head. Under the pale beam of the flashlight, Tank saw a pair of eyes. They were not human eyes. In those clear black and white irises there was no emotion, only a pure cold hunger. The kind one has for food. Iron filings still clung to the corners of his mouth, and his teeth gleamed coldly in the light. Found you. Lin Fan swallowed the metal in his mouth, casually tossed aside the valve, and slowly stood up. He looked at the fully armed Tank as if he were a peeled lobster. Third stage initial. Rock type. Lin Fan tilted his head as if assessing the texture of the ingredients. A bit tough but rich in minerals. Barely edible. Eat this, you bastard. Being stared at like that made Tank's scalp tingle, and his shame and rage quickly overwhelmed his fear. With a roar, the concrete beneath his feet shattered as he charged forward like a bulldozer. Die! The mace whistled through the air, slamming viciously toward Lin Fan's head. The blow was powerful enough to crush an armored vehicle. Yet Lin Fan did not dodge. He did not even draw his blade. Just as the mace was about to strike him, he merely raised his left hand. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Tank's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His 100-pound mace, unstoppable in its swing, had been caught by Lin Fan with his bare hands. And with one hand, Lin Fan's palm gripped the spikes of the mace steadily without the slightest tremor. The impact, capable of splitting mountains, was like a child's inflatable hammer against his terrifying fourth-stage mountain-moving realm physique. Nice strength, Lin Fan commented. Too bad it's too slow. The next second, Lin Fan's fingers suddenly tightened. Crack. The alloy mace was crushed under his grip, leaving 5 deep imprints. Then, with a twist of his hand, an overwhelming force traveled through the mace, lifting Tank off the ground and slamming him like a ragdoll into the nearby wall. Boom! The wall collapsed, sending debris flying. Tank screamed, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. He tried to scramble up in terror, but to his horror, the monster was already straddling him. I heard your skin is tough. Lin Fan leaned in his face inches away. Tank could feel the scorching metallic breath from Lin Fan's mouth. No! Don't! Tank panicked, frantically channeling his spiritual energy to triple the thickness of the rock-like layer on his neck. I have hardened skin. You can't break through my defense. Before he could finish, Lin Fan opened his mouth. This time there was no pretense. Sequence 000 Gluttony activated at full power. In Lin Fan's eyes there was no such thing as absolute defense. Through his omniscient vision, low-power mode, which could see the death lines of all things, Tank's prized rocky skin was nothing more than a compressed biscuit rich in spiritual energy particles. Since it was a biscuit, he just had to bite through it. Crack! Lin Fan sank his teeth into Tank's seemingly indestructible rock-like neck. Like a hot knife through butter. Against the terrifying bite force of a fourth-stage physique and the devouring rule of gluttony, the rocky defense that even sniper rifles couldn't pierce shattered instantly. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire sewer. It wasn't the destruction of any core but pure primal physical devastation. Lin Fan's teeth tore straight through the rock layer, cleanly biting through 2 of Tank's cervical vertebrae. The nerve connections were severed. Tank's thrashing limbs went limp, and his rocky armor, no longer sustained by consciousness, dissipated into specks of gray light, revealing the bloody flesh beneath. Lin Fan tore off a chunk of flesh mixed with rock fragments and spat it aside, his expression disdainful. As I thought. Tastes like a month-old baguette. Dry and hard. Tank passed out from the excruciating pain, his body twitching, all his former arrogance gone. Lin Fan stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, destroying his sequence foundation, the spine was crueler than killing him. Lin Fan picked up the communicator Tank had dropped in the sewage. Chu Tianquo's frantic voice came through. Tank? Talk? What's happening? Lin Fan pressed the talk button. Hey. His voice was eerily cold in the empty sewer. Your dog has bad teeth. You better come down yourself, Genius Chu. Meanwhile, at the ground entrance of the Bird's Nest ruins, the sniper codename Hawkeye was lying prone behind a broken wall at a vantage point, his large-caliber sniper rifle locked onto the dark hole leading underground. As a third-stage mid-level long-range type, his task was simple: shoot anyone who showed their head. Strange. Hawkeye frowned. The communication channel was dead silent. Tank's earlier screams had made him uneasy. That rock gorilla didn't screw up, did he? Hawkeye adjusted the magnification of his scope, his finger lightly resting on the trigger. He slowed his breathing, merging completely with the surrounding ruins. As a skilled sniper, he excelled at waiting. As long as he didn't move, no one could find his position. Except shadows. Suddenly Hawkeye felt a chill on the back of his neck. It was as if a cold feather had brushed against his nape. A gust of wind. No, this was a dead corner of the ruins. There was no wind. Hawkeye's pupils contracted sharply. An unprecedented sense of deadly crisis made every hair on his body stand on end. He was about to roll over and draw his pistol when a cold pitch-black dagger reflecting no light pressed silently against his carotid artery. Move, a woman's voice as cold as ice whispered in his ear. And you die. Hawkeye froze. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His prized perception had completely failed to detect someone sneaking up behind him. In the reflection of his scope, he saw a blurry figure. It was a girl in a tight combat suit with a high ponytail and an expressionless face. Her body seemed translucent, perfectly blending into the surrounding shadows. Sequence 044, Shadow. Third stage lamplighting realm. Yeezy. You're that kid's teammate. Hawkeye's voice was hoarse. Yeezy said nothing. She merely flicked her wrist. Snap. The strap of Hawkeye's sniper rifle was cut, and then the hilt of the dagger struck him firmly on the carotid sinus. Without any hesitation, Hawkeye's eyes rolled back and he collapsed limply. From appearance to resolution, Yeezy made no unnecessary sound, not even disturbing the dust on the ground. She bent down and expertly relieved Hawkeye of all his magazine's insignia and the valuable sniper rifle. Her movements were fluid, clearly a seasoned habit. Having done this, Yeezy pressed her earpiece. Her gaze fell on Chu Tianhua, who was still searching for Lin Fan not far away, and a look of contempt flickered in her eyes. Hey, she said coldly into the channel. The outside is clean. Lin Fan, you're too slow. Deep underground. Lin Fan, who was about to venture further, heard Yeezy's voice, and a smile tugged at his lips. Already complaining I'm slow. He waved at the darkness behind him. Fatty, keep up. Our shadow lady has set the table. Next. Lin Fan looked up at the thick concrete ceiling above his gaze, seeming to pierce through the layers of earth, locking onto Chu Tianhua, who was still flying around in the sky. Time for the main course. The moment the communicator was severed, the sewer fell back into a deathly silence. Only the tank, its cervical spine snapped, lay limp like a mound of sludge at the edge of the filthy water, occasionally twitching with involuntary nerve spasms that sent ripples across the murky surface. Lin Fan casually tossed the crushed communicator into the water. A splash sounded, then was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Lin Fan stood still, in no hurry to regroup with Fatty. He tilted his head slightly, the ear wearing a black stud twitching faintly. After dealing with the immediate threat, the eerie sound from the depths of the earth, which had been interfering with his hearing, grew increasingly distinct. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was muffled, unlike the roar of machinery or the grinding of tectonic plates. It sounded far too rhythmic. Each vibration traveled through the vast underground pipe network, along rusted iron pipes, damp concrete walls, and the flowing sewage precisely reaching Lin Fan's eardrums. What was more terrifying was that with each tremor, the night watchman's rusty blade on his back resonated with an extremely subtle hum. That resonance conveyed an emotion, hunger, an extreme ravenous hunger, as if starved for a millennium. Easy now, don't act up. Lin Fan patted the hilt behind his back as if calming a restless beast. Yet his own Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. A sour saliva frantically secreted in his mouth. A primal biological response to top-tier prey. It's down here. Lin Fan lowered his head, his gaze piercing the black sewage beneath his feet, as if staring into a bottomless abyss. Reason told him to turn back, immediately take Xiang Lai and Fatty out of this hellhole, go topside to beat up that poser Chu Tianhua, collect the money and leave. That was the optimal solution for a human. But, as a monster bearing the gluttony factor, the temptation from the depths of his genes was like an addict seeing the purest heroin rooting him to the spot. Just one look, Lin Fan told himself. They'll just go down for a look, I want take a bite. He mentally signaled Fatty and Yeezy to hold position, then took a deep breath and leaped. He didn't jump towards a distant platform. Instead, he plunged straight into the depths of what seemed like a deadened sewage shaft. Sliding down. Sliding endlessly. The underground structure here was far more complex than Lin Fan had imagined. As the premier holographic arena in Daxia, the Bird's Nest's underground pipe network was like an inverted steel forest. The deeper he went, the thinner the air became. Replacing it was a nauseating stench of something rotting for centuries. Yet beneath that decay, Lin Fan detected an exceptionally unique, delicate fragrance. It was the scent of high-order spiritual energy solidifying and dissipating. For ordinary awakened, this was lethal radiation. But for Lin Fan, it was the aroma of freshly baked bread. Third order. No, this is at least fourth order energy density. Lin Fan clung to the slime-covered well wall, his body suspended. Though his omniscient vision couldn't fully activate in the dark, his darkness-adapted eyes could still discern strange patterns beginning to appear on the surrounding walls. Those patterns weren't natural. They were etched by intense heat in an instant, resembling ancient ceiling arrays or high-tech energy circuits. ZZZT. When his fingers touched the patterns, a tingling numbness shot through his fingertips. It was residual energy still flowing. So this is the work of the heavenly workshop. Lin Fan squinted. He knew the Heavenly Workshop was wealthy, but he never expected they had built something like this beneath the bird's nest. Finally, after descending a full 500 meters, his feet touched solid ground. This was no longer a sewer. The surface beneath him was hard and icy cold, not concrete, but some unknown black alloy. There was no light, a silence as dead as outer space. And before Lin Fan stood a door so immense it was suffocating. It was 30 meters tall, forged entirely from an unknown bluish-black metal, covered in dense vein-like pulsating dark red light streams. At the very center of the door was a massive emblem, a hammer and a chisel crossed. Lin Fan recognized this emblem. It appeared on every coin issued by the Heavenly Workshop, on every Scrade Divine Weapon Manual. Heavenly Workshop Top Secret. Boom. As Lin Fan stared at the emblem, the heartbeat that had been echoing in his ears finally found its source here. It came from behind this door. With the thunderous sound, the dark red light streams on the door blazed brightly, as if some colossal entity had slammed against it from within. A visible ripple spread from the door across the surroundings. Ugh! Lin Fan grunted, clutching his chest. Not from injury, but as the ripple swept over him, every cell in his body screamed in frenzy, eat it. Eat it. Eat it. The hunger was so intense that a scarlet hallucination flashed before Lin Fan's eyes. He saw the massive door transform into a giant cake, dripping with honey, and the aura emanating from behind it was as tantalizing as a royal feast. That was the taste of divinity. No mistake. Behind this door was imprisoned a god, or some taboo entity with a divine status. Clang. The rusty blade at Lin Fan's back unsheathed itself. This usually lazy broken sword now bounced on the ground like a mad thing, large flakes of rust falling off to reveal menacing dark gold patterns beneath. It dragged Lin Fan's hand, trying to force him towards the great door. You're hungry too, aren't you? Lin Fan's voice was hoarse. His pupils began to dilate, the black rapidly consuming the white. It was a precursor to Nirvana losing control. Just place his hand on that door. Just activate gluttony. This door couldn't stop him. Even if it was made of the Heavenly Workshop's best alloy, it was just a harder biscuit before conceptual devouring. Just open the door, take one bite. Even one bite. His physical body would instantly break through the early Fourth Order, maybe even surge to the peak of the Fourth Order and even touch the threshold of the Fifth Order, the bright moon realm. Power. Power within arm's reach. Lin Fan walked step by step towards the door. His hand slowly rose, his fingertips less than a centimeter from the icy metal surface. The rusty blade cheered. Every gluttony factor within him reveled. Yet just as his fingertips were about to touch, slap, Lin Fan's other hand fiercely grabbed his own wrist. The force was so great it directly fractured the wrist bone with a crisp crack. Agony. Piercing agony sharply contracted Lin Fan's dilated pupils. The scarlet tide that had nearly consumed his reason receded slightly under this pain. Lin Fan gasped for air, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Like a drowning man finally surfacing, he greedily inhaled the cold, decaying air. Damn it! Lin Fan muttered a curse, forcefully pulling back the hand that wanted to touch the door. He pulled out a worn notebook from his pocket. It was a relic left by his father Lin Shao. The cover was badly worn, but in the lining a line of warning written in red ink penetrating the paper. Feigner, remember. Hunger is your gift and also your curse. In this world, there are things you cannot recklessly devour, especially when the Heavenly Workshop hides them deep underground. Before you fully control that thing, never gaze into the abyss. For the abyss gazes back at you and it is hungrier than you are. His father's words, like a bucket of ice water, thoroughly extinguished the evil fire in Lin Fan's heart. He stared intently at the door. Through the edge of his omniscient vision, he dimly saw the light streams on the door coalesce into a giant eye. That eye was staring fixedly at him. Just as his father said. The thing behind the door was also hungry. It craved the Nirvana factor within Lin Fan just as Lin Fan craved it. This was a standoff between predators. Whoever lost control first would become the prey. Who? Lin Fan closed his eyes, forcibly severing the resonance between the rusty blade and the door. He forced the still agitated rusty blade back into its sheath and wrapped it tightly in his trench coat. Now is not the time. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, speaking to the door. Don't rush. Let me swat the flies up there first, then I'll come back and figure out how to cook you. He pulled a marker pen from his pocket. A red pen he usually used for grading student papers. On that solemn, mysterious door brimming with technological might and sealing power, he drew a large crooked X. Then he wrote a line of small characters beside it reserved by Lin Fan. Touch it and die. After writing this, the oppressive feeling of being stared at by the abyss seemed to lessen. Lin Fan took one last look at the door and resolutely turned away. Some meals taste best when saved for last. If he gave in to greed now, he might choke himself to death or become part of this door. The moment Lin Fan turned the communicator in his ear, suddenly exploded with piercing static. ZZZ. Lin Fan, where are you? It was Yi's voice. This usually calm, even expressionless girl now carried a rare note of anxiety and anger. What's wrong? Lin Fan pressed the earpiece, climbing back up. Did Chu Tianque send more people down to die? No. Yi's voice was accompanied by a fierce wind sound. That madman. He doesn't want to play anymore. He's compressing the air. The air in the entire bird's nest underground network is being drained by him. The air pressure is plummeting. And it seems he's going to blow up the support pillars above. Lin Fan's steps halted. Blow up the support pillars. He raised an eyebrow. Does he want to bury this place? Exactly. Yi spoke rapidly. According to calculations, once he detonates that compressed air sphere, the entire geological structure beneath the bird's nest will collapse instantly. We'll be buried alive 300 meters underground. Even with your fourth-order physique, you'll be reduced to pulp under hundreds of thousands of tons of rubble. And Fatty and Xiang Lai, they're doomed. Wang Pangpang's miserable scream came through the earpiece. Bro Lin, help. The dirt up here is crumbling. I feel like I'm gonna be squashed into a pancake. Lin Fan looked up. The pitch-black ceiling above now faintly showed a glimmer of light. It was a sign of the ground cracking. That guy Chu Tianque, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the loss of Tank and Hawkeye, had clearly lost his composure entirely. As a lofty genius, he couldn't accept being toyed with by a mere rat. Since you can't catch the mouse, you might as well blow up the entire sewer. This is indeed the logic of the strong, simple, brutal, and effective. If not for that door. Lin Fan glanced back at the massive gate deep within the abyss behind him. If this place collapsed, that door would surely be buried or destroyed. Once the things behind that door broke out. That fool. Lin Fan cursed. He had originally intended to treat this as an ordinary debt collection game, just to teach his old rival a lesson. But now it seemed someone not only wanted to renege on the debt, but also to flip the table entirely. Yeezy Fatty, run back. Lin Fan's voice turned cold, laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Gather at the blast point from earlier. What are you going to do? Yeezy asked. Lin Fan took a deep breath, channeling the power of his 4th stage physical body into his legs. Since he doesn't want us to stay down here, then we'll go up. Perfect. I want to see if his air pressure is harder or my bones are. At the bird's nest ground level, at the center of the holographic ruins. The wind howled. This was no natural wind, but an artificial storm created by forcibly draining the air. Chu Tianque hovered 100 meters high, now completely devoid of his former elegance. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, his entire demeanor hysterical. Between his hands, he held a massive transparent sphere 10 meters in diameter. It was a highly compressed air bomb, a weapon of destruction capable of annihilating the entire underground structure. Come out! Chu Tianque roared at the empty ruins below. Lin Fan. Aren't you good at hiding? Aren't you good at burrowing? Let's see where you can hide. Collapse? With his roar, the colossal air sphere radiating devastating pressure slammed fiercely into the dark, gaping hole on the ground. The surrounding Shrank students had long fled in terror, hiding kilometers away. He's insane. Chu Tianque had completely lost his mind. Was this even a competition? This was clearly murder. An attack of this power would crush anything hidden below, even a tank. It's over. Someone closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending horror. However, just as that air sphere capable of triggering a minor earthquake was about to touch the ground. Boom! A sound even louder and more muffled than the air sphere's explosion erupted from underground first. It wasn't the sound of a collapse. It was the sound of something breaking through the earth. The originally narrow hole, only a few meters wide, suddenly exploded like a volcanic eruption. Countless tons of reinforced concrete were hurled into the air by a terrifying, monstrous force, crashing violently into the descending air sphere. Then a black figure, like a black meteor streaking against the current, tore through the billowing dust and smoke, defying the dreadful air pressure as it shot into the sky. No flashy skill effects. No elemental fluctuations. Only pure, ultimate, unreasonable physical strength. That figure was like an arrow aimed at the heavens, charging straight at the 10-meter air sphere. Seeking death. Seeing this, Chu Tianque wasn't afraid but ecstatic. Daring to take my great air quake Hedon. Shatter. He clenched his fist in the air, detonating the sphere. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded midair. A visible white blast swept across the entire bird's nest arena, causing even the perimeter shields to hum and tremble. Everyone expected the figure to be blasted into mincemeat. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The smoke cleared. That black figure still hovered in midair. Yes, hovered. Not through wind elements nor gravity control. He was using his feet. Everyone stared in disbelief at the sky. The youth in the tattered trench coat was standing casually on a concrete slab that had been blasted into the air. He stood there nonchalantly, one hand in his pocket, the other brushing dust off his shoulder. The air explosion that could pulverize rock had only messed up his hair and torn his already ragged coat. And on his skin there wasn't even a scratch. This was the true privilege of the fourth stage, the mountain mover realm, midair suspension through physical force. While he couldn't soar freely like a flyer using leverage to step on air, was as natural as breathing for Lin Fan, whose bone density was already superhuman. This is impossible. Chu Tianquo's triumphant grin froze. He stared at the youth less than 20 meters away, feeling a tremor from the depths of his soul for the first time. Taking it heedin', with his bare body, was he even human? Is this your ultimate move? Lin Fan stood midair, descending slowly with the concrete slab. He looked up, his clear black and white eyes calmly fixed on Chu Tianque. No killing intent, only a profound, disappointed frustration. Genius Chu. Lin Fan sighed, pulling out a compressed biscuit from his pocket that he hadn't had time to eat underground. He tore open the wrapper and took a slow, deliberate bite right in front of Chu Tianque. Crunch. The crisp sound of chewing was jarringly loud in the dead silence of the air. The density of your compressed air. Lin Fan swallowed the biscuit and shook his head. It's not even as hard as this biscuit. Insult. This was a higher, more lethal insult than calling him a dog underground. Chu Tianquo's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver, flushed with extreme shame and rage. I don't believe it. Shrank. Sequence 078. The prodigy of this generation. Chu Tianque screamed hysterically, waving his arms, frantically trying to condense more air blades. Die! 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 Countless invisible wind blades sliced towards Lin Fan like a storm, but Lin Fan didn't even dodge. He just ate his biscuit in large bites, letting the blades strike his face, neck, and arms. Clang clang. The air filled with the sound of metal clashing. Those blades, capable of cutting through steel, left only faint white marks on Lin Fan's skin, not even breaking it. Finished. Lin Fan swallowed the last bite and brushed the crumbs off his hands. At that moment, the concrete slab under his feet finally gave way and began to fall faster. But Lin Fan didn't fall. He took an empty step in the air. Boom! The air exploded under his foot with a deafening sound. Using that reaction force, Lin Fan's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Chu Tianque. Face to face. Nose to nose. Chu Tianque could even smell the cheap scallion oil flavor of the compressed biscuit on Lin Fan's breath. You! Chu Tianquo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He wanted to retreat, but found himself locked in place by that terrifying aura, unable to move. Had enough fun. Lin Fan's voice was very soft. He slowly raised his right hand, not to form a fist but to open his palm. If you're done, go down. I don't like talking to people while looking up. Slap. A crisp, sharp sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire bird's nest. Lin Fan's palm struck Chu Tianquo's face solidly. This slap used no spiritual energy, no special technique. It was pure, unadorned strength from a fourth-stage physical body. Protective aura. Shattered. Protective talisman. Exploded. Chu Tianquo's once handsome face underwent a grotesque deformation in that instant. Half his teeth mixed with blood flew out. His entire body, like a fly hit by a fly swatter, crashed into the ground 10 times faster than he had risen. Boom! The ground shook again. A human-shaped crater appeared in the center of the ruins. Chu Tianque lay at the bottom in a spread eagle position, eyes rolled back, half his face swollen like a pig's head, his body twitching unconsciously. One-shot kill. A complete, unreasonable one-shot kill. Lin Fan landed slowly right at the edge of the pit. He looked down at the unconscious Chu Tianque, pulled out the remaining half of the compressed biscuit from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the half biscuit fell precisely, landing on Chu Tianquo's swollen face. Here, back to you. Lin Fan clapped his hands, turned to look at the terrified Shrank students in the distance, and flashed his signature harmless smile. Anyone else think this biscuit tastes bad? The entire venue fell into dead silence. No one dared to speak. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone stared at the youth standing amidst the ruins, stepping over an Shrank prodigy, wearing an innocent expression. In their eyes, he was no longer a man. He was an insurmountable mountain. Just then Fatty and Yi Zi crawled out from the ruins behind Lin Fan, carrying Xiang Lai on their backs. Fatty looked at the miserable Chu Tianque in the pit, then at the calm Lin Fan, and swallowed hard. Lin go. Isn't your way of collecting debts a bit too violent? Lin Fan shrugged. Violent? I just treated him to a biscuit. However, just as Lin Fan was about to lead the group away from this trouble spot, an unusual wave suddenly enveloped the entire venue without warning. It wasn't wind, nor was it killing intent. It was heaviness, an extremely terrifying heaviness. The dust floating in the air suddenly fell vertically like lead weights. The rubble on the ground began to crack and groan, crushed into powder by an invisible force. Everyone felt a weight on their shoulders, as if a mountain had pressed down on their backs. The weaker rank students immediately fell to their knees with a thud, their kneecaps nearly shattering. "Ah, damn it!" Fatty screamed in agony, collapsing flat on the ground, his face pressed into the dirt. Who's pressing down on me?" Even Yi Zi grunted, dropping to one knee, barely holding herself up by stabbing her dagger into the ground. The only one still standing was Lin Fan. But the ground beneath his feet also cracked into countless fissures under this terrifying gravity. The smile vanished from Lin Fan's face. He slowly turned around, looking at the only intact towering black spire in the center of the ruins. At the top of the spire, a figure in a black trench coat was walking down from the void step by step. Yes, walking down. There were no stairs beneath his feet, but the distorted ripples of gravity seemed to pave a staircase for him down to the mortal world. His long hair danced wildly behind him. His eyes were no longer the clear black and white of a human, but an eerie, soul-shaking blackish purple. That was the color of divinity, and also the color of corruption. Sequence 018 Gravity Throne. Ji Chongkong. With each step he took, the surrounding gravity intensified. When he reached 10 meters above the ground, the entire bird's nest ruins had sunk by a full half-meter. Lin Fan. Ji Changkong's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to explode in everyone's mind. That voice carried a lofty, godlike coldness, as if a deity was judging a mortal. "You've cleaned up those pieces of trash. Now!" Ji Changkong extended a finger, pointing at Lin Fan. "You are worthy of kneeling before my throne. Kneel." These two words fell lightly, yet they struck like an irreversible decree, crashing down upon every inch of the ruined bird's nest. Boom. This time it was not an explosion but a collapse. With the central tower as the epicenter, the ground within a 500-meter radius sank uniformly by half a meter in an instant. Countless reinforced concrete structures let out agonized groans, then disintegrated into the finest dust amidst teeth-grinding friction sounds. That was the authority of Sequence 018, a gravity throne. If Chu Tianquo's vacuum domain merely drained the air, then Ji Changkong's gravity domain pressed an entire mountain directly onto the atmosphere. Thud! Thud! Successive sounds of knees striking the ground rang out. Those 70 or 80 rank students who had been hiding in the distance and survived now fell to their knees in droves like harvested wheat. They did not wish to kneel. As the pride of their respective war zones, their knees were more precious than gold. Yet, under the crushing gravity that had reached tenfold and continued to climb, their bones screamed and their muscles tore. Standing became a luxury and kneeling became the only posture for survival. Some tried to erect spiritual energy shields, but the shields shattered into fragments the moment they formed, crushed by the distorted gravity field. Blood trickled from their noses down the corners of their mouths, dripping onto the ground. Could not even splash into droplets, but was pressed flat against the earth like mercury. A dead silence fell over the scene. It was a suppression without gunpowder. That figure descending step by step from the tower did not even need to lift a hand. Merely the aura he released turned those geniuses who had just clamored for the title of lifetime elder into lambs awaiting slaughter. Such was the power of the peak of the third stage, the lamplighting realm, with 1 foot already on the threshold of the fourth. Among the younger generation of Daxia, Ji Changkong indeed had the capital for arrogance. Yet in this sea of kneeling figures, one reef stubbornly stood firm. Lin Fan. He stood at the edge of the pit, gouged out by Chu Tianqua. The ground beneath his feet had cracked into a web of fissures, and his legs were deeply embedded in the soil, yet he remained upright. That tattered trench coat hung down in the gravity field like a suit of iron armor, motionless. Lin Fan raised his head, his gaze piercing through the distorted air to fix on Ji Changkong, who was now only 5 meters above the ground. Their eyes met. On one side were lofty black-violet divine pupils, exuding the cold indifference of one who scorns all life. On the other were calm black-and-white eyes concealing an unfathomable hunger. "Kneel." Lin Fan suddenly laughed. Bearing that terrifying gravity that seemed to squeeze his very organs, he slowly raised his hand. An action effortless in normal times, but now like lifting a 1,000-pound burden, yet he performed it steadily. He extended his pinky finger, and before the eyes of nearly 100,000 spectators, most of whom could now only see static-filled screens, vigorously picked his ear. "Monitor G." Lin Fan blew on his finger where no earwax existed, his tone carrying a hint of lazy disdain. "We're all classmates here. Isn't it a bit much to greet me with such a grand gesture?" "And?" Lin Fan paused, his gaze turning icy. "My knees are hard. There are only 2 situations where they bend. 1 is when I'm squatting on the toilet. 2 is when I'm running for a takeoff. You want me to kneel?" Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. "Then you'll have to break my legs." Provocation. Naked provocation. At a time when everyone was gasping under the pressure, Lin Fan's words were like a resounding slap across Ji Changkong's face, which was as cold as a deity's. Ji Changkong stopped. He hovered 3 meters above the ground, his black-violet pupils contracting slightly, as if looking at an ignorant ant. Hard knees. Ji Changkong's voice was devoid of fluctuation, as if it contained no human emotion. Since you don't want to kneel, then lie down. Before his words faded, Ji Changkong slowly raised his right hand palm down and pressed sharply. Buzz, A hair-raising hum echoed across the entire venue. The original 10-fold gravity in that instant surged to 20-fold. What did that mean? It meant Lin Fan's original weight of 140 jin had become 2,800 jin. The pressure on his blood organs and bones increased geometrically. Crack! The ground beneath Lin Fan's feet collapsed, instantly sinking him another 10 centimeters, his calves completely buried in the earth. Humph! Lin Fan grunted, a series of crisp sounds like popping beans emanating from his bones. It felt as if an invisible giant hand were gripping him tightly, trying to crush him into a pulp. His chest was compressed almost against his spine, turning every breath into a torture. If it were an ordinary third-stage awakener, even the strongest power type, their organs would have burst under this gravity. But Lin Fan did not. He still stood. Beneath his skin, his bones, transformed by the primordial marrow and having devoured countless metallic essences, emitted a faint golden glow. 4th stage mountain-moving realm. Strength to move mountains, a body like diamond. 20-fold gravity. Not enough. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. He abruptly straightened his spine, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons, and forcibly pulled himself out of the earth against the gravity. Is this all you've got? Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and red from congestion, making him look like a bloodthirsty beast. This weight isn't even enough for a decent massage. A flicker of surprise finally crossed Ji Changkong's eyes. A body sanctified to sainthood. He muttered, looking at Lin Fan's metallic gleaming skin. No wonder Dean Gu chose you as a whetstone. So you're just a brute force monster. If 20-fold isn't enough. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ji Changkong's mouth. Behind him, the blurry, ghostly figure in the void seemed to stir. Then let's try 50-fold. Boom. This time it was no longer a full field effect. Ji Changkong compressed all the gravity into a beam focused precisely on Lin Fan alone. The air within a 10-meter radius was instantly compressed into a liquid state. Light twisted into a bizarre distortion around Lin Fan, forming a visible black gravity sphere. Eft! Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the result of the capillaries in his lungs bursting from the pressure. His knees buckled sharply, nearly forcing him to kneel. 50-fold gravity. This had already exceeded the limits of the human body, even the limits of a third-stage abomination. Brother Lin. Not far away, Wang Pongpong, lying on the ground, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Because of the gravity concentration, the pressure around him had slightly eased. Wang Pangpang struggled to lift his head, catching the tragic sight of Lin Fan bleeding from 7 orifices, yet still stubbornly refusing to kneel. Don't shout. Lin Fan growled, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Take Xiang Lai and get out of here. But Wang Pangpang was a mess of tears and snot, clutching the half-shattered LED sign tightly in his hand. He wanted to run. As the most cowardly rich second generation in all of Daxia, his instinct told him to get as far away as possible. Facing a monster like Ji Changkong, a support like him would just be walking to his death. But then he saw Lin Fan's trembling legs. He saw those eyes, even while bleeding from 7 orifices, still fixed on Ji Changkong. Eyes that held no plea for mercy, only defiance and a hunger for food. Damn it. Wang Pangpang wiped his face, a mix of mud and tears. I've hated losing deals my whole life. Wang Pangpang suddenly scrambled to his feet. At this moment, when all the Srank geniuses were trembling on their knees, this weakest support in the entire venue had actually stood up. He raised the sign in his hand, now only half intact, its green light flickering with poor contact. On it were written 2 words: rebound. Sequence 066. Absolute rebound. Ji Changkong. Wang Pangpang let out a screech that had changed pitch, filled with fear, but more with a hysterical frenzy. How dare you mess with my big client? Count me in. Buzz. The spiritual energy core within Wang Pangpang burned wildly, and that faint heart flame erupted with unprecedented brilliance in that moment. A pale golden halo spread from the broken sign, instantly enveloping Lin Fan. It was the rule aura of damage transfer and rebound. The next second, peft! Wang Pangpang spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body wilting instantly as if struck by a heavy hammer. He had taken on 30 of the gravity for Lin Fan. Even though it was only 30 for a fragile support like him, it was still a devastating blow. 3 of his ribs were broken, his organs displaced, but he gritted his teeth and did not cut the aura. Fatty. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Don't mind me. Wang Pangpang slumped on the ground, coughing blood and laughing bitterly. The final payment hasn't been settled yet. If you die, Who do I bill? With that 30 reduction in pressure, Lin Fan felt the mountain on his shoulders lighten for a moment. Just a moment, but for a duel between experts that was enough. Thanks. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his suppressed lungs finally drawing in a breath of air with very low oxygen content. Then the rusty blade of the night watchman, which had been strapped to his back and wrapped in his coat, let out a crisp ring. Clang! It sensed its master's anger, and it sensed within the creature called Ji Chongkong that utterly enticing ghostly divine power. Ji Chongkong. Lin Fan slowly straightened himself. This time even 50-fold gravity could not bend his spine again. He gripped the hilt of the rusty blade in a reverse hold. You are not a god. Lin Fan's voice was low, carrying a chilling dread. You just took the wrong medicine. Since you like playing with gravity. Lin Fan suddenly took a step forward. This time he did not use brute force to resist the gravity. Sequence 000, Annihilation Gluttony. Activate. Boom. A surge of black spiritual energy filled with deathly stillness, and a devouring aura erupted from Lin Fan's body, instantly coating the blade of the rusty sword. That was not a spiritual energy shield. It were countless greedy mouths. Then it'll just eat your gravity. Right in front of you. Whoosh. Lin Fan's figure vanished. Within this 50-fold gravity field enough to crush a tank, he had initiated a charge. With each step, a black footprint appeared in the void beneath him. The gravity ripples that had tried to restrain him upon contacting the black aura around his body eerily disappeared. No, not disappeared. They were devoured. Those gravity particles representing rules became nourishment for Lin Fan. What? Hovering in the air, Ji Changkong's perpetually icy face finally showed a hint of shock. He could clearly feel that the gravity field he had released the moment it approached Lin Fan had gone out of contact. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea. You can devour rules? Ji Changkong exclaimed. How was this possible? This was a domain that only high-tier abominations or fifth-stage powerhouses could touch. How could a mere trash sequence 998 do this? I told you. Lin Fan's figure instantly appeared before Ji Changkong. At this moment he was wreathed in black mist, his eyes completely pitch black with no whites left. It was a sign of gluttony taking full control of his body. Your medicine is pretty strong. The rusty blade in Lin Fan's hand with an indomitable momentum slashed fiercely at Ji Changkong's head. But the taste is a bit sour. Clang! The rusty blade collided violently with the materialized gravity shield in front of Ji Changkong. No sparks, no explosion, only a teeth-grinding crack. It was Lin Fan's rusty blade like gnawing on a bone, biting into Ji Changkong's shield mouthful by mouthful. Get lost! Ji Changkong roared, and the ghostly figure behind him swung its massive hand, slapping at Lin Fan. It was a pure energy materialization attack enough to shatter a small building. Fatty! Rebound! Lin Fan did not dodge at all, shouting loudly. On the ground, Wang Pong Pong, nearly unconscious, heard the shout, and reflexively raised his broken sign, using his last bit of strength to yell, Rebound your grandpa. Buzz! A strange mirror-like light shield appeared beside Lin Fan. The giant ghostly hand struck the light shield, paused for an instant, and then, defying the laws of physics, half of its force rebounded and slammed into Ji Changkong's own chest. Peft! Ji Changkong, caught off guard, was sent flying backward 3 meters by his own power. Though the damage was minor, the insult was immense, and more importantly, it broke his casting rhythm. In that split second of stiffness, Lin Fan's rusty blade finally bit through the gravity shield. Thud! The blade sank into flesh. Lin Fan's sword cut deep into Ji Changkong's left shoulder. Ah! Ji Changkong screamed in agony, but he realized with horror that the pain was not from the wound. It was the loss. His blood, along with the precious newly fused, ghostly divine power, was surging out through the wound, crazily pouring into that rusty broken blade. Let go! Ji Changkong struggled wildly, waving his hand to unleash a terrifying repulsive force that blasted Lin Fan's sword, and all flying backward. Lin Fan somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. He licked a drop of the black-violet blood that had splattered on his lips. Gulp! He swallowed. The next second, Lin Fan's wounds began to heal at a visible rate, and his nearly depleted stamina was instantly restored to full. A satisfied, twisted smile spread across his face. Indeed. Lin Fan looked at Ji Changkong, who was clutching his shoulder with a face full of shock and anger, as if looking at a main course just served on the table. The taste of demigod bloodline is much better than biscuits. Atop the tower, the wind had stopped. Only Lin Fan's spine-chilling chewing sound echoed in the dead ruins. Ji Changkong looked at the wound on his shoulder that would not heal and was still losing energy, and a crack finally appeared in the arrogance within his eyes. He realized one thing. This Lin Fan, whom he had regarded as an ant, was no prey at all. He was the one, sitting at the table with knife and fork, the diner. And this so-called bird's nest assessment, from this moment on, had changed its flavor. It was no longer a suppression by the strong. It was a mad, feeding game. A drop of blood, a drop that displayed an eerie black-purple hue exuding a scent of sulfur mixed with musk slid down Ji Changkong's left shoulder. It did not fall to the ground, for it was caught in midair by a hand. Lin Fan extended his tongue and licked the unnatural blood stain from his fingertip. As soon as the tip of his tongue touched the blood, a sound reminiscent of meat sizzling on a grill escaped. A wave of scorching energy infused with a frenzied will surged up to his crown, as if he had swallowed a burning ember. Pain. Yet what followed was a shiver from the depths of his soul and satisfaction. Lin Fan exhaled a puff of turbid air, accompanied by white smoke as his neck, previously stiffened from suppressing gluttony, emitted a series of cracking sounds. In his pitch-black eyes, the hunger was no longer concealed, but instead blazed like a wild fire. It's a bit spicy. Lin Fan smacked his lips, offering a rather candid culinary critique. It tastes like sashimi with too much wasabi. The texture is stimulating, but it leaves a bit of a fishy aftertaste. You? Ji Changkong, clutching his wound, gazed at the madman before him, who was relishing his own blood, and on his once frigid face, akin to ancient ice, a flicker of disgust finally emerged. Who is he? He is the eldest son of the Ji family, a seedling heavily nurtured by the Artisan Academy, a prodigy destined to ascend the divine throne. His blood is noble, sacred. At this moment being critiqued by a worthless scoundrel, as if sampling food from a roadside stall. Unforgivable. Ji Changkong's voice turned hoarse, no longer ethereal like before, but now carried a metallic rasp. Lin Fan, you have desecrated the divine. Boom. With his words, the black tower standing amid the ruins suddenly shook violently. The blurred, ghostly figure that had been floating behind Ji Changkong seemed to come alive at this moment, frantically siphoning the life force from Ji Changkong's body. Ah! Ji Changkong howled to the heavens. His skin began to crack inch by inch, and countless streams of purple light erupted from the fissures. His body was rising, muscles were swelling, and black bone spikes pierced through his skin from his spine, elbows, and knees. This is not evolution. This is mutation. It is a sign that the demon god No. For serum has completely gone out of control and is beginning to reverse devour its host. What is he doing? From a distance, Yi Zi, who was bandaging Xiang Lai's wounds, suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with horror. Is he sacrificing himself? That energy reaction has surpassed the peak of the third stage. That's a false fourth stage. Lying on the ground, Wang Pongpong, spitting blood, weakly muttered. This rich second generation, to win, doesn't even consider himself human anymore. Ji Changkong at this moment had completely lost his human form. He transformed into a 3-meter-tall monster entirely covered in purple bone armor, with 6 gravity arms floating behind him. The terrifying gravitational field surged once more as his transformation completed. Crack, crack. The ground within 1,000 meters twisted, as if it were being brutally kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Reinforcements twisted concrete, shattered, countless fragments defied the laws of physics, and floated into the air, swirling around Ji Changkong, forming a gigantic gravity storm. God! Ji Changkong's voice took on a heavy tone, as if countless voices were speaking simultaneously within him. He looked down, gazing at the insignificant Lin Fan, and the 6 gravity arms spread wide open, conjuring black gravity spheres in their palms that seemed capable of swallowing light. Now I am God. Accept divine punishment, mortal. Boom, 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 boom. 6 gravity spheres plummeted simultaneously. Each one contained enough terrifying mass to collapse a building. The air was torn apart, emitting sharp, explosive sounds. It was not an energy attack. It was pure, extreme physical mass crushing. Lin, run. Wang Pongpong, terrified, closed his eyes. However, Lin Fan did not run. He showed no intention of dodging. Amidst the swirling gravity storm, he simply raised the rusty knife in his hand. The knife trembled, not from fear but from excitement. It was the exhilaration of a wild dog that had been starving for 3 days and nights, suddenly seeing a large sizzling steak placed before it. God! Lin Fan's lips curled back to his ears, revealing a feral and fervent smile. In my hometown, there's a saying. The higher the quality of the ingredient, the simpler the cooking method often needs to be. For example, Lin Fan suddenly stomped down. This time the ground did not collapse, it simply vanished. For the force of his step had turned the underlying rock into vacuum dust. Using this terrifying recoil, Lin Fan surged forward, charging towards the 6 world-destroying gravity spheres soaring into the sky. Raw eating. Roar. The air behind Lin Fan twisted, as if a massive abyssal maw opened up out of thin air. At the moment the 6 gravity spheres were about to smash into him. The rusty knife in Lin Fan's hand moved. No flashy techniques, just a simple upward chop. But at the instant the knife was swung, the originally dull rust on the blade suddenly shed, revealing the dark abyss-like sharp edge within. Sequence 000 Annihilation Gluttony Feast. Buzz. At this moment the heavens and earth fell silent. Everyone witnessed a scene that would be forever etched in their memories. Wherever the rusty knife passed it seemed as if a chunk of space was bitten away. The 6 gravity spheres capable of annihilating a city block upon contact with the knife's edge melted instantly like dumplings dropped into boiling water, shrinking and then vanished. No, they were eaten. The blade of the rusty knife seemed like a bottomless pit, devouring all that terrifying gravitational energy. As the devouring continued, purple patterns began to surface on the blade, which belonged to Ji Changkong's gravitational rules. Burp! In midair, Lin Fan inappropriately snapped his fingers. Then that snap turned into a satisfied burp. Not bad. Lin Fan licked his lips, his gaze locked onto the dazed Ji Changkong monster form. The appetizer is finished. Next, it's time for the main course. Whoosh! Lin Fan's figure left a black afterimage in the air, instantly breaking through the blockade of the gravity storm, crashing directly into Ji Changkong's embrace. So fast. Fast enough that even Ji Changkong, equipped with omnisense, could not react in time. Get away! Ji Changkong was filled with rage. The bone spikes on his back grew wildly, attempting to pierce this bug. But Lin Fan didn't care about those bone spikes at all. With the full defensive power of the 4th stage mountain moving realm, those bone spikes capable of piercing steel plates stabbed into him, only producing a series of painful metallic scraping sounds, sparking yet could not even break his muscle fibers. Got you. One of Lin Fan's hands firmly gripped the purple bone armor on Ji Changkong's chest. That was the area with the strongest energy reaction. It was also the core of the demon god serum. What are you going to do? Ji Changkong looked at Lin Fan, who was within arm's reach, and for the first time a hint of fear appeared in his pitch-black eyes. He felt as if he were facing not a person but an ancient ferocious beast clad in human skin. What do you want? Lin Fan grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Of course. It's time to eat. Crack. Lin Fan opened his mouth and bit down hard on the incredibly tough purple bone armor on Ji Changkong's chest. Bang! That armor, reputed to withstand attacks from 4th stage aberrations, crumbled under Lin Fan's teeth like a damp biscuit. It shattered instantly. Ah! Ji Changkong let out a wailing scream. Pain. That pain was not just physical but also spiritual. He felt his soul being ripped, chewed, and swallowed bit by bit. Let go! You madman! Let go! Ji Changkong struggled frantically. The 6 gravity arms hammered Lin Fan's back relentlessly. Bang! 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 Each punch weighed 1,000 pounds, bruising Lin Fan's back, splattering blood. Yet Lin Fan would not let go. On the contrary, he held on tighter. Even as he was beaten until he spat blood, even if his bones were breaking, his eyes remained solely filled with that frenzied hunger. Delicious. Delicious. Lin Fan mumbled through a mouthful of bone fragments and blood. This divine flavor is far better than fried dough sticks made with gutter oil. As he continued to devour, the once invincible aura emanating from Ji Changkong began to visibly weaken. The originally solid ghostly figure began to become transparent and flicker, as if it would extinguish like a candle flame at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's aura surged wildly. The wounds on his back writhed and healed. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, dividing. It was a leap in the level of life. Early 4th stage. Mid 4th stage. In this primal and savage feast, Lin Fan's physical bottleneck surprisingly loosened. No! That is my power. That is my path to divinity. Ji Changkong's voice grew increasingly weak. The purple glow in his eyes began to fade, revealing the whites of his eyes once more. Fear. Despair. He looked at Lin Fan, who was buried in his chest, gnawing away as if witnessing a nightmare. Save me. Help. This once proud god who had made everyone kneel now resembled a helpless child begging for aid from the very mortals he had just trampled. Yet no one dared to move. Everyone lay limply on the ground, staring blankly at this scene, watching that god being consumed bite by that mortal. Is this the end? The so-called strength supreme, the so-called demon god power has become mere food. That's about enough. Just as Ji Changkong was about to be drained of the last vestige of divinity, Lin Fan suddenly released his bite. Tui. He spat out a piece of unchewable cartilage, disdainfully wiping the corner of his mouth, stained with purple blood. I've eaten too much, it's a bit greasy. Lin Fan let go, allowing Ji Changkong, who had already lost significant weight, and whose bone armor was shattered, to slide down to the ground like a pile of mud. At this moment, where was there any semblance of divinity left in Ji Changkong? He curled up on the ground, trembling. The once proud gravitational throne sequence was now in a semi-destroyed state due to the core divinity being devoured. Lin Fan looked down at him. The black in his eyes faded, restoring the clarity of his black and white pupils. Yet to Ji Changkong those eyes were now more terrifying than a demon. G-class monitor. Lin Fan squatted down, using his bloodied hand to pat Ji Changkong's pale face. Remember this. In the Great Xia, the divine shall not walk freely, regardless of whether you are a true god or a false god on drugs. As long as you dare to show your face. Lin Fan pointed to his own stomach, revealing a radiant smile. I dare to turn you into excrement. After saying this, Lin Fan stood up and kicked Ji Chongkong several meters away, landing right in front of that group of Srank students. What are you staring at? Lin Fan scanned the surroundings, whereupon the Srank geniuses all lowered their heads in unison, not daring to breathe. Clean up. Lin Fan pointed at the fallen Ji Chongkong, his tone as flat as if instructing students to clean up. Carry him away, don't let him die here, it's bad luck. Silence. After a prolonged silence. Yais. Lin Gu. Several Srank students, normally haughty, now scrambled over like obedient chicks, hurriedly lifting the unconscious Ji Chongkong onto a stretcher. Lin Gu, do you have any other orders? One slightly bolder student asked timidly. Lin Fan rubbed his stomach. Although he had eaten quite a bit of high-energy reactions, after all that was energy not filling. Moreover, he glanced back at the chubby guy lying on the ground, although heavily injured, was still trying to give him a thumbs up. Yes. Lin Fan stretched lazily, his menacing aura dissipated in an instant, returning to the demeanor of a laid-back physics teacher. He pointed at the chubby guy, addressing the group of Srank students. My brother is injured. Medical expenses, mental damages, loss of work, nutritional fees. You figure it out. If the amount is off. Lin Fan grinned, revealing a canine still stained with purple blood. I'll come to each of your dorms. For a midnight snack. Give. Well pay. I'll offer 1,000,000 points. I'll stake my divine weapon for you. In an instant, the air above the ruins was filled with a chorus of bidding voices. Watching this scene. In the distance, Yi Zi put away the dagger in her hand, and on her usually expressionless face a faint smile rarely emerged. To eat soft food to this level. Only you could manage this, captain. Meanwhile, at the highest watchtower of the bird's nest. In front of the giant floor-to-ceiling window, Gu Zhongshan, who had been holding a teacup, finally released his grip. The exquisite bone china teacup fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. But he paid no mind. He just stared intently at the screen, showing the boy extorting others, his murky old eyes gleaming with a nearly frenzied light. He actually ate. He truly consumed the demon god. No. For Gu Zhongshan's fingers trembled. It was not fear. It was excitement. A perfect vessel. A perfect rejection reaction. No. 001. Gu Zhongshan murmured, his voice becoming sharp with excitement. Lin Xiao, did you see it? What exactly have you created? This monster. At that moment, a calm, youthful voice emerged from the shadows behind Gu Zhongshan. Sir, your tea has spilled. Gu Zhongshan turned back sharply. There stood a young man in a white coat wearing golden-rimmed glasses quietly. He held a tablet in his hand, densely packed with data streams from the earlier battle. Bai Zhe. Sequence 002 Omniscient Pseudo. Bai Zhe. Gu Zhongshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. How is the data collection going? Very perfectly. However, Bai Zhe changed the subject, his gaze falling on Lin Fan's silhouette on the screen. His expression, devoid of the fervor Gu Zhongshan displayed, only a cold indifference, as if observing a laboratory rat. His method of eating is too savage. Like an uncivilized beast. Bai Zhe closed the tablet and turned to walk out. Sir, it seems that something underground was awakened by this battle. I will handle it. As for that beast. Bai Zhe paused, a meaningful smile creased his lips. Perhaps only when he learns to use a knife and fork will he be qualified to die on my operating table. On the ruins above, Lin Fan was happily counting the spoils offered by the Srank students. Suddenly, his movements froze. At that moment, an unprecedented chill shot up his spine, reaching his brain. It felt as if a cold, poisonous snake had locked onto him from behind. Who? Lin Fan whipped around, looking towards the now empty tower observation platform. It was devoid of anyone. Only the wind blew through the shattered glass, emitting a mournful sound. Lin Gu. What's wrong? Wang Pongpong, who was lying on the stretcher, counting money, asked in confusion. Lin Fan squinted, staring in that direction for a long time, until that chill completely dissipated. He turned back, nonchalantly stuffing a piece of secret silver ore into his pocket. Nothing. Lin Fan smiled, but that smile carried a weight of seriousness never seen before. Perhaps. It's just a wild dog wanting to snatch food that has taken notice of me. The wind over the ruins carried a chilling freshness reminiscent of smoke dissipating. But for Lin Fan, who was crouched on the ground, frantically jotting down notes, this wind was filled with the coppery scent of money. The sweetest aroma in the world. Hey, that one from the Southern War Zone, the one playing with fire. Lin Fan did not lift his head, pointing with his pen at a red-haired class student in the crowd. Don't shrink back. I'm talking about you. You burned a corner of my clothing just to avoid kneeling. This windbreaker is a limited edition. The depreciation and emotional distress compensation Adds up to 20,000 points, don't you think that's fair? The red-haired student looked at Lin Fan's tattered mop-like windbreaker, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Limited edition. That was clearly a Ninyuan free shipping item from Pinduoduo. It even had the grease stains from the last hot pot meal. Yet he dared not express his anger. Because not far away the once invincible god Ji Chong Kong was being carried away on a stretcher like a dead dog. And the man who had beaten him into such a state was looking at him with a face full of kindness. In the seemingly clear black and white of his eyes, the red-haired student saw not greed but a gaping abyss yet to be closed. No, it's not unreasonable. The red-haired student gritted his teeth, tears in his eyes, as he pressed his handprint onto the IOU. Next. Lin Fan, satisfied, tucked the IOU away and turned his gaze to another student trying to play dead. The one who plays with ice. Your gaze at me earlier was quite disrespectful. You scared me. Compensation. This is what they call robbery, and it was a blatant robbery broadcasted live online. Wang Pang, standing by, felt as if his injuries had mostly healed. While handing Lin Fan the ink pad, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he calculated, "Brother Lin, we're going to hit it big this time. Just these IOUs alone mean we can live off counting money for the rest of our lives. I want to buy 100 of the latest LED light boards to change colors every day." Even the usually aloof Yi Zi stood silently beside, categorizing the collected spirit stones and herbs into her backpack. Though her face showed no expression, her brisk movements while wiping her dagger revealed her evidently good mood. Only Xiang Lai, lying in the ruins not far away, was unconscious, but had his brows tightly knitted, seemingly feeling embarrassed for his teammates even in his dreams. Just as Lin Fan was immersed in the joy of sudden wealth. Buzz. The sky above suddenly split open. Not metaphorically. It was a literal tear. The holographic canopy that had covered the bird's nest arena slowly slid open like a piece of cloth being torn apart by immense force. Dazzling sunlight, artificially simulated natural light, poured down through the crack, dispelling the gloom within the ruins. Following that, several pitch-black airships emblazoned with the twin hammers insignia of the Engineering Academy silently hovered above the ruins. The booming sound of massive engines drowned out the chaos below, as dozens of searchlight beams illuminated the devastated battlefield like it was daytime. The hatches opened. Dozens of personnel clad in fully enclosed black protective suits, wielding heavy cleaning equipment, descended like dumplings. Their movements were synchronized, coldly efficient, with no unnecessary communication, as they quickly began to secure the scene, transport the injured, and clean up the blood. And at the center of these cleaners, a tall figure did not use a descending rope but walked down step by step, seemingly stepping on the air directly. With each step, he took visible white ripples spread out beneath his feet. This was not ordinary levitation. It was the rules being trampled underfoot. He wore a meticulously tailored black tailcoat, white gloves, and held a pristine handkerchief gently covering his mouth and nose as if the air here was too filthy to breathe. The Special Executive Officer of the Engineering Academy, Li Gui, also known as the Grim Reaper who instills fear in the industry. As he landed, the previously noisy marketplace fell into instant silence. The class students who had just been haggling with Lin Fan for several thousand points turned pale at the sight of this man, not daring to breathe. If Ji Chong Kong was the overlord among students, then Li Gui was the official reaper wielding the true power of life and death. So filthy. Li Gui scanned the devastated battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the broken walls and ruins, finally landing on the human-shaped pit where Ji Chong Kong had lain. He frowned slightly, speaking with a tone of disdain. There are traces everywhere left by beasts feeding. Are today's students so careless about hygiene in their fights? After saying that, he turned to look at Lin Fan. The eyes hidden behind the golden glasses were narrow and sharp, seemingly able to see through one's soul. Lin Fan's movements halted, yet he did not tremble in fear like the others. As one possessing the intuition of omniscient eye, he keenly noticed that today's Li Gui was different from the Professor Li he knew at school. The previous Li Gui had given the impression of a sword hidden in its sheath, sharp, but merely the peak of the fourth stage. But now Li Gui, though his aura was restrained, the occasional hints of fluctuation that leaked out caused the surrounding space to subtly warp. That was a complete leap in life tier, an absolute suppression akin to a bright moon hanging in the sky. Lin Fan silently shoved an IOU into the fat guy's arms, then stood up straight, the greedy expression on his face instantly evaporating, replaced by a simple, honest smile. "Hello, teacher." Lin Fan even bowed slightly, then nonsensically added, "Congratulations, Teacher Li." Li Gui's action of adjusting his glasses paused for a moment. The two were less than half a meter apart. An invisible pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly enveloped Lin Fan. This was not an intentional intimidation but the divine nature spilling over from a recent breakthrough. "Congratulations for what?" Li Gui asked blandly, his tone revealing no emotion. There was quite a commotion underground earlier. That dirty thing turned over. Lin Fan pointed at the ground beneath his feet, his eyes clear. That divine aura radiation was overpowering. I almost couldn't hold on myself. You've guarded up there for so long using this wind to break through that layer of windows. Shouldn't I congratulate you? 5th stage, Full Moon Realm. The national level power of the Great Xia. A flicker of a faint smile flashed in Li Gui's eyes hidden behind the lenses. Your ears are quite sharp. Li Gui did not deny it, instead leisurely adjusting his cuffs. That thing was too noisy. If I hadn't broken through, this mess would have been hard to clean up. After all, to clean the slate for you little bunnies, you need a bit of strength. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was this the world of the big shots? What others viewed as a dreadful divine pollution was in his eyes merely a supplement for breaking through, and from the sound of it, the reason he had been at the peak of the 4th stage was entirely because he wanted to suppress himself. Should I prepare a red envelope for you then? Lin Fan tentatively asked. No need. Li Gui smiled a smile that was somewhat eerie. He reached out his gloved hand and lightly patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Just causing me less trouble and letting me wash my hands less often is the best red envelope. After saying that, Li Gui's voice suddenly dropped low enough for only the two to hear. 001. How does the thing inside Ji Chong Kong taste? Lin Fan's smile instantly stiffened, but he reacted quickly, immediately wearing an innocent expression. Teacher, what are you talking about? That was just Ji Banzhong going astray in practice, and I had to step in to save him. Look, I even got injured. As he spoke, Lin Fan pointed at the healed scar on his back. Li Gui stared at Lin Fan for a solid 3 seconds. That gaze was like looking at a rat that had just stolen lamp oil and was still wiping its mouth. Heh! Li Gui withdrew his gaze, not exposing him. It's fine if it looks bad when eating. Just don't choke on it. After saying that, Li Gui pulled out a golden card from his pocket and casually tossed it to Lin Fan. Here, take this. This is your lifetime honorary elder medal from Dean Gu. With it, all your expenses under the Engineering Academy will get a 20% discount. Lin Fan received the card, his eyes lighting up instantly. 20%. Can it be used in the cafeteria? Li Gui's mouth twitched slightly. He deeply looked at this monster, who seemed to only think about food and money, shook his head and turned to leave. Collect the team. All class students, take them back to headquarters for psychological intervention. As for these few, Li Gui pointed at Lin Fan and the others, send them to the first hospital. The medical expenses will be charged to the dean. With Li Gui's command, this assessment of the engineering cup, which shocked the Great Xia academic circle, and was later referred to as the Bird's Nest tragedy, finally concluded with a rather imperfect full stop amid chaos and the stench of copper. 3 days later, Linen City First Hospital Special Care Ward. Sunlight spilled onto the hospital bed through the curtains, and a faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Creak, creak. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, utterly focused on gnawing on an apple. He chewed through the skin core and even the stem. I say, Brother Lin. On the adjacent bed, Wang Pang Pang, wrapped in bandages and hanging like a mummy, looked at the ceiling with a face full of despair. Can you please stop eating? This is the 18th apple you've eaten. Those are meant for visitors, not a buffet. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Fan swallowed the last bite of the apple. I'm replenishing my vitamins. Do you have any idea how many calories I've burned taking care of you, bunch of deadweights? Deadweights? The fat guy nearly jumped out of bed. If it weren't for me setting up a reflection shield for you that day, you would have been squished into a meat sandwich. Moreover, those millions in IOUs are still in your pocket. That's everyone's hard-earned money. Just as the two were bickering. Bang! The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Yeezy, dressed casually and carrying a thermos, walked in. Following her was a red-clad girl exuding a powerful aura while wearing sunglasses. Xia. At this moment, although Miss Xia still looked somewhat pale, a side effect of mental exhaustion, her rich lady aura was still firmly in place. She held neither flowers nor fruits. Instead, she carried a long printing list nearly 2 meters long. Awake! Xia removed her sunglasses, looking down at Lin Fan with a cold smile. Since you're awake, let's settle the accounts. Settle accounts. Lin Fan was taken aback, instinctively clutching his pocket. What accounts? Aren't we teammates? Teammates are teammates, business is business. Xia walked to the bedside, slapping the list down on Lin Fan's chest with a loud sound. This is the damage compensation bill for this bird's nest operation. Let me read it to you. Xia cleared her throat and began to read. First item, repair fee for the underground drainage system of the bird's nest. Your knife ruptured the main power cable, causing a power outage in the western district of the capital for half an hour. The Engineering Academy didn't call the police out of respect for Dean Gu, but this repair fee must be compensated. Total 3,800,000 points. Effed. The water Lin Fan had just drunk was sprayed out. How much? Xia ignored his reaction and continued reading. Second item, loss of glass weapons. In the battle, you consumed 3 daggers, 1 tower shield, 1 sniper rifle, and Ji Chong Kong's bone armor. Although you took them by your own ability, they are public property. Based on the depreciation value, total 6,500,000 points. Lin Fan's hands began to tremble. Third item. Xiaya pointed at Xianglai, who was still unconscious beside her. This big fool's magma bone reconstruction used the top-tier earth core fire essence from my family stock. I won't charge you for this. Consider it a friendly sponsorship. However, Xiaya paused, her gaze sharpening. To blast you out from that underground black hole, I utilized a meteorological satellite of the family in low Earth orbit to help you locate the weak point of Chu Tianqua's air balloon. The fuel cost for adjusting the satellite's orbit along with the depreciation cost caused by the orbit change. Total 12 million points. Silence. The ward fell into a dead silence. Even the fat guy beside, who was ready to watch the fun, was so frightened that he closed his mouth, quietly pulling the blanket over his head. It was too brutal. This was not a bill, this was clearly a death warrant. Lin Fan trembled as he picked up the list, staring at the final total that made him dizzy. 22,300,000 points. Converted to Great Xia currency. Could probably buy half of Lin and No. 2 high school. Lin Fan gulped, attempting a last-ditch struggle. I have those IOUs from the class students. There should be about 1 million or so. Can they offset? That's your loot. I won't take it. Xiaya smiled slightly like a demon. But this bill is under your name as captain of Team 998. As captain, you are obligated to repay. Of course, if you can't pay. Xiaya pulled out a contract from her bag, which was a pre-prepared contract of servitude. A no long-term employment agreement. You can choose to sign this. Work for the Xia family for 100 years. All meals and lodging included this debt. Wiped clean. Lin Fan looked at the contract, then at Xiaya's expression of, you can't escape. Suddenly he felt that compared to that Ji Chong Kong, this woman right in front of him was the real boss. Lin Fan took a deep breath, about to say something. Suddenly the Nokia phone on the bedside vibrated. It was a very peculiar vibration frequency. 3 long, 2 short. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He discreetly picked up the phone and opened an anonymous message that had just come in. Sender 003. The message contained only a single line, don't worry about the bill. The thing underground has awakened and someone will pay for you. Get ready, the doctor is about to do rounds. Lin Fan's fingers paused on the screen for a second. Then he quickly deleted the message and tucked the phone back into his pocket. Boss ya. Lin Fan raised his head, wearing a smile that was bright yet somewhat shameless. I absolutely cannot work. It's impossible to work in this lifetime. It's just 20 million, right? Lin Fan jumped off the bed, yanked off his patient gown, revealing the still tattered windbreaker underneath. I'll go rob. No, I'll go earn it back. At the same time, 1,000 meters underground in the bird's nest. In front of the bronze door marked with a cross by Lin Fan, a boy in a white coat, by Zay, was quietly standing here. There was no heartbeat here, because the door had opened. Not fully opened, but enough to create a gap for someone to pass sideways. And within that gap there were no gruesome beasts or divine corpses. Only an eye. A massive crimson eye that occupied the entire door gap. It was staring intently at Bai Zay, or rather at the tablet computer in Bai Zay's hand. Don't rush. Bai Zay pushed his glasses, softly speaking to the eye. 001 isn't ready yet. He's still too green right now. Wait for him to grow a little more before devouring those troublesome false gods. Bai Zay extended his hand and gently stroked the terrifying eye across the void. It was a chilling intimacy only seen between kindred. At that time, I will personally open this door for you. Let you feast to your heart's content. The eye blinked. An invisible wave emanated, causing the entire underground space to tremble. Bai Zay smiled. He turned to leave, the white coat standing out starkly in the darkness. Sleep now. The good show has just begun. In the air of the first hospital of Linen City, 2 distinct scents lingered. One was the smell of disinfectant used for sterilization. The other was the burnt scent of burning currency used for murder. 350? In front of the payment window in the hall of the first floor of the inpatient department, Lin Fan's eyes widened as he clutched the thin settlement slip in his hand, his voice rising an octave, attracting the attention of surrounding patients and their families. Nurse, let's be reasonable. Lin Fan pointed at a line of small print on the slip and said with deep sorrow, what on earth is this special life care fee? I only stayed for 1 night, and that night I was just gnawing on an apple. You didn't even help me turn my body, so why am I being charged 350? The nurse behind the window rolled her eyes, clearly accustomed to such scenes. That is the basic service fee for the high-ranking patient room. It includes air, spiritual energy purification, temperature control, and the maintenance fee for the soundproof barrier, to prevent your fat friend from snoring and disturbing the neighbors at night. The nurse tapped on the keyboard, her tone indifferent. Miss Xia has already paid for the surgery and medical fees. This 350 is for living expenses which are not reimbursable. Credit card or QR code? Lin Fan clutched his chest, feeling more pain there than when Ji Chongkong had broken his bones before. 350. That can buy a month's worth of braised pork in the cafeteria of the second high school, and I could even add an egg. I have no money. Lin Fan pulled a handful of change from his pocket, mostly crumpled bills cash he had conned from a red-haired student at the ruins of the bird's nest. He counted the bills one by one, moving slowly, as if performing some solemn farewell ritual, and finally pushed a pile of change into the window with a tragic demeanor. Here. Lin Fan grabbed the discharge slip and turned to leave his back, resolute like a martyr who had just fed flesh to the eagles. Lin Gu, is it really necessary? At the entrance of the hall, Wang Pangpang was leaning against a brand new magnetic levitation wheelchair, holding a cup of ice-cold soda. Although his injuries had mostly healed, he insisted on sitting in the wheelchair for resting and recuperating, slacking off. It's only $300? The fat man slurped on his cola. Not even enough for me to get the wheelchair serviced. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and glanced back at this wealthy second generation who knew nothing of hardship. He took a deep breath and slowly uttered 4 words, 2,200, 300,000. Wang Pangpang immediately shut up, nearly choking on his cola. That was the total debt given by Xiaya. Though it was a lot of money, the fat man could still manage to scrape it together. But for Lin Fan, a physics teacher with only a monthly salary of 3,005, it was not only an astronomical figure, but also a mountain pressing down on his head. This is why I need to be discharged. Lin Fan tightened the tattered windbreaker on him, feeling the chill from the rusty short knife of the night watchman in his pocket. The beds in hospitals are too soft. Sleeping too long makes one forget poverty is the greatest original sin. Just then, a rhythmic sound of high heels approached. Xiaya, dressed in a well-tailored red trench coat and wearing sunglasses, held a tablet in her hand, followed by the expressionless Yi Zi. Is the discharge procedure done? Xiaya removed her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of the capitalist's scrutiny. Since it's done, let's go. To prevent you from running away or dying outside and becoming a bad debt from today on, I am your creditor and also your supervisor. Supervisor. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The Institute of Heavenly Engineering has just issued an urgent red task. Xiaya handed the tablet to Lin Fan, and the screen displayed a line of striking red characters: task code Underground Echo Level A, restricted to the top 100 sequences, or those above the 3rd tier. Location: Underground Pipeline System of the Bird's Nest. Full area. Target: clean up the mutated biological group caused by unknown divine leakage and recover samples. Reward: basic reward of 500,000 points team. An additional 100,000 points for each second-tier mutant killed. 500,000 points for a third-tier mutant. 50,000 for each one? Lin Fan looked at that number, and his previously dull eyes instantly brightened like a searchlight. To him, those were not just gruesome mutants. They were walking 50,000, breathing cash. Moreover, Wang Pangpang added, because this mutation came too suddenly, the Institute of Heavenly Engineering is shorthanded and has opened up the free hunting rights. This means that anything we pick up down there belongs to us. Isn't this a buffet? Lin Fan licked his lips, and his stomach's gluttony factor timely let out a rumble. Since he consumed Ji Changkong's demigod blood, he had completely lost interest in ordinary food. Now he was not only short on cash but also hungry. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hand, that excitement as if he was about to rush to a market overflowing to the task hall. I want to empty that underground waterway. At the Institute of Heavenly Engineering's Beijing branch in the task hall. This is the most upscale gathering place for awakeners in the whole of Beijing. The holographic projection screen was scrolling various task information with hundreds of fully armed high-sequence students, weaving in and out the air filled with the oppressive aura of high-level spiritual energy fluctuations. As Lin Fan entered the hall with the fat man Yi Zi and Xiaya, a moment of silence fell over the previously noisy space. Although the specifics of the bird's nest battle had been officially sealed, especially Lin Fan's part of eating people, the news that Team 998 had taken down the top 10 sequence Ji Chongkong spread like wings throughout the circle. However, rumors are always distorted. In most people's perception, that version went like this. Did you hear? That new student named Lin Fan had incredible luck. It said that Ji Chongkong went into a frenzy while practicing and self-destructed, and he just happened to pick up the pieces. Right. And he has a teammate who can reflect damage. It's simply a rogue strategy. TCH, it's just luck. If it really came to a Hedon clash, how could this wild card possibly defeat us orthodox high sequences? Such rhetoric was the self-comfort of most of the top 100 sequence students. After all, admitting that an grade loser was stronger than themselves was more painful than killing them. Thus, when Lin Fan appeared, most of the gazes cast upon him were filled with scrutiny, jealousy, and a hint of disdain. Oh, isn't this our champion team? A piercing voice rang out. A group of students in matching uniforms with the Thunder badge embroidered on their chests approached. Leading them was a tall crew-cut man spinning 2 crackling balls of lightning in his hands. The Thunder Battle Team, a strong team from the Northern War Zone, led by Zhao Lei Sequence 035 Thunder Network, early 3rd tier. What's wrong? Picking up a championship isn't enough. You want to come share a piece of the pie underground? Zhao Lei looked Lin Fan up and down, sneering. The underground isn't a ring. There are no rules to protect you. I've heard the divine pollution down there is severe. Just based on you few remnants don't end up being eroded into crazies, and still expect us to rescue you later. Around them erupted a wave of laughter. In a corner of the hall, a few people in deep blue uniforms with faint dark red gill patterns visible on their necks held wine glasses, watching this scene with an amused expression. Their gazes were indifferent, proud, and even carried a hint of disdain for land-dwelling creatures. Observers from the Deep Sea Alliance. Lin Fan's ears twitched slightly, catching a low whisper from that side. The Xia people really love infighting. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, looking at Zhao Lei before him. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, a naive and honest smile that made the fat man's scalp tingle appeared on his face. What this classmate said is right. Lin Fan sighed, appearing very self-aware. The underground is too dangerous, and the divine pollution is indeed terrifying. We small players have no confidence either. So to stay alive, we specially prepared some special equipment. As he spoke, Lin Fan pulled out a broken brick. To be precise, it was a piece of concrete debris, still caked in dirt, that he had picked up from the ruins of the bird's nest. What is this? Zhao Lei was momentarily stunned. Shoo! Lin Fan mysteriously brought the brick close to Zhao Lei, lowering his voice. Brother, I see that your fortune looks dim. There might be bloodshed down there. This brick is not ordinary. It's a place personally stepped on by the 5th-tier expert, Teacher Li Gui. Lin Fan's voice was low, but just loud enough for the surrounding crowd to hear. Just think about it, a 5th-tier Haoyue realm. That's an expert with built-in rules. The aura remaining on this brick is just right to suppress those low-tier divine pollutions, isn't it? Is that true? Zhao Lei looked skeptically at the broken brick. Although reason told him this was nonsense, he did feel an incredibly faint heart-stopping aura from that brick, which was actually Lin Fan, secretly releasing a bit of gluttony's pressure. Of course it's true. Lin Fan put on a pained expression. This was originally my heirloom for self-protection. Since we are fated, I'll sell it to you for 50,000 points. 50,000? Zhao Lei's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? Is life more important, or is money more important? Lin Fan shook his head, pretending to retract. This is a protective talisman with Haoyue divine might. Those mutants will run away at the scent of this. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to that ice-type beauty over there. Wait. Zhao Lei quickly pressed Lin Fan's hand down. Better to believe it than to not believe it. Especially when heading to such a place of divine leakage, having some psychological comfort is always good. Moreover, 50,000 points was just the equivalent of 2 third-tier monsters for them high sequences. 50,000 it is. Transfer now. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, quickly transferred the points, then cherished the broken brick as if it were a treasure. Lin classmate. An eyeglass-wearing man who had been eavesdropping approached and weakly asked, do you have more of this divine stone? Lin Fan's eyes instantly narrowed into a slit. Oh, originally there weren't any left. Lin Fan said while discreetly kicking the fat man next to him. The fat man understood instantly and immediately cooperated by dumping a pile of rubble-broken steel bars, and even half a cola bottle from the storage box under his wheelchair with a clatter. But Lin Fan maintained a straight face, pointing at the pile of garbage. For the safety of my classmates, I specifically dug these up in the ruins all night last night. Each piece here has been blessed, touched by me. This one, it carries the true vacuum realm of Chu Tianque, priced at 30,000. This one is a sacred vessel that Ji Chongkong bled on. Although it's a bit deflated, its collection value is extremely high, 100,000. The entire task hall erupted in chaos. Originally tense and sarcastic, the scene instantly transformed into a large-scale live-streaming sales event. Those proud elites, usually looking down on everything, were now fighting red-faced over a few broken stones. I want that steel bar. Don't fight. That cola bottle is mine. Lin Gu, look at me. I'll offer double. Standing to the side, Xiaya removed her sunglasses and watched Lin Fan, who was standing on a stool, passionately auctioning off a piece of broken porcelain tile. Is this the man you have your eyes on? Ez coldly asked while polishing her dagger. Xiaya twitched the corner of her mouth, took a deep breath, and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth, although it's shameless. I must say his business logic is simply perfect. Selling garbage at a high price to your competitors not only earns their money but also insults their intelligence, and in the end they still thank you. This is Lin Fan's business warfare. Half an hour later, when Lin Fan led his team out of the task hall, his account balance had increased by a full 300,000 points. Though still far from the 20 million debt, this first pot of gold came incredibly easily. Lin Gu, are we really going underground? Standing in front of the heavy elevator leading underground, Wang Pangpang looked at the bottomless black hole, still feeling a bit weak in the knees. Of course. Lin Fan patted his bulging pockets, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a coldness akin to a hunter about to enter the arena. Money is just an appetizer. Number 003 sent a message saying the things underground have awakened, and someone will be footing the bill for us. Lin Fan raised his hand, touching the black earring on his earlobe. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. A cold wind rushed towards them. Amid the noisy sound of the elevator running, Lin Fan's enhanced ears picked up some extremely unusual sounds. They came from 500 meters deep underground. Puff puff. Extremely faint. Without the enhancement of sequence 000, it would be completely inaudible. It was the sound of a special phase silencer firing. Such high-end goods are not available in Desya. Only across the ocean in the White Eagle Federation those lunatics who use technology for murder would use them. Interesting. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at the deep elevator shaft, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. Fat man Yi Zi Bosya. Be prepared. This time down, we are not just cleaners. We are also debt collectors. Lin Fan took the lead and stepped forward, the tattered windbreaker billowing in the wind. Let's get to work. The heavy cargo elevator emitted a dull thud as it finally came to a halt 500 meters underground. As the thick barred door slowly pulled open, a cold damp air mixed with a strong stench surged forth like a wall. Sitting in his wheelchair, Wang Pangpang nearly vomited the cola he had just drunk. He covered his nose and his already round face scrunched up like a steamed bun. Isn't this too overwhelming? This is not a sewer. It smells like 1,000 dead fish had been thrown into a cesspit and left to ferment for 3 years. Beside him, Xia Yi maintained an elegant standing posture, her brows slightly furrowed. She pulled out a silk handkerchief embroidered with the Xia family's crest and gently covered her mouth and nose. Those long legs, clad in limited edition high-heeled boots, took a half step back, seemingly unwilling to even touch the puddles on the ground. Xia Ya's voice was somewhat muffled, tinged with obvious disgust. Is this really the place you described as gold everywhere? All I see is bacteria everywhere. Boss Xia, this is where you went wrong. Lin Fan was the first to step out of the elevator. His pair of shoes, worth only a few dollars, made a soft plop sound as they stepped on the muddy ground. He took a deep breath. The stench that had made Wang Pangpang nauseous transformed into clear food labels upon entering Lin Fan's nostrils thanks to the analysis by the gluttony factor. 30 meters ahead, rotting at 60, the energy response was weak and the taste was slightly sour. Right below the water channel was highly active, rich in protein and recommended for frying. To the right, in the ventilation duct, there was a divine residue reminiscent of aged blue cheese. How fragrant! Lin Fan licked his slightly dry lips, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, a light only seen in late-night diners. What wafts here is the scent of money. Yi Zi quickly followed out of the elevator, her dagger already reversed in her palm, her cold eyes scanning the surroundings rapidly. Something's not right. Yi Zi whispered, it's too quiet here. The underground pipeline system of the Bird's Nest is the drainage hub for the entire western district of the capital. Logically, it should be filled with the roaring sound of flowing water and the noise of machinery. But now, aside from the sluggish flow of lifeless sewage, the surroundings were as quiet as a grave. The silence is due to fear. Lin Fan pointed at the emergency red lights still flashing overhead. The big eye above is awake. Divine might radiated down, and the indigenous inhabitants here are all trembling. Before he finished speaking, a sudden series of scraping sounds emanated from the darkness ahead. The sound was grating, like countless bone knives scraping against the cement floor. Following that, dozens of crimson little eyes lit up in the shadows. They were rats, but not ordinary ones. Each one was as big as a corgi, their fur having fallen off, replaced by hard gray-white bony armor. Their tails had transformed into barbed bone whips, cracking loudly against the ground. Second-tier mutated creatures, bone armor rats. Holy crap. So big? Wang Pangpang was so frightened he nearly jumped out of his wheelchair. If one bites down, my legs will be gone. Brother Lin, save me. Don't panic. Lin Fan looked at the group of mutated rats baring their teeth and charging. Not only did he not retreat, but he welcomed them as if seeing family. 500,000. 1 million. 1.5 million. Lin Fan muttered to himself, yet he did not rush to act but turned back to glance at Xia. Boss Xia, as the supervisor, shouldn't you showcase the value of the top 100 sequence? Lin Fan pointed at the scattered rat groups. They're too dispersed. It's hard to catch them. If one gets away, that's a loss of 500,000. Xia shot him a cold glance. I'm here to collect debts, not to work for you. Though she said that she still raised her hand. As the owner of sequence 076 Song of the Siren, she would not allow such filthy things to show off in front of her for too long. Buzz. Xiaya slightly parted her red lips, not letting out a piercing scream but hummed a hauntingly ethereal melody. That melody seemed to come from the deep sea, carrying an irresistible allure. The previously wildly charging bone armor rats froze in that instant. Their red eyes became dazed, as if responding to some kind of summoning. They began to obediently gather towards the center, not caring even if they trampled over one another. Siren gathering melody. In just 3 seconds, dozens of scattered mutated rats converged into a dense ball. So this is what a high-sequence lawmaster is like. The fat man behind watched in awe. If they sang in the square, they'd probably attract all the aunties in the city to dance. Good job. Lin Fan shouted, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. He didn't use a knife. Facing ingredients of this level, using a knife would easily ruin them, making them worthless. Bang! Lin Fan kicked out. The first bone armor rat in the front barely had time to scream before its head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Fan's technique was extremely precise. That kick utilized enhanced hearing to lock onto the weakest joint of the rat's skull, employing the principle of physical resonance for a fatal strike. Following that, he rushed into the herd. In front of the physical body at the 4th-tier mountain moving realm, these 2nd-tier mutated creatures, which were extremely troublesome for ordinary awakened ones, were as fragile as toys. Leave the whole corpse. Leave the whole corpse. While killing, Lin Fan shouted painfully, Yi Zi. Don't cut the neck, cut at the tail's base. That's the essence. Within 2 minutes, the battle ended. The ground was littered with the corpses of bone armor rats. Lin Fan squatted down skillfully, using a short knife to extract each mutated rat's purple crystal core. A total of 32. Lin Fan wiped the crystal cores on his clothes, grinning widely. This wave is worth 16 million. After deducting the interest for Bossia, there should be quite a bit left. Brother Lin, that. Wang Pangpang pointed at the corpse of the largest rat king. How do we deal with this? It's too big, won't fit in a sack. Not fit. Lin Fan glanced at the rat king, which was the size of a Tibetan mastiff. He rubbed his belly. Then just put it in your belly. In Xia Ya's terrified gaze, Lin Fan directly cut off the largest, most succulent piece of the rat king's hind leg. His palm warmed slightly. Using the physical heat generated by high-frequency muscle vibrations, he instantly seared the surface of that meat to a golden brown. Then he took a big bite. Crunch. That hard-as-iron mutated meat offered no resistance under Lin Fan's teeth. What? What are you doing? Xia Ya felt a tumult in her stomach, her delicate face filled with disbelief. That's a mutated creature. It's toxic. And so disgusting. Disgusting. Lin Fan chewed while closing his eyes to savor the flavor. The meat is firm, somewhat like dried beef, but with a hint of sulfur. Although the divine content is not high, it compensates with quantity. Gulp. As he swallowed, a warm current slid down his esophagus into his stomach. The gluttony factor within him seemed to have been soothed, alleviating the constant hunger that tormented him slightly. Lin Fan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and turned back to Xia Ya, grinning. Miss, this is called game. Do you understand the essence of life? Xia Ya took 2 steps back, deciding to keep a distance from this wild man. She vowed that, when they returned, she would make this guy brush his teeth 100 times before speaking to her. After being well-fed, mainly Lin Fan, the three continued to delve deeper. The further they went, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The puddles on the ground began to turn dark red, and the purple moss on the walls started to glow, illuminating the entire passage like a ghost domain. Stop! Yi Zi, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, raising a hand to make a tactical stop gesture. There's a situation. Yi Zi crouched down, pointing at the ground ahead. There lay a corpse. Not a rat, but a gigantic 3rd-tier mutated lizard. Dead. Wang Pangpang leaned in, poking it with his flashlight. This is a 3rd-tier one. We haven't even made a move. Who killed it? Was it scared to death? Lin Fan walked over and crouched down. He didn't touch it with his hands, but tilted his head to press his ear against the lizard's abdomen. No sound of fractures. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. But the internal organs are all crushed. Moreover, Lin Fan extended his hand, feeling around the lizard's neck. There was an extremely fine incision there. If one didn't look closely, they would never notice. He squeezed hard. A tiny black chip slid out from the incision. On the chip were inscribed tiny cherry blossom characters, along with a blurry skull mark. Biological modification interface. Lin Fan picked up the chip, his voice turning somewhat cold. This is not natural mutation. Someone is experimenting on the underground creatures, implanting control chips to turn them into biochemical weapons. The technology of Sakura country. The handiwork of the Ghost God Group. It seems this place is even livelier than we imagined. Xia Ya looked at the chip, her gaze growing colder. As a member of a prestigious family, she understood what this meant very well. Let's go. Lin Fan stood up, brushing off the dust on his hands. Since someone has fattened the monsters for us, we can't be polite. The four continued onward, but as they walked, Lin Fan's pace suddenly slowed. He instinctively touched his ear. Since earlier he had felt something was off. Too quiet. This silence was not the absence of noise, but a kind of dead silence. As the owner of sequence 998, enhanced hearing Lin Fan had never experienced true silence in his world. Even in the quietest nights, he could hear the sound of leaves falling a kilometer away, feel the pulse of flowing water underground. But now, he could no longer hear the wind, no longer hear the sound of the elevator operating in the distance. Even the heavy breathing of Wang Pang behind him had vanished. The entire world seemed to have been muted by an invisible hand pressing the mute button. Pang. Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Brother Lin, what did you say? Wang Pang opened his mouth, looking at Lin Fan with confusion. His lips were moving and his Adam's apple was vibrating, his expression clearly indicating he was speaking loudly. But Lin Fan heard nothing. Even though they were face to face less than a meter apart, the sound had vanished. Not just the speaking sound. Lin Fan suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. No sound of footsteps. He drew his short knife and struck it hard against the nearby metal pipe. Sparks flew, but still there was no sound. The crisp sound of metal hitting was erased the moment it was produced by some kind of rule. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped Lin Fan in an instant. For a blind person, the most terrifying thing is the loss of light. But for someone who relies on hearing to survive and possesses omniscient vision, the disappearance of sound means the world has gone blind. Lin Fan suddenly turned around. He saw Xia Ya's mouth wide open, seemingly screaming, but no sound escaped. Her usually proud face was filled with unprecedented terror. And in the darkness ahead, the air twisted slightly. There were no footsteps, no screams of spiritual energy fluctuations. Even the killing intent was covered by this deathly silence. A faint red dot silently locked onto Xia Ya's brow. That line of scarlet electronic text hung in the pitch-black underground passage like a mocking scar. Hello, Shunfeng ear. Welcome to the deaf man's hell. There was no sound. The text appeared without the hum of any projector, the surrounding water flowed without a gurgle, and even the frantic heartbeats of everyone present were utterly devoured by this uncanny space. This defied science. Sound was vibration. As long as a medium existed, sound should exist. Unless someone had rewritten the rules here. Sequence 088 Silent Domain. This was a targeted hunt. Lin Fan stared fixedly at the line of text, not making the first move. He was observing, adapting. For someone accustomed to mastering the dynamics of a kilometer radius through sound, this sudden state of total deafness was like gouging out a normal person's eyes and throwing them into an abyss. He quickly glanced back at his teammates behind him. Yi Zi was already half crouched in the shadows, her dagger held in a reverse grip, her body taut as a bowstring. Though she couldn't hear, her assassin's instinct had driven her into a defensive stance immediately. Wang Pang's situation was far worse. His mouth gaped wide as he desperately tried to shout the words counterattack. The veins on his neck bulged from the extreme strain, his face flushed a deep purple, yet not even a whisper of airflow could escape his throat. For a tank who relied on curses and taunts to draw aggro, being unable to speak meant being crippled. And at the very back of the team, Xia, who wore an exquisite red trench coat and had just been looking disdainfully at Lin Fan eating rat meat, was now in a state of utter collapse. She was sequence 076 Siren's Song. She was the noblest elemental controller of the heavenly workshop, a queen who commanded the battlefield with her voice. Her song could enchant multitudes or shatter steel. But now, Xia discovered in terror that no matter how she mobilized the spiritual energy within her, no matter how she opened her mouth to try and sing, even a single note, the air was like stagnant water refusing to transmit any vibration. Her song was dead. In this silent domain, she, the high and mighty archmage, was instantly reduced to a burden even worse than an ordinary person. Thud. A faint muffled sound perceptible only through the vibration of the ground. Xia Ya's staff fell to the floor. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, to call for help, but it remained a silent pantomime. The helplessness of plummeting from the clouds into the mud drained all color from her face, which was always etched with pride. Fear. Unprecedented fear. Instinctively, she looked at Lin Fan. The deadbeat who owed her over 20 million, the man she had originally come to supervise to prevent him from reneging on his debt. At this moment, Lin Fan was the only one here still standing ramrod straight. Though he couldn't hear either, he wasn't panicking. He merely raised his hand slowly and made an extremely arrogant gesture towards a certain direction in the darkness. He turned his thumb upside down and jabbed it downwards fiercely. Deaf man's hell. Lin Fan grinned, silently revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. No, it's the dinner bell for a buffet. In the darkness, at a certain vantage point 300 meters away, a sniper dressed in a black sound-absorbing combat suit was coldly locking onto the red-clad girl at the back of the team through a thermal imaging scope supplied by the White Falcon Federation. As a member of the Ghost God Unit's Silent Squad, their mission was not only to hunt Lin Fan, but also to eliminate all top 100 sequence prodigies associated with him. Especially Xiaya, the heiress of the Xia family. Killing her would surely provoke a furious retaliation from the Xia family, plunging the economic lifeline of Daxia into turmoil. And this was precisely what the financiers of the Deep Sea Alliance wanted to see. Farewell, young miss. The sniper pulled the trigger. A faint blue flame spat from the muzzle. It was a custom-made high-explosive mercury bullet, the tip coated with a neurotoxin from the cherry blossom ghost realm. Amplified by the silent domain, the bullet made no whistling sound. It was like a silent venomous snake, tearing through the air, hurtling straight towards Xia Ya's brow. Xia hadn't reacted at all. She was still staring blankly at Lin Fan's back, until a faint gust of wind pressure rushed towards her face. It wasn't the wind pressure of the bullet. It was the airflow caused by someone moving at high speed in front of her. In that instant, a tattered figure suddenly burst into Xia Ya's world. Lin Fan. He had already moved as if he had foreseen it a second before the sniper pulled the trigger. Without a hint of hesitation. Without a hint of dodging. He used an extremely brutal posture to shove Xiaya aside, then used his broad back to resolutely block the bullet's trajectory. Thud. A dull sound of flesh being pierced. Because they were within the silent domain, Xiaya couldn't hear the sound. But she saw it. She saw Lin Fan's body jolt violently. She saw a poignant splash of blood erupt from his left shoulder. It was the sight of a fourth-tier physical body being torn apart by a custom armor-piercing round. The blood splattered onto Xia Ya's expensive limited-edition trench coat, still warm. Xia Ya's pupils contracted sharply, and she froze in place. Why did he block it? Wasn't he the most greedy? Wasn't he the most afraid of death? This was an armor-piercing poison bullet. If it had been off by a fraction and hit his heart even with his fourth-tier body, he would have died. For a creditor of 20 million. No. Xiaya stared at the back that still stood like a mountain before her, and a certain string deep within her heart was violently plucked. In this silent world, in this moment of despair, where everyone had become a mute and all pride was trampled underfoot, only this rascal had used his life to carve out a safe zone for her. Lin Fan slowly turned around. His left shoulder was a bloody mess, and the blood flowing from the wound had taken on an eerie purple-black hue, a sign of potent poison. But the expression on his face was terrifyingly calm. There was no pain. Could there even be a trace of excitement? Lin Fan lowered his head to look at Xiaya, whose face was etched with terror, and whose tears were welling up. He reached out with his uninjured hand and roughly pressed Xiaya down into a crouch. Then, he pointed to his mouth and formed an extremely exaggerated, extremely clear mouth shape. Hide well. Then he pointed to his still bleeding shoulder and formed another mouth shape. Over. Time pay. Having done all this, Lin Fan spun around abruptly, his originally clear black and white irises instantly consumed by a flash of dark gold light. He closed his eyes. Couldn't hear. No matter. Gluttony was more than just eating. It was the most primal, the most brutal predatory instinct at the top of the biological chain. In the air, the faint smell of gunpowder. On the bullet, the nauseating stench of the Sakura Nation's neurotoxin. And on the ground, the faint, almost negligible vibrations. In Lin Fan's sensory world at this moment, all sounds vanished, replaced by vivid, foul-smelling scent coordinates. Found you, Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Carrying white falcon gear using Sakura poison. You mongrels. Your stench makes me sick. Boom. The ground cracked. Lin Fan's figure vanished from the spot, in an instant leaving behind only a crushed afterimage. In this soundless hell, the man everyone thought was deaf had become a fiend with his sense of smell fully unleashed. Pain. An excruciating pain. The wound on his left shoulder felt as if it had been brutally torn open by a red-hot iron clamp. The physiological response after a fourth-tier physical body was pierced by a specialized armor-piercing bullet. Then a chilling, intensely corrosive numbness frantically spread through the capillaries of the wound. It was poison. A neurotoxin from the Sakura Ghost domain. If it were an ordinary third-tier awakener, their heart would likely have already failed, and they would be collapsing on the ground in convulsions. But Lin Fan did not fall. In this world of absolute silence, he merely furrowed his brow slightly, and the corner of his mouth even curled into an extremely eerie arc. A bit salty. Like a bad batch of marinated raw crab with some expired wasabi added. Lin Fan mentally gave this toxin a negative review. The moment the sequence 000 gluttony factor within his body detected the foreign toxin invasion, it did not trigger a rejection response like a normal immune system. Instead, it lunged at it with the excitement of a school of sharks catching the scent of blood. Decomposition. Devouring. Transformation. The neurotoxin potent enough to kill an elephant was digested in mere seconds by the gluttony factor, as if it were an appetizer, transforming into strands of icy energy that nourished the damaged muscle fibers. Lin Fan slowly exhaled a turbid breath tinged with black blood. His eyes remained closed. In this space deprived of hearing by sequence 088 silent domain, opening one's eyes was merely a distraction. Vision deceives the mind, fostering a reliance on light and shadow. But he didn't need light now. He needed something more primal, more savage. In the darkness, the sniper who had just fired a shot peered through his thermal scope, puzzled at the figure that still stood. Not dead. The sniper muttered to himself. That was the latest Viper IV armor-piercing round developed by the White Eagle Federation combined with Sakura Country's enhanced Fugu toxin. Even a fourth-tier physique should have buckled after taking that hit. Looks like a tough nut. The sniper made a hand signal. From the shadows behind him, two ghostly figures slid out silently. They were the assaulters of the Silent Squad. They wore nano-combat suits that completely absorbed light, and their hands held tactical daggers coated with the same lethal poison. Under the cover of the silent domain, they moved like electric eels gliding through the deep sea. Without a sound, without a ripple of psionic energy. They were confident, because their opponent was blind with eyes closed and deaf in silence. Within this domain they were gods. The assaulter on the left touched the ground with his toes, his body twisting into an unnatural joint-defying posture. He moved like a gecko, skimming the ground, instantly closing the distance to Lin Fan. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. A glint of cruelty flashed in the assaulter's eyes. His dagger traced a tricky arc aimed straight for Lin Fan's carotid artery. A killing blow. At this range, in this environment, no one could dodge. Yet, just a millisecond before his dagger touched Lin Fan's skin, the man who had been standing still with his eyes closed as if waiting for death suddenly moved. No, not moved. He was hunting. Lin Fan's right hand rose without warning, as if he had known a fly was buzzing there all along. It was precise, vicious, and unreasonably fast, clamping down on the assaulter's wrist. There was no sound, but the assaulter's eyes instantly flew wide, the whites filled with terrified blood vessels. He felt as if his wrist hadn't been caught by a hand but had been savagely clamped by a hydraulic press. That terrifying force, completely ignoring the protective psionic energy within his body, crushed his wrist bones into powder. How is this possible? The assaulter's mind screamed in frenzy. He can't hear. He can't see. How did he find me? Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, originally clear with distinct black and white, were now completely transformed into a dark gold. His pupils were slit like those of an ancient, ferocious beast. He looked at the terrified killer before him, his mouth stretching into a grin revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. Though he couldn't speak, the expression on his face silently conveyed everything. The smell on you is too strong. Smell. In this world stripped of hearing, Lin Fan did not become useless. On the contrary, to adapt to the environment, gluttony forcibly activated another suppressed instinct buried deep in his genes. Every living thing has a scent. Even if you've bathed 100 times, even if you wear a scent-proof suit. To a fourth-tier predator's nose, every cell on your body emits a unique pheromone. The one on the left has a strong smell of sulfur on him. The lingering body odor from years of exposure to Sakura Country's inferior ghost deity potions. The one on the right, who hasn't come yet, smells of machine lubricant, the special maintenance fluid for the angel mech produced by the White Eagle Federation. As for underfoot, Lin Fan's toes slightly gripped the ground. Even without sound, the faint vibrations caused by objects moving across the ground still traveled up through his soles. To an ordinary person this was negligible, but to Lin Fan, with his senses now fully unleashed, the ground was like a giant spiderweb. Any insect that landed on the web was under his surveillance. This was an instinctual radar. No technology needed, no psionic energy required. All it needed was hunger, crack. A crisp sound, though inaudible, the vibration of the bone breaking was clearly perceptible. Lin Fan's wrist twisted sharply. The assaulter he had caught had his entire right arm twisted into a spiral. Broken bone shards pierced through the skin, exposed to the air, and blood gushed out. The assaulter opened his mouth wide in a silent scream, but Lin Fan gave him no chance to catch his breath. He released his grip, stepped forward, and drove his knee like a heavy hammer into the assaulter's chest. Thump. The explosive power of a fourth-tier physique was terrifying. The third-tier peak killer's chest instantly caved in a large chunk. His body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the nearby wall, stuck there so firmly it couldn't be pried off. Instant kill. And it was pure physical domination. This entire scene was witnessed completely by Xia Ye. She was huddled in the shadows behind Lin Fan, her hands tightly gripping the now useless staff, her knuckles white from the strain. In that moment just now she thought she was dead. In that soundless world she saw the killer's dagger closing and saw the shadow of death looming. She wanted to scream but couldn't. She wanted to run but her legs were weak. The crushing sense of falling from a top-ranked genius to a lamb for slaughter nearly shattered her mental defenses. But just as despair was about to consume her, that silhouette moved. Fast, precise, ruthless. No flashy psionic light effects, no lengthy incantations. Just a simple grab, twist, and knee strike. The killer who had filled her with despair was crippled like a discarded rag doll. In this dead, frozen world, Lin Fan's figure seemed so brutal, so crude yet so reassuring. Xiaya looked at Lin Fan's left shoulder, still dripping blood at his eyes, shimmering with dark gold light, and her heart pounded uncontrollably. Not from fear, but from a sense of security she had never felt before. This guy. Xiaya bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Is he really just a scoundrel? One down. Lin Fan didn't pause, because his radar told him there were still 2 bugs. The sniper was still 300 meters away at a high point, and the other assaulter was trying to circle around to attack Xiaya. Trying to steal my wallet. Lin Fan's gaze turned icily sharp. He spun around abruptly, hurling the rusty short blade behind him without warning. Whoosh! The rusty knife tore through the air. Though there was no whistling sound, the terrifying kinetic energy still created visible ripples in the air. Thud! In the darkness, the second assaulter who had been about to ambush Xiaya suddenly stiffened. The rusty knife had pierced his throat, precisely carrying his body backward until it pinned him to the ground. A single lethal strike. How? Is this possible? The only remaining sniper's hands trembled as he gripped his gun. Through the scope he witnessed a nightmarish scene. The blind man they had considered their prey was now standing in a pool of blood. He pulled the knife from the wall, then slowly raised his head. Those dark golden eyes, through 300 meters of darkness, precisely locked onto the sniper's hiding spot. There was no killing intent in that gaze. Only a kind of greed, the look one gives when seeing food. The sniper was a battle-hardened veteran and elite who had undergone the harshest training in the White Eagle Federation. But at this moment he was afraid. He felt he wasn't facing a man but an ancient ferocious beast wearing human skin. Under that gaze his proud silent domain high-tech gear and stealth tactics all became a joke. Run. He had to run. The intelligence was wrong. This ghost wasn't fighting by hearing. He was an all-around monster. The sniper hastily packed his gun and turned to flee. But the moment he turned, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was a hand that emerged from the darkness carrying a strong smell of blood and a chill that seemed to come from the depths of hell. The sniper's body froze. He slowly turned his head. There stood the man who had been 300 meters away, now somehow behind him. His tattered trench coat was splattered with blood, and the wound on his left shoulder still oozed black blood, but the man's face bore an extremely friendly smile. Lin Fan leaned in close to the sniper's ear. Though this was the silent domain, though no sound could be heard, he still opened his mouth and with an extremely slow, extremely clear lip movement uttered a sentence that froze the sniper's soul. Found you. You? Bug. Crack. Lin Fan's fingers suddenly exerted force. The sniper's collarbone shattered instantly. But it wasn't over. Lin Fan ripped off the sniper's tactical mask, revealing the terrified, twisted face beneath and the tattoo on his neck belonging to the ghost deity group. And hidden beneath the tattoo was a small, inconspicuous emblem. It was a bald eagle. White Eagle Federation Overseas Intelligence Bureau. So it's imported goods. The chill in Lin Fan's eyes deepened. He was greedy, a scoundrel, and didn't care about so-called righteousness. But he hated 2 types of people most. One was those who owed money and didn't pay it back. The other was dogs who bit the hand that feeds them. Lin Fan grabbed the sniper by the neck and lifted him like a chick. He didn't kill him outright. Because dead men can't talk, though living men couldn't talk now either, and they aren't worth any money. Lin Fan pointed at the device on the sniper's waist that was still flashing blue light, the silent domain generator. Then he pointed at his own mouth. Open wide, revealing 2 rows of teeth capable of biting through divine weapons. Under the sniper's despairing gaze, Lin Fan bit down on the device, which was proclaimed absolutely indestructible and made from a special White Eagle Federation alloy. Crunch, a crisp sound that didn't exist. The hard alloy shell under the teeth of a 4th-tier physique was as fragile as a damp biscuit. Sparks flew. The device shattered instantly. Zzzzz. As the core components were crushed, the bizarre force field that had enveloped the entire underground space finally showed a crack. Sounds from the outside world began to flood in like a tide. The wind, the sound of water, the hum of electricity, and Wang Pang Pang's heart-wrenching 5-minute screams. Ah! Help! I've gone mute. I can't talk. My youth is over. Sound had returned. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of saliva, mixed with metal shavings, looking at the sniper in his hand with disdain. Tui. White Eagle alloy tastes like industrial artificial sweetener. Terrible. The sniper's eyes bulged as he stared at the monster who had just chewed through an alloy device. His psychological defenses completely collapsed. Are you a man or a ghost? The sniper asked, trembling. Lin Fan smiled. He reached out and gently patted the sniper's cheek, then spoke in an extremely gentle yet terrifyingly ominous tone. Who I am isn't important. What's important is. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Xiaya, who was slumped on the ground in the distance, gasping for air with her hand over her chest. Your shot just now scared my financial backer. Compensation for mental anguish, loss of income, medical expenses, and the depreciation of this device. Lin Fan pulled out the small notebook he always carried and began scribbling furiously. Congratulations. You owe me so much money you'll probably never be able to pay it back in this lifetime. Wang Pang's piercing scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the empty underground maze, shaking dust from the ceiling. I'm going to die. I'm going to be mute. Will my stunning good looks have to resort to sign language? Oh heavens. Oh earth. Shut up. Lin Fan covered his ears, kicked the wheelchair with disgust and said, Your voice is louder than those mutant rats. Do you sound like a mute? Wang Pang's scream stopped abruptly. He froze for a moment, then touched his throat in ecstasy, tentatively uttering a few syllables. Holy crap. I can talk. Brother Lin, I can talk again. Praise science. Praise medicine. Praise my ass. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of saliva, mixed with metal shards remnants from chewing the White Eagle Federation alloy. Praise your teeth instead. As the silence field generator was physically bitten apart, the layer of deathly stillness shrouding the group finally dissipated. The gurgling of underground streams, the whistling of wind through vents, and the distant roars of mutant creatures returned to the world. Yet the very next second after sound returned, an even more terrifying and violent wave of noise erupted behind Lin Fan. Buzz, The air trembled violently. The air, which had just begun to flow again after the silence field, was lifted, seemed stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming a visible ripple of high-frequency sound waves. It was singing, but no longer the seductive whisper from before. It was a shriek filled with rage, shame, and catharsis. Sequence 076 Siren's song Raging Tide. Lin Fan spun around. There stood Xiaya, her red trench coat billowing without wind, her long hair wildly dancing. Her once pale and delicate face was now covered with frost, her eyes fixed on the sniper Lin Fan had disabled in the distance, and the other two corpses on the ground. The past few minutes had been the most humiliating moment of her life. As a proud prodigy of the top 100 sequences and heir of the Xia family, she had been stripped of all her abilities in an instant, trembling like a useless coward behind Lin Fan, even needing him to block bullets with his body. This feeling of powerlessness was worse than death for the proud Xiaya. Now sound had returned. Her power had returned too. Die? Xiaya parted her crimson lips, emitting a high note that could shatter glass. Boom! The ripple of sound waves swept across the battlefield. The explosion-proof bulbs on the nearby walls burst instantly. The rubble on the ground was ground to dust. Bearing the brunt were the two assault troop corpses Lin Fan had killed. Bang! Bang! Under the terrifying sonic resonance, the two corpses swelled like balloons before exploding into a mist of blood. Not even bone fragments remained. Holy crap! The fat man shrank into his wheelchair, trembling. Sister Z, has Boss Xia gone mad? That's not singing, that's murder. Yi, clutching her bleeding shoulder, watched expressionlessly. It's a strike of dignity. A major stress response after being humiliated at close range by an assassin. Stop! Just as Xiaya was about to unleash the sound wave at the soul survivor, the sniper Lin Fan bellowed and dashed over. Don't blast! Please don't blast! Lin Fan's face twisted in anguish as he spread his arms to shield the dying sniper. That's money. That's a live witness. That's intel. One yell from you and 5 million is gone. Xiaya's song abruptly ceased. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes still shimmering with a blue glow fixed on Lin Fan, as if debating whether to blow up this scoundrel too. Huff! After a long moment, Xiaya let out a deep breath, the light in her eyes gradually fading. She swayed weakly, steadied herself against the wall, and said coldly, Sorry. I lost my composure. No problem, no problem. I understand. Lin Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing warily at the two pools of blood on the ground. Next time you want to vent, give me a heads up, so I can grab the valuables first. Now look. All the gear on those two assault troopers is shattered. What a loss. As he spoke, Lin Fan crouched down expertly and began to loot the barely breathing sniper. This sniper, also the silent squad leader, was now on his last legs. His collarbone was crushed, his neck bruised purple, and the bitten silence generator still hung at his waist, sparking with electricity. He stared at Lin Fan, his eyes devoid of fear, replaced only by the numbness of one who had seen a monster. Come on, cooperate. Lin Fan rummaged through his tactical vest pockets while chatting like an old friend. Your ghost squad really went far on this job. White Eagle Federation gear, Sakura Nation poison. Quite the international operation. The sniper clamped his mouth shut, looking like he would never speak. Not talking. Lin Fan smiled and pulled a black wallet from the sniper's inner pocket. Opening it revealed a neat stack of black cards. Bearer black gold stored value cards. These were hard currency in the underground market, each typically worth 1 million credits. Lin Fan roughly counted. 1, 2, 5. Holy crap, 10. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned into coin shapes. 10 million? You brought this much cash just to kill someone. Were you planning to buy me out too? The fat man leaned in, his eyes nearly popping out. Brother Lin, are these guys that rich? Does Ghost Squad pay that well? I'm thinking of switching jobs. This is operational funds. Yeezy walked over, used her dagger to pry open the sniper's shin guard, and retrieved a waterproof oil paper-wrapped document bag. Killing us was just a side job. With all this money, they were definitely going somewhere else to shop. Lin Fan took the document bag. It was heavy, its seal closed with red wax stamped with a special emblem. It wasn't the Ghost Squad's skull, nor the White Eagle Federation's bald eagle. It was a deep blue trident. The moment she saw this emblem, Xiaya, who had calmed down, sharply inhaled. She strode over, staring at the pattern, her voice cold as ice. The Deep Sea Alliance. That's the mark of those East Sea Dragon Palace guys. Deep Sea Alliance. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Those Fish Guild freaks. Exactly. Xiaya gritted her teeth. In the past 6 months, the Xia family's ocean freighters have been repeatedly hijacked in international waters. No distress signals, all crew missing, cargo ransacked. The traces left at the scene were these tridents. There are mortal enemies at sea. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, then unceremoniously tore open the document bag. Rip. Several sheets of paper printed with complex topographic maps slid out. The fat man picked one up, looked at it, and gasped, "Holy crap! This is..." "What?" Lin Fan asked. "This is the Great Xia Eastern Coastal Air Defense Radar Deployment Map." The fat man's hands trembled. "And it's top secret. It marks every radar station's blind spots, shift changes, and frequency vulnerabilities in the spirit energy shields." Silence. This time it was true silence. The smile on Lin Fan's face slowly faded. He picked up the other sheets, which included a high-grade divine blood smuggling list and a detailed underground bird's nest divine eye coordinate map. The truth was clear. These people weren't here just for revenge against Lin Fan. They were here for a deal. Using their infiltration capabilities within Great Xia Ghost Squad, had stolen the Eastern Coastal Military Defense map, planning to sell this top-secret intelligence, vital to Great Xia's national security, to the Deep Sea Alliance underground at Bird's Nest. And those black cards were the Deep Sea Alliance's down payment. As for the White Eagle Federation gun and the Sakura Nation poison, heh! Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, gripping the defense map tightly until the paper groaned under the strain. Ghost Squad. This isn't just some terrorist organization. This is clearly a large-scale multinational treason brokerage firm, trading Great Xia's lifeline for foreign divine blood potions and technology. This wasn't merely evil. It was rotten. Rotten to the core. Lin Fan looked down at the dying sniper. The sniper's eyes flickered, a sign of guilt at being discovered. Lin Fan suddenly spoke, his tone unusually gentle. He reached out, grasped the sniper's blood-soaked hand, and shook it vigorously. "Thank you." The sniper. His eyes widened in confusion as he stared at Lin Fan. Was this guy insane? Seriously, thank you so much. Lin Fan's face was sincere. "I was just worrying about how to pay off that 10 million plus debt. Just when I wanted to sleep, you guys brought me a pillow. Not only 10 million in cash, but also such a big gift." Lin Fan waved the defense map. "If I hand this over to the Heavenly Works Institute or the Night Watcher's ID, at least get a special merit citation, right? The bonus would be a few 100,000 at least. Plus your gear. Selling it for parts could fetch another 100,000 or so." Lin Fan pulled out a small notebook and calculated quickly. 10 million cash, 500,000 intelligence. Bonus 100,000 gear, recovery, the bounties on your heads. Enough. Lin Fan snapped the notebook shut, his smile blooming like a sunflower. Principal and interest covered with some left over. Eft. The sniper finally couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Killing with words. This was absolutely killing with words. Their meticulously planned assassination, their top-secret mission. In this man's eyes, it was nothing but a pile of numbers to offset a debt. You, madman." The sniper used his last breath to rasp out a few words. "Lord Baizé won't let you..." Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side and he breathed his last. Whether strangled to death by Lin Fan or literally enraged to death was unclear. Lin Fan let go, allowing the corpse to slump to the ground. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and solemnly handed the stack of black cards and the document bag to Xiaya. "Boss." Lin Fan grinned, pointing at the pile of loot. "Care to inspect the goods? Should cover a good chunk of the interest, right?" Xiaya looked at the man before her, covered in blood, with a bullet wound on his shoulder. A moment ago he had been killing like a demon. The next he was haggling like a petty merchant. He was talking about money, yet Xia felt that in that moment Lin Fan was more agreeable than any aristocratic young master she had ever met. She took the stack of black cards without counting them, simply pocketing them. Then she pulled out a high-grade healing spray from her bosom and sprayed it harshly onto Lin Fan's shoulder, which was still oozing black blood. SSS. Easy. Lin Fan winced in pain. Bear it. Xia said coldly, but her movements softened slightly. Interest waived. Principal. They'll give you a 2% discount. Only 2%. Lin Fan's eyes widened. I just saved your life. How about half off? Dream on. Xia shot him a glare, then turned and walked deeper into the passage, a nearly imperceptible smile curling at the corner of her lips. Let's go. The coordinate point is ahead. Since we've taken the money, we have to finish the job. Also, Xia's voice came from ahead, laced with a barely detectable murderous intent. Since that defense map was meant for the Deep Sea Alliance. Well, wait there. Let's see which reckless fish dares to take delivery of this cargo. Lin Fan looked at Xia's retreating figure, then at the admiring faces of the fat man and Yi Zi. He rubbed his nose, casually tossed the bitten silence generator on the ground, and crushed it underfoot. All right then. Lin Fan picked up the rusty short blade and followed. Debt collection's done. Next. Time to meet that doctor hiding in the doorway. Having disposed of the corpses and looted the spoils, the four-member team pressed onward downward. This time no mutated beasts harassed them, nor did any assassins lurk in the shadows. Only silence remained. Yet this silence was no longer an artificially imposed silent domain, but an absolute suppression emanating from a higher tier of existence. The deeper they descended, the thicker the air grew. Each breath no longer drawing oxygen but mercury-laden water heavy as lead. Huff huff. Wang Pongpong's breathing quickened, beads of cold sweat broke out across his forehead. He gripped the armrests of his wheelchair with white-knuckled intensity. Brother Lin, you can't go on. The fat man's face paled, his voice trembling. This feeling. It's like an invisible giant is squatting on my chest and shitting. Way too suffocating. It wasn't just him. Even Xia, ranked among the top 100, her spiritual energy far surpassing ordinary humans, now felt a sharp pang of dread. She had no choice but to channel her inner chi, weaving a thin sonic barrier around her body to barely withstand that omnipresent pressure. It was divine aura, radiating unconsciously from an ancient high-tier god. Yet Lin Fan walked ahead as if utterly unaffected. His fourth-rank mountain-moving body had long transcended mortal flesh. Such divine pressure brushed against him like a gentle breeze, even perhaps somewhat appetizing. We've arrived. Lin Fan suddenly halted. Before him stretched an underground plaza so vast it defied belief. At its far end rose a colossal bronze gate. So immense it reduced all humanity to insignificance. 100 meters tall, forged from an unknown primordial metal, its surface mottled with rust and etched with arcane divine script. Complex, cryptic, unfathomable. And at the seam where the two massive doors met, a glaring red X painted in crude brushstrokes stood out incongruously beside scrawled words reserved for Lin Fan. No trespassing. It was his mark left during his last visit. At this very moment the once sealed bronze gate had cracked open. A narrow fissure barely wide enough for a single person to slip through sideways. Yet from that slender gap seeped a chilling crimson light. Not blinding, yet pulsing with an eerie organic rhythm, contracting, expanding. Like breath. That's... Xia stared at the slit. And with just one glance her eyes burned, her soul threatening to be sucked inward. Instinctively she clutched her eyes and recoiled, half a step, voice laced with terror. What's inside? An eye. Lin Fan moistened his lips. A flash of ravenous hunger flickered in his gaze. A very large one. Very nourishing. But not quite ripe yet. An eye? Wang Pang shrank back. Brother Lin, don't scare me. What kind of eye could cause this much disturbance? Roughly. Lin Fan gestured broadly. Slightly larger than this entire plaza. The three fell silent. Then, zzz, a faint crackle of electricity shattered the plaza's stillness. Before the bronze gate the empty air warped. Countless streams of azure data erupted into being, interweaving, reconfiguring, until coalescing into a crisp holographic projection. A youth, no older than 17 or 18, stood before them clad in an immaculate white lab coat, gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose. In his hand rested a tablet. His gaze remained lowered, absorbed in scrolling data, as though the world around him held no relevance whatsoever. Bai Zhe, the youngest prodigy in the history of the Tiangong Institute, the prized disciple of Dean Gu Chongshan and bearer of sequence No. 002, Omniscience Pseudo. The instant Lin Fan saw that figure his pupils contracted ever so slightly. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the rusted blade. Though merely a projection, the youth exuded an aura that stirred Lin Fan's innate gluttony factor. An unsettling primal agitation. It felt like two apex predators meeting, hidden in the heart of the jungle. Heart rate 120. Blood pressure normal. Adrenaline levels declining. Zhe recited flatly, eyes still on the tablet. Penetrating wound to the left shoulder. Untreated toxin, yet wound regeneration exceeds baseline human capacity by 30-fold. Fascinating. He slowly lifted his head. Behind those lenses his eyes were still as stagnant water. Locking onto Lin Fan across the void with unnerving precision. Good afternoon, Subject 001. Zhe adjusted his glasses, a professional smile curving his lips. How did you find the recent silent test? Silent test. At those 4 words, Xia Ya's expression froze. You mean? She stepped forward, voice glacial. The Ghost Deity Squad's assassination attempt. You orchestrated it? Not entirely. Zhe turned his gaze toward her, cool and detached. I simply chose not to intervene. Because I too was curious, deprived of hearing. The greatest of your advantages. Would Subject 001 devolve into uselessness? Or evolve new predatory instincts? The result was delightfully surprising. Zhe looked back at Lin Fan, his gaze carrying the detached admiration one might reserve for a particularly promising lab specimen. Olfaction, tactile perception, even instinctual awareness of malice. Your adaptability under extreme duress exceeds even my expectations. Surprising my ass. Lin Fan spoke up abruptly, slinging the rusted blade over his shoulder, scowling at the hovering projection. Using me as your guinea pig. Did you even ask about my appearance fee? Appearance fee. Zhe paused, genuinely taken aback. Those men ruined my friend's clothes, terrified my patron, and wasted my entire afternoon. Lin Fan counted on his fingers. As the architect behind it all, doesn't that liability fall squarely on you? Not asking for much, just 1,000,000 points. Or, Lin Fan pointed behind him at the bronze gate. Let me step inside and take a bite of that. Zhe fell silent, watching Lin Fan for a long moment, before letting out a quiet laugh. You truly are a starving ghost reborn. He shook his head and closed the tablet. What lies within isn't ready for consumption. It hasn't ripened. Its divinity remains impure, saturated with negative emotions. Eat it now and you won't just rupture your gut. You'll become a slaughter-hungry god abomination. So what? Lin Fan grinned, baring teeth gleaming like polished ivory. Aren't you at the Tiangong Institute trying to forge gods? A god abomination would pack even more firepower. We require a controllable weapon, not an uncontrollable beast. Zhe's voice hardened. Lin Fan, I know exactly what you're thinking. You believe your 4th-rank physique grants you immunity to rules, that you may stride across this world unchallenged. But don't forget how you came to be. The words struck like ice. The air itself congealed. Lin Fan's smile vanished. He locked eyes with Zhe, dark gold light flaring violently within his irises. A terrifying wave of murderous aura erupted from his core, shaking loose stones at their feet. How you came to be. Those words pierced straight into the deepest forbidden chamber of Lin Fan's soul. He possessed no memory of parents. From his earliest recollection he bore only a name, and fragmented whispers from his perpetually intoxicated mentor Mo Chun. He knew he was different. He knew a monster dwelled within him, yet he could never trace its origin, until he found that file in the Island Laboratory Godforger project. And there among the names listed was his father's Lin Xiao. So it seems you care deeply about this. Zhe caught the tremor in Lin Fan's spirit sharp as a scalpel. He reopened the tablet and tapped the screen several times. Regarding Lin Xiao, your father, his dossier has remained level 1 classified for years. Even Dean Gu refuses to speak of him. For that man is both the Tiangong Institute's disgrace and the Great Xia's criminal. Shut up. Lin Fan's voice dropped to a hoarse rasp. The rusted blade hummed, hungry for blood. Don't rush to anger. Zhe seemed prepared. With a casual flick of his wrist, a beam of light shot forth from the projection, solidifying midair into a sleek black USB drive that landed precisely at Lin Fan's feet. Consider this your appearance fee. Zhe watched him intently. Inside lies surveillance footage from 10 years ago. About your father, about this gate, and about why you're always so damn hungry. Lin Fan stared at the drive lying on the ground. He didn't reach for it. It was bait. An overt, undeniable stratagem. And yet he couldn't refuse. What's the condition? Lin Fan raised his head, clarity returning to his gaze. You don't strike me as charitable. What do you want in return? Simple. Zhe pointed toward the bronze gate behind him. News of the Divine Eye's awakening has already leaked. The Ghost Deity Squad sold the coordinates to the Deep Sea Alliance. White Eagle Federation satellites have locked onto this location. Next month marks the Global Divine Descent Tournament. Foreign powers are converging here. For that Zhe paused, his tone turning grave. I need you to guard it. Guard it? Lin Fan arched a brow. Aren't you from the Tiangong Institute? Isn't teacher Li Gue a 5th-rank powerhouse? Can't you hold it? Certain matters are inconvenient for official channels to address. Zhe adjusted his glasses, A cold glint flashed across the lenses. If the Tiangong Institute intervenes directly, it becomes a diplomatic incident, or worse, a declaration of war. But if it's framed as a student-friendly match, then it's simply fair competition. Lin Fan, you're the ideal watchdog. No, the ideal guardian of provisions. Bai Zhe smiled, thin knowing edged with irony. After all, in your eyes, that eye isn't a deity. It's your private property, your stored sustenance. Am I right? And if it's your stored sustenance, how could you possibly allow others to steal it? Lin Fan fell silent. He had to admit this bespectacled young man had him perfectly pinned. He had marked that eye with an X. Anyone who dared touch his food would face annihilation. The East Sea Dragon Palace's merfolk are already en route. Bai Zhe's projection began to flicker. Its termination imminent. Their chief Poseidon, self-proclaimed son of the sea god. Rumor has it, he holds particular interest in the Xia family's heiress. He cast a meaningful glance toward Xia standing nearby. Be careful, Subject 001. Those merfolk seek not only your food, but your wallet as well. ZZZZT, the static crackled again. Bai Zhe's image dissolved into shimmering motes vanishing into the air. Only the black USB drive remained, lying motionless on the stone floor, and the bronze gate still leaking that eerie, pulsing crimson light. Lin Fan bent down and picked it up. Cold metal met his fingertips. Without a word, he slipped it into his pocket. Close to his skin, secured and hidden. Brother Lin. Wang Pang crept closer, hesitant. Who was that guy? So arrogant and calling you Subject 001. Are you some kind of spy? Just another self-important lunatic. Lin Fan brushed dust from his clothes and turned away from the gate. Let's go. Where to? The fat man asked. Back to school. Lin Fan gazed toward the tunnel's exit, where faint daylight shimmered at the far end. Someone wants to steal my meal, and my patron. That debt needs settling. Xia remained silent. She stood rooted, watching Lin Fan's retreating back. Every word Bai Zhe uttered echoing clearly in her mind. Subject 001. Test subject. God Forger Project. These terms clicked together like puzzle pieces, revealing a fragment of Lin Fan's origins. So this seemingly carefree, greedy, flirtatious man carried such unbearable weight beneath his surface. Perhaps he wasn't even fully human. But what of it? Xia glanced down at the bloodstain on her trench coat. The stain left when Lin Fan shielded her from gunfire. Whether god or demon, man or monster, just moments ago he was the sole figure standing between her and death. Hey! Xia spoke suddenly, her voice oddly stiff. That Poseidon matter. I'll handle it myself. It's a rotten family marriage arrangement. No need for your involvement. Lin Fan paused and glanced back. You're overthinking it. He rolled his eyes. I couldn't care less about your family drama. But he stroked his chin, flashing that familiar sly merchant-like grin. If this Poseidon does dare come after my creditor, and bankrupt you so you can't repay me, then he's touching my core assets. And that I absolutely cannot tolerate. With that, he waved dismissively and strode outward. Let's move. This place stinks. Linger too long and I'll starve. Xia stood frozen. After a long pause, she burst into laughter. Bright, sudden, like thawing ice, radiant enough to pierce the gloom of the subterranean realm. Truly, a miser who'd die defending his pride. Shaking her head, she hurried to catch up. Wait, I demand to see that video on the USB drive. As your creditor, I'm entitled to assess your mental and physical fitness. Denied. Privacy. 1 million. 1 viewing. Deal. Boss generous. Their voices faded into the distance. Deep beneath the bird's nest, silence reclaimed its dominion. Only the great crimson eye behind the bronze gate shifted, ever so slightly. Its gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Lin Fan's departing path. An indescribable emotion, intense yearning, rippled through the void. So delicious. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Xia Corporation on the top floor. This place is one of the hearts of the entire Xia economy. Through the enormous one-way floor-to-ceiling windows, one can overlook the bustling night scene of the entire capital. Beneath one's feet lies an expensive Persian handmade carpet, and the air is filled with the subtle fragrance of top-grade ambergris. Even the seemingly random graffiti hanging on the wall is an authentic work by a master artist from the bygone era. Everything here exudes a suffocating scent. The scent of money. Smack! A large hand smeared with a bit of dirt and blood slammed heavily on the desk made of solid black gold wood. Accompanied by a crisp sound, 10 black gold value cards fanned out like a deck of cards, reflecting an enticing glow under the light. 10 million. Lin Fan, wearing a tattered trench coat. He hadn't yet changed out of, sat boldly on the leather sofa, with one leg crossed over the other, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Cash. Not in sequential numbers. Hard currency from the black market. He pointed at the cards on the table, then indicated the elegantly sipping tea across from him. Xia. Boss Xia, let's verify the goods. Adding the value of the intel on the Eastern Coastal Defense map, and the fee for the life-saving grace I provided underground. Lin Fan pulled out a slightly crumpled ledger from his pocket, dipped the pen in his mouth, and quickly calculated, 10 million in cash intel counts for 500,000 and the life-saving grace. Let's discount it, say 500,000. That totals 20 million. Furthermore, considering the loot from previous battles and the junk sold to that sucker Zhao Lei. Lin Fan closed the ledger, revealing a bright smile that showed off his pearly white teeth, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. I believe our accounts are not only settled, but you should also owe me a bit more. Xiaya set down her fine bone china teacup. She had changed out of her blood-soaked clothes, and was now wearing a well-tailored white loungewear set. Her long hair was casually pinned back, exhibiting less of the battlefield sharpness and more of the lazy elegance of a wealthy heiress. She did not look at the black cards on the table. Instead, she extended a slender finger and gently tapped a few times on the holographic projection keyboard on the table. Ding! A long electronic bill materialized out of thin air, with dense streams of data cascading down like a waterfall. Lin Fan, did your math teacher teach you this? Xiaya smiled faintly. That smile was stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet in Lin Fan's eyes, the smile was more terrifying than the God's Eye underground. Let's recalculate this account. Xiaya's voice, elegant like that of a cello, began to echo in the spacious office. First, the principal is 22 million. That is the base. Second, the interest. Xiaya pointed to the first line of data. According to the Xia Corporation's loan terms, the daily interest rate for clients with a credit rating of F, which is U, is 0.5. It has been 2 days since you incurred this debt. That amounts to 223,000. Third, the handling fee. Xiaya's finger continued to slide down. That 10 million black card is an anonymous black market card. To launder it into a legitimate bank account, a handling fee of 20 needs to be deducted. That's 2 million. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. What a black market. Such a high handling fee. You can choose not to launder it. Xiaya shrugged. But in that case, you would have to carry a sack of cash to buy buns. I don't mind. Continue. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Fourth, medical expenses. Xiaya pointed at Lin Fan's already scabbed left shoulder. Earlier underground, the spray I used on you was a concentrated version of life water developed by the Tiangong Institute. It's priceless on the market, and the black market has inflated it to 3 million a bottle. I used half a bottle on you, so let's charge you 150,000, shall we? That was the injury I sustained while shielding you from bullets. Lin Fan slammed his hand on the table. Therefore, I waived the service fee for you. Xiaya said calmly, otherwise with my status, as the eldest daughter of the Xia family, you would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Fifth, psychological damages. Xiaya's gaze suddenly turned playful. You openly sold my privacy, referring to regarding her as a benefactor underground, and repeatedly insulted the creditor. You even tried to bribe me with that disgusting mutated rat meat. It inflicted great trauma on my young soul. Young? Lin Fan stared wide-eyed at the 172 centimeters tall, 280 centimeters aura woman. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I am a capitalist. I have no conscience. Xiaya smiled slightly as she pressed the final settlement button. In summary, subtracting your 10 million in cash, deducting the intel reward the Tiangong Institute indeed awarded 5 million, and then subtracting the various deductions. The number on the screen finally froze. Red glaring. Amount due 9,800,000 xia. You picked up her teacup, gently blowing on the steam, looking at the petrified Lin Fan on the sofa through the rising white mist. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Through your unrelenting efforts, your debt has finally transformed from an astronomical figure to a huge figure. Still need to keep working hard. Puff. Lin Fan clutched his chest and fell straight back onto the sofa. He felt as if he was not chatting with a beauty, but rather being repeatedly crushed by an emotionless money-shredding machine. I can't live like this. Lin Fan gazed at the expensive crystal chandelier on the ceiling, his eyes hollow. I want to report this. This is usury, this is predatory lending, this is driving honest people to their deaths. Don't play dead. Xiaya set down her teacup, her teasing smile gradually fading, replaced by a rare seriousness. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dazzling yet illusory city lights. Lin Fan. Actually, there's an account I haven't included. Lin Fan's ears perked up, immediately bouncing up from the sofa. What account? Is it that life-saving grace? I knew Xia was a person of principle, not money. Xiaya turned around her back to the city's myriad lights. Her figure, slightly thin in the backlight, appeared remarkably resolute. It's life. She looked at Lin Fan, her gaze complicated. The bullet you shielded for me in the silent domain. That was not just a bullet. That was the signal of war declared on the Xia family by the Gods organization. Xiaya walked to the desk and picked up the bloodstained document bag. That was the intel Lin Fan had brought back from underground, printed with the Deep Sea Alliance's trident insignia. Do you know what this intel means? Xia Ya's voice was somewhat somber. The Xia family controls 60 of the maritime transport routes in the Xia region. In the past 6 months, our cargo ships have frequently gone missing on the high seas with losses exceeding 100 billion. The family believed it was pirates or problems with the shipping routes. But now the truth is out. Xia Ya slammed the high-level divine blood smuggling list down on the table. It's the Deep Sea Alliance. That is the group from the East Sea Dragon Palace. They conspire with the gods' organization, not only robbing our goods, but also intending to sever the Xia family's roots. And that Poseidon. Mentioning this name, a hint of disgust flashed in Xia Ya's eyes. He is not only the chief of the East Sea Dragon Palace, but also the agent pushed forward by the Deep Sea Alliance. He came to participate in the League under the guise of exchange, but in reality, he is here to press the palace. Press the palace. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Marriage alliance. Xia Ya sneered. As long as he marries me, the Xia family's shipping lines will fall into his hands. At that time, the eastern sea of the Xia region will completely become the garden of the Deep Sea Alliance. This 10 million. Xia Ya pointed at the black card on the table, suddenly said, I won't charge you a handling fee, nor will I count your interest. In fact, I can even waive the remaining 980,000 for you. Lin Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Boss is generous. Boss, may you be healthy. What do you need me to do? Kill or set fire or warm the bed? Forget the last one, I'm a serious person. I need you to do one thing. Xia Ya walked up to Lin Fan. She leaned down, resting her hands on the armrest of the sofa, her exquisitely beautiful face only a few centimeters away from Lin Fan. Lin Fan could even smell the faint scent of her body wash and the long-suppressed fury in her eyes. For next month's Global League, I want you two in front of the whole world on the arena. Break that Poseidon's leg. Xia Ya's voice was soft, but every word seemed to be squeezed from between her teeth. I want the Deep Sea Alliance to know that if they wish to harm the Xia family, they should be careful of having their teeth shattered. Lin Fan looked at Xia Ya, who was so close. He could see the weariness in her eyes and the immense pressure she bore as a family heir. Behind this seemingly glamorous aristocratic facade, she had been fighting alone all along. Until today. Break a leg. Lin Fan blinked and suddenly laughed. He reached out and gently pushed Xia Ya away, mainly to prevent the fat guy from misunderstanding, then leaned back on the sofa, resuming his rogue demeanor. Boss Xia, your request is a bit low, isn't it? Lin Fan stroked his chin, a hint of dark golden ferocity flashing in his eyes. Since he is here to rob my money, referring to her, and also seize my livelihood, referring to the shipping line, just breaking a leg is not enough. At the very least, Lin Fan extended 2 fingers and waved them in the air. He should be made into sashimi, right? Xia Ya froze for a moment. Then she smiled again. This time there was no calculation in her smile, just a sense of relief in finding a kindred spirit. Deal. If you can turn him into sashimi, I will eat the 980,000 IOU. 2 o'clock in the morning. Kunlun Academy Boys Dormitory Room 302. The fat guy's thunderous snoring remains the most stable background noise in this room. He slept soundly, drooling at the corner of his mouth, probably dreaming of counting money or eating pork knuckles. Lin Fan sat at the somewhat shaky desk playing with the black USB drive. It was given to him by Zhe. About his father, about the man deemed a sinner by the Tiangong Institute. The moonlight outside poured in, illuminating Lin Fan's young, yet somewhat weary face. He hesitated for a long time, ultimately taking a deep breath and plugging the USB drive into the old-fashioned notebook computer he had been using for 5 years to save money. Ziz. The screen flickered a few times and an encrypted video file popped up. No password required. Lin Fan clicked the play button. The image was very blurry, obviously a clandestine shot or surveillance video. The time displayed in the lower right corner was year 5 of the divine calendar. That is 10 years ago. The background was a laboratory filled with various precision instruments and gigantic cultivation tanks. In the video, 2 men were arguing fiercely. One of them, dressed in a dark green military uniform, was as sturdy as an iron tower, facing away from the camera. Although his face was not visible, his overwhelming presence felt suffocating even through the screen. Nyanantian, the current military god of Xia, commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. He looked even younger and sharper back then. The other man was wearing a blood-stained white lab coat, his hair disheveled, holding a test tube in his hand. He looked weak, slightly hunched, and wore thick black-framed glasses resembling a down-and-out researcher. Lin Xiao. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. This was the first time he saw his father so clearly. The man who in his memories was always a blur, known only for his alcoholism and boasting, now bore a kind of haunting madness in his eyes. It must be made public. Lin Zhao's voice came from the speaker's hoarse and agitated, Old Nye, how long are you going to keep this secret? Those things that have descended are not gods at all. They are parasites. A plague. The divine blood serum we injected is actually actively accepting their eggs. Gu Zhongshan's god-making plan is essentially creating a grave. Enough. Lin Xiao. Nian Antian suddenly turned around and punched the experimental table, causing the special alloy surface to dent instantly. If we reveal the truth now, Xia will collapse immediately. The people need faith, they need the power to resist the beast tide outside. Even if that power is toxic, we have to drink it. Drink it. Lin Xiao sneered, raising the test tube in his hand, which contained dark golden blood. Exactly like the violent golden blood in Lin Fan's body. Do you know what this is? Lin Xiao stared at the test tube, his eyes filled with a near-manic fervor. This is what I extracted from the corpse of that highest order. It does not belong to any known deity. It has no divinity. It only has an appetite. Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head, looking at the camera, or rather at Nian Anshan, his voice low, as if murmuring to himself, "Gods are unbeatable." Nonsense. As long as one is in the food chain, there is no invincible existence. Since gods eat humans, then we will create something, specifically to eat gods. In the video, Lin Xiao suddenly revealed a chilling smile. I have succeeded, old Nye. Experiment No. 000 has been born. He will be the perfect predator. He will pull those lofty gods down from their altars, chew them up, and swallow them. Bang! The screen suddenly shook violently, as if someone forcibly cut off the power. The video abruptly stopped. The screen turned back to pitch black, reflecting Lin Fan's pale face. Silence. Only the fat guy's snoring continued, sounding particularly ironic. Lin Fan sat in the dark, motionless for a long time. His hands trembled, not from fear but from a resonance deep within his soul. So that's it. It turned out that his insatiable hunger was neither a curse nor an illness. It was the weapon his father left him. He is No. 000. He exists to eat gods. Something. Specifically to eat gods. Lin Fan looked down at his hands. With the fluctuation of emotions, a layer of dark golden patterns faintly appeared on those slender hands, the fingertips slightly curling like claws yearning for blood. No wonder I found that god's eye so alluring. Lin Fan closed his eyes, a self-mocking smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth, yet with a hint of madness. Old man, oh old man, you really left me with a good appetite. Since that's the case, since I was born for this, then, let's feast. No matter if it's a god, a ghost, or a fish from the deep sea, as long as they dare to block the way, all of them will be devoured. In September, the Kunlun Academy was graced with a crisp autumn sky. As the most prestigious institution for awakened individuals in the Great Xia, it should have been brimming with youthful vigor, fiery passion, and the scent of hormones. Yet today, the moment Lin Fan set foot on campus, the atmosphere took a drastic turn. Run! That demon is back! Someone shouted, and in an instant, the once bustling main road was deserted. A few freshmen who had been sparring abandoned their weapons on the ground and dove headfirst into the shrubbery. Two senior students who had been in the midst of a romantic rendezvous were so terrified they broke up on the spot, fleeing in opposite directions. Shoo! Don't look into his eyes. Hell trick you out of your money. I heard he devoured the assassins from the Ghost God unit beneath the bird's nest. After eating them, he even made their families pay for the meal. So brutal. To protect our wallets, full alert everyone. Lin Fan stood in the center of the empty avenue, an autumn breeze swirling a few fallen leaves past his feet, making the scene seem particularly desolate. A corner of his mouth twitched. He looked down at himself. Faded white jeans, a clean white t-shirt, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Apart from the thick bandage wrapped around his left shoulder, he looked every bit the sunny, cheerful, and respectful student. Rumors. Lin Fan shook his head in dismay. These are definitely rumors. I, Lin Fan, clearly rely on my looks to get by. How did I become a robber? Fatty, don't you agree? Lin Fan turned around, but he found the wheelchair behind him empty. Wang Pangpang had long since hidden behind the security booth 50 meters away, shouting at him through a megaphone, Bro Lin, don't talk to me. My mom said being close to you brings bad luck. For the sake of my allowance, let's keep our distance. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. What a damned world. It's hard to be a good person. In the classroom of Class 9, although Lin Fan was now the nominal Bird's Nest Cup champion, and even held the title of honorary elder, he was still a student. He still had to attend class. But when he entered the room, the previously noisy class fell into dead silence. Everyone made a uniform move. They covered their pockets. Even the most arrogant fire-type awakener, who usually sat in the front row, buried his head in a book, pretending to be a studious quail. Lin Fan sighed and walked to the corner to sit at his designated throne, next to the trash can. Just then, with a creak, the classroom door swung open. A strong smell of cheap alcohol wafted into the room before its owner. Emo-chan, clad in his ever-unwashed gray robe and clutching a stainless steel flask, staggered and swaying unsteadily. His hair was a tangled mess like a bird's nest, his stubble unkempt, his eyes puffy. A veritable vagrant who had just crawled out from under a bridge. Yet no one dared underestimate him. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 9, the man who on the first day of school casually split the playground in two with a single sword strike. Burp. Emo-chan let out a belch, scanning the classroom with bleary eyes. Today. Self-study. With that, he turned to leave. The entire class breathed a sigh of relief. That was right. This was Teacher Mo's style. But just as one foot crossed the threshold, he stopped. His seemingly clouded old eyes through his messy bangs precisely locked onto Lin Fan in the corner. In that instant, Lin Fan felt the gluttony factor within him tremble violently, as if it had been targeted by something far more terrifying. Lin Fan. Emo-chan's voice was hoarse, laced with an undeniable authority. Come to my office. Bring your blade. At the top floor of the administration building, in the most secluded storage room. No office. This place was more a wine cellar than an office. Empty bottles littered the floor, a few rusted swords were piled in the corner, and the only furniture was a desk missing a leg and two broken chairs. Sit. Emo-chan casually pushed a stack of books to the floor, clearing a spot for Lin Fan. Lin Fan obediently sat down, placing the rusted blade on the desk. Teacher, I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Lin Fan ventured cautiously. The matter at the bird's nest was handled by Teacher Li Gue. It was self-defense. I didn't say you did anything wrong. Emo-chan unscrewed his flask, took a large gulp, then offered it to Lin Fan. A sip. This? Lin Fan sniffed it. It wasn't alcohol. It was practically 99 pure medical alcohol mixed with a bit of boiled water. No, I'm still growing. Lin Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Coward. Emo-chan scoffed, taking another swig himself. Then his gaze suddenly sharpened. Give me your hand. Lin Fan extended his right hand. Instead of taking his pulse, Emo-chan pressed a single bony finger directly onto Lin Fan's palm.